High School DxD, Rise of the Solar God. By Warrior Man 199456. Oh, Issei-centric story. Every hero has a beginning. The path of a hero is forever determined by the events he is placed in. In this universe, the life and destiny of Issei Hyoudou is determined by a much different origin. Heroic neutral, Issei contains Dragon Ball and Bleach elements. Issei x Ophis x Unwanted Harem. Words, 480,200. Chapters, 67. High School DxD, Rise of the Solar God. A strong yet young presence. The sun. It was virtually one of the most powerful sources of energy in the universe. While it was certainly not the greatest and omnipotent source of all, it was potent nonetheless. It represented the conscious ego, the self, and expression, personal power, pride, authority, leadership qualities, and the principles of creativity, spontaneity, health, and vitality. The sun itself had the potential ability to inflate and implode upon itself, commencing the destruction of a Class 5 or X apocalypse. The severity of the sun was like a nuclear furnace that provided as the colossal source of energy for many light years in any direction. In the ancient times, the sun was revered as a deity, or an object of divine origins. The goddess of the sun and the universe, Amaterasu, was the one who shined in the heavens. Amaterasu Omikami was the supreme goddess of Shintoism, and the ruler of the plane of heaven. As she floated above the skies, bringing light back into the world, the goddess adopted a look of thoughtfulness on her face. The goddess of the sun had long jet black hair that reached all the way down to her waist. Her eyes maintained an almond shape and a deep brown-black color, and she had a pale skin complexion. As she looked down from the sky, there appeared to be a baby clutched protectively in her arms. The infant was sleeping softly in his mother's arms, completely peaceful. Amaterasu tilted her head and placed her hand gently over her infant son. Immediately after, an aura of solar energy whirled around the baby. The infant's body began to glow in intensity, until his skin gained a much lighter tone. His hair began to rise up slightly and gain a reddish-purple shade of coloring, before it returned to its original light brown color. The sun, as well as its nigh-infinite solar energy output, was used and manipulated by Amaterasu in order to conceive the child in her arms. As a result, the child had no physical father, but instead he was created from the vast energies of the sun, and the goddess of the sun herself. Amaterasu smiled as she felt the power of her son grow. She looked around the trenches of the sky, and then she sighed as she looked back to her son. My precious little son. I want nothing more than to keep you here with me, but you cannot stay here. I wish you could, but with your dreadful uncle Susanoo, I would be a fool to risk doing such a thing. In spite of her animosity towards her brother, Amaterasu knew that the weight of Susanoo's presence on Takamagahara was minuscule compared to the rest of the dysfunctional world they dwelled upon. Susanoo no Mikoto, the god of the sea and storms, and the younger brother of Amaterasu, was known for his fierce temper. Amaterasu would never forget the event in which Susanoo destroyed her rice fields, hurled that Demponi at her loom, and decimated one of her attendants. These acts were the reason for Amaterasu hiding herself in the Ame no Iwato, heavenly rock cave. This caused the sun to fade away, and as a result, life forces began to deteriorate. Eventually, Amaterasu was persuaded to leave the cave, and from that point on the sun returned to its mighty throne in the universe. Amaterasu was well aware of Susanoo's petulant nature. If her brother became aware of the being she had conceived from the sun, he would no doubt want to challenge and harm her infant, no doubt due to the Shinto storm god's jealous nature. But the presence of her brother wasn't the only reason she was making her choice. Susanoo was a mild nuisance compared to the other reason. I do not want you to suffer in this world, my sweet. It is far too dangerous for someone like you to be involved in. As she watched over the sky, she looked down to see an explosive and flame-like aura covering her son entirely. Amaterasu smiled warmly, and swirls of solar flares began to cover her body entirely as her physical body disappeared. Ise City, Honshu, Japan. Amaterasu reappeared with her son and looked around the inner shrine. The Ise Grand Shrine was a Shinto shrine that was dedicated to Amaterasu. The shrine consisted of two groups of buildings, the Imperial Shrine, Kotaijingu, also known as the Naku, Inner Shrine, and the Toyuk Shrine, Toyuk Daijingu, which formed the Gaku or Outer Shrine. The shrines were constructed of wood, and every 20 years both were rebuilt. The empty site of the previous shrine, also known as the Kadenka, was strewn by white pebbles. The building on the empty site was a small wooden shed. The goddess of the sun frowned as she walked over to the mirror, and looked at it for a couple moments. It was the reason for her leaving the heavenly rock cave. As she looked at her reflection for the second time, she tilted her head, and looked down to her son. With a saddened look, she laid her infant down onto the ground of the Issei shrine and crouched down to him, gazing at him lovingly. Feeling her eyes watering, she gave her son a brief but loving kiss on his forehead, and softly rubbed his hair. "I love you. So much." Amaterasu uttered sadly, "Even if I am not with you physically, as the sun, I will always be there." As she pet her son's head, Amaterasu released a quivering sigh as her body started to flicker in and out, her presence returning to Takamagahara. A couple walked towards the Issei shrine, with various assortments of clothing and food clutched in their hands. The man had spiky brown hair and brown eyes, while the woman had long brown hair in a ponytail, and warm brown eyes. The couple were known as Mitsuru Goro Hyoudou and Sachiko Hyoudou. Married for several years, the two had no children, living only by themselves. Mr. Hyoudou was an ordinary office worker, while Mrs. Hyoudou was a full-time housewife. They had both come to Issei City in order to honor the sun goddess known as Amaterasu. As they walked inside the shrine, the Hyoudou couple paused in their steps as they heard something strange. Wah, wah, wah. They turned to see an infant crying on the floor. Mrs. Hyoudou walked closer to the infant, and her brown eyes widened as she quickly approached. The baby with brown hair was struggling to lift himself off the floor. "Hey baby! What's he doing here in the shrine?" Sachiko muttered out as she gently picked up the baby. Mitsuru walked over to his wife, and rose an eyebrow. "Did someone leave him here?" Mrs. Hyoudou didn't respond as she looked at the baby more closely. The infant was absolutely adorable, and there was a certain aura about him. Her eyes widened as a golden aura suddenly emanated from the infant. The aura then changed to a flame-like reddish aura, which seemed to explode outwardly. The ground of the Issei Grand Shrine began to shake in tremors, with Sachiko and Mitsuru doing their best to maintain their balance. Moments later, the aura surrounding the baby abruptly dissipated, allowing the Hyoudou couple to regain their balance. They looked at the infant with curiosity and awe on their faces. What on earth just happened? The infant stopped his crying, and he opened his eyes, prompting the Hyoudou couple's eyes to widen even further. "Mitsuru, his eyes. They're Mrs. Hyoudou stuttered. Mr. Hyoudou walked over to look at the baby, and he rubbed his head in puzzlement. "It's strange. He looks like he could be our son, Sachiko. But those eyes of his." The Hyoudou couple looked around the shrine, in hopes of trying to find who the infant belonged to. But as they looked around more, there was no one in sight. Mrs. Hyoudou sighed as she looked back at the infant. "It's as though someone left him here. And as far as I know, we were the only ones to come to the shrine today. Should we take him home with us?" "Well, it's like I said. He looks just like us. It's strange." The Hyoudou couple looked at each other, and then they looked back to the infant. "What should we name him?" Mr. Hyoudou asked. Mrs. Hyoudou looked around her surroundings, and then she smiled. "Issei. We'll call him Issei." "We're calling him Issei? You mean after the shrine?" Mr. Hyoudou asked. "Well yes, that." The Hyoudou matriarch said as she smiled at the newly named infant, and hugged him close to her, "but also because I want him to live a honest and sincere life." The newly christened Issei's eyes started to flutter as Sachiko's warm embrace enveloped him. "That's right. Our little Issei. Realm of heaven." A handsome-looking young man with long blonde hair and green eyes looked up in an abrupt manner. His 12 golden wings that jutted out from his back glowed in interest from the sudden surge of godly energy. The energy he felt was akin to that of the sun. It was absolutely monstrous. "Michael? Do you feel that power as well?" Michael, the leader of the angels and the seraphim, turned around to see an extremely beautiful woman with curly blonde hair and a voluptuous figure. "So you sensed it as well, Gabriel?" Gabriel, an angel and a seraph, also one of the guardians of the throne of heaven, put her hand on her chest, and smiled as she felt the great power surge. This power. It's so vast and overwhelming. But at the same time, it's so pristine. It brings me such joy and warmth. Michael's green eyes widened again, and he turned back around as he continued to gauge the level of the overwhelming pressure. As the first creation of the biblical God, Michael didn't expect to sense a great surge of power like this, a power that was akin to the sun. Where is this power coming from? In the underworld. A man in his 20s with black hair and golden bangs looked up in amusement as he suddenly sensed a great power. What's this? A monstrous power had suddenly risen out of nowhere, and it piqued the man's interest greatly. Maybe I'll keep an eye on this. This should be interesting. Surtsk-sama. Do you sense it? A handsome and young man in his early 20s with shoulder-length crimson-red hair and blue-green eyes, nodded in response as he looked over to see a maid with silver hair and matching eyes. Yes, Graphia, I do. It's a very unique surge of power. Enormous even. And it seems to be constantly rising as well. I wonder who possesses that power. 5 years later. What do you want? No one asked you come over here. What's with your eyes? They're weirding us out. Go somewhere else. A 6-year-old Issei Hyoudou looked down shyly as he walked away from the kids during break time. He sat on the school bench and watched as the kids played around the playground. Recess had just started, and already, the kids were ostracizing him. Issei was a very soft-spoken, yet kind child. As such he was a very silent boy, as he rarely spoke to anyone. With his quiet nature and shy demeanor, people often labeled Issei as a mute child. The little boy never once wanted to play with the kids around his age, seeing as they made fun of the particular aspect of himself that was quick to notice. His eyes. His left eye was a soft and warm almond light brown color, while the right eye was a bright yellow-orange shade. Issei was often ostracized due to the different colors of his eyes. And so, he chose to stay only to himself. But sadly, Issei couldn't catch a break. As he sat on the bench, Issei looked over to see a couple of boys walking towards him. Looking at them cautiously, he moved off of the bench and went to go somewhere else, until one of the boys appeared in front of him. The little Issei stopped and stood still, waiting for the verbal bullying to begin. Although Issei had been bullied, he chose to endure through it all. He didn't particularly have any wish for payback, as he knew it was just a waste of his own time. But very slowly, the bullying was starting to get on his nerves. The name-calling, he could handle. Hell, even isolation he could handle. But physical confrontation was something that he never experienced before. Let's find out what happens, shall we? Hey, weirdo, where do you think you're going? One of the boys asked. Issei ignored them and remained still. He wasn't going to bother in speaking to the boys. What's wrong, weirdo? Cat got your tongue. There was still no response from the brown-haired little boy, and one of the boys narrowed his eyes. Hey. We're talking to you, dummy. The boy rose his fist up and landed a punch to Issei's head. Suddenly, a golden flame-like aura manifested around Issei, and it flared out explosively. Ah! The kids playing on the playground turned to see who was screaming, and they gasped. The boy who had attempted to punch Issei suddenly recoiled and drew his hand back in shock. The boy's hand was burning profusely as a result of the contact of Issei's aura. The boys, frightened from the scene they witnessed, quickly ran away, cursing Issei's name. If they had turned around to look back at Issei, they would have seen a greatly pained and saddened expression on the little boy's face. 2 hours later. Issei. Let's go out for some ice cream, okay sweetie. Sachiko Hyoudou looked down at her son as they walked hand in hand towards the store. She had found out about the incident between Issei and one of his bullies, and if she was completely honest with herself, she was just concerned about her son. She knew how Issei suffered at school due to his unique eye coloration. However, she and Mitsuru accepted that quality about him. But they also noticed that as Issei grew, so did a few quirks of his. The Hyoudou couple noticed the changes in Issei as the years passed by. When the sun was up, Issei was noticeably more lively. Not cheerful, yet not melancholic either. He seemed to have a lot of physical energy for a little boy. When the sun was down, however, Issei seemed to be a little reclusive, waiting for the sun to come back up. As they approached the ice cream parlor, Mrs. Hyoudou looked down to her son. "We're here, honey. What flavor did you want?" Issei looked up at the categories and tilted his head. Scanning the list, the little boy lifted his finger and pointed to the desired flavor. Sachiko followed her son's direction, and she smiled. "Did you want mint chocolate chip, sweetie?" Issei nodded in response. Mrs. Hyoudou smiled and directed Issei to sit on the nearby bench. As he waited for his mother to order the ice cream, Issei looked around his surroundings, and looked up to see the sun. He never understood why, but the sun gave Issei so much energy and warmth. No matter how hot the sun was, or how much the temperature was, Issei could always endure it. As he looked back around, Issei jumped in surprise at the sight that had suddenly appeared in his direction. Sitting next to him on the bench, was a tall woman with long black hair and dark gray empty eyes. She had pale white skin and pointed ears, and appeared to be dressed in a gothic Lolita fashion. What creeped out Issei the most, was that the woman was staring at him with a hollow gaze, completely devoid of emotion and expression. As Issei looked at the woman with caution in his eyes, he looked down to see two large orbs of flesh that seemed to be barely covered by cross-shaped black tapes. The young Issei felt his face redden at the sight of the woman's abundant chest, and he attempted to look away as he scooted away from the woman. He looked back at the ice cream parlor to see his mother talking cordially with the cashier. When the little boy turned back around, he immediately felt a cold hand place itself on the back of his head. His body went tense from the invasive touch, and Issei looked up and was too late to react as the cold hand pushed him forward, causing the child to be enclosed into the warmth of soft yet bountiful pillows of flesh. At this point, Issei was frantic as the woman continued to suffocate him with her chest. After a few agonizing moments, his head was finally pulled back, allowing Issei to regain his breath. As he recovered, Issei flinched when the woman suddenly moved so that her face was close to his in a matter of seconds. Issei started to sweat and tried to back away, before realizing that he was almost at the edge of the bench. Keeping his mouth shut, Issei slowly looked back up at the woman, who still stared at him with her dispassionate gaze. The woman lifted her finger up, and placed it on Issei's forehead, gently sliding it across his temple. Issei shivered at the woman's touch, and an ominous feeling came over him when he suddenly saw a series of snakes manifest around the woman. One of the snakes crawled onto the terrified Issei and opened its mouth, revealing its fangs. Issei gasped and tried to move the snake away, before he felt the snake embed its fangs into his neck. The woman's eyes noticeably narrowed, gaining a more hollow look in them. Suddenly, a familiar explosive and golden sparkling aura manifested around Issei, and traveled to the snake. The woman's dark eyes widened as the snake's body slowly began to disintegrate. Showing an expression that was akin to surprise, she removed her finger from Issei's forehead. Issei gained a fearful look in his eyes and he got off of the bench in order to put some distance between him and the woman. The little boy rubbed his sore neck, but there were no physical marks to be seen. As he looked up at his apparent attacker, he felt his nervousness skyrocket at the curious look the woman was giving him. Ophis, the infinite dragon god, also known as the Ouroboros dragon, tilted her head at the little boy in front of her. Before leaving the dimensional gap, Ophis had sensed a godly source of energy. The power seemed radiant yet enormously vast. The power from this boy seemed to exude a presence not unlike solar energy. Solar energy was a source that was often stated to be potentially limitless, due to its substance deriving from the sun. There was no known limits of the amount of light and heat the sun could produce. With the colossal amount of solar energy within this young boy, the energy could be converted into pure raw power and strength. So long as the sun remained, of course. Eerily quiet, Ophis leaned her face closer to the young Issei. Staring at Issei with her dark gray eyes, Ophis suddenly gave Issei a spine-chilling smile. No sharp teeth. No fangs. The confused Issei could only stay still, not knowing what to do. The young boy suddenly felt two cold hands placing themselves on his cheeks. Shivering again from the temperature of the woman's hands, Issei looked into Ophis's gray eyes, and felt a little unnerved by the eerie smile on her face. Moments later, Issei flinched when Ophis puckered her lips out and gently pressed them to his forehead. The Ouroboros dragon's body shivered from the contact, and her eyes glazed over. She could already feel the dormant power within the boy, and at this rate, he would ultimately become stronger in due time. "You belong to me," Ophis stated, her voice monotone, yet deep and sultry as she hugged Issei close to her chest. "My little mate." Issei. At the call of his name, Issei found enough strength within him to push himself away from the woman's tight grasp. He turned around and looked up to see his mother holding 2 ice cream cups. Issei looked back in front of him, and gasped when he saw that the woman had disappeared, as though she was never there to begin with. Trembling a little from the unexpected encounter, Issei almost missed Mrs. Hyoudou handing him his treat. Issei's room. From his bed, Issei looked out the window as he watched the sunset. He never liked it when the sun descended into the night. But he wasn't afraid of the dark. He just preferred the sun to be out most of the time. As he situated himself and snuggled into his bed, Issei closed his eyes and allowed himself to fall into a peaceful sleep. A pure white magic circle suddenly appeared next to the little Issei's bed, and a silhouette emerged from the circle. The silhouette brightened, revealing the angel Gabriel. Gabriel quietly walked over to the bed which contained the source of the potentially limitless power she and Michael had been sensing. She tilted her head as she gazed at the sleeping Issei. What a pleasant energy. Both she and Michael had deduced that the power the young Issei was akin to that of the powerful radiation of the sun. The longer the sun rose up in the sky, the more powerful Issei became as he grew. The little boy was going to grow into a force to be reckoned with soon enough. Gabriel tilted her head as she placed her hand on Issei's cheek, rubbing it gently. "He's so pure. It's strange. Despite this fragility, I can feel an enormous amount of godly solar energy within him." The angel sighed and lowered her head, puckering his lips out to kiss Issei on his forehead. The pure white magic circle appeared from under her, and she disappeared once more. 11 years later. "Hey. I heard we're getting a new student today." "Really?" "Yeah. I hear it's supposed to be a boy." "A boy? What do you think he's going to be like?" "Maybe he'll be as cute as Hyodo-san." "No way, impossible." A group of girls gossiped about the sudden news of a never-before-seen student arriving to the school known as Kyoho Academy. The institution was originally an all-girls school, but was formed into a co-ed school, along with a new school building that was made. Students conversed in the hallways, waiting to go into their classes. Outside of the school, a young man with brown hair walked up to the gates of Kyoho Academy. Dressed in a black blazer with white accents, a white, long-sleeved dress shirt with a black ribbon on the collar, matching black pants, and brown dress shoes, Issei Hyoudou quietly walked up to his new school. Walking inside, he noticed that the hallways were very quiet. Being none the wiser, he proceeded to find his first classroom. From above him, a girl stood at the top of the steps. Her wavy long crimson hair fell down to her thighs as she looked down. Her blue-green eyes narrowed and kept watch on the new student, a mysterious smile forming on her face as she twirled a piece of her hair. "Very interesting. So he's our new Kaoruhei. Sana will definitely be intrigued with him." "Yes, you are absolutely unique, little Kaoruhei." Ria's smile slowly changed to a contemplative frown. "It's almost strange," she said to herself, "his aura is so overwhelming, but there's a certain quality about it that's not unpleasant." Issei's classroom. Knock knock. Pausing in her demonstration, the teacher walked over to the door and opened it. A warm smile passed across her lips, and she turned back to look at her class. "Okay, class. I'm sure you've all heard that we have a new student coming here today." "Well, you heard right. Here he is, so please welcome him." Issei Hyoudou nervously walked inside his classroom, trying to avoid the eyes of the many students. Immediately, he received a series of unreadable glances from the class. "Hey. What's with his eyes?" a girl whispered to her friend. "Are they contacts or something? His eyes look kind of weird." Issei looked away as he released an inaudible sigh. Just as he predicted, some of the girls were already giggling in his direction, while some of the males took their time glancing at him with uncertainty and judgment in their eyes. He hadn't even been in his first classroom for less than 5 minutes, and here he was, already being judged upon. The teacher looked at her new student and offered a sympathetic smile. "Why don't you introduce yourself? You don't have to be so shy. Complying with his teacher's suggestion, Issei looked up at the class, and he bowed down in respect. Hello. My name's Issei Hyoudou. I'm new here. So please, take it easy on me. A number of the girls noticed the soft-spoken and quiet tone in Issei's voice, and they felt a bit confused. The males on the other hand, rose some eyebrows as they noticed Issei's last words. Take it easy. One of them whispered to the other, what's he talking about? The teacher blinked as she too noticed Issei's last words, but she made a reassuring smile. Why don't you go take a seat? A girl suddenly raised her hand from her desk, intending to get Issei's attention. Hyoudou-kun, over here. You can sit with me. Issei looked up and saw a black-haired girl with innocent violet eyes. The girl smiled and patted the desk next to her. Issei walked over to the desk, and sat quietly as he listened to the teacher. He noticed some of the students giving him weird looks, most likely about his eyes. Sitting comfortably into his seat, Issei quickly noticed that the girl was not too subtly looking over at him. She then edged forward to him to whisper. My name's Yuma Amano. It's nice to meet a new student as cute as you. She said with a wink at the end. Not expecting the words to come out of Yuma's mouth, Issei blinked in surprise, and he mumbled a hesitant thanks in reply. Holding back a giggle, Yuma smiled warmly and looked back to the teacher. Had Issei not turned to look back at the teacher, he would have seen Yuma's eyes quickly glancing to him from the side. What's with this kid? Azazel-sama told me to watch him. He also told me that this young boy had a strange energy. But this aura is so ethereal. It's completely untainted. I've never sensed anything like it before. She continued to watch Issei with an unreadable look on her face for the rest of the class period. End of school. As he made his way out of the school, Issei placed his hands in his pockets and tread forward, his hearing picking up the chatter of the students around him. His eyes. They're so strange looking. One brown, one yellow-orange. The right eye looks like the color of the sun. Issei-kun. Blinking in surprise, Issei turned around to see Yuma running towards him. She smiled at him, and put her hands behind her back. I was just wondering. If you wouldn't mind, would you like to hang out sometime? Issei blinked several times, and he was about to respond, until he noticed that the sun was descending slowly. Looking back at Yuma, Issei shook his head and sent her a sad expression. Sorry. I have to go. I've got to go back home. I'll see you tomorrow, Yuma-san. He said quietly. Yuma once again noted his soft-spoken tone in Issei's voice, and she felt herself a little captivated by it. As she watched Issei leave, Yuma's confused expression evaporated into an impatient look. Atop of the building of Kyoa Academy, 4 young women stood watching Issei depart his new school. One of the girls, specifically a red-haired individual, sighed. Such a very interesting boy. I haven't seen anyone quite like him. He's so quiet and shy it makes me want to hold him and give him a hug. Though, his eyes seemed to be subject of mostly everyone's minds. You. A well-endowed girl with black hair tied in a ponytail with an orange ribbon, let out a seductive giggle as she watched Issei cross the bridge. Her violet eyes seemed to gleam as she turned to look at her red-haired friend. Era. Fu. Despite that baby face of his, he's so mysterious. That aura radiating off of him is so otherworldly. It makes me want to spoil him so much already just to see his reaction. It's his first day, and you already have the urge to spoil him. A third girl with glasses commented in annoyance. Her eyes narrowed in contemplation as the visage of Issei started to disappear from her and the rest of the girls' sights. He's certainly gathered my attention. His aura is so utterly clear. I don't think this young boy is even aware of how potent his aura is. He's earned quite the stares from the other students. But he just looks away, albeit in a reclusive manner. What do you think? She turned to look to the girl next to her, with the latter having knee-length black hair, and blue, semi-rimmed glasses. The girl adopted a serious expression as she answered. His eyes. They contrast so much. One is brown, like the color of an innocent doe. But the other one has the color of our sun. Such a strange boy. Phew phew phew. Does he interest you that much, Fukukai-ku? The orange ribbon-wearing girl asked. You misunderstand me. The blue glasses-wearing girl responded as her face developed a pinkish-red tinge. Don't be so embarrassed. You're not the only one who's interested in our little Kaoruhei. Smiling at her friend, the crimson-haired girl narrowed her eyes. And to think, Azazel has already sent some of his subordinates to watch him. Yuma Amano, or should I say, Rainare is proof of that. Looking down at Yuma, who seemed to be deep in thought, the crimson-haired beauty then looked towards Issei, and her blue-green eyes brightened. Pure as light, yet so powerful as the sun itself. You really are an interesting boy, Issei Hyoudou. In the underworld, base of the fallen angels. So, how was he today? He really didn't look anything special, Azazel-sama. He just looked so shy. Yuma Amano had her arms behind her back as she answered a man with black hair and golden bangs. Azazel, also known as the leader of the fallen angels, crossed his arms in thought. Azazel-sama. Yuma began, I understand his aura was one of the main reasons you asked me to watch him. But what's the other reason? Do you believe him to have some type of sacred gear? Azazel hummed as he looked off to the side. Not exactly. His aura is definitely not human. Excluding the fact that sacred gears can be stolen, only humans and half-humans can wield them. This kid on the other hand, has a godly aura, and it's completely inhuman. So he doesn't have one. A godly aura. Yuma mused to herself, so could he perhaps be a deity? More or less. Azazel replied nonchalantly, earning an annoyed look from Yuma. Yuma looked down on the ground, and placed her hands to her side. It explained why he's so damn strong. Both Yuma and Azazel looked over to see a young woman with navy blue hair and brown eyes. She was dressed in a trench coat, miniskirt, and black-heeled shoes. She also wore a gold necklace around her neck. Azazel smirked and lifted up a finger. Whether he's a deity or not, he's certainly powerful enough on his own. The male fallen angel then hummed to himself as he pondered for a moment. But if he did, I wonder what it'd be. Near Issei's house. Issei sighed as he continued on his way home. Well, at least it wasn't too bad today. His first day at school was actually tolerable than he had anticipated. He didn't have to deal with the bullying or physical confrontation at all. Some of the rumors regarding his eyes, he could handle that already. Reaching all the way to his house, Issei looked over to see that his parents' cars were gone. Blinking in wonderment, Issei opened the house door and peered inside, widening his eyes at the first thing he saw. A beautiful girl with long dark silver hair, which was tied up into a ponytail, and dark ruby eyes, looked up as she heard the sound of Issei walking into his house. Issei stared wide-eyed as he gazed at the unreadable look in the girl's eyes. The young man only rose an eyebrow when he noticed a playful-looking smirk slowly forming on the girl's face. The smirk on her face immediately softened into a warm smile as she inwardly sighed. Fufu. Long time no see, my dear Issei Itoko. Liko-san. What are you doing here? Liko Hyoudou, the adoptive older cousin of Issei, crossed her arms as she sent her crimson eyes towards Issei. You don't sound or look happy to see me. And no, Issei quickly tried to defend himself as he stuttered. Liko rose an eyebrow, but she continued to walk forward with Issei. As of now, she had never interacted much with her adoptive cousin. The only time she had seen him was when she and her parents often visited the Hyodo residence all those years ago. But even then, it was rare for her to even talk to Issei, let alone get him to talk to her, due to his reclusive nature. Not unlike her parents, and Mr. and Mrs. Hyodo, Liko never possessed any ounce of animosity against Issei about the different coloration of his eyes. However, not even she was blind to tell that those eyes were the reason her adoptive cousin was so quiet. Seeing a nearby bench, Liko put her arms to her side, and with a wave of her hand, she directed Issei. Issei Itoko, over here. Come sit with your cousin. Issei, noticing Liko's movement, complied and followed the girl in order to sit on the bench with her. As the cousins looked around the area of the shopping centers, the female of the two crossed her legs. Issei. Issei turned to look at Liko in response. Huh. You didn't really give me a reply to my earlier statement. You're not mad that I came to visit, are you? Issei's eyes softened, and he looked his cousin in the eyes. No, of course not. I'm not mad at all. It's just that I didn't expect for you to arrive at my house today. Lyko gave a warm smile in response. It's best to keep things interesting. Had you been informed earlier, you probably would have stayed upstairs in your room just to avoid seeing me. That's not true, Lyko-san. The girl's eyes widened at the honest tone in her cousin's voice, before she smiled and looked off to the side. How sweet of you. Well, at least you're actually talking more. When I used to come over to your house, you were as quiet as a mouse, it was hard to get you to speak at all. Hell, it was hard to even find you in the house. I like my privacy. Issei muttered to himself. Sure you do. Lyko teased, before sitting up from her spot. So your mom told me that today was your first day at your new school. How was it? Issei looked up at the girl, and his eyes seemed to have gained a much brighter edge to them. It was okay. Just okay. I didn't really talk to anyone at school today. Ah. So that okay. A smile spread across Lyko's lips. Were any of the girls at your school attractive, Issei Toko? To be honest, I didn't really look or pay attention. I was just waiting for the classes to end. Lyko's eyes rolled in mock exasperation. Ugh. Knowing you, I wouldn't have expected anything less. She said, albeit in a teasing tone. Issei flushed slightly in embarrassment, prompting Lyko to chuckle again. My poor naive Issei Toko. You're too innocent for your own good. Raising an eyebrow in confusion at the comment, Issei tilted his head. Lyko looked over to the nearby bookstore and smiled. I've been wanting to find something to read. Bookstore. This isn't exactly what I had in mind when you said we should hang out, Lyko-san. After teasing her adoptive cousin for a little while, Lyko had decided to take Issei with her to the bookstore. According to Mrs. Hyoudou, Issei had a lot of interest in the sun. And after realizing that she desired to buy some new books of her own, Lyko thought this was the perfect opportunity to spend some time with the shy ball of light that embodied her cousin. Well, since I initiated it, I get to take you wherever I go. Lyko said, sticking out her tongue at him. I don't think that's how it works. Issei retorted, before he frowned softly, and besides, I don't need any books. That's true. You don't need any books, but you do need to take part in something other than lying around in your room and waiting for the sun to rise back up. I won't have my little cousin being a social outcast. You need to get out more often. The young man sighed from his cousin's remark, and complied as he looked around the sections and categories of the store. Lyko chuckled and walked away from Issei, giving him some space. About 10 minutes later, Issei stopped and crossed his arms. For a bookstore, it sure had a large space. As he walked further, Issei looked over to the next aisle, and he bumped into someone. Ah. Oof. Issei collided with the unknown figure, and they both fell onto the ground. Rubbing his sore chest, Issei looked up to see a young man with short blonde hair and gray eyes. He wore the Kyoto Academy boys' school uniform, albeit without the blazer, and his sleeves were rolled up. Scattered next to him were an assortment of notepads and writing utensils. Feeling guilty, Issei went to pick up the items and handed them to the boy. Sorry about that. The short blonde-haired boy shook his hair to fix it, and smiled gratefully as he accepted the items back. Nah, it's all right, man. His gray eyes then widened in surprise. Hey. I've seen you before. As they both stood up, Issei blinked from the other boy's comment. He didn't remember seeing the guy in front of him at all. The young man pointed to Issei, and he smiled cordially. Yeah, you're the new student that came to Kyoto Academy today, right? He's a student there too. Issei thought to himself, looking down when the young man held out his hand. What's up, man? The name's Genshiro Saji. I'm the secretary of the Kyoto Academy Student Council. Issei reached his hand and shook Saji's own in respect. Issei Hyoudou. It's nice to meet you. Saji smiled wider. Nice to meet you, newbie. He replied, his new nickname prompting Issei to pause for a moment, before nodding. So this is the guy Kaiko told us about. Saji thought to himself, she was right. He's got a lot of power. Though by the way he acts, you wouldn't be able to perceive him as strong. His eyes are kind of weird, but it's not like anyone else is normal these days. Wait, Issei began, suddenly remembering a fact about Saji. You said you were a secretary or something. Yeah, of the student council. What does the student council do? Well, we basically help share students' ideas, interests, and concerns with teachers and the school principal. So you're like the speakers for the students at Kyoa Academy. Yeah, I guess you could put it like that. Issei Itoko. Both Issei and Saji turned to see Liko, who had already acquired a few books of her own. Liko-san. Liko smiled as she walked over to her cousin. She had already known where he was, seeing as he tended to wander around unfamiliar places. She had to admit, she was a little surprised, and proud, to see that Issei was actually talking to someone. Perhaps, her little cousin was edging out of his own shell. Just a little bit. I see you haven't found any books yet. Issei let out a light scoff as he looked away, while Saji held back a chuckle at the sight. Liko crossed her arms and looked over to Saji. So, your name? I'm Genshiro Saji. I go to the same school as your cousin. Really? Well, it sure is a small world, isn't it? Looking back to her quiet cousin, Liko sent him a smirk. We're not leaving until you pick out at least one book, Issei. Sighing at his cousin's stubbornness, Issei looked over to Saji, and nodded his head to the young man. It was nice to meet you, Saji-san. Saji smiled and nodded in respect. Likewise, newbie. Issei's house. Now that wasn't so hard, was it? Liko teased, prompting Issei to frown to her. I don't see why you need so many books. Issei commented. Because I like to read. Why did you pick only one book? Liko answered. Issei chose not to respond. That's what I thought. After persuading, though if one were to ask him, it was more like forcing, Issei to purchase a book so they could leave the bookstore, Liko felt a bit more satisfied as she sat on her cousin's couch. She felt proud of herself for bringing Issei out of his shell, even if it was a little bit. Looking at the book in Issei's hand, Liko pointed to it. What's the book supposed to be about? Issei looked at his book, and he lowered his head somewhat. He showed Liko the front of the book. Return of the Sun. Interesting title. Liko said. She wouldn't put it past her expectations for Issei to purchase a book whose plot centered around the sun. Laying back onto the couch, Liko opened her first book and inwardly sighed as she relaxed. Hey, Liko-san. Turning her attention to her cousin, Liko put down her book. So what are you doing here, anyway? Staring at her cousin for a moment, Liko smirked and crossed her arms. Is it a crime to visit my baby cousin? Issei's eyebrows raised at the name. Baby cousin. Fufu. Liko chuckled as her crimson ruby eyes glinted in amusement. Feeling a bit confused by his cousin's faint giggling, Issei turned his attention to his recently purchased book. Looking at her cousin for a few moments, Liko set her eyes over to her book. Liko-san. At the call of her name being spoken once more, Liko gave her younger cousin her attention. While her face didn't show it, she felt a slight wave of happiness that her cousin was actually starting to talk more. Issei opened his mouth, but then he closed it. Liko frowned at her cousin's behavior. It almost looked like Issei wanted to say something, and was genuinely trying to get the words out of his mouth. What is it, Issei Itoko? Liko asked gently, wanting her cousin to let it out. The elder Hyodo felt a bit of pride as the sound of her voice seemed to bring Issei out of his nervousness. What happened to your hair? Issei asked softly. Liko's eyes widened a bit at the question. My hair? She repeated. Yeah. Issei answered with a nod, why is it all gray? You're not getting old that quickly, are you? At Issei's last sentence, Liko tried in vain to suppress the amused smile that threatened to split her face. Leave it to her precious Issei Itoko to ask something like that in his usual naive fashion. Of course, if it had been anyone else, Liko would have had a more violent reaction. No, silly. Lyko humored her younger cousin, I'm not getting old. I just dyed my hair. You killed your own hair? Issei asked in a hesitant tone with a tilt of his head. The urge to either flick her cousin on the forehead or shake her head in disbelief reached Lyko's mind. The elder Hyoudou let out a sigh as she looked her cousin straight in his eyes. Issei-toko, she uttered. Issei asked, wondering what his cousin wanted. Flick. Huh. Issei rubbed his forehead in surprise, while Lyko lightly glared at him with her arms crossed. I changed the color of my hair, Issei, she explained. The slight pain in his forehead slowly fading away, Issei removed his hand from his temple and blinked several times at his cousin. Her smile returning, Lyko sat in a more casual position. What do you think, Issei-toko? She asked as she placed a few strands of her hair behind her ear, do you like it? Issei blinked again as he titled his head, Lyko-san looks so different. Not expecting her cousin to say that, Lyko didn't react. She didn't know how to interpret Issei's answer, so she was at a loss on what to do or how to proceed next. But if Lyko-san's happy with it, Issei continued with a small yet faint smile, then I guess I'm okay with it too. Plus, you kind of look like an angel. As much as she tried her damnedest to hold it in, Lyko failed to stop the crimson blush that succeeded in spreading across her face. You okay, Lyko-san? Issei asked in confusion, your face is all red. I am fine, Issei-toko. Lyko stammered, before she quickly composed herself and gave him a gentle smile. Her younger cousin blinked at her a few times, before he smiled back in return and moved his attention back to his book. When she was sure that Issei was no longer paying any mind to the atmosphere around him, Lyko's smile disappeared and was replaced by an embarrassed frown. An angel, huh? The elder Hyoudou inaudibly sighed as she shook her head, trying once again to suppress her returning blush. Why did her little cousin have to say things like that? The student council room. So you encountered Issei Hyoudou at a bookstore when you accidentally bumped into each other. Saji nodded as he answered the girl with the bob-cut hairstyle. Yeah, Sonikai-ku. You were right about him. He's strong, very strong. Sana Satrai, the president of the student council, narrowed her eyes as she crossed her arms. What did he seem like? Saji shrugged in response. To be honest, he seemed pretty much like a shy guy. His personality doesn't really sync with how strong he is. But regardless, he's an alright guy. Sana looked over at the secretary of the student council, and she set her violet eyes to a different space in the room. What is the reason for his shyness? Saji turned around in surprise to see the girl with blue, semi-rimmed glasses looking at the piles of books on the shelf. I didn't really ask him. Saji answered. Underworld, residents of the Fenex clan. A handsome young man in his early 20s with short blonde hair and dark blue eyes, narrowed his eyes as he tried to ignore the intense surge of energy. For a number of years, he had sensed this power, and as it grew, so did his interest. Riser-sama. Unii-sama. Riser Fenex, the third son of the Fenex clan, turned around to face a large group which consisted of 15 young women. Shaking and rubbing his head, Riser crossed his arms. Don't bother me right now, girls. I have some thinking to do. Leaving the surprised group of girls, Riser retreated elsewhere, trying to figure out where and how the energy source came to be. This energy, it's a source not unlike that of the solar flares from the sun itself. It even rivals the heat of the Fenex clan, perhaps even surpasses it. Shaking his head in order to clear his thoughts, Riser scoffed and looked away. What am I saying? This is ridiculous. Listen to me, I'm paranoid over something that I haven't even experienced or seen yet. Humph. Shaking off his paranoia for only a moment, Riser Fenex walked off to another section of the underworld, hopeful in gathering some pleasant thoughts. Kyoa Academy, next day. Excuse me, Issei Hyoudou. At the call of his name, Issei stopped in his pace and turned to see a handsome young man with short blonde hair and light gray eyes walking towards him. The blonde-haired boy smiled at Issei, and held out his hand. How are you? My name's Yuato Kiba. Issei reached to shake Yuato's hand in respect. It's nice to meet you too, Kiba-san. Nodding in respect, Hyodo looked around the hallways, and looked back at Issei. The word around school says you're a new student here. Am I right? MHM. Issei nodded in reply. Well then, I should tell you that I really think you'll like this school. Issei rose an eyebrow at Hyodo's statement. I will. Hey look. It's Hyodo Kiba. Our Prince Charming. Is that the new guy? He's so cute. Hey, maybe he's another Prince Charming. No way. We can't have more than one Prince Charming. Why not? Issei adopted a puzzled look from the strange comments he was hearing from the girls in the hallways. Hyodo just smiled and shrugged his shoulders. I guess that means we're rivals, huh, Issei-san. The brown-haired young man was genuinely confused right now. He had no idea what the girls were talking about. Hey, Issei-kun. Both Issei and Hyodo turned to see Yuma Amano running towards them. Behind Issei, Hyodo's eyes narrowed just a bit, but he quickly softened his expression and smiled. Yuma noticed the demonic aura within Hyodo, but she composed herself as she smiled at Issei. How are you doing? You worried me a little bit after school yesterday. Issei rose an eyebrow at her words, but then he remembered what Yuma was talking about. Yeah, I was tired, so I wanted to get home as quickly as possible. Sorry I made you worry. No, it's fine. Yuma smiled warmly, just as long as you're okay. Issei took notice of Yuma's tone. Why was Yuma so worried about him? He sure was interacting with a lot more people than he had anticipated. Looking cautiously at Hyodo for a bit, Yuma returned her sight to Issei. ISS-. Hey, Issei-san. Hyodo cheerfully interrupted her. Yuma sent him a subtle but irritated glare to Hyodo. How dare he interrupt me? And with a smile no less. Issei took a step back as he noticed Yuma's eyes taking a more darker and sinister look. Hyodo smiled as he continued his sentence. After school is over, I would appreciate it if you would come with me. At Kyoha Academy, we have an organization called the Occult Research Club, and the president has been eager for you to see the club for yourself. The mention of the Devil's Club prompted a look of surprise from Yuma. What does the daughter of the Gremory clan want with him? Are the devils watching him as well? Issei blinked at Hyodo's offer, and he lifted a finger up to speak, until he started to hear a series of painful shouts from outside. Hey look! Someone's fighting the perverted duo outside. Perverted duo? Issei thought to himself. Issei, Hyodo, and Yuma made their way outside to see a crowd of students. Pushing past the crowd, the trio looked in surprise to see two males groaning in agony on the ground. One male was a jock, and the other male wore glasses. Why? All I wanted to do was touch some of your oppai. Why is she so cruel? Issei rubbed his head in confusion. Yuma scoffed and crossed her arms, clearly not amused at the scene in front of her. Idiots. Issei blinked and looked over at Yuma in puzzlement. You know them, Yuma-san. Unfortunately. Matsuda and Motohama. They're the infamous perverted students here at Kyoha Academy. They've caused a lot of trouble here, and it looks like someone actually did something about it. TCH. Such idiotic perverts. Lifting his head up at the familiar voice, Issei stared in awe at the sight of a familiar silver-haired girl glaring coldly at both Matsuda and Motohama. Liko-san. Liko Hyoudou looked up at the call of her name, and her harsh glare morphed into a warm and soft gaze as she smiled at Issei. Ah, Issei Itoko. What happened over here? And why are you at Kyoha Academy? Planting her foot on top of Motohama, Liko smiled as she explained the situation to her cousin. On a whim, I wanted to see what my baby cousin's school looked like. But as soon as I entered the school gates, I caught these two idiots following me. She kicked both of the perverts for good measure and crossed her arms. You're not planning to attend here, are y'all? Issei asked. If his cousin was attending Kyoha Academy, it was definitely going to be a strange year for Issei, knowing Liko's personality. Liko closed her eyes and shook her head in response to Issei's question. Not a chance, cousin. I just wanted to see what your school looked like, that's all. Not a bad appearance at all. Both Yuma and Yuato shared reluctant glances as they watched the verbal exchange between Issei and Liko. Cousins. From what I can tell, her aura is completely human. Issei's on the other hand. Huh. That's weird. Her energy isn't the same at all as Issei-san's. Are they even related? Smiling in amusement, Liko stepped back and waved to Issei as she made her departure. Chuckling at the look on her cousin's face, Liko left the school gates, wondering other ways on how she could get Issei out of his shell. Take care, cousin. I'll see you at home. She called out to Issei. The crowd of students had already scattered back inside the school, leaving Issei, Yuma, Yuato, and the perverted duo outside. Ignoring the groans of pain from Matsuda and Motohama, Yuma narrowed her eyes as she looked over to Issei. Haha. Well, I'll see you later, Issei-san. I've got to get back to class. Both Issei and Yuma turned to see Yuato waving goodbye at the former as he entered into the school. Looking back at Issei, Yuma dissolved her serious look into a cheerful smile, and she connected her arms with Issei's own. Issei flinched from the unexpected contact, and he looked over at Yuma in surprise. Yuma giggled at the look on Issei's face. Come on Issei-kun. We don't want to be late to class, do we? Giggling cheerfully, Yuma pulled the unresponsive yet surprised Issei inside Kyoto Academy. Above the building floated a familiar figure. The figure possessed the appearance of a long black-haired young girl with hollow dark gray eyes, dressed in a fashion akin to Gothic Lolita. Narrowing her eyes in her smaller form, Ophis watched the fallen angel pull what was hers into the school. The boy. He belongs to me. Not one soul shall take him away from me. He is mine. Feeling a burst of emotion swell within her, the Ouroboros dragon closed her gray eyes, and numerous snakes manifested around her body before she disappeared completely. Wrathful transformation. End of school. As Issei walked out of his last classroom, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he discovered the one who tapped him was Yuma. Why Yuma-san? Smiling cheerfully, Yuma put her hands behind her back. Hey, ISS-. Hey, Issei-san. Issei and Yuma turned to see Yuato Kiba walking towards them. It took Yuma all of her willpower to prevent herself from snarling in irritation. Why does he keep interrupting me whenever I need to talk to Issei? Cheerfully ignoring the annoyed look on Yuma's face, Yuato smiled as he spoke to Issei. So did you think about what I said earlier? About visiting the Occult Research Club? The president really wants to see you. Issei blinked and rubbed his head in confusion. Yuma widened her eyes and before she knew it, she was grabbing Issei's arm. Ignoring the surprised look on Issei's face, Yuma flashed Yuato a mocking smile. Sorry Prince Charming, but Issei-kun and I have plans for today. Both Issei and Yuato widened their eyes, the former in shock, and the latter in disbelief. We do. Issei stuttered. Yuma smiled as she looked over to Issei. Well, of course silly. We talked about it in class. But we dash. Come on. We should get going. Pulling a confused Issei along with her, Yuma snickered as she noticed the look on Yuato's face. Serves him right. Watching Yuma drag Issei out of the school, Yuato rose an eyebrow and crossed his arms in thought. What would a fallen angel want with Issei-san? In the Occult Research Club. So the fallen angel said she had plans with Issei. Yeah, but Yuato answered. The crimson-haired girl narrowed her eyes and crossed her arms. What does a fallen angel want with him? Not only that, but what does Azazel want with him? She sighed and put her hands on her desk. And here I was hoping he would feel a bit more comfortable in coming to the Occult Research Club today. Yuato smiled and tried to reassure the girl. Ria-sama, I'm sure he'll come around. We just have to make sure Yuma Amano doesn't do anything too drastic. Rias Gremory, the president of the Occult Research Club, the school's #1 beauty, and as well as one of Kyoto Academy's 2 great ladies, adopted a serious look. Getting up from her desk, she walked over to the couch tables, and picked up a chess piece. The pawn. As she looked at it closely, her blue-green eyes seemed to be glowing with great concentration. I only have access to 8 pawn pieces. But I'm starting to dread that even those might not be enough. I don't think mutation pieces will work, even if I borrowed a few pawn pieces from Sana. Placing the chess piece down onto the board, Rias walked over to the club window, and peered out of it to see Issei walking along with Yuma. I can't rush it though. Besides, there's a chance that he doesn't even want to become a devil. But perhaps I can convince him. Smiling deviously, Rias narrowed her eyes as she kept Issei in her sights. I won't let an interesting Kaoruhei pass by so easily. Outside of Kyoha Academy. Yuma-san. Why did you? Yuma smiled at the confused look on Issei's face, and giggled. Sorry about that, Issei-kun. I guess I just wanted you all to myself for a few minutes. But why? Yuma giggled again and put her hand in front of her mouth to suppress her laughter. He's so innocent about all this. Calming herself, Yuma smiled and turned to look at Issei. Issei-kun. Are you free tonight? I was thinking we could hang out. Issei blinked and rubbed his head in confusion. Well, I dash. Ring ring. Issei and Yuma widened their eyes at the sudden beeping noise, and the former reached into his pocket, taking out his cell phone. Flipping it open, he widened his eyes as he read the message. Looking up at Yuma, Issei gave her a shy look. Sorry, Yuma-san. I have to go home again. Again. Yuma widened her eyes as she watched Issei run across the bridge for the second time. Huffing softly, Yuma crossed her arms and pouted. Every time I suggest something we could do together, he always has something he has to do. Geez, it's not like I'm plotting to kill him or anything. That'd just be stupid. Feeling a little annoyed and disappointed, Yuma stormed off the opposite direction, trying to calm herself. Issei's house. Issei opened his house door and looked inside to see Liko already standing in front of him with a satisfied smirk on her face. Blinking in confusion, Issei shut the door behind him and rubbed the back of his head. Liko-san. Smiling at her cousin, Liko brushed her dark silver hair back and placed a hand on her hip. Fufu. So you got my message. Good. Let's go. Huh? Go where? Fufu. It's a surprise, my Issei Toko. It wouldn't be fun if I just told you, now would it? Well, Issei started before he inwardly sighed, is the place where we're going to that important? Liko flashed Issei a small smile, prompting the latter to widen his eyes at the sight. Does my baby cousin not want to spend time with me? Harsh. Issei noticeably tensed at Liko's words. And no, that's not it at all, Liko-san. Liko's small smile widened as she grabbed Issei by the arm and dragged him with her. Great. She responded cheerfully. In the underworld, base of the fallen angels. Something troubling you, Rainare. Yuma Amano, now dressed in an immodest variation of an S&M attire, pouted as she crossed her arms. Azazel rose an eyebrow in wonder, and then he shrugged and looked back to researching more about sacred gears. Nothing, Azazel-sama. Humph. She's just pissed off because she didn't get to hang out with her precious Issei-kun. Rainare turned to glare at a buxom fallen angel, who had blue hair and golden brown eyes. Mind your own business, Kala Warner. My, aren't we snippy today? Shut up. Now, girls. Let's not fight now. You can do it tomorrow. Rainare and Kala Warner rose simultaneous eyebrows as they looked at Azazel, who was still researching with a concentrated look on his face. The student council room. Absolutely not, Rias. What do you mean, Sana? Aren't we friends? Sana fixed her glasses as she listened to her childhood friend begging her. Narrowing her violet eyes, she answered her friend in a calculating and cold voice. Yes, we are friends. However, our friendship shouldn't be affected by your desire to claim our Kaoruhei. Do you wish to claim him as a piece for yourself? Sana rolled her eyes at Rias's accusation, but she complied by answering her anyway. Even if I wanted to make Issei Hyoudou my pawn, it would be pointless. Rias widened her eyes in confusion. What do you mean? I know he costs more than 8 pawn pieces. I'm sure I could retrieve some more. Sana eyed her friend for a moment, and closed her violet eyes. It's pointless, Rias. Issei Hyoudou is much too powerful. As far as I'm concerned, none of our pieces can be used on him. I don't understand. It's as Kaiko has just stated. Rias looked over at the black-haired girl with blue, semi-rimmed glasses with square lenses. Tsubaki Shinra, the vice president of the student council, narrowed her eyes as she stood next to Sana. We all know that Issei's energy structure indicates that he is by no means a human at all. But, regarding the pieces possessed by you and Kaiko, they are useless against Issei. Rias blinked several times in disbelief. You mean they won't work on him? But why not? Perhaps he is more than just a non-human. Sana mused. Era. The three beauties of Kyoto Academy looked over to see a black Kaired girl with the orange ribbon in her hair. Akeno Himejima held a surprised look on her face as her violet eyes widened in disbelief. Is our little Kaoruhei so powerful that not even the evil pieces will work on him? Correct. Answered Tsubaki. Another factor we should consider is his energy output, Rias. It's absolutely colossal, even by the standards of a devil of the ultimate class. And, it's constantly growing. Sana stated. Rias narrowed her eyes as she listened carefully to Sana's words. So even if we found out the number of evil pieces we would need to recruit Issei, it still wouldn't be enough. It couldn't be dealt with anyway. As I said, the massive energy output he possesses seems to rise substantially every so often. It doesn't matter how many evil pieces we collect, they won't work on Issei Hyoudou anyway. Rias crossed her arms, and she frowned. Well, there goes my hopes of adding him to my peerage. It is a shame. I know I would have loved to get a new Kaoruhei. Akeno added in her 2 cents. It is a shame. Sana said. What is it, Tsubaki? Sana asked her. Realizing quickly she had hummed in disappointment out loud, Tsubaki composed herself and crossed her arms. Nothing, Kaiko. I had something bothering my throat. You. You don't have to lie, Tsubaki. We're all a little disappointed as well. It's a shame our little Kaoruhei won't be able to join any of our peerages. Akeno said. Tsubaki fought in vain to suppress the blush that slowly formed on her face, but alas, it appeared, and she lightly glared at the amused Akeno. She couldn't deny that she was a little disappointed when Sana had informed her that Issei was unable to join her peerage. At first, she had thought that Rias had defeated Sana in a bet to see who would claim Issei, but imagine her surprise when Sana had revealed that Rias wouldn't be able to claim Issei as well. Rias sighed as she placed her hand on her cheek. Guess that's what I get for wanting a powerful young boy in my peerage. Suddenly, a flame-like magic circle appeared in the middle of the student council room, and a silhouette appeared out from above it. Rias, Akeno, Sana, and Tsubaki covered their eyes from the brightness, and as the light faded, they removed their arms from their face. Squinting her eyes, Rias widened her eyes in shock, as well as the other women in the student council. Riser Fenex, releasing a pool of flames that surrounded his body, glared at the crimson-haired beauty. Where is he, Rias? Where is who? Riser narrowed his blue eyes darkly. The boy called Issei Hyoudou. I need to find him. At the mention of their Kaoruhei, the 4 most popular girls at Kyoto Academy narrowed their eyes simultaneously. Sana crossed her arms as she glared at the Fenex male. What do you want with him, Riser? With a scoff, Riser wiped some dust off of his blazer jacket, and looked towards the women. Not that it's any of your business, but I'll tell you anyway. I wish to fight him. In the shopping centers. Why are we at the mall? Issei Toko asks so many questions. Issei cautiously looked around his surroundings and saw many people mingling around the mall. He didn't know why Liko had taken him to this place. Smiling at the look on her cousin's face, Liko changed her expression and narrowed her eyes. She took a seat next to him on the bench. Her facial expression then morphed into a concerned yet harsh glare. Issei Toko. We need to talk. Issei widened his eyes and turned to look at his cousin. About what? About you. What about me? Sighing and placing her hand on her forehead, Liko turned to look at her adoptive cousin. Issei. What is your opinion on life? Raising a confused eyebrow at the unexpected question, Issei rubbed his head. Well, I don't really have an opinion, Liko-san. I know that life is short, but... Staring at her cousin with an unreadable look, Liko closed her eyes and shook her head. So small. Huh. You're so small, my Issei Toko. Too fragile. Issei widened his eyes at the reply. Liko turned to glare at her cousin with harsh and sharp crimson ruby orbs of vision. With the way you are always acting, life is not going to be your greatest ally. Life is going to take advantage of you, because it relies on your personality to help screw you over. The young man looked at his cousin in surprise. Aye. Narrowing her crimson eyes until they were slits, Liko stood up from her seat and maintained her harsh glare. You're weak, Issei. And because you're so weak, you'll never be strong enough to live your own life if you keep acting like this. You need to stop being so nervous and better yourself. Liko sharply gulped down the lump in her throat. She knew what she was saying was harsh, but she had to get through to her cousin. With his shy personality, the world was going to be something that he would always fear, and God knows, Liko didn't want that tragedy to befall on Issei. As he looked up at his glaring cousin, Issei adopted a shocked look on his face. As he remembered bits and portions of his life so far, he widened his eyes on how Liko was correct. The harassment from the kids about his eyes wasn't the only thing that was harming him. It was himself. Shutting off from society and not interacting with people had certainly hindered him as a person. He had always stayed to himself, fearing that everyone would judge him based on his appearance. He was hurting himself. He was the one who was stopping himself from moving on. Liko-san's right. I'm only hurting myself. And if I keep doing that, then life might just, no. Life will hurt me. Issei Toko. At the call of his cousin's nickname for him, Issei looked up just in time to see Liko placing her hand on his cheek. With soft yet stern eyes, Liko stared at her cousin with concern and pressed her forehead against his. I am telling you all this, as a concerned cousin who loves you. So much. Do you understand? Staring wide-eyed at his cousin, Issei gained a slight serious look and he slowly nodded. Satisfied at her cousin's answer, Liko removed her hand from Issei's cheek, and went to walk away from him. I'm going to walk around the mall for a bit. I'll meet you back here. All right? Stay here and wait for me. Maintaining his sad yet somber look, Issei nodded to his cousin. Staring at her cousin, Liko went off to another direction. Issei Toko. As he sat on the bench, Issei placed his hand on his cheek, thinking about what Liko had said. She was right, no doubt about that. He really had to toughen up if he was going to survive life. Here he was, avoiding everyone, and he wasn't even an adult yet. I still have a lot of years ahead of me. And here I am, wasting them away. Excuse me? Are you Issei Hyoudou? Looking up, Issei rose an eyebrow as he saw two girls in strange clothing. Who are they? One was a well-endowed young woman of Chinese descent with shoulder-length black hair and blue-green eyes. Her hair had two Chinese-style buns on both sides of her head, while the front features bangs formed a slight V-shape across her forehead. She wore a navy blue kipao with gold accents, a white sash around her stomach, and black, low-heeled shoes. She also wore a black armband over her forearms. The second girl had blue hair and light brown eyes. Her hair was styled with 4 short ponytails, with 2 of the 4 pointed up and the remaining 2 pointed down. The front of her hair featured split bangs going across her forehead, with side bangs framing her face. Her outfit consisted of a white haori with a red obi, which was worn under a red happy coat. She wore bandages on her forearms and shins, and wore black guards over her hands. Covering her feet, were a pair of Zorya. Issei noticed the proud smirks on the girls' faces, and he felt that he was about to be in a dangerous situation. Who are you? The girl of Chinese descent placed her hand on her hip, narrowing her blue-green eyes. Who we are is none of your concern. The only thing you need to know is that our master, Riser-sama, requires your presence. Riser. At another section of the mall. Liko sighed as she ordered a beverage. She was getting mixed feelings about her talk with Issei. It had to be said. I'm aware of his past, but I can't have a cousin who shuts himself away all the time. If he keeps doing that, his life is going to be the worst. It just had to be said. Taking a sip of her drink, Liko closed her eyes and walked off to another section of the mall. Looking around her surroundings, Liko rose an eyebrow as she felt something behind her. Stopping for only a second, Liko turned around, only to see nothing. Raising an eyebrow, Liko turned back around and her crimson ruby eyes widened as she dropped her drink in surprise. The Occult Research Club. Why on earth do you want to fight Issei? Rias asked. She was genuinely confused on why Riser Fenex wanted to fight someone he didn't even know. Her blue eyes green widened. Did Riser sense his power as well? The Fenex male scoffed and crossed his arms. That's none of your concern, Rias. Rias narrowed her eyes. It is my concern, Riser. Why? Because he's a part of your peerage. Issei Hyoudou is unaffected by the evil pieces. Sana put in her 2 cents. Riser widened his eyes a little, and then he shrugged. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared next to him, revealing a busta woman with long, wavy purple hair that fell all the way down her back and matching eyes. Bowing down to Riser, the woman smiled as she lifted herself up. Riser-sama. Swollen and Myra have seized the boy. He is now in the underworld. Smiling, Riser placed a hand on the woman's shoulder and rubbed it. Excellent work, Yobelina. Our match will start soon, I expect. The girls of the Occult Research Club and the Student Council widened their eyes, with Rias speaking their mutual thoughts. I'll ask you again, Riser. Why do you want to fight Issei? Turning around to face her, Riser sneered. You and I both know that his power has been sensed far across the trenches of the underworld, Rias. The reason I want to fight him is because I want to see if he is truly powerful. But he doesn't even know that he has powers to begin with. Don't you think it's dangerous to fight someone who doesn't know his or her own strength? Akeno yelled. Rias narrowed her eyes darkly as she nodded in agreement to Akeno's statement. Riser, I can guarantee that once my Unii-sama hears about this, he'll dash. Spare your threats, Rias. Surtsk-sama was actually one of the participants who agreed for this fight to commence. What? Unii-sama wouldn't dash. He did. It seems he and I have the same wish. We both want to see the full extent of Issei Hyoudou's power. Smirking widely at the shocked faces from the girls, Riser put his hands in his blazer pockets. I got permission from Surtsk-sama to have this fight with the brat. But I didn't tell Surtsk-sama on how I would go about firing up the brat. Your attempted fight with Issei is pointless if he doesn't have any experience to support himself, Riser. That is not a fair fight. Tsubaki stated as she narrowed her eyes. Like that matters. Soon enough, I'll prove that this brat is nothing more than a barely lit light bulb. Placing his hand on the ground, a magic circle resembling the shape of a phoenix appeared. Looking up at the 4 beauties of Kyoa Academy, Riser sent them a dark smirk. The fight between Issei and I is going to be broadcasted. You can come to the underworld if you wish. However, if you don't want to see the brat beaten to death up close, I suggest you simply watch from your little televisions. And with that message, the Fenex devil, along with Yobelina, disappeared as the magic circle engulfed them and transmitted them away. Rias, Akeno, Sana, and Tsubaki all stood inside the Occult Research Club, all unable to believe what was happening. Arena in the underworld. Issei didn't know what had just happened. One minute he was at the mall, and the next minute he appeared to be in an arena of some sort. As he looked around his surroundings, he noticed a large crowd of formal-dressed people sitting above the arena. Where am I? Issei Hyoudou. At the call of his name, Issei looked up to see a young man with short blonde hair and dark blue eyes. He was dressed in a burgundy blazer with gold embroidery on the right with matching pants and black dress shoes. Underneath his open blazer was a white dress shirt that was not fully buttoned. Who are you? Riser smirked as he looked down at his opponent. So this is the brat I was so paranoid about. To think I believed that he was actually a terror to look at. Though his eyes are strange looking. Humph, no matter. I'll make short work of him. You want to know who I am? I'm the end of your life, that's who I am. Issei widened his eyes and took a step back. What the heck is going on? Those 2 girls. They said their master required my presence. Are you their master? Humph. Give the boy a prize. Blinking several times, Issei narrowed his eyes a little in annoyance. In his opinion, he knew the guy who was standing in front of him was belittling him. What do you want with me? Riser didn't respond, but he maintained his condescending smirk. Above the crowd, a man in his early 20s with shoulder-length crimson-red hair and blue-green eyes, appeared and faded away, before reappearing between Riser and Issei. He sent his eyes towards Riser, before sending them to Issei. So this is the famous Issei Hyoudou. That's right, Surtsuke-sama. Riser added. Issei blinked in confusion. How do you know my name? I don't know any of you people. Surtsuke's Lucifer, the older brother of Rias Gremory, smiled as he looked back to Riser. Riser, I sense a great power within this boy. He smiled wider as he looked over to the confused Issei. I wish you good luck, Issei Hyoudou. But I don't understand. What's happening? Issei asked. Transmitting away from the two and reappearing on his throne, Surtsuke placed his hands on his lap as he waited for the imminent battle. Crossing his arms, Riser sneered at Issei. What's happening is that we are going to fight. And whoever is left standing achieves victory. Issei widened his eyes further. Fight? What do you mean? I don't want to fight you. I don't even know you. I don't even care about victory. Humph. Why? Because you're frightened you'll lose. I don't blame you, because you're right to be afraid. No. I barely even know you. I didn't do anything to you. Issei shouted in great bafflement. Why did this guy want to fight him? He'd never met Riser at all. And yet, this man wanted to fight him for no reason. Gaining an impatient look in his eyes, Issei took a step back. No. There's no reason for us to fight. I won't fight you. Just bring me back to my world, and we'll never have to see each other again. Riser narrowed his eyes darkly. It won't be fun to fight him if he's so hesitant. A dark smile then grew on his face. Perhaps goading him is an option. I certainly don't want to waste my time fighting a hesitant opponent. I see now. You won't fight me because you're a spineless coward. Issei's eyes widened at the insult. What? No I dash. Riser smirked wider as he continued his goading. Or is it because you're too weak? You're just a timid little fool who doesn't even deserve to live in this world. Issei looked taken aback from Riser's jibe. I dash. Or, is it because you're just a worthless excuse for a human being? Oh wait, you aren't even human, are you? What with those eyes of yours, it makes me want to just put you out of your misery. Feeling his heart pounding, Issei started to feel an emotion he had not felt in a long time. Unbridled hatred. Pure, raw anger. It was an emotion he had felt for many years. That day when the bullies had approached him at his elementary school, only to surround him into a physical confrontation. Their mocking words, he was starting to remember. Riser's smirk widened as he noticed Issei with his head down, gritting his teeth. Almost there. Now for the last one. If you're so hesitant to fight me, then this might change your mind. Issei lifted his head up and gave Riser a rare harsh glare. The crowd above the arena began to stare with widened eyes at Issei. Riser, on the other hand, appeared absolutely ecstatic. Above the arena, a large screen TV that appeared as an item akin to a jumbotron, appeared. Riser smirked as he pointed to the screen. Watch closely, brat. This is something I want to show you. Narrowing his eyes, Issei looked up as the screen showed less static, and his eyes widened when the static cleared up. Liko-san. The dark silver-haired girl was unconscious, appearing as though she was trapped onto the wall with glowing binds on her wrists and legs. Next to her was Yubelina, who was holding a staff-like scepter directed at Liko. As his eyes widened in disbelief and his teeth gritted with rage, Issei slowly turned to look at Riser. Riser kept his smirk as he noticed that Issei's entire body was shaking in an attempt to calm himself. Finally. About time this brat got angry. His eyes twitching, Issei tightened his hands into fists. Riser. Let her go. Humph. I don't think so, Issei Hyoudou. Riser looked up at Yubelina and smiled wider. You know what to do. Yes, Riser-sama. Issei widened his eyes. What's she going to do? Humph. Answer me, Riser. Yobelina, with a dark smirk on her face, closed her eyes as her wand brightened. Issei tensed at the sight, and he took a step forward as he noticed the woman placing the wand directly on Lyco's neck. What are you doing? Riser, tell her to stop. Not even moving an inch, Riser smirked as he nodded for Yobelina to continue. Her smirk growing, Yobelina pressed the wand deeper onto Lyco's neck, and the wand glowed brighter, until the wand suddenly emitted a wave of fire that immediately morphed into a cloud of smoke, the result resembling the explosion of a bomb. Issei froze in his spot, his mouth agape with absolute shock. Ha 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 ha. Well, that's done. What do you think about that, Issei Hyoudou? Riser taunted. Raising an eyebrow at receiving no response, Riser set his blue eyes towards Issei. The young man's body shook in tremors, his brown hair covering his eyes. Gritting his teeth, Issei trembled as he closed his hands into fists. Why you? You, how could you? Riser, why? The Fenex male smirked as he had finally gotten what he wanted. It's about time he got serious. Perhaps our battle will be more satisfying. Setting himself into a battle position, Riser widened his eyes when he felt the ground shaking. He looked up to see the crowd trying to balance themselves, as they all looked in confusion. Hey! What's happening? The whole arena's shaking. What? Riser widened his eyes further. Everything's shaking. He looked back down to stare cautiously at Issei, whose hair still covered his eyes. Suddenly, Issei's hair began to rise up. However, it lowered back down, before it rose up once again, the change repeating constantly. Riser looked down to see the ground of the arena beginning to lift up as cracks were ejected from the ground. Ggggghhhh. Riser looked up in surprise to see Issei's hair rising up once more, but this time it seemed to take a spiky shape to it. His former brown hair had morphed into a orange-yellow jutted upward hairstyle. Orange-yellow spiky locks of hair spiked upwards, pointing in all directions, giving Issei a whole different look. Riser widened his eyes in shock. What happened to his appearance? Riser. At the call of his name, Riser widened his eyes when he saw Issei's body tremble even harder. Issei lifted his head, revealing his original soft multicolored eyes, now morphing into constricted pupils. Before Riser could react, Issei lifted his head up, and let out a great bellow, as his irises and pupils disappeared completely. Grrrr. A large orange-yellow aura of the leftover solar energy within his body flared outwardly, and covered him entirely. What? Riser screamed. In front of him, was now a quiet orange-yellow spiky-haired Issei, whose body seemed to be more developed, and his skin tone glowed lighter than usual, along with his energy output increasing from the aura that surrounded him. Empowered by the solar energy within him, Issei turned his pupilless eyes towards Riser, who looked at the angered young man in absolute shock. Who the hell are you? Gritting his teeth, Issei clutched his fist, and with a bellow, he released a flare of solar flare-like energy that formed into a aura. I told you that I didn't want to fight you. I begged you to stop, and to let go of my cousin. I asked you to quit it. Issei started to shake as his aura flared out once more. The crowd above the arena stared in shock at the non-human. Narrowing his pupilless eyes, Issei screamed out his final outburst. But you didn't listen, and you blew it. You blew it. Riser. Issei vs Riser, the conclusion. The dimensional gap. Floating around in peace within her home, Ophis maintained her emotionless stare as she watched a massive red western dragon soar around the dimensional gap. Bastard Red. The Great Red, also known as the True Red Dragon Emperor God, an Apocalypse Dragon, paused in his soaring and turned his head to glare at Ophis. Ever since he had taken residence in the dimensional gap, Ophis had been nothing but harsh and cold to him. The True Red Dragon Emperor God figured that the Infinite Dragon God could at least appreciate a little bit of his company, seeing as it always seemed so lonely. Besides, Great Red rarely went out of his way to actually stay with anyone. He was just trying to be a good friend to Ophis. But unfortunately, Ophis assumed the reason for Great Red's appearance into her home was because she thought he was trying to steal it from her. Great Red huffed in annoyance. It wasn't his fault. How was he supposed to know that the Ouroboros dragon craved silence? Why don't you keep quiet, Ophis? If you haven't noticed, I'm trying to soar around here. Home stealer. Home snatcher. Baka Red. Urusei. Stupid Red. Okay, you know what? You little dash. The Great Red stopped himself and lifted his head up. He widened his golden eyes when he saw that Ophis had just given him a rude gesture. With her middle finger. Hey. You put down that tiny finger of yours. Where the hell did you even learn that? Do you even know what that gesture means, you little dash? Foo dash. Ophis cut herself off when she suddenly felt an immense surge of energy rising. Her gray widened considerably as she realized who had released that energy. It was that boy. The boy she encountered 11 years ago. When she had sensed his energy for the first time, it fascinated her. The boundless amount of solar energy infused within the boy absolutely captivated her. The boy had the potential to obtain nigh limitless power and raw strength. In a way, the boy was akin to her. Ophis represented the aspect of infinity, as she was born from the nothingness of infinity itself. That boy had a similar aspect like her. His energy structure was entirely composed of the vast universal source of energy, the sun. So long as the sun existed, then its infinite energy was eternally renewable. But now the energy this boy was releasing was troubling. It was released in the form of extreme fury. It honestly affected her greatly. When she had first met the boy, both his energy and aura exuded a pure radiance. But now his aura oozed utmost ferocity. Something is wrong. The Great Red tilted his head as he too sensed the energy. What a peculiar energy. He looked down to see Ophis in a trance-like state. Her gray eyes appeared more hollow than usual. What's with you, Ophis? Ophis didn't respond to him directly, too entranced by the aura that boy was releasing. Something is terribly wrong. Dungeon of the Fenex clan. Crimson ruby eyes fluttered momentarily, before they shot wide open. What the hell? Issei Hyoudou moaned in irritation as she rubbed her head. Where am I? The last place I remember was at the mall with Isatako. As she looked around her surroundings, she discovered that she was behind a pair of glowing bars. Widening her crimson eyes, Issei sat up to try to grasp on the bars and rattle them open, before recoiling in pain at the touch. Ah! Damn it! Oh, so you're finally awake. Jumping at the sound of the unexpected voice, Issei looked up to see a teenage version of Chun-Li staring down at her with a smug expression. Issei narrowed her crimson eyes and got up from her spot. Who the hell are you? Swollen smirked as she moved away from the glowing bars. Why should I tell you? It's not like you have any right to order me around. Shut the hell up. Swollen chuckled as she observed the cousin of Issei with narrowed blue-green eyes. Riser-sama is about to face that adorable cousin of yours. I have to admit, for a weakling he's kind of cute. Very cute, especially with those different colored eyes of his. Don't you dare call him weak, you bitch. Issei shouted. How dare this Chun-Li wannabe insult her cousin like this? Sure, Issei was soft-spoken and quiet, but he certainly wasn't weak. Issei's eyes widened as she remembered Swollen's first sentence. Wait. Who the hell is Riser? And where the hell am I? Where's Issei? Foo. Swollen chuckled as she walked away from the girl. Hey. Don't you dare walk away. Tell me where Issei is. Foo. I can't wait for Riser-sama to beat this kid to a pulp. It's a shame though, he's actually a real cutie. OWEL-. Riser. Both Issei and Swollen widened their eyes when they heard the echoed bellow of pure wrath. The dungeon of the Fenex clan suddenly shook in tremors, as both Issei and Swollen struggled to regain their balance. Was that Issei Itoko? What the hell was that? The student council room. Rias, Akeno, Yuato, Sana, Tsubaki, a girl with white hair and hazel eyes, Konako, and Saji looked on in amazement and shock as they witnessed Issei's solar transformation. The members had chosen to stay in the human world, and had used magic properties to create a viewing portal for the match between Riser and Issei. The members of the Occult Research Club and the Student Council were literally shaking with extreme trepidation, as they looked at Issei in his newly obtained solar form. Rias gulped down a nervous lump in her throat. He transformed. I can't believe it. I can feel his power all the way from the underworld. The rest in the Student Council room didn't respond, until Saji spoke up, clenching his fists. I've never seen newbie like this at all. And it's all because of that stupid prick Riser. How could he do that to Issei's cousin? The four beauties of Kyoa Academy widened their eyes and turned to look at Saji. His cousin. Hyodo nodded and informed them. Yes, that girl was Issei's cousin. She seemed to really care for Issei, and vice versa. Rias felt her heart pour out for Issei. She lowered her head, her hair shadowing her blue-green eyes. Why? How could Unii-sama allow this to happen? She slammed her hand on the desk in a fit of rage. It's unbelievable. Rias lifted her head up and looked over to Sana, whose violet eyes narrowed darkly. I can see Surtsuke-sama allowing permission for Riser to fight Issei Hyoudou. But I cannot see him allowing Riser to murder Issei's cousin. It is not like him. Are you saying that Surtsuke-sama was not aware of Riser's plans? Tsubaki asked. It's possible. However, that still doesn't change a thing. As a result of the combined actions of Rias's Unii-sama and Riser, Issei's personality, perhaps it is never going to be the same. Saji and Hyodo exchanged mutual glances and they both lowered their heads in unhappiness. Damn that Riser. Now because of him, Issei. Hyodo began. He felt that he couldn't say any more, and he sighed in sadness. Newbie. Saji said as he crossed his arms. Azazel's headquarters. Azazel, and a surprised Rainare sat as they watched the fight between Issei and Riser through a magic viewing portal. I can't believe it. Is that really Issei? Rainare said in amazement, and a little bit of fright. The young boy she had been trying to get close to. He was so shy and quiet, and yet so kind. And here he was, transformed into a much more powerful state with his mind clouded by extreme fury. Azazel hummed as he crossed his arms. It's always the quiet ones. Who would have thought? Arena in the underworld. Riser Fenex was a lot of things. He was known to be an overconfident, arrogant, and aggressive playboy with a holier-than-thou personality. He was the third son of the powerful Fenex clan. He was also a douche. A very contemptible douche. Riser always thought he was a great tactician, armed with a powerful peerage, and his own smarts. I really should have thought this through. Those were the thoughts that ran through Riser's mind as he stared directly into the pupilless eyes of the boy he had foolishly harassed. Issei Hyoudou. For many years, Riser had sensed the boy's immense power. For years, the thought of Issei's power had tortured Riser's mind, and it admittedly began to make him just a bit paranoid. Then out of sheer brilliance, Riser had gotten the bright idea of summoning his peerage to capture Issei and that cousin of his, in order to get Issei to fight him. After that, he chose to deliberately insult Issei, and then, he showed Issei Yubelina killing his cousin on screen. Dumbest idea he has ever had. And to top it all off, he had made a risky bet with Surtsuke and Lord Fenex. If Issei won, he would inherit all of Riser's possessions, his mansion, his wealth, and his servants. Well, wealth was what concerned Riser the most. After all, the Fenex clan wasn't exactly poor. There was a reason they were more than just noble. Although at this point, Riser would have guessed that Issei wanted nothing to do with his servants, especially after the idiotic stunt the Fenex male had just pulled. He had really pulled a huge gamble, and now it was backfiring greatly. As Issei glowered at him with his orbs of sight, Riser couldn't help but feel an overwhelming chill down his spine. Shrugging off the feeling, and narrowing his eyes, Riser got into a battle position, and out of his back, burst forth flaming wings. Staring coldly at Riser, Issei remained where he was, his eyes narrowed into slits. All he felt was overwhelming fury. All of the suppressed rage he had built up from when he was younger, had finally manifested in the form of his solar transformation. And now Riser was going to be the target of Issei's wrath. His rage growing by the second, Issei flared his aura, the light from it illuminating throughout the arena of the underworld. The devils sitting above the arena, noticeably shook in consternation. They were extremely frightened, yet they were also shocked and amazed that a mere child possessed so much power. Sitting in his throne, Surtsk's Lucifer had an expression akin to bewilderment and shock. Originally he had agreed to allow Riser to fight Issei, merely because he wanted to see how powerful Issei was. But what Surtsk didn't expect, was how Riser intended for Issei to fight him. I did not foresee this. He certainly didn't expect Riser to go through what he just did. Insulting Issei, goading Issei into fighting him, and the last act of Riser's foolishness. Killing someone who Issei apparently had close contact with. Had Surtsk known what Riser was actually going to do, he would have immediately cancelled the fight, had it not been for Lord Fenex, the father of Riser. Moments ago, Surtsk's Lucifer widened his blue-green eyes as he watched Riser's queen eradicating the brown-black-haired girl with her staff. As he looked down to Issei, he felt such great sorrow for the boy. Narrowing his eyes, Surtsk went to stand up to cancel the fight, until he was stopped by none other than Lord Fenex. Lord Fenex. Let the fight commence. Why? For what your son has done dash. I know what my son has done. And it's unfortunate for this young boy. That is why I am allowing the fight to go on uninterrupted. Narrowing his eyes, Lord Fenex turned to look at Surtsk. What my son has just done was foolish. From this battle, he is going to regret his actions, and learn that he cannot manipulate the lives of others to get what he wants. Surtsk stared in shock as he listened to Lord Fenex's words, and he lowered his head in shame. It's my fault. With a snarl of rage, Issei charged at the Fenex male in a great burst of agility. Riser, surprised at the speed, didn't even have enough time to dodge. Issei tightened his hand into a fist and landed a harsh punch to Riser's face. AHH! Riser yelled out in pain as he flew back from the impact. Son of a bitch! Gritting his teeth at the pain, Riser finally smarted up and used his wings to balance himself. He widened his eyes when he saw Issei charging at him again. Narrowing his eyes, Riser charged towards Issei, lifting his hand into a fist to counter. As the two soared towards each other, Issei dodged Riser's punch. Widening his eyes in surprise, Riser was unprepared as Issei kneed him in the abdomen, causing the Fenex male to cough out blood. Closing his mouth in order to prevent any blood from coming out, Riser flared his energy aura, successfully blowing Issei away from him. Riser clenched his hands into fists, and harshly glared at Issei, who glared back at him with great ferocity. You stupid brat! How dare you do this to me? If there was any indication that Issei had heard him at all, the boy didn't show it. All he did was glare harshly at Riser, his pupilless eyes showing nothing but the pure intensity of his inner wrath. His eyes widening in rage, Riser let out a scream as his wings grew to a great size. Above the wings, a colossal energy sphere manifested, its essence containing the pure flames of the Phoenix itself. Here brat! Dodge this if you can! After declaring, Riser shot the colossal sphere of flames towards Issei, who remained where he was. Riser widened his eyes as he noticed this. What the hell is he doing? He's not moving. As the sphere of flames drew closer to him, Issei narrowed his eyes, and he lifted his head up as he let out a great scream of fury. Grrrr. The sphere of blazes collided with Issei, seemingly consuming him entirely. Riser looked on in shock momentarily, before his face broke out into a wide grin. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Yes. The devils looked on in shock at the sight in front of them. Riser's attack had completely obliterated the young boy entirely. As Riser looked back down, his eyes widened further, and he felt his breath leave his throat. The sphere of flaming blazes he had summoned onto Issei, it was growing smaller. The entire arena amplified the scream of Issei, as the young man absorbed the essence of Riser's attack. The Fenex male looked on in horror as he witnessed his sphere of blazes being consumed by Issei's energy aura. Suddenly, Issei's body glowed, until a much more distinct aura manifested around him. The initial aura Issei had previously emitted a orange-yellow color, but now the aura manifesting around Issei emitted a blackish-gray color. The aura engulfed Issei, causing a bright flash to illuminate within the arena. The devils shielded their eyes from the brightness, and then as the light faded, they removed their arms from their eyes. Riser opened his eyes, and he gasped as he flew back. His appearance. He's changed again. The young man he was fighting, his appearance had changed once again. Issei's hair was now a night black color, and was no longer as spiky as his solar form, but was more upright. His left eye had regained its dough brown color once more, however his right eye did not retain its yellow-orange color. His right eye was now a black-grayish color. His facial features were also more pronounced, giving him a look of intense focus. Riser looked on in terror at the massive surge of explosive power radiating from Issei. He absorbed my flames. That's impossible. The student council room. He transformed again. Saji exclaimed. The members of the Occult Research Club and the Student Council all looked on in amazement and horror as they witnessed Issei go through yet another transformation. Rias's body shook as she felt Issei's power explode once more. He's even stronger than before. He absorbed Riser's flames. Tsubaki said as her stoic expression disappeared completely. This is completely unprecedented. Sana exclaimed. Azazel's headquarters. This can't be. He transformed again. Rainare shouted. Yes, it seems so. By absorbing the flames of a member of the Fenex clan, Issei achieved another form on his own. Those black flames, they look like hellfire. Azazel mused. Hellfire. But he's not a devil. That's true. Azazel gained a serious look as he placed his hand under his chin. He's not a devil. However, the solar energy within his body, it changed when he absorbed Riser Fenex's flames. There are many aspects of our sun. However, the most important aspects are the purifying/nurturing and the destructive aspects. It seems that Issei's second transformation is the combined result of his rage, therefore signifying the destructive aspect of the sun, and Riser's flames. A hellfire transformation. Hellfire Issei. Azazel smirked as he peered at the magic viewing portal, paying close attention to the black aura of blazes around Issei. Hellfire, the mystical flames of hell. It can cause excruciating pain upon contact instead or even cause instant death. Who would have thought that Issei could achieve a transformation like this, just by absorbing a phoenix's flames? This boy is very interesting. The male fallen angel mused. Heaven. Michael, the leader of the angels, gulped down a sharp and nervous lump in his throat as he tried to endure through the great power surge that had just manifested itself. How can this boy possess so much power? Widening his green eyes, Michael turned around to face his sister Gabriel, who had her hand on her chest once again. Her beautiful face had morphed into an expression of great sadness. This cataclysmic surge of power. It's from that young boy. It's so suffocating. In the dimensional gap. Ophis lifted her hands and put them to her cheeks as an expression akin to worry and shock formed on her face. The power she had felt from that boy, it had increased explosively, but yet it had also obtained a more distinct aura. There is something wrong. The spawn of the sun. He has undergone through another transformation. Great Red looked down at Ophis with an almost confused expression on his face. Out of all the moments he has begrudgingly spent time with Ophis, he had never seen her like this before. She looked so shocked. Ophis. The boy. He is different. More powerful, yet destructive. This bothered her greatly. The radiance and purity of the solar energy the boy had possessed is what fascinated and attracted her to him in the first place. But now this power, it was absolutely devastating. I do not like this. Not at all. He worries me. Great Red rose his head in confusion, and huffed. Wonder what poor schmuck made this kid mad. Ignoring Great Red's comment, Ophis narrowed her normally stoic gray eyes darkly. The boy. He is mine. He belongs to me. Only me. Someone hurt him. They hurt him. They hurt what is mine. Great Red blinked in surprise at the foreign tone Ophis had used in speaking her thoughts. Never thought I'd see Ophis so possessive over someone. Arena in the underworld. Riser. Riser widened his eyes at Issei. The young man's voice was deathly cold. He felt a chill in his spine as he tried to endure Issei's icy stare. Bringing me here was your first mistake. Issei began. Golden bolts of lightning sparks surrounded Issei's blackish aura. Riser stiffened at the raw intensity of his opponent's power. Belittling me was your second mistake. The Fenex male could only stare at Issei in horror, his mouth agape. Issei narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists, giving Riser a fierce glare. Your third mistake was attacking my cousin. The blackish aura with golden sparks surrounding Issei flared outwardly, prompting Riser to back away from the intensity. The Fenex male paled as he noticed the ominous death glare Issei was giving him. And once I'm through with you, it will be your last. Unknown location. Albion, do you sense it? I do. Do you believe the other heavenly dragon has awakened? No. I don't recognize Drake's presence within the power you are sensing. The power seems to be unique in its own. On a much different scale compared to Drake's. A handsome young man with dark silver hair and blue eyes, stood up from his spot as he crossed his arms. A disappointed scowl formed on his face as he looked off to the side. Humph. And here I thought I would finally have the chance to meet my rival. What a shame. Never before did I ever expect myself to say this, but do not cloud yourself in arrogance, Volley. And might I remind you, although I was sealed in a sacred gear, there is a chance that Drake was not. For all we know, the bastard's sealed in something else. After all, we were both apart when we were sealed. I have not seen Drake in a long time. But I feel that his return is near. TCH. Arena in the underworld. With pools of hellfire covering his entire body, Issei narrowed his eyes and charged at the Fenex male who had wronged him so. As he got closer, Riser gritted his teeth and charged back in retaliation, lifting his feet up in an attempt to kick Issei. Issei narrowly dodged the attempt, and he sent a devastating punch to Riser's stomach. The Fenex male widened his eyes in pain and held his abdomen. However, Issei was not done yet. Flaring out his aura composed of hellfire, Issei sent a barrage of kicks and punches, the hellfire augmenting his attacks. Riser coughed out blood as a result of Issei's attacks, and he coughed out more when Issei grabbed his head and slammed it down into the ground. Riser narrowed his eyes and tried to get up, before he felt a foot planted on his head, preventing him from escaping. Shuddering rapidly, Riser attempted to move his head up, and looked up to see Issei silently glaring down at him. Please don't do this. The girl. The one with the silver hair. She's alive. I swear it. Issei's expression didn't change, but that only prompted Riser to plead for his life once more. It was all just a ruse. I just wanted to see how strong you were. Your cousin is still alive. I swear it. Suddenly, an energy sphere consisting of hellfire began to manifest and cover Issei entirely. Black flame-like ribbons of energy spiraled around his body. Riser paled at the raw intensity of Issei's energy, and looked up again to see Issei with a calm look on his face. That won't save you. What? Surtsk widened his eyes at Issei's words. What is he? What do you mean that won't save me? Riser roared in disbelief. I'm going to kill you. Nothing will save you. Issei said coldly. Riser could only stare in shock, his mouth agape. Issei narrowed his eyes, as the black flame-like ribbons increased in size. His black hair started to wave to the side from the colossal energy flow from his sphere. Riser. This whole thing could have been avoided. If you had just left me alone. The young man's scream echoed throughout the arena, immediately silencing the chattering of the devils. Issei's eyes twitched as he glared darkly at Riser, and his expression morphed into what appeared to be a look of twisted melancholy. All of this. It didn't have to happen. But you screwed up. I warned you. I begged you. But now you screwed yourself over. Riser struggled to breathe as he felt his fear overcome him. It's too late to beg for your life. Both Issei's and Riser's body began to emit small flecks of black light, resembling dust blowing off of their skin. This can't be. Surtsk widened his eyes once more, and he shouted out to all of the devils. Everyone! Clear the arena! We all must leave. Issei narrowed his eyes as he looked up to see the people sitting down, now running out of the arena. He looked over to the side to see 14 young women. One of the women present was the very same one who had tricked him into believing that Lyko was killed. Yubelina stared wide-eyed in horror as she caught Issei's gaze on her. He wouldn't dare. Watch me. Issei said quietly, as though he had read Yubelina's mind. The energy sphere surrounding him increased greatly in size, causing Yubelina to take a step back. Seeing the other 13 devils leave the battlefield, Yubelina looked back reluctantly, and went to follow them, leaving only Issei and Riser. Riser's eyes twitched as he realized that this was the end for him. He had bet everything on his fight with Issei. His servants, his mansion, wealth. Especially, his wealth. Someone like why you can't do this to me? Narrowing his eyes and gritting his teeth, Issei let out a scream full of raw fury, as he released all of his energy, his body imploding into an enormous, black explosion. Riser screamed in absolute torment, as he felt his entire body disintegrating from the great potency of Issei's attack. The Fenex male let out a great bellow in pure agony, as his body dissolved and disappeared into the bright light. Moments later, the light faded, revealing Issei. The young man remained in his hellfire transformation, feeling his energy regenerate seconds later. Next to him on the ground, were the remains of Riser Fenex. A pile of ashes. In the student council. The entire group in the student council and the occult research club widened their eyes in absolute horror and shock. They had just witnessed the death of Riser Fenex. They still couldn't believe it, and they had just seen it with their own eyes. Issei Hyoudou, the shy yet kind-hearted young man that had arrived at Kyoa Academy, had just killed off a member of the Fenex clan. Azazel's headquarters. Rainare stood shell-shocked, unable to believe what she had just seen. And no. It can't be. Azazel remained quiet, his hand on his chin in thought. The Fenex clan is known for their superior regenerative abilities. But Issei was able to kill off Riser almost effortlessly. But it shouldn't be too hard to grasp. After all, the energy explosion was composed entirely of hellfire. Such a powerful boy. Outside of the arena of the underworld. With the crowd of devils behind him, Surtsk regained his balance after the vast explosion that had occurred in the arena. Such power. The entrance and door to the arena suddenly opened, revealing a calm Issei. The devils behind Surtsk noticeably paled, taking note of the great energy surge from Issei. As Issei walked closer, Surtsk walked up to him, ready to speak. Issei Hyoudou, I dash. The Crimson Satan was cut off when Issei suddenly sent a sharp punch to his face, causing him to soar backwards past the crowd of devils. However, moments later, Surtsk was able to catch his balance, and composed himself, placing his hand on his sore cheek. Did he just punch the freaking Mao you read? Unbelievable. Lucifer-sama. Such a despicable brat. To kill a devil of noble blood, and then have the nerve to hit the Crimson Satan. Issei flared his hellfire aura, completely silencing the astounded devils. He glared darkly at Surtsk, who sighed and rubbed his cheek. Well, can't say I didn't exactly predict that he was going to do something. His pain fading away, Surtsk sent his blue-green eyes to Issei's brown and black-colored orbs of sight. Issei Hyoudou. I know that this will mean nothing to you, considering the state you are in. However, please allow me to say this. Issei stayed silent, keeping his glare on Surtsk. The aura around him intensified, but he remained still. Surtsk took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. Issei Hyoudou. I deeply apologize for everything that had occurred here today. When Riser Fenex came to ask me if he could battle you, I should have considered the consequences, and alternatives. The young man in front of him still remained quiet. I was so curious that I didn't even think to consider how you would have felt about the whole situation. I allowed Riser to forcibly take you here to battle him, and allowed his plan to commence. A plan I was not even aware of. This time Issei looked up in response. But his expression didn't change. Surtsk opened his eyes and looked into Issei's own eyes. I did not know how Riser would go about getting you to fight him. But please listen. The trickery Riser himself had conjured up, it was despicable. And it would never have happened if I had prevented Riser from going through with his plan in the first place. Issei remained at his spot, his eyes boring into Surtsk's own. Looking at Issei in great seriousness, Surtsk walked closer yet cautiously, to the young man. I am not asking you to forgive me, Issei Hyoudou. I just want you to understand. The devils behind Surtsk remained quiet, waiting to see how Issei would react. It was pretty much a well-known fact that when someone was deathly quiet, something bad was bound to happen. But much to the devil's surprise, Issei only narrowed his eyes. Issei Hyoudou. Both Surtsk and Issei looked to see a man who possessed similar features to Riser. Lord Fenex. Surtsk said. The father of Riser Fenex walked over to Issei, and put his hands behind his back in a formal manner. What my son had done, was truly unforgivable. The Fenex clan is known to be a noble clan in the underworld. But what Riser had just demonstrated, he let his arrogance and paranoia overwhelm him. That being said, I sincerely apologize for my son's foolish actions. Looking up at Surtsk, and then Lord Fenex, Issei narrowed his eyes further, and walked past them, prompting the two males to raise eyebrows. Lord Fenex turned around to look at Issei, noticing the young man had stopped. Issei Hyoudou. Before my son had begun to make plans in order to arrange his battle with you, he had started a bet with Surtsk and I. If you had succeeded in winning, you would inherit all of my son's possessions. Surtsk stepped up, while keeping his distance away from the young man. As a result, Issei, all of the properties formerly possessed by Riser Fenex, are now bestowed upon you. Because you won. A series of black flame-like ribbons surrounded Issei once more, and he transmitted away, leaving a surprised group of devils. Dungeon of the Fenex clan. Issei reappeared in a dark place, and he grunted when he sensed his cousin's energy aura, and someone else's. Walking towards the source, he saw Liko, and the Chinese young woman who had brought him to the underworld. Widening her crimson ruby eyes, Liko stared at her transformed cousin with her mouth agape. Next to her, Swollen widened her eyes and backed away. Issei Itoko. Why you? Where's Riser-sama? Issei glared at the girl coldly. Liko shuddered as she noticed the foreign expression on her cousin's face. Issei. He looks so different. Aside from his appearance, anyway. Swollen narrowed her eyes, and took a fighting pose. Hey. Didn't you hear me? Where's Riser-sama? He's floating around in the arena. Endlessly. Swollen widened her eyes in confusion. Walking over to the glowing bars which contained his cousin, Issei placed his hands on the bars, and closed his eyes. The glowing bars suddenly dissolved as they were absorbed into Issei's body, freeing Liko from her prison. Running towards her cousin, Liko wrapped Issei into a tight yet loving hug. Calming down for the moment, Issei allowed the exchange between himself and his cousin. Swollen stared at the two in shock, unable to comprehend Issei's answer to her question. Floating around? Endlessly? I don't understand. Turning around to face Swollen, Issei narrowed his eyes and walked over to her, their faces almost touching as he stopped. Swollen paled at Issei's gaze. It was obvious he was struggling to control himself. The Chinese young woman didn't know why, but she suddenly felt her face heat up as Issei glared at her. Not saying anything, Issei walked past Swollen, with Liko slowly following her cousin. Of all the years she had known him, Liko had never seen Issei like this. He was usually quiet, but now, he was in a combined state of peace yet raw fury. Issei Itoko. As she watched Issei leave, Swollen's face gained a light red shade, and she found herself frozen at her spot. What the hell is he? Outside of the arena of the underworld. Issei reappeared in front of Surtsk and Lord Fenex, glaring at the two of them. Before reappearing in the underworld, he had taken Liko back to his house safely. While doing so, he noticed that Liko had kept staring at him with a strange look. Seeing as he was transformed, he didn't put it past her. Issei Hyoudou? Surtsk asked. Remaining quiet for a moment, Issei narrowed his eyes. What's this nonsense about me being bestowed Riser's possessions? It is exactly as I said. My son had permission to fight you, under the conditions he had agreed to. The conditions he had promised to you if you won, were to award you his wealth, the mansion, and his servants. Lord Fenex explained. I don't care about any of those. And for the matter concerning his servants, they can all go to hell. Issei realized the irony of his last statement, but he settled for just gaining a sharp edge to his brown-black eyes. But I assume that this is hell, isn't it? Yes. That's right. Shaking his head at his ironic statement, Issei glared up at the two devils. Which means you two are devils. Well, to put it bluntly, I could care less about Riser's possessions and his servants. You might as well give the possessions and the mansion to the servants themselves, because I want nothing to do with either of them. Saying Sertsk and Lord Fenex were a little taken aback was an understatement. They were extremely surprised. Surely, Issei had earned the right to Riser's possessions, and yet he refused it. Just like that. Sertsk rose an eyebrow. But surely you do realize the benefits of inheriting Riser's possessions. If I'm inheriting whatever pertains to that bastard turkey, then whatever I'm gaining means absolutely nothing to me. Both of the devils widened their eyes a little at Issei's words. What a strange boy. They thought simultaneously. Looking around the underworld, Issei scoffed and looked back up at the two devils. I'm done. There's no point in me being here. Do whatever you want with Riser's inheritance, because quite frankly, I'm not going to know what the hell I want to use it for anyway. A pool of black flame-like ribbons covered Issei's body again, and he transmitted away from the underworld, leaving Sertsk and Lord Fenex contemplating amongst themselves. Earth, barren wasteland. Issei fought to keep his breathing steady as he stared at the ground, trying in vain to suppress the tears threatening to leave his eyes. His transformation had dissipated the moment he left the underworld, but the young man didn't care about that. He couldn't go home now. He knew he currently wasn't in his right state of mind. He stood on top of the mountains in the wasteland, and fell to his knees as he gritted his teeth. Despite himself, genuine tears started to erupt from his eyes. No matter how much the fury within him blazed, no matter how close he was to losing his sanity, he couldn't deny the severity of what he'd just done. He had killed someone. He'd never imagined that he would be angry enough to actually commit murder. It wasn't like him. Issei's body trembled from the anger and confusion deep within himself. He wrapped his arms around his body, and shook heavily from what he'd just done. The image of Riser slowly disintegrating into nothingness burned in Issei's memory. The young man shivered as he looked up at the clouds. He was deathly silent for a few moments, before his pupils and irises suddenly constricted. Issei screamed at the top of his lungs in fury and agony, his screams so intense that the mountains around him started to crumble apart. His roar screamed back at him across the atmosphere of the wastelands, causing more of the stone structures to break down. Clouds of dust suddenly exploded and dissipated, thrown away by Issei's energy. Issei screamed and screamed, his lungs allowing his pure, unbridled wrath to unleash itself. The ground beneath him quaked, and a large crater formed as his raw energy decimated the land under him. Issei's house. Issei Toko. Lyko looked upon her sleeping cousin as he rested peacefully on the couch. What happened to you? You changed. After coming from wherever the hell she was previously, Lyko noticed that Issei had returned to his normal state, his brown hair and his soft sharp multicolored eyes resurfacing. Immediately after, he collapsed onto the couch, earning a well-deserved sleep. Lyko sighed as she sat on the couch. Who were those people? She had been trapped in that dungeon for a long time, and the only person she had seen was that Chinese girl. Lyko could tell that the girl wasn't human, but she still didn't know what she was. Lyko looked over to her cousin, and her crimson ruby eyes softened. Issei Toko. Although she was very reluctant to do so, Lyko eventually stepped out of the Hyodos residence to get some fresh air, leaving Issei in the living room. Suddenly, a series of shadows manifested above the ground, and they cleared away, revealing Ophis, the infinite dragon god. Her dark gray eyes gaining a curious look to them, Ophis floated over to Issei. She tilted her head, and she slowly sat on top of him, resting on his stomach. Tilting her head again, Ophis placed her finger on Issei's forehead, rubbing it gently. She was relieved that Issei had regained his pure and radiant solar energy once more. That devastating energy surge he had earlier possessed affected her than she had expected. She was satisfied that the boy she had met a long time ago was now back to normal. Bringing her face close to Issei, Ophis let an unreadable smile form on her face. "You are mine. Back to normal. I like that." Different colored eyes fluttered, and they opened wide just in time to see dark gray eye boring into his own. Issei widened his eyes at the girl. The girl who had appeared to him 11 years ago. She was back. Sitting on top of him. Dressed in that same gothic Lolita outfit. Issei widened his eyes further as he noticed that there was 2 black cross-shaped tapes attached onto Ophis's chest. Shaking his head to clear his sidetracked thoughts, Issei looked up at the girl sitting on top of him in shock. "It's you." The smile on Ophis's face seemed to widen, but it didn't reach her heavy-lidded dark gray eyes. "Yes, it is me. And you belong to me. You are mine. Only mine." Heaven. Gabriel sighed as she put her hand on her chest. His energy. It's back to normal. She was genuinely relieved that Issei had regained the purest form of his solar energy structure. The power radiating from his hellfire transformation had honestly worried her greatly. "Yes, it is. Let's hope it stays that way." Gabriel looked over at her older brother, whose green eyes lowered in a sad manner. Gabriel's eyes softened, and she looked off to the side. That energy from earlier. It was so catastrophic. The power he possesses greatly surpasses the power of Michael. It even far exceeds that of an ultimate class devil by a large margin. Her eyes gained a saddened look as she remembered visiting the boy in his room 11 years ago. He was such a sweet little boy. What could have caused this change? In the underworld. A beautiful girl with long, black hair tied in twin ponytails narrowed her violet eyes as she contemplated. She was one of the devils who had watched the fight between Issei Hyoudou and Riser Fenex. The girl normally dressed in magical girl's clothing, but just for that one occasion on what happened earlier, she now wore a formal navy blue dress shirt with a black skirt. Her violet eyes narrowed in concentration. Seraphal Leviathan, the current Satan in charge of foreign affairs, with the title of Leviathan, sighed as she crossed her arms. Seraphal, Michael, and Gabriel were not the only ones who had sensed the boy's power. Seraphal could sense the immense power as well, and it greatly brought a pleasant feeling to her, due to the radiance emitting from the aura. But she chose not to interfere into the boy's life. Until Seraph's Lucifer had agreed for the third son of the Fenex clan to fight Issei Hyoudou. Originally, Seraphal had thought that Riser was far too paranoid, and only wanted to fight Issei for the sake of reassuring his superiority. It turns out she was right, as Riser had intentionally provoked Issei into fighting him through despicable means. When she witnessed Issei accessing his solar and hellfire transformations, Seraphal couldn't deny that she felt great worry. She knew right then that Riser was going to lose, no question. But what worried Seraphal the most was the intensity of Issei's hellfire aura. In his second transformation, Issei potentially had enough power to completely destroy the underworld. After Issei had destroyed Riser, Seraphal didn't know what to expect from the young boy. She was actually a little surprised that Issei had enough willpower to prevent himself from decimating every devil in front of him. That falcon punch he gave to Seraph's was probably from his leftover anger. As she closed her violet eyes, Seraphal shook her head. "Seraph's-chan, you baka. Why on earth would you do this? Now this young boy, his life will change. The only question is, how severe is the change?" In the student council room. The members of the Occult Research Club and the student council all stood as they contemplated. They couldn't help but feel just a bit cautious. After the stunt Riser Fenex had pulled, which ended up backfiring on him horribly by the way, the devils of the two clubs at Kyoa Academy felt really conflicted. Due to Riser's actions, there was a large chance that Issei Hyoudou would hold a great animosity to all of the devils. The only devils who had come in contact with Issei were in fact Genshiro Saji and Yuuto Kiba. The two young men severely hoped that Issei wouldn't go off on them by the off chance they would encounter each other again. They deduced that since Issei had unlocked 2 new transformations, they knew that he could potentially have the ability to sense energy. Which means he could tell the energy signature of a devil. Well, that certainly wasn't a good thing. Sana sighed as she fixed her glasses. Now that Issei Hyoudou can detect the energy signature of a devil, I think it would be best if we stay away from him. The rest of the devils turned to her in surprise, with Saji speaking their mutual thoughts. But Kaiko, we didn't do anything. We weren't involved with Riser's plan at all. I'm aware of that, Saji. But you have to think about how Issei feels in his point of view. Although he has spoken to you and Yuto a number of times, he was, at that point, unaware that you two were devils to begin with. Both Riser and Rias's Uni-Isama were the first 2 devils that had wronged him. I wouldn't blame him if he had adopted a slight prejudice against us. As he listened to the rationalization within Sana's words, Saji lowered his head and crossed his arms. Damn. He then sighed and looked away. I understand what you're saying, Kaiko. Rias narrowed her eyes as she looked out the window. How could Uni-Isama allow Riser to do all of this? Now because of them, Issei's personality might have changed for the worst. If only he had just left Issei alone, then he wouldn't have perished. Sitting in one of the room's chairs were Akeno, Yuto, and Konako. Akeno adopted a disappointed yet saddened look on her face as she placed her hands on her lap. Yuto was not handling the situation any better. Even when he had been trying to convince Issei to come visit the Occult Research Club, he had genuinely been trying to act as a friend to the young man. After Rias had told the rest of her peerage that Issei could not be reincarnated into a devil, Yuto had to admit, he was actually a little disappointed from the news. Konako remained silent in her chair. She, along with Rias, Akeno, Sana, and Tsubaki, had never even met Issei yet. However, the first day he arrived to Kyoha Academy, she and the others could all sense him. But Konako was extremely sensitive to Issei's aura, due to her sensitivity to the life force of other beings. Next to Sana, stood Tsubaki, who maintained her cold stoic expression. Although her surface features showed that she was calm, inside she was feeling uneasy. What she had just witnessed was absolutely shocking. Sure, she had heard traces of the Great War between the 3 factions, and she wasn't unfamiliar to the sites of battles. However, she found it hard to grasp what had just happened to Issei. She couldn't get that boy out of her mind. When first seeing him walking away from Kyoha Academy, it wasn't hard for Tsubaki to decipher that Issei was a reclusive young man. It was because of his eyes. Those strange eyes. His left eye. The color of innocent dough brown. The color of dough brown represented innocence, naivete, and yet, it also represented vulnerability. It matched Issei's shy nature. His right eye. That represented the color of the powerful source of energy in the entire world, the sun. Originally Tsubaki could not understand what Issei's right eye signified. But, it finally came to her when Issei transformed into his recently acquired solar form. Issei's right eye represented his repressed anger. It represented the isolation that was forced upon him due to the different coloration of his eyes. Tsubaki narrowed her light brown eyes as she subtly looked to the side. Isolation. Only Tsubaki and Sana knew about the former's past. She was born in the Tsubaki clan. A clan which possessed an honorable origin that purified evil spirits. However, Tsubaki had a unique trait. Her mirror could only call to abnormal beings, and as a result she received a state which was basically isolation from the other members. Narrowing her eyes further, Tsubaki looked over to Sana, who had her eyes closed in thought. Sana had helped her overcome her fear of isolation. But Issei, before his battle with Riser, he almost seemed to accept being isolated from others. As though he was already used to it. Accustomed to being alone. Issei Hyoudou. The boy intrigued her. But now because of Riser and Surtsks, the devils of the Student Council and the Occult Research Club would most likely never have the chance to get to know Issei. Opening and then narrowing her violet eyes, Sana crossed her arms. Attempting to become familiar with Issei Hyoudou is a huge risk. Perhaps we should not rush. After his battle with Riser, he might become hostile once he senses our energy. She sighed and closed her eyes. And to think, just a couple of days ago, he was just a shy student. Now he is literally a being that likely surpasses my Oni-sama. Perhaps even Surtsuke-sama himself. Issei's house. Issei couldn't say anything. What could anyone say in his situation? A girl who he hadn't seen in over 11 years, looked exactly as she did before. She was sitting on top of him as though he was her personal couch. Who are you? Ophis, the infinite dragon god, also known as the Ouroboros dragon, tilted her head as she gazed down at Issei. I am Ophis. What is your name? Issei didn't even know if he wanted to tell this girl his name. As far as he knew, this girl could be a stalker or something. A girl dressed in gothic Lolita, who somehow knew where he lived, had managed to walk inside his house. With the door locked. Before I tell you, I need to ask you some questions. Is that all right? Ophis tilted her head again. Issei found it creepy the way she did that, but he took it as a sign from her to continue. Sitting up from his spot, Issei shook his head and rubbed his forehead. He looked at Ophis's now hollow stare. How old are you, Ophis? Infinity. Issei rose an eyebrow at the answer. Infinity? What do you mean? I have no age. What? Issei was so confused right now. Do you have anyone you live with? Any family? I have no one. The young man widened his eyes a little at Ophis's answer. The girl had no relatives? No one to take care of her? Why don't you have any family? The girl was strange, sure, but no one was that cruel to abandon someone like her. I have always been in silence. The nothingness of infinity is my progenitor. Issei rose an eyebrow again in response. She's got a good vocabulary. So you don't have anyone. I have you. The young man widened his eyes again at Ophis's possessive tone. What? Ophis's eyes seemed to darken, and she lifted her finger, putting it on top of Issei's forehead. Do you remember? 11 years ago. My snake bit into your flesh. The young man rubbed his neck in remembrance, and his eyes softened. Yeah, I do. When my snake bit you, that signified that you were mine. What? What the hell did Ophis mean? Did she? Wait. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Ophis tilted her head as she removed her finger from Issei's forehead. I marked you as mine. The young man widened his eyes in realization, and he resisted the urge to facepalm himself. Shocked beyond belief, Issei lifted Ophis off of him and placed her on the floor. Blinking repeatedly at the look on Ophis's face, Issei shook his head. How old are you again? I am infinity. That doesn't really answer my question. Or soothe my worry at all. Oh, by the way, my name is ISS-. Knock knock. Issei and Ophis looked up at the sound of someone knocking on the door from outside. Looking down at Ophis, Issei just sighed and shook his head. He walked over to the door, and opened it, his look of tiredness immediately rising to surprise, then slow but rising anger. In front of him was none other than the young Chinese woman who had brought him to the underworld to begin his fight with Riser. Issei narrowed his eyes at Swollen, his attention on Ophis momentarily forgotten. Swollen gulped as she tried to endure Issei's icy stare. She felt her face heat up from his glare, and she shuffled her feet in nervousness. What the hell are you doing here? Swollen shuffled her feet again as she tried to avoid Issei's cold glare. She knew she had taken a huge risk in coming to his house. Just to see him. There were two reasons why she had come to his house. One was because she was ordered by Lord Fenex to tell Issei about the arrangement which involved giving Riser's possessions to him. The second reason was because out of all the members in Riser's peerage, she wasn't too frightened to volunteer. That isn't to say Swollen was exactly brave. When Yubelina had informed her that Riser had perished at the hands of Issei, Swollen was absolutely devastated. From how Yubelina had described Issei, it confused Swollen greatly. The way she described him, it was far different than the boy she had taken to the underworld, under Riser's orders. As she gulped down a nervous lump in her throat, Swollen looked into Issei's different colored eyes and gulped again. Are you alone right now? Does it look like I am? The young man answered coldly. Looking past Issei, Swollen concluded that Issei was indeed alone. Why yes. Issei widened his eyes and turned around, only to see that Ophis had disappeared once again. The young man blinked several times in shock. What the hell? I wasn't imagining the whole conversation with her, was I? Sighing inwardly, Issei turned to look at Swollen and narrowed his eyes. What do you want? Swollen opened her mouth, and then she paused. How exactly was she going to word her response? She knew she didn't want to piss him off. Trying to calm herself, Swollen gulped down another lump in her throat. Lord Fenex-sama ordered me to come find you. To inform you about something important. Noticing his intended lack of response, Swollen lowered her head. Both he and Surtsuke-sama would like to talk to you about the matter regarding Riser-sama's possessions. Issei narrowed his eyes at the mention of Riser's name. I already told them I didn't want anything to do with Riser's belongings. I thought I made that clear. Now if you would dash. But you want it fair and square. Swollen interrupted, you defeated Riser-sama yourself. I don't care about what I won. Tell Surtsuke and Riser's father that I don't want any of Riser's possessions. Swollen widened her eyes, and she stepped forward. Both Surtsuke-sama and Lord Fenex-sama insist that you have earned the right to Riser-sama's belongings. It would be honorable of you if you were to come to the Fenex mansion and accept what you have earned. Issei maintained his cold stare as he glared at Swollen. Honorable? Yeah right. Swollen widened her eyes again. What? Ignoring her, Issei opened his house door, and placed his hand on Swollen's arm, before moving her out of his house. Glaring at the surprised look on Swollen's face, Issei placed her in front of the door, and shut the door in her face. Swollen stood shell-shocked for a moment, and then she huffed. How dare that boy do that to her? How could he? Narrowing her blue-green eyes, Swollen got into a battle position, as her hands started to glow with fire. Scoffing, she reared her fist back. As soon as she was about to punch and kick the door, Issei immediately opened the door and glared at her, prompting Swollen to stop in her attempted attack. If you even try to kick or break my house door, I guarantee you'll wish you didn't. I will end you. And with that, he slammed the door in her face again. Swollen stood still with a frightened expression on her face, and she resisted the urge to faint right then and there. Sighing, she placed her hand on the ground, causing a magic circle to emit. The aura from it surrounded Swollen, and she disappeared. Issei sighed as he rubbed his head. Scowling, he shook his head and sighed again. Honorable. I can't believe Desh, he said as he shut his eyes in irritation. Opening his eyes, Issei looked over to see Ophis sitting on his couch. Oh Ophis, you came back. Where did you go? Ophis tilted her head as she stared at Issei. I went nowhere. Raising an eyebrow at her response, Issei sighed and shrugged. Ah, well. Looking over at Ophis again, Issei walked over to the couch, and sat next to the Ouroboros dragon. So you said you don't have anywhere to live? No. I do not. She talks really weird. Issei thought. Issei sighed and crossed his arms. Is that the only outfit you have, Ophis? Ophis looked down at herself, and tilted her head as she looked up at Issei. Do you not like my appearance? Your appearance? No, I was just asking dash. He was cut off when Ophis's body started to glow and reform, and the young man widened his eyes in shock. The bright glow faded, revealing a more mature Ophis. She now appeared as a woman in her early 20s. Her silky black hair was longer, her dark gray eyes gained a more mature edge to them, and her body was now developed to the figure of a full-grown woman. Issei really couldn't keep himself from widening his eyes at the sight of the girl's more voluptuous body. Issei stared wide-eyed for a moment, and then he lifted up a finger to the now adult Ophis. Excuse me for a moment. And then he delivered a sharp slap to his cheek, in order to ensure that he wasn't dreaming, or was trapped in a hallucination. Ophis tilted her head at what Issei had just done, but she remained quiet. Shaking his head and grunting in surprise at the unexpected pain, Issei opened his eyes, and still saw the matured Ophis. Blinking several times, Issei asked Ophis the same question he asked her before Swollen had shown up. How old are you again? I am ageless. Ophis said, her former childlike voice tumbling to a lower and sultry, yet emotionless pitch. Issei palmed his face again, and shook his head. It was going to be hard to convince his parents to allow this girl to stay at his house. Removing his hand from his face, Issei noticed that Ophis was still dressed in her gothic Lolita fashion. Maybe it's time for you to get some new clothes. I think I still have some money left over. Ophis stood up on the couch, and Issei was about to get up from his spot, until he noticed something strange. He looked up, and his eyes widened. Oh dear lord! Where are your undergarment? Shopping centers. The only outfit she has, and yet she neglected to wear any underwear. Issei sighed as he walked with Ophis to the store. After that frightening revelation, Issei quickly brought the Ouroboros dragon to the store. Walking inside, Issei looked around, while Ophis stared motionless, silently looking around the store. Sighing and rubbing his head, Issei grabbed Ophis's hand and pulled her towards the women's section. He encouraged the Ouroboros dragon to think about what clothes she would find interesting. Tsubaki Shinra narrowed her eyes as she looked at her list. Looking around, she tried to spot the specific store she was looking for. Where is the book? She cut herself off when someone familiar was in her eyesight. Her light brown eyes widened and her mouth opened wide. Issei Hyoudou. Tsubaki froze in her spot as she saw Issei in the nearby clothing store. But he wasn't alone. Ophis, the infinite dragon god, also known as the Ouroboros dragon, was also with Issei. What is the dragon god doing with Issei Hyoudou? Tsubaki couldn't believe it. And what happened to its appearance? I thought it took the form of a young girl. As she stared in absolute shock, she noticed Issei talking to Ophis. When the young man turned his head, Ophis turned her head around and looked right at Tsubaki. The vice president of the student council felt her heart stop almost immediately at the strange look on Ophis's face. Did it notice Issei's power as well? And if so, why is it with him? Tsubaki struggled to prevent herself from fainting right then and there as she felt the immensely powerful aura emitting from Ophis. Her knees felt wobbly, and she gulped down nervously. Much to Tsubaki's relief, Issei looked back over to Ophis and tapped her on the shoulder, her attention on Tsubaki now forgotten. Tsubaki widened her eyes as she hadn't realized that she was actually holding her breath in. Taking deep breaths, Tsubaki quickly walked forward so she could get away from the store. She was so engrossed at the thought of keeping herself alive, she didn't notice who was in her way until she had bumped into them. This caused her paper to drop onto the ground, and she gasped as she bent down to retrieve it. However, the person had already reached down to pick the paper up, and gave it to her. Tsubaki gratefully accepted it, and she looked up, her light brown eyes widening in shock. Issei Hyoudou. The new Kaurhei she had gained at Kyoa Academy was right in front of her. Instead of the shy and reclusive expression he originally maintained, there was now a stern yet calm look on his face. Next to him, was a cold-looking Ophis, who was holding a pair of bags. Tsubaki felt her breath leave her throat, finding herself unable to speak. Sana had warned the devils in the Occult Research Club and the Student Council to stay away from Issei. And Tsubaki was now deciding whether or not to simply run away, or stay where she was, shaking in uncertainty. Issei maintained his calm expression, and then he walked past Tsubaki, who remained where she was. Sighing in relief, Tsubaki held in her breath again when she saw that Ophis was sending her a slight glare. Issei Hyoudou is mine. Aye. She felt herself unable to reply, and yet her mouth remained wide open, and her body stiffened. Glaring at Tsubaki coldly, Ophis walked past her, shortly catching up to Issei. Tsubaki turned around to look at Issei and Ophis, and felt her mind go blank. I have to inform Kaiko and Rias about this. It seemed the bookshelf she had been trying to purchase for a long time would have to wait. Issei's house. Hey, cousin. Hey, Liko-san. Issei rubbed his head as he talked to Liko on the phone. Liko-san. Are you alright? Well, I'm not exactly thrilled. But I'm okay. Today's been a really weird ride, hasn't it? Weird's just putting it mildly. Foo-foo. True. Are you sure you're alright? I'm alright, Issei Toko. I should probably be alright in the morning. Alright. Both cousins knew their current phone call conversation was a little awkward, considering what had happened earlier. We'll talk later, cousin. Okay. Good night. Good night. Hanging up the phone, Issei sighed as he laid on top of his bed. Next to him laid Ophis, who was staring at him with her hollow dark grey eyes. Did you have fun shopping? He asked. Yes. I enjoyed it. Nodding at her answer, Issei looked up at the ceiling and sighed. He then looked over to Ophis again. You know you can change your appearance back to what it was before. You don't really need my opinion on what you should look like. Tilting her head, Ophis sat up from her spot and scooted closer to Issei, placing her arms around his neck. I like this form. In this form, I can hold you. I like that. Raising an eyebrow at Ophis' response, Issei's eyes softened and allowed himself to remain in Ophis' embrace. As he closed his eyes, Issei couldn't help but notice that Ophis' body strangely felt cold to him, and yet he was still warm. Takamagahara. Amaterasu, the major deity of the Shinto religion, the goddess of the sun, and also the universe, sighed as she watched her son from the heavens. It's been 17 years, my little son. I miss you so. In her hand was a sword that glowed with a crimson hue. Normally the sword wouldn't have glowed at all, if not for the fact that there was something sealed within it. Something powerful. The name of the sword was Kusanagi no Tsurugi, formerly known as the Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. The legendary Japanese sword, and one of the 3 imperial regalia of Japan. Originally wielded by the god known as Susanoo, the sword was presented to Amaterasu as a gift, in order for the chance of reconciliation. The sword appeared to be about 84 cm long, shaped like calamus, and was fashioned in a white metallic color. From that point on, as a memento of her brother, Amaterasu kept the sword in safe clutches. But she still disliked Susanoo, as she knew that the reconciliation was just a mask to hide his animosity. Until the beginning of the Great War. The Great War was a climatic battle between the devils, fallen angels, and angels. During that battle, the biblical god and the 4 great Satans perished, leaving the 3 factions in a state of exhaustion. Although there was no more conflict, peace did not reign. Something else happened during that battle. The 2 heavenly dragons, known as Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor, and Albion, the White Dragon Emperor, fought against each other during that time. Their battle was so fierce and catastrophic that the 3 factions had the gall to interrupt their battle. Due to the dragons' pride and annoyance at their fight being interrupted, Drake and Albion both attacked the leaders of the 3 factions. However, both of the dragons' bodies were destroyed, and their souls were sealed. Albion was sealed into the mid-tier Longinus known as the Divine Dividing, or the White Dragon Emperor's light wings. Drake, however, was not sealed into a sacred gear. After the end of the Great War, Amaterasu arrived at the scene, and captured the dragon's soul, encasing it within the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. From that point on, Drake and Albion have not seen each other for over many years, as the sword the former was sealed in, was kept safe within Amaterasu's arms. As she held the sword, an aura composed of solar flares surrounded her, and she transmitted away. Issei Shrine located in Issei City, Honshu, Japan. Reappearing within the shrine, Amaterasu sighed as she placed the sword down onto the ground, making sure to hide it. As she looked around the shrine, Amaterasu lowered her eyes, gaining a saddened look on her face. I can sense him. My sweet little son. But now is not the time to meet him. Not yet. Placing her hand on her chest, Amaterasu closed her eyes as her solar aura covered her entirely, allowing her to transmit away. The Occult Research Club. He's with who? Tsubaki, Sana, and Akeno winced at the shrill tone of Rias's voice. After seeing Issei and Ophis at the store, Tsubaki quickly made it back just in time to tell her master and Rias. Needless to say, Rias wasn't exactly taking it well. He's with Off dash. How is that possible? How could Ophis find him? Why did Ophis find him? Rias screamed as she interrupted Tsubaki. She received only shrugs from her fellow devils. Rias clutched her forehead and collapsed into her chair. Ophis, the infinite dragon god, and the Ouroboros dragon. It was one of the strongest beings in the universe. And it was hanging out with Issei of all people. Sana sighed as she fixed her glasses. And now, we have yet another reason we have to separate ourselves from Issei Hyoudou. We certainly do not want to anger the dragon god. Rias sighed and looked over at Tsubaki. What did Issei do when you came in contact with him? He didn't do anything. After he retrieved my shopping list, he did not speak to me at all. Ophis spoke to me, though. At the last sentence, Rias, Akeno, and Sana gave Tsubaki their undivided attention. What did it say? Akeno asked. Tsubaki felt a little uneasy as she remembered Ophis's words. It said, that Issei Hyoudou belonged to it. As though it had already claimed him. Rias palmed her face and sighed tiredly. Unbelievable. Out of all the people Issei could have come in contact with, it just had to be Ophis. He certainly is an interesting boy. Sana said. Next day, Issei's room. My Issei. Why, do you have to go? Issei noticed that Ophis has been referring to him with the word my before his own name. And in his opinion, he didn't mind it. Issei rubbed his eyes tiredly as he put on his book bag. I have school today, Ophis. I can't just stay home forever. I do not like that. Not at all. Issei sighed as he turned to look at Ophis, who was sitting on his bed. The Ouroboros dragon was still in her adult form, and was giving Issei her usual emotionless expression. Issei resisted the urge to smile as he thought he saw a flash of a pout on her face. In her adult form, her dark gray eyes looked less childlike in appearance, and more sharp and narrowed. Man. When she's in this form, her voice sounds really different. Obviously her voice is deeper now, but still, man, her voice is different. Huh. I kind of like it. I'll be back, Ophis. I promise. And hey, look at it this way. As soon as I leave school, I can bring you back something. Ophis tilted her head at Issei's suggestion. Bring me something. Issei smiled as he fixed his book bag. Yeah. Is there something you'd like? I like donuts, cookies. The young man rose an eyebrow at Ophis's answer, but then he smiled and gave her a thumbs up. You got it. Donuts and cookies. Ophis tilted her head as she watched Issei walk out of his room, and she remained on top of his bed. Seconds later, she got up from the bed and walked over to the window, seeing Issei rush out of the door. Issei looked up from his spot, seeing Ophis looking out of his window. Nodding and smiling to her, Issei gave Ophis a thumbs up. The Ouroboros dragon tilted her head again, and she lifted her hand up, mimicking Issei's thumbs up gesture. I'll be back, Ophis. And with that, the young man rushed on his way to school, leaving Ophis at his room window. Watching him leave, Ophis put her hand on the glass window, looking at her reflection. My Issei. Kyoa Academy. Issei sighed as he sat at his desk. On his way to school, he could sense the numerous energies of the devils. He could tell that some of them involved the members of the Occult Research Club and Student Council. Yuato Kiba and Genshiro Saji. Issei had to admit, he was a little surprised when he discovered that Yuato and Saji were devils. And honestly, that troubled him slightly. Because of Riser, Issei's opinion of devils had lowered greatly. And the fact that Yuato and Saji, who Issei had considered as light acquaintances, were devils, that conflicted with him. Regardless, Issei still didn't trust the devils at all. Since Yuato and Saji seemed like the only devils who had not troubled him at all, and were actually pleasant to him, he would go by his own rule. If they don't bother me, I won't bother them. It's that simple. No sense in killing an innocent devil who had no way of being involved in his own life. Issei chuckled a bit. Innocent devil. That's an oxymoron. He looked over to the empty desk next to him. Yuma-san's not here. Okay, class. The students in the classroom ceased in their chatting as they looked at the teacher. Issei rose an eyebrow, wondering what was so important. The teacher smiled as she looked at her students, and walked over to the door. We have a new student here today. Please make her feel welcome. The teacher opened the door, allowing the new student to walk in. Issei widened his eyes at the familiar person, and then he narrowed them darkly. Why am I not surprised? It was a well-endowed young woman of Chinese descent with shoulder-length black hair and blue-green eyes. Her hair had two Chinese-style buns on both sides of her head. She was dressed in the Kyoto Academy girl's uniform, which hugged her figure. Swollen shuffled her feet as she looked at the students in front of her. She gave a cheerful smile as she waved at the students. Hey, everyone. My name's Swollen. It's nice to meet you all. I hope we can be friends. She giggled as she noticed some of the students giving her appreciative looks, the girls complimenting her hairstyle, and the males complimenting her physical appearance. Only one student was not happy at seeing Swollen, and he didn't bother to cover it up. Swollen smiled as she looked over at the students, but then her smile faded slightly as she noticed the look on Issei's face. Cold, narrowed, brown and yellow-orange eyes stared right into Swollen's blue-green eyes. Swollen felt her body shake, and she gulped down a nervous lump in her throat. Swollen-chan, why don't you go sit next to Hyodo-kun? He was a new student as well before you. Swollen forced a smile as she walked over to sit next to Issei, who removed his attention from her and glared at the chalkboard. The Chinese devil crossed her arms as she sighed. Going to his house didn't work. Enrolling into this school was a sure way to get close to him. Issei inwardly sighed as he tried to control himself. He wasn't exactly in a murderous rage, but he was mad enough to throw a desk out the window. He would just have to settle with sitting next to the Chinese devil. Who wouldn't stop bothering him? Sighing, Issei put his hand on his cheek, ignoring Swollen's stare. Damn it. I knew I should have listened to Ophis and just stay at home. I wonder what she's doing right now. Issei's house. Ophis tilted her head as she silently walked around Issei's house. Moments after Issei left his house, the Ouroboros dragon decided to go to sleep on Issei's bed. Not even 10 minutes later, did her stomach start growling. I am hungry. As she walked into the kitchen, she opened the cabinets and refrigerator and let an expression akin to disappointment form on her face. No, donuts, cookies. Shutting the refrigerator door, Ophis went to look in the living room, and stopped when she saw a flyer laid upon the table. Tilting her head again, Ophis picked the flyer up and unfolded it, looking at the title. Fortune Cookie. The Fenex Mansion. The mansion was quiet, completely void of all sound. Sitting in the living room of the Fenex Mansion were none other than the members of late Riser's peerage. Yobelina, Riser's queen, stared at the walls with a lifeless gaze as she held herself. She couldn't believe that Issei had murdered her Riser. That boy. That awful boy. How could he do that to Riser-sama? A young girl with long blonde hair and dark blue eyes shivered as she remained still. Her hair was tied in twin ponytails with large, drill-like curls, with blue ribbons keeping them in place. The front of her hair had several bangs hanging over her forehead, with a V-shaped fringe hanging over the bridge of her nose. She wore a long, pink dress with white frills and a magenta bow in the front. Ravel Fenex, the younger sister of Riser, was just as deathly quiet as the rest of her brother's peerage. When she witnessed her brother's death, Ravel didn't know what to think. It was as though time had ceased in her mind. The emotions she had felt during that time were changing so rapidly, she didn't know what to feel. Issei Hyoudou. The young man who had killed her older brother. The boy honestly frightened her to the core. That bone-chilling glare he gave towards her and the rest of the peerage. It was a sight wouldn't leave Ravel's mind. When Lord Fenex had asked Riser's peerage to retrieve Issei in order to discuss his inheritance from Riser, Ravel and the other members had no intention of going anywhere near Issei. Except Swollen. The Chinese rook was the only one who had volunteered. Kyoto Academy. Issei sighed as he listened to the teacher go about her lesson. Normally, he would have been able to concentrate, if not for the fact that Swollen was staring at him. The Chinese devil kept her gaze locked on the young man. She may have been a little frightened of Issei, but Swollen wouldn't let that hinder her resolve. And so she enrolled herself into Kyoto Academy, in order to get close to him. It was by mere coincidence that she would be put in the same class as Issei. As she continued to stare at Issei, she could feel his ki rising ever so slightly. Widening her blue-green eyes, Swollen removed her gaze from Issei quickly, and immediately after, Issei's energy started to decrease. Issei Hyoudou. At the call of his name, Issei looked up to see the girl he had saw yesterday at the store. The very same girl with black hair, and blue, semi-rimmed glasses. Maintaining his calm look, Issei looked at Tsubaki Shinra, the vice president of the student council. Oh. It's that girl who dropped her shopping list yesterday. He noticed that Tsubaki had a serious expression on her face, which greatly contrasted from the pale look she adopted from yesterday. Tsubaki struggled to maintain her indifferent and cold look as she gazed at Issei. The president of the student council would like to speak with you. If you would please follow me to the location. She said in a serious and cold tone. Issei didn't respond, and he looked away to see many of the students of his class whispering amongst themselves. Narrowing his eyes, Issei then looked towards Swollen, who was now trying to avoid his glare. Sighing, Issei thought the request over. He had already decided that if the devils didn't bother him, then he wouldn't bother them back. It was as simple as that. Now this girl stated the president of the student council wanted to talk to him. Why are the devils concerning themselves with someone like me? Lowering his head, Issei thought once again, and closed his eyes. Didn't Saji-san say he was the secretary in the student council? As much as he did not trust devils, both Genshiro Saji and Yuuto Kiba were actually pleasant to him. That being said, if these devils knew either one of them, he wouldn't blow off on them. That didn't mean he couldn't be indifferent towards them. Opening his eyes, Issei glanced up at Tsubaki. He rose an eyebrow when he noticed that Tsubaki's face was slowly gaining a red shade. Why is her face so red? It's not that hot in here. Issei thought. Tsubaki stood quietly as she watched Issei ponder on his decision. She genuinely found the young man interesting, wondering what went on in his mind. Silently retrieving his bag, Issei sighed and nodded to Tsubaki, and placed his hands in his blazer pockets. Tsubaki's stoic expression dissolved as she widened her eyes. He actually accepted. Issei sighed and looked at Tsubaki. At least through taking this opportunity, he could get away from Swollen. Lead the way. As he followed the surprised Tsubaki, Issei's eyes softened as he thought about Ophis. I wonder how Ophis is doing. I hope she's alright while I'm here at school. At Issei's house. I want chicken fried rice. Okay, what else? I want cookies, donuts. Well, we don't have donuts, but we do have fortune cookies. Fortune cookies. Alright then. The total is 15.37. We'll be at your address in no time. 30 minutes or it's free. 30 minutes. Free. Yep. If we're not at your house in 30 minutes, the food is free. Though, I must warn you, our delivery time is very impeccable. Ophis hung up the phone before the caller could finish his sentence. As she put the restaurant menu down, Ophis sat up from the couch and stood silently. As she tilted her head, Ophis's dark gray eyes narrowed a bit. I want free food. Snakes began to manifest around Ophis's body, and the Ouroboros dragon disappeared from Issei's house. In the student council room, Sana-Satrai clasped her hands together as she waited for Tsubaki to retrieve Issei. In the room with her, were 6 members of the student council, including Genshiro Saji. Only Saji, and recently Tsubaki, were the only members of the student council to actually come in contact with Issei. The door to the room opened, revealing Tsubaki with Issei behind her. Setting her face into a stoic and composed look, Sana stood up from her desk chair, and walked over to the calm Issei. Tsubaki walked over to stand next to the other members of the student council, and awaited for Sana's words. Stopping in front of the young man, Sana placed her hands to the side. Issei Hyoudou. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Sana-Satrai. Issei didn't respond, but he gave Sana a nod in reply. As he looked at the rest of the student council members, he set his gaze to Saji, who looked back with a neutral but saddened look. Sighing and lowering his head, Issei set his gaze back to Sana. Before you say anything else, please let me just say this. Raising an eyebrow at Issei's words, Sana nodded. Taking his hands out of his blazer pockets, Issei put them to his side. I have nothing against any of you. However, that doesn't mean I completely trust devils at all. But... Issei lowered his head and paused in his words. Noting the hesitance within Issei, Sana kept silent. Both Saji and Tsubaki remained quiet as well. Newbie. Sighing, Issei lifted his head up at Sana. I know that you and the rest of the devils here were not involved in Riser's plans at all, which is why I'm telling you this. The devils of the student council listened intently to Issei's next words. You don't bother me, I won't bother you. It's as simple as that. If it so happens that you do need or want, or have to speak with me, and if it's very important, then so be it. Aside from that, I'll keep to myself, and you guys keep to yourselves. Sana and her peerage were a little surprised at Issei's declaration. Sure, he didn't trust devils, and yet he was acting in a mature and indifferent manner. Saji looked up at Issei and sighed. Hey, newbie. It's all right, Saji-san. Issei said as he gave Saji a soft half-smile. Saji widened his eyes at Issei's words. I hold nothing against you as a person. On the other hand, it'll take a long time for me to get used to devils. So staying away from each other is a good plan. No conflicts, no worries. Saji nodded and crossed his arms. I just wanted to say I'm sorry about your cousin. She really seemed like a nice person. Looking at Saji for a moment, Issei shook his head. Liko-san's still alive. The student council members widened their eyes, with the exception of Sana. Staring at Issei for a moment, Sana nodded. That was a genuine relief to hear. I'm glad to hear that. And I appreciate you acting like this in a civilized manner, Issei Hyoudou. I am sure my peerage and I can agree to abide by your rules. Issei nodded in response to Sana's words, and he put his hands in his pockets once more. Then it's settled. As she watched Issei turn around to leave, Sana widened her eyes as she had just remembered something. Issei. Turning around, Issei looked at Sana, raising an eyebrow. My older sister would like to meet with you. It's an important matter. Also a friend of mine, Rias Gremory, would also like to speak with you. Staring at Sana for a few moments, Issei removed his hand from the door. I'll think about it, the conversation with your sister. As with this Gremory person. She's the president of the Occult Research Club. Tsubaki answered as she watched Issei. She's also Surtsuke-sama's younger sister. Saji added in his 2 cents. At the mention of the mu, Issei unconsciously flared out a small portion of ki, causing the members of the student council to back away. After a few moments, Issei calmed down almost immediately, and suppressed his energy. Tell this Rias girl, that if she wants to talk to me, then she'll have to come seek me out herself. As he went to open the door, Issei turned back around. The underworld, Azazel's headquarters. Rainare sighed as she sat in Azazel's base. Dressed in her fallen angel attire, she put her hand on her cheek. Something wrong, Rainare. At her name, Rainare looked over to Kala Warner, who had her arms crossed in a bored manner. It's nothing. Kala Warner rose an eyebrow, but then she shrugged. Her eyes glazing slightly, Rainare held herself. I hope Issei-kun is alright today. In another section of Azazel's headquarters. Yo, Azazel. You called. Azazel, the leader of the fallen angels, turned to look at a young man with dark silver hair and light blue eyes. Volley. Yes, I did. Azazel crossed his arms and sighed. I have a suspicious feeling that Crocodile is planning something. I believe he wants to start another great war. Raising a silver eyebrow, Volley coughed. And how does that concern me? Can't you take care of it? Because I know that you and Albion have been looking for a stronger opponent. And I believe that Crocodile's plan involves Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor. At the mention of Albion's rival, Volley widened his eyes. Smirking at Volley in amusement, Azazel closed his eyes. Tell me, Volley. Have you ever heard of the legendary sword, the Kusanagi no Tsurugai? Fortune Cookie Restaurant. An employee smiled as he carried some bags out. It hasn't even been 30 minutes yet, so today might be my lucky day. On top of the restaurant building stood Ophis, who looked down upon the car the employee was about to enter into. Ophis lifted up a finger, and she narrowed her eyes. I shall definitely have free food. The employee got into his car, and got ready to start the engine, until he noticed something slithering next to him. Tensing at the sound of the creature, the delivery man slowly looked towards the seat next to him. Issei's house, an hour later. Issei blew out a sigh as he walked into his house. Closing the door behind him, he looked up to see Ophis sitting on the couch, looking at the clock on the walls. Ophis. Removing her attention from the clock, Ophis titled her head and offered a small smile as she looked at Issei. My Issei. You are back. Issei blinked, and then he gave Ophis a soft smile. Yeah, finally. I'm glad to see that you're still here. Putting his hands in his pockets, Issei looked around the house. So did you do anything today, Ophis? Knock knock. Issei widened his eyes, and he opened the door to see a delivery man covered with extreme snake bites. Hey, man. Are you alright? Just take the food. The man whimpered, and gave Issei a large bag, and ran off to his car, driving away quickly. Raising an eyebrow, Issei looked in the bag, smelling something quite appetizing. Ophis? Did you order something? Issei looked up, and he jumped a little in surprise when Ophis suddenly appeared right in front of him. He noticed that since Ophis was in her adult form, she was a little taller than him. Huh. Never noticed that. Grabbing the bag from Issei, Ophis lifted her hand up and formed it into a thumbs-up gesture. I have obtained food. Walking away from Issei, Ophis sat back on the couch, and reached into the bag to take out her order. Blinking several times, Issei widened his eyes when he noticed something strange. Hey, Ophis, you're supposed to pay for delivery, you know. Pausing in her eating, Ophis set her dark gray eyes to Issei. Her mouth curved upwards into an expression akin to a sly smile. I shall have free food. Red Dragon Emperor. Kyoha Academy. A middle-aged man with black hair and red eyes crossed his arms, standing on top the building of Kyoha Academy. The fallen angel known as Crocodile scowled in disgust. The fallen angel harbored a great deal of pride within himself. After all, he was one of the fallen angels who had fought and survived the climatic Great War. Due to that war, Crocodile believed that the fallen angel race was the superior species. The mere thought of anyone telling him otherwise brought damage to his pride. But years later, a godlike powerful source of energy had risen, and it angered Crocodile deeply. The one who possessed this power was a target of Azazel, since the laid-back fallen angel had become interested in him. The one who harbored this power was by no means human. Crocodile could tell that much. And to top it all off, Rainare, a fallen angel herself, was with the boy. Azazel had ordered her to merely watch over the boy, but Crocodile was disgusted with this procedure. At first Crocodile would just ignore the boy's godlike power, but soon after, Crocodile's pride soon began to decline. As the boy grew stronger, so did Crocodile's paranoia. And then it happened. Crocodile was one of the observers who had watched the fight between Issei Hyoudou and the third son of the Fenex clan, Riser Fenex. Watching the boy transform twice, had only increased Crocodile's fear. However, it appeared luck was on the fallen angel's side. Due to the fact that both Sertsk and Riser had agreed on a bet in order to see Issei Hyoudou's true power, there would be a large chance of the boy harboring a great deal of hatred for the devils. While disgusted at the thought of someone like Issei joining the fallen angels, Crocodile thought it would be beneficial for Issei to join on his side. In order to start another great war. Azazel had strongly objected Crocodile's desire to start another war, but that only served to increase the latter's desire to go on along with his plan. With Issei's power in his disposal, the devils, angels, and any other species would stand no chance against the fallen angels. But Crocodile couldn't dwell on that ambition yet. There were other ways he could start another great war, and he had every intention of using the way he had started with. He had already sent that bumbling stray exorcist and the bespectacled priest to steal 3 of the 7 Excaliburs. All Crocodile himself had to do was steal the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. One of the 3 imperial regalia of Japan, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi was originally called the Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, which translated to Sword of the Gathering Clouds of Heaven. Rumors stirred that after the Great War, the bodies of the 2 heavenly dragons, Shrag and Albion, were destroyed, and their souls were encased. Albion's soul was encased within a sacred gear. Crocodile already knew that. But Drag. The Red Dragon Emperor was rumored to be sealed within the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. The Welsh dragon wielded immense strength, possessing enough power to kill gods or satans. And not only that, but the Kusanagi no Tsurugi enabled its wielder to control the wind and cause it to move in the direction of his/her swings. Cockabile was all too elated to even think clearly. While the boy could be used for another situation, with the heavenly dragon, Cockabile had a great advantage in his favor. The Kusanagi no Tsurugi was sealed within the Ise Grand Shrine, the Shinto shrine dedicated to the Shinto goddess known as Amaterasu Omikami. All Cockabile had to do was wait. Soon, that power will be mine. Then no one will be able to stop us. 3 days later, at Kyoa Academy. Walking into his class, Issei noticed that Yuma Amano was once again absent. Raising an eyebrow, Issei turned to see Swollen sitting at the desk next to his own. As they locked eyes, Swollen quickly looked away. Sighing, Issei walked over to his desk and put his bag down. Looking around his classroom, he noticed that he and Swollen were the only ones in the class so far. Turning to look at Swollen, Issei crossed his arms. "All right. I know you didn't come here just to learn." Swollen locked her eyes into Issei's own, but she remained quiet. "What are you doing here, Swollen?" Her blue-green eyes appearing saddened momentarily, Swollen sighed and held herself. But the Chinese devil still didn't say anything. Issei rose an eyebrow. "Is this about Riser's possessions? If it is, my answer won't change. I want nothing to do with them." "But you earned it." "I didn't earn anything." Swollen looked away and held herself tighter. "The rest of the girls, they don't know what to do. Without Riser-sama, we're also lost. I think it's quite clear that Riser didn't care that much about you and the rest of his peerage." Swollen widened her eyes and locked them towards Issei's stern orbs of sight. Aye. If he really was the kind master you seem so eager to envision him as, he wouldn't have included his peerage into his bet with Surtsk and his father." Swollen didn't know what to say. She wanted to deny what this boy said, but as she listened to Issei's words, she realized he was right. Done with the conversation, Issei looked out the window, quietly observing the outside. Swollen stared at Issei for a moment, and then she looked away, placing her hands on her desk. 2 hours later at the Grand Shrine of Ise. Cockabile smirked as he shot another light spear towards the shrine. As he looked around the outside of the shrine dedicated to Amaterasu, he narrowed his eyes. That idiotic priest and that holy sword-obsessed priest should be more than enough to handle those devils at that school of theirs. No doubt, the Archangel Michael has already sent his subordinates to help the devils. Humph, how pathetic. Walking inside the shrine, Cockabile began his search. Issei's house. "I want pork fried rice." "What else?" "Cookies and donuts." "We don't have donuts." "I want donuts." "I already said we don't have donuts, ma'am." "Do you like snakes?" "Did I say that we didn't have any donuts?" "Silly me. What kind of donuts did you want?" "Fortune Cookie Restaurant." The employee hung up the phone and palmed his face. The manager of Fortune Cookie rose an eyebrow as she walked over to the worker. "What is it?" she asked. It was that same woman. Her voice, it's so cold and toneless. Every time she calls, something bad always happens. The last time she called and ordered here, another worker here had his car destroyed, and he ended up having to take the delivery bike. What is it, boss? This sounds like a challenge. A challenge? Well, yes. Every time this woman calls, you say something bad happens, right? Yeah. Well, then wear this, and take this with you. The employee widened his eyes when his boss handed him a 4-leaf clover, and snake repellent. Are you sure this is going to work? Have I ever been wrong before? Well, don't answer that. Now hurry up and cook the damn meal. Issei's house. Ophis maintained her emotionless expression as she watched the clock. 5 minutes have passed. Soon, I shall definitely have free food once more. The door to the house opened, revealing Issei. Rubbing his head, Issei looked up to see Ophis watching the clock once again. Ophis, did you call that restaurant again? Setting her dark gray eyes to Issei, Ophis gave the young man a sly smile. Yes, I did. Issei sighed and palmed his face. Ophis, if you keep doing things like this, people aren't going to deliver here anymore. What will you do until then? Ophis already had her answer ready. I will order from another restaurant. But dash. They will still come here. Issei widened his eyes and walked over to the dragon god, sitting next to her. How do you figure that? Ophis' smile grew into an expression akin to smugness, and she tapped her finger on Issei's forehead. They will challenge me, my Issei. The more times I call, they will answer. Humans challenging me. That is amusing. Ay. Issei droned as he shook his head. Sighing at the dragon god's troll logic, Issei looked at the living room table, and his eyes widened. It was the fortune cookie flyer, but it was turned over. On the back of the flyer, was the picture of the Grand Issei Shrine. Ophis tilted her head at Issei's expression. My Issei. What is wrong? Issei picked up the flyer as he looked closely at the shrine. The Grand Issei Shrine. That's the place where my parents found me. I haven't seen this place in years. As he looked at the shrine, Issei gained a thoughtful look on his face. Maybe I should go visit. After all, it is the place where I was born. Plus, I was named after it. I guess there's no shame in going. Sitting up from his spot on the couch, Issei dusted himself off and looked at Ophis. You want to come with me, Ophis? Ophis tilted her head and looked back up at the clock. I shall wait for free food. You can't do this forever, Ophis. You know you could always just ask me to bring you food. Ophis gave Issei a sly smile, which seemed to widen. My Issei is kind. But free food is much more satisfying. Issei sighed as he rubbed the back of his forehead. There's just no convincing you, is there? No, there is not. Grand Issei Shrine. A pool of solar flares appeared in front of the Grand Issei Shrine, revealing Issei with his eyes closed. Breathing out a sigh, Issei opened his eyes, and he gasped. What on earth? The Grand Issei Shrine was in complete ruins. The structures of the entire floors were torn apart, and the rooms were now turned to ashes. Issei looked on in shock as he walked inside the shrine, looking around his surroundings. What the hell happened here? Whoosh. Issei widened his eyes and quickly avoided a crimson blast of energy that was sent towards his way. Maintaining his balance, Issei looked up to see a man with black hair and 5 pairs of black wings. He also wore a black robe with detailed accessories. Held tight in the man's hands was a sword shaped like calamus, and sported a white metallic color. The sword was glowing with a dark crimson hue. So you are the one who defeated the third son of the Fenex clan. Issei narrowed his eyes at the man. His energy tells me he's not a devil. But that doesn't mean I trust him. Standing up straight with a cold gaze, Issei glared at the man. Were you the one who destroyed parts of the shrine? Fallen Angel Cockabile smirked as he held the sword. So what if I am? This shrine has nothing to do with you. Leave now, boy, and I'll let you live. You really think I'll leave just like that? After you destroyed this place. Narrowing his eyes, Issei peered at the sword in Cockabile's hands. Was that sword part of the shrine? So what if it is? None of that matters now. With this sword, I can dash. Cockabile then cut himself off when he suddenly had an idea. An awful idea. He then smiled in a smug way. Listen well, boy, because I will not repeat myself. My name is Cockabile. I am a fallen angel, and because of this, the enemies of the fallen angels are the devils and the angels. The reason I am telling you all this, is because I would like to make a deal with you. Taking Issei's silence as a sign to continue, Cockabile smirked. I can fully assume that you hold a great deal of hatred for devils, due to what the Mu and the third son of the Fenex clan have done to you. It seems that we have something in common, Issei Hyoudou. Not unlike yourself, we fallen angels, hate the devils with an intense passion. They are not to be trusted. Cockabile's smirk widened. That is why I am offering you to join me. Together we can decimate every single devil in existence. No other devil shall place harm on you, nor shall they manipulate you for their own selfish desires. Devils are known for their devious and manipulative nature, boy. With your power and the power of the entire fallen angel race combined, no one will be able to stop us. You can have anything you desire. Well? What is your answer, Issei Hyoudou? Issei lowered his head, his hair shadowing his eyes. Crocodile chuckled inwardly, confident in his persuasion. I refuse. Crocodile narrowed his eyes. What is the meaning of this, boy? You're actually right about two things, Crocodile. Yes, I distrust the devils. Yes, they are devious. But aren't fallen angels just the same? Ugh. How dare you, you little brat. Issei narrowed his eyes, and gritted his teeth. That's the reason they fell from heaven, right? Because they had impure thoughts. If you really think about it, in a way, devils and fallen angels share a lot of similarities. They are deceitful, devious, and neither of their thoughts are exactly pure. You bashing the devils makes you sort of like a hypocrite, Crocodile. Crocodile's eyes twitched as he struggled to contain his temper. How dare you say those words? With a snarl, Crocodile swung the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, and out of the sword, a crimson wave of energy collided towards Issei, who quickly got out of the way. Narrowing his eyes, Issei got back up. That sword is no joke. I've got to be careful. Issei's hair and skin started to glow with an orange-yellow color. His brown-orange-yellow eyes losing their pupils and irises, Issei looked up at Crocodile and disappeared from the fallen angel's sight. Crocodile widened his eyes, and held his guard. Issei, in his super-solar form, suddenly appeared in front of him, and reared his fist back. Crocodile smirked and impaled Issei with the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, prompting to Issei to widen his eyes and cough out blood. Crocodile cackled as the Kusanagi no Tsurugi started to glow with a crimson color. How pathetic. You may have bested Riser Fenex, but you underestimated me, Issei Hyoudou. Now rot in hell. After saying that, Crocodile dug the sword deeper into Issei's stomach, and a crimson blast completely swallowed the young man in a pool of energy. The crimson light faded, revealing nothingness. Smirking widely, Crocodile stepped back, but then stopped as he felt something on his shoulder. You missed. His red eyes widening in horror, Crocodile turned around to attack with the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, until he felt something grab his arm, and something else put pressure on his knee causing it to jut backwards. Crocodile's bone from his leg jutted out more, causing a large pool of blood to pour out from his leg. Ah! Screaming in great pain, Crocodile looked up to see Issei staring down at him with a fierce glare. Why you dash? Checkmate, fallen angel Crocodile. Issei snarled as he lifted the fallen angel up. Narrowing his eyes, Crocodile summoned a light spear the size of Kyoa Academy itself, and impaled Issei with it. Or he would have, had not Issei summoned a solar shield to absorb the colossal light spear. Crocodile widened his eyes in horror, and in his shock, he dropped the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Like I said. That's checkmate, Crocodile. Rearing his fist back, Issei charged a great amount of solar energy as a result from Crocodile's light spear, and pierced the fallen angel in his stomach. Gwah! I don't like being manipulated, Crocodile. I thought you would have learned that already when you saw my battle with Riser Fenex. He did the same thing, and look what happened to him. Holding the fallen angel with only one hand, Issei glared darkly at Crocodile. Issei Hyoudou. At the call of his name, Issei turned around and looked up to see a young man with dark silver hair and light blue eyes. Sensing his energy, Issei narrowed his eyes. Another devil? What's he doing here? Vala Lucifer flew down towards Issei and Crocodile, his eyes widening a little at the bloodied fallen angel, and the golden aura surrounding Issei. Covering his interest with a confident smirk, Vala pointed to Issei. I believe I need that fallen angel you have trapped in your hand. Narrowing his eyes further, Issei looked over at Crocodile, who shuddered at the young man's dark gaze. Suddenly Issei lifted his hand to the side, and sent it towards Crocodile's midsection. Vala widened his eyes once more as he witnessed Crocodile's bisection. And they say I'm a battle maniac. As his body fell apart, Crocodile started to lose his voice as a result of his screaming. Looking over to Vala, Issei held up the fallen angel's upper body. Which half did you want? Issei asked quietly. For once feeling a little hesitant, Vala walked over to Issei, and picked Crocodile up by the hair. As he looked into Issei's clear eyes, Vala felt a chill go up his spine. Backing away from Issei, Vala revealed his demonic wings, and flew up into the air, flying away from the Ise shrine. After standing for a few moments, Issei powered down to his normal state, and sighed. As he looked around the shrine, Issei looked down to see the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Narrowing his eyes, Issei bent down and looked at the sword more closely. Hesitating, he went to touch it, and then his eyes widened as he felt darkness claim him. Issei's inner world/subconscious. Issei opened his eyes and shook his head. His sight clearing, Issei widened his eyes in amazement. Where the hell am I? In front of him was a multitude of buildings and skyscrapers. The setting in front of him seemed to have the appearance of a virtual world. What is this place? It's about time you found the damn sword. Partner. His eyes widening in shock at the sudden voice, Issei turned around and immediately after doing so, he took a step back. It was a lean-built, and stoic middle-aged man with pale skin, green eyes, and long ragged crimson hair. He was also clad in a crimson-black overcoat that flared out from behind him. Issei took another step back. In the man's hand was the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword itself. Staring down at Issei, the man pointed the sword at him. Are you ready, partner? 'Cause if you're not, there's a chance you might die here. Issei blinked repeatedly in confusion, and then he looked down to see that he suddenly had another version of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi as well. Widening his eyes, Issei pointed to the young man. Hey! Where did you get the Kusanagi no Tsurugi? The man narrowed his eyes. You'll have to be more specific. When you talk about the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, do you mean the one you're holding, in your hand? Or is it this one, in mine? Issei got into a defensive stance, not knowing what was about to happen to him. Who the hell are you? Taking advantage of Issei's shock, the man soared towards Issei in a burst of speed. Frowning darkly at Issei's surprised look, the man reared his sword back and he spoke with a fierce tone. You want to know who I am, partner? Well, here's your answer. I am. Outside Issei's house. Liko sighed as she walked to her cousin's house door. On a whim, she wanted to see how her cousin was doing. Even though it had only been a couple of days since the cousins had last seen each other, Liko couldn't help but worry for her cousin. I wonder how Issei Itoko is doing. Sighing, Liko brushed her dark silver hair back, and lifted her hand up to knock on the door. Knock knock. Liko waited for a response. Raising an eyebrow, Liko knocked on the door again. Knock knock. Once again no response. Her interest piqued, Liko went to open the door, and looked into her cousin's house. Looking inside, her crimson eyes widened at the first thing she saw. It was a beautiful young woman who appeared to be in her early to mid-20s. She had long dark black hair, pointed ears, and emotionless dark gray eyes. The woman was dressed in a black sweater with dark jeans, and black shoes. Liko also noticed that the woman had a gothic Lolita headpiece on her black hair. Blinking repeatedly at the sight of the woman in her cousin's house, Liko cautiously walked over to her. Who are you? Ophis tilted her head as the silver-haired girl walked over to her. Who are you? She asked in an emotionless cold tone. Liko looked taken aback from Ophis's cold tone, but she assented and answered. I'm Liko. Issei's cousin. At the mention of Issei, Ophis's flat eyes softened considerably and she slowly lifted her hand up to point at Liko. My Issei? You are his cousin. Liko rose an eyebrow at Ophis. The way she speaks. It's so weird. Yeah. Now can you tell me your name? Staring at Liko momentarily, Ophis suddenly gave the dark silver-haired girl a sly smile. I am Ophis. Your cousin, my Issei, belongs to me. Wait. What about Issei? Issei belongs to me. One day, I shall claim him for myself. Liko suddenly felt a little uneasy around Ophis, and she started to feel a bit anxious. Claim Issei? What do you mean? I have marked Issei. He belongs to me. Lyko didn't know how to respond to this. Removing her stare from Lyko, Ophis looked at the living room table and picked up the fortune cookie flyer. Smiling deviously, Ophis held up the flyer to Lyko. Would you like free food? Lyko rose an eyebrow at Ophis's request. Free food. Grand Issei Shrine. The area around the Grand Issei Shrine was completely silent, so silent that not even a tumbleweed would be able to make a sound by blowing away. Inside the shrine, laid Issei on the ground. His eyes were closed as though he was asleep. Next to him on the ground, was the Kusanagi no Tsurugi itself. Issei's inner world/subconscious. You want to know who I am, partner? Well, here's your answer. I am. Two Kusanagi no Tsurugis clashed against each other, one fierce and proficient, and the other clumsy and hesitant. Issei quickly blocked the man's attack. The pressure to hold his own against his opponent strained him greatly. I still don't understand. I don't even know how to use a sword. Issei yelled as the man put more pressure on his sword. What's not to understand, partner? Better concentrate, or else you'll lose a limb. Issei tensed as the man pushed him forward. Landing on top of a skyscraper and trying to regain his balance, Issei rubbed his forehead. I don't have a clue on what's going on here. He looked up and he widened his eyes to see the man about to attack him with the Kusanagi no Tsurugi once again. Issei thought quickly and blocked the attack. As soon as the Kusanagi no Tsurugis touched again, both of the swords emitted colorful auras. The color of the man's Kusanagi no Tsurugi emitted a dark crimson aura, while Issei's Kusanagi no Tsurugi released a yellow-orange aura. Issei widened his eyes, while the man deepened his frown. Narrowing his eyes, Issei flew away the other side of the skyscraper, putting some distance between himself and the man. The man narrowed his eyes and pointed the Kusanagi no Tsurugi towards Issei. Don't be so hesitant. Quicken your pace and attack me. Issei narrowed his eyes as he tried to catch his breath. It's not exactly easy for me. Gritting his teeth, Issei let out a bellow as he transformed into his super solar state. The man shook his head at the sight. Issei screamed louder as he tried to access his hellfire form. Don't even bother. Issei stopped and widened his eyes when he saw a large dark crimson wave of energy soar towards him. Issei quickly dodged the energy wave, and looked behind him to see the energy wave decimate an entire multitude of buildings, leaving large a crater in the ground. Oh my god! Don't get all distracted on me. Issei looked back just in time to see the man send another crimson energy blast with the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Issei tensed and proceeded to block the energy wave with his own sword. But he found it hard to withstand the pressure, so he forced himself to maneuver the Kusanagi no Tsurugi and send the blast to another direction. A bright crimson flash illuminated the space on where Issei and the man stood. As the light faded, Issei struggled to catch his breath and then clenched his fist as he pointed to his opponent. Who the hell are you? The man rolled his eyes and then transmitted away. Issei widened his eyes and looked around his surroundings. The man then appeared in front of him, grabbing onto Issei's own version of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Holding a tight grip on the sword, the man huffed and clenched his fist, causing the Kusanagi no Tsurugi to break. Issei looked on in shock as the Kusanagi no Tsurugi disintegrated in his hand. The man broke off a piece of the sword, and held it up towards Issei. Don't make me repeat myself, partner. Didn't I yell it out to you earlier? My name is Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei had no time to react, when Drake suddenly grabbed his face and threw him into a nearby building. His frown becoming stern, Drake narrowed his eyes as he watched Issei struggling to climb out of the building. For such a powerful brat, you sure do show a lot of stupidity. Issei grunted as he looked Drake in the eyes. When you are in battle, always keep your guard up. That should be an obvious rule, Issei. While you were standing there without a weapon like a dumbass, I could have easily just stabbed you. Issei widened his eyes and looked down to see that the Kusanagi no Tsurugi was no longer in his hands. Kukukuku. At the sound of Drake's laughter, Issei narrowed his eyes and glared the disguised Red Dragon Emperor. Battle not going in your favor? Well, the next ones won't if you keep standing around like that. Issei gritted his teeth and tried to increase his energy, until Drake pointed the Kusanagi no Tsurugi towards him. You can't access that hellfire transformation of yours, partner. At least not in the human world. Ceasing in attempting to transform, Issei straightened himself. What are you talking about? The reason you can't access it here is really simple. You're not in the underworld. I don't understand. When you absorbed the flames of the Fenex devil, not only did you achieve a transformation that allowed you access to the power of hellfire, but you also gained the powers and abilities of an individual of the Fenex clan. Issei widened his eyes at Drake's explanation. You mean I gained all of Riser's powers? The young man said in a bit of disgust. Now he had a portion of Riser's powers. Great. Exactly. In fact, possessing the powers of a Fenex is exactly the reason why you can only use your hellfire transformation in hell. Because that is where you obtained the form. But I achieved my first solar form in hell as well. That form was attained by your own energy. From your own power. It belongs to you exclusively. When you absorbed the Fenex devil's flames, you gained all of his powers and the mystical flames of hellfire itself. Issei blinked as his confusion overtook his rationality. How do you know so much about me? Kukyukyuku. Well, in simple terms, I've known about you since the day you were born. You could also say I've been watching you since your birth occurred. Issei narrowed his eyes as Drake positioned the Kusanagi no Tsurugi into an offensive position. Enough talk. Prepare yourself, Issei Hyoudou. Issei took a step back and looked down to see the Kusanagi no Tsurugi in his hand once again. He gained a nervous look in his eyes as he settled into a defensive position. I have no idea on how to use a sword. And even if I did, the outcome wouldn't change. I stand no chance against this dragon. He's far stronger than Riser and Crocodile by a large margin. But, he seems to be a lot weaker than Ophis. I hope she's alright. Drake maintained his frown and charged at Issei. Here I come, Issei. Issei's house. The delivery man of the fortune cookie restaurant gulped nervously as he walked up to the cursed house. So far, nothing had happened to him at the moment. No snakes in his car, no explosive bikes, and more importantly, no snakes. Checking himself to make sure he had his lucky 4-leaf clover, and the snake repellent, he smiled and confidently knocked on the door. Seconds later, a black-haired young woman with flat dark gray eyes stared into the delivery man's soul. Nonetheless, the delivery man smiled with a smug air about him. He held out the bag of food to the young woman and smiled wider. Here's your delivery. And just 20 minutes to spare. That'll be $30.47, if you please. Ophis stared blankly at the delivery man, and then she smiled. The delivery man's smile lessened into an unsure expression, and he paled. Look behind you. Feeling nervous for a moment, the delivery man looked behind him to see nothing. Raising an eyebrow, the delivery man turned back around to see Ophis with her hand on his neck. Wadash. Doink. The delivery man suddenly collapsed onto the ground, completely unconscious. Ophis let a sly smirk cross her face as she picked up her food. Score infinity for me. Score 0 for fortune cookie. Feeling proud of herself, Ophis walked into Issei's house and closed the door behind her. Sitting at the couch was Lyko, whose crimsonies were wide with amazement and / disbelief. Did you just pressure point the delivery guy? Ophis smiled as she placed the food on the living room table. Yes, I did. It was fun. Opening the bag, Ophis's smile fell into an expression akin to a frown. Lyko rose an eyebrow. What's up? They put no donuts in here. They forgot donuts. Sitting up from the couch, Ophis walked over to the door and opened it, glaring down at the unconscious delivery man. Narrowing her dark gray eyes, Ophis pointed to the man, sending one of her snakes to crawl all over him. Of course you realize this means war, fortune cookie. And with that legendary declaration, Ophis closed the door. Issei's inner world / subconscious. Issei grunted as he blocked another of Drake's strikes. Damn it. Even in my solar form, I don't stand a chance against him. I need an opportunity. Quit dawdling, partner. Issei widened his eyes as he narrowly avoided another crimson blast. Reappearing in front of Issei, Drake smirked and in a motion far too quick for Issei to see, he impaled the young man with the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Issei widened his eyes and covered his mouth in order to prevent any blood from coming out. Drake smiled as he pushed the sword forward, causing Issei's eyes to widen once more. As I thought. You're powerful, but far too unskilled, partner. I refuse to have a host who is so much weaker than I am. Granted, you're nothing to laugh at, but your performance in this battle is pitiful. I won't stand for it. Smirking widely at the look on Issei's face, Drake slowly pulled the sword out of Issei's stomach. Wrong one. Drake widened his eyes and turned around just in time to see Issei's version of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi impale him through the stomach. Drake's face maintained a shocked expression as Issei glared up at him. Out of the disguised Red Dragon Emperor's stomach was a pool of crimson shattering energy particles. Kukyukyuku. Well. You got me, partner. Looks like I underestimated you. But, there's a reason I'm the Red Dragon Emperor. Drake's body began to glow as he transformed. Issei widened his eyes and backed away, holding the Kusanagi no Tsurugi in his hand tightly. The Red Dragon Emperor's body began to change and distort into a large red western dragon with green eyes. Issei backed away as the size of Drake towered over the buildings and skyscrapers of his inner world. Narrowing his eyes, Issei gripped the hold on the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. In his true form, Drake peered down at Issei and then started to snicker. Kukyukyuku. Issei rose an eyebrow in confusion. What's so funny? Kukyukyuku. You, partner. You are amusing. Looks like you are not as naive as I originally assumed. Issei remained in his battle stance, as he cautiously looked up at Drake. He then widened his eyes when his body began to disappear. What's happening? Kukyukyuku. Very interesting. You have earned my respect, Issei Hyoudou. I shall lend you my power anytime you wish. You can use it to show those who ridiculed you. Issei continued to stare up at the Western Dragon in confusion. Drake then gave Issei a serious look as the young man started to fade away. However, let me give you a warning. If you wish to control my power, make sure you don't slack off before I come back. Issei stared up at the Welsh dragon silently, and seconds later, he started to disappear from his own mind. Humph. Your mother would be proud. As Drake watched the remaining form of his wielder fade away, a confident smirk formed on his face. Albion. Our battle shall come soon. You better hope your host will have what it takes to defeat this one. The one called Issei Hyoudou. The Grand Ise Shrine. Issei's eyes fluttered, and then opened completely. Widening his eyes, Issei looked around his surroundings and looked over to see that the Kusanagi no Tsurugi was no longer in his hands. Huh? Where did the sword go? Looking around the shrine, Issei narrowed his eyes and got up from his spot. Issei's house. Issei opened the door to his house and shook his head. Ise Itoko. Widening his eyes, Issei looked up to see Liko sitting next to a moody Ophis. Liko-san. What are you doing here? Liko sent Issei a smile. I just wanted to see how my cousin was doing. She then looked to Ophis, who had a pout on her face. But as Ophis here tells me, it looks like your life is going good so far. Issei rose an eyebrow at Ophis's facial expression, and then he looked to Liko, and offered her a smile. Why yeah. I guess you can put it that way. Next day at Kyoa Academy. Sitting at his desk, Issei looked out the window of his classroom. He looked up at the sun, and sighed deeply. As he looked around the classroom, he noticed that Yuma was once again absent. Where has Yuma-san been? He then noticed that Swollen was absent as well. As he looked back at the sun, he felt someone walk up to him. Issei Hyoudou. At the call of his name, Issei looked up to see Tsubaki looking down at him, her hands to her side. Staring at Tsubaki blankly, Issei's eyes widened in recognition. Oh, it's you. Getting up from his desk, Issei put his hands in his pockets. Is something wrong? And secondly, is it important? Tsubaki maintained her stoic expression as she gazed at Issei. Before her stoic gaze could break down, Tsubaki closed her eyes. Kaiko's Oni-sama is here. She would like to speak with you, as well as Surtsuke-sama. Issei narrowed his eyes at the last person Tsubaki had mentioned, but he calmed himself quickly. What does Surtsk want to talk about? He didn't particularly mind what Sana's older sister wanted to talk about, but if Surtsk wanted to talk to him, the Crimson Mu had better be expecting another falcon punch in the face. Unaware of Issei's passing thoughts, Tsubaki opened her light brown eyes. He didn't say. TCH. Issei muttered. Tsubaki rose an eyebrow at Issei's response, and then her eyes widened considerably as she noticed that Issei had a red stain showing through his white shirt. You're bleeding. Raising an eyebrow, Issei looked down to see that there was blood on his shirt. Lifting the top of his shirt away from him, the young man widened his eyes to see that there was a large cut mark on his stomach. How did I get cut just now? This morning, it was just fine. Was it from Drake? It definitely couldn't have been from Cockabile, because I transmitted away from him. He tensed when he felt a hand reach down to his stomach. He quickly gripped Tsubaki's hand and held it tightly. Tsubaki widened her eyes slightly as she met Issei's stern gaze. I was going to heal you. Issei's stern look dissolved into a look of hesitance and he gently released his grip on Tsubaki's hand. It doesn't hurt. If it did, I would have noticed it by now. I'm fine. But you need to be healed before the blood flow increases. Tsubaki insisted. It's all right. Let's just go meet Sana's Oni-sama, and Surtsk's. I can heal myself afterwards. You're such a strange boy, Issei Hyoudou. Tsubaki said as she rose an eyebrow at Issei. Issei sent Tsubaki a sad look. If I had a nickel for every time that phrase has been said. Tsubaki kept her gaze on Issei for a while, and she stood still in her spot. Issei's eyes softened, and he sighed and looked away. I appreciate your offer to heal me. But not now. I just want to get this over with. Staring at Issei for a moment, Tsubaki's eyes softened. Follow me, Issei. The student council room. Tsubaki opened the door to the student council, and she and Issei walked inside to see Sana with a young woman with black hair and pigtails and violet eyes. Next to the siblings was Surtsk's Lucifer himself, and the young women of Riser's peerage. Issei kept a calm face as he looked at the familiar and unfamiliar people in the room. Sana, Surtsk's, and then the rest of Riser's peerage walked out of the room, with Tsubaki following them and closing the door behind her. Turning around, Issei then realized that he was alone with Sana's older sister. The girl held up a hand and motioned Issei. Issei Hyoudou. If you would please sit down. Issei complied and sat at the desk across from Sirafal Leviathan. Sirafal was normally cheerful, with a childlike air about her, but even she knew when to be serious. Which was why she was cautious with the young boy in front of her. Maintaining a stoic air about her, not unlike her younger sister, Sirafal folded her hands on the desk and spoke. My name is Sirafal. Sirafal Leviathan. I've asked for you here today, because I wanted to talk to you, Issei. Issei remained quiet. He didn't want to say anything yet. If this woman wanted to talk to him, then the least he could do is be respectful. Sirafal gulped as she spoke carefully. I wanted to tell you that we devils. Sirafal began as she hesitated in her words. The Satan with the title of Leviathan tapped her hands on the desk. Not all devils are the same, Issei. I know from what happened to you, you might not believe me, and I completely understand if you didn't. However, every devil is different. What Riser Fenex and Surtsk did to you in the underworld, it was completely reckless and inexcusable of them. They caused so much psychological damage to you, all because they wanted to see how powerful you were. Sirafal looked up and locked her bright violet eyes with Issei's own multicolored orbs of sight. I just want you to understand something. In spite of what Surtsk and Riser have done, please understand that the rest of us devils are in no way like that. I get what you're saying, Leviathan-san. Sirafal widened her eyes at Issei's first words since their one-sided conversation. Issei crossed his arms as he adopted a stern expression. I understand that every devil is different. It's completely unreasonable of me if I were to assume that every devil is evil. It's not exactly justifiable of me to hate devils just because two members of their species wronged me. Sirafal's eyes widened further as she listened to Issei's words. Issei sighed as he rubbed his head and looked into Sirafal's eyes. That's why I suggested to your sister that she and her peerage stay away from me, and vice versa. That way, there will be no conflict between us. The Satan with the title of Leviathan's eyes softened as she gazed at Issei. I'm glad to hear you say that, Issei Hyoudou. I don't hate the devils. I just don't trust them. The devil and Issei remained quiet for a few moments, before Sirafal spoke once again. There was something else I wanted to talk to you about. Yesterday, a battle was supposed to commence here at Hyodos Academy. But the one who initiated the fight, which was a fallen angel, never showed up. Issei remained silent as he started to feel that he knew who was supposed to show up. Sirafal gave Issei an unreadable gaze. When Sana told me about the event that had taken place here, I rushed to get here. The two members on the opposing side were already defeated, and the rest of us devils waited for the fallen angel to show up. But then, another devil arrived at Hyodos Academy. It was a kid with silver hair. He told us that Cockabile had already been incapacitated. All thanks to you, Issei. Issei inwardly scoffed as he remembered the devil who had asked him to hand over Cockabile. As he looked into Seraphal's eyes, Issei straightened himself in his seat. I just happened to be passing by when I saw Cockabile. He tried to manipulate and goad me into joining the fallen angels. Sirafal exclaimed as her eyes widened. Issei closed his eyes as he crossed his arms. I refused. Only because I knew he was manipulating me. If that devil hadn't shown up to retrieve him, not even Cockabile's ashes would have remained. The Leviathan felt a chill go up her spine at Issei's last sentence, but she composed herself. The reason I'm telling you this, is because I wanted to thank you. Issei rose an eyebrow in confusion. Thank me? I didn't do anything. Issei widened his eyes when Sirafal suddenly gave him a warm smile. Because you fought Cockabile, you prevented an event that would have shaken the angels, fallen angels, and devils. And to top it all off, you saved everyone at Hyodos Academy, including my younger sister and her peerage, as well as Rias-chan and her peerage. So I inadvertently saved all of the devils at Hyodos Academy? So, Issei-chan, I thank you for that. Feeling a little weird at the very affectionate suffix to his nickname, Issei chose not to respond and simply nodded. The door to the student council room opened, revealing Sertsk's and the rest of Riser's peerage. Sira. Sertsk's began. Sirafal smiled in response. Yes, Sertsk's-chan. I'm done. Sitting up from her seat, she walked over to Issei and smiled at him, oblivious to Issei's confused stare. When Sirafal was sitting down, Issei couldn't see her lower body, so he was completely shocked that she had a childlike body. It was nice talking to you, Issei-chan. I hope we can speak again. And with that, the older sister of Sana walked out of the student council room, leaving Issei with Sertsk's and Riser's peerage. Issei Hyoudou. Sertsk stated as he walked over to sit at the desk across from Issei. Issei gave Sertsk an indifferent nod and looked over at the young women who had accompanied the Crimson Satan. Within the crowd he noticed Swollen, who lowered her gaze from Issei. As Sertsk sat down, he placed his hands on his lap and maintained a calm air about him. Issei. I believe you know why I am here. Riser's possessions. Issei asked as he looked over to Swollen. That's right. You already sent Swollen to my house in order to convince me otherwise. Why are you so eager to give me Riser's inheritance? It's not so much that we are eager, Issei Hyoudou, Sertsk began. We are doing what we think is the correct way to amend our ties with you. Issei rose an eyebrow at the statement, and crossed his arms. Pretty strange way to amend relationships. He thought to himself. Wealth won't change my opinions no matter how valuable it is. I understand what you are saying. The young women of Riser's peerage remained quiet as each of them gazed at Issei. Only Swollen had come in contact with Issei the most, only because the rest of the servants did not want to get on Issei's bad side. However, as they looked at Issei currently, they noticed that he was actually calm while talking to Sertsk. Opening his eyes, Issei pointed to Sertsk. I'm willing. Sertsk rose an eyebrow at the young man's words. What do you mean? I'm willing to consider accepting Riser's inheritance. But I also have conditions. Sertsk blinked in surprise for a moment, before he smiled inwardly. Not in amusement, nor in trickery, but in genuine relief. Name them. Issei put his hand under his chin as he looked at the young women in the student council room. First, they go nowhere near my house. Swollen widened her eyes at Issei's first condition. Issei narrowed his eyes as he pointed to the girls. I don't like the idea of having 15 girls in my house. The only 3 women who should be in the house are my mother, my cousin Lyko, and Ophis. Ophis. At the mention of the all-powerful dragon god, Riser's peerage paled, and Surtsk's, to his credit, widened his eyes in a bit of horror and shock. Ophis? It lives with Issei Hyoudou? What does it want with him? Ophis? The infinite dragon god? It lives with you. Issei rose an eyebrow at the personal pronoun Surtsk used to describe Ophis. Yeah, she lives with me. Surtsk opened his mouth to reveal to Issei that Ophis was actually genderless, but then he thought better and closed his mouth. Issei lifted up 2 fingers and frowned. Second, if it's really necessary, only 3 girls of Riser's peerage can come to my house at a time. Not live, but visit my house. Like I said, 15 girls in my house is too much for me to handle. Not to mention that Ophis would probably throw a fit. Issei amended in his thoughts. The young man then lifted another finger as he looked at Surtsk's. My third and final condition is. 2 hours later, still in the student council room. The blood flow seems to have stopped. I'm surprised Kaiko's Oni-sama and Surtsk-sama never commented on your appearance. I'm just glad that I was able to keep it together, especially when I was still bleeding. Tsubaki sent Issei a strange look in response to his statement, and she went to heal the bloodied mark on his stomach. She narrowed her light brown eyes as she peered at the mark. It's as though someone stabbed him with a blade. Has he been fighting with a sword? She rose an eyebrow questioningly at Issei, who looked down as his cut sealed up. Making sure the spots of blood were gone, Issei put his shirt back down and dusted himself off. He then stood up, and reached to lift Tsubaki up to a standing position. Thanks for healing me. Consider it Kaiko's gratitude for saving the school from Kakabile. Tsubaki stated brusquely. Issei rose an eyebrow at Tsubaki's response. Inadvertently. Don't forget inadvertently. Issei said as he walked away from the girl. Issei. Stopping in his tracks, Issei turned around to face Tsubaki, who kept her gaze on the young man. Has your initial opinion of the devils lessened? Issei was silent as he thought of his response. As much as he wanted to deny it, he really could not blame every single devil in this world. Surtsk's Lucifer and Riser Fenex were the only devils who had wronged him. Sure, it was natural for Issei to dislike those specific devils from a certain standpoint, but, as he realized from what Sirafal had stated earlier, he then realized that not all devils were the same. Gaining a serious look in his eyes, Issei frowned as he looked off to the side. Not every devil is the same, Issei began quietly. So it isn't fair of me to assume that all devils are the same, when 2 of them had already set themselves up for a bad appearance, while the 2 of them here were actually nice to me. Tsubaki maintained her sharp stare as she remained quiet. Issei narrowed his eyes and looked at Sana's queen. I don't hate the devils, Shinra-san. That's all I have to say. And with that, Issei walked out of the student council room, leaving Tsubaki alone. What kind of being are you, Issei Hyoudou? Issei's house. Walking upstairs to his room, Issei looked up to see Ophis sitting on his bed. Her expression seemed to be more devoid of emotion, which worried Issei. Ophis? Are you all right? No. I am not all right. Issei widened his eyes. Her speech changed. She's talking normally now. Ophis turned to look at Issei, and her eyes lowered into an expression akin to sadness. My Issei. You are troubled. That worries me. Troubled? No, I'm fine, Op dash. No. You are not. Ophis said as she interrupted Issei. You are troubled, my Issei. Your energy has become less radiant. Less pure. I do not like that. Issei widened his eyes further as he listened to Ophis's words. Her dark gray eyes narrowing sadly, Ophis got up from the bed and walked over to Issei, placing her hands on his cheeks. Issei belongs to me, Ophis began possessively. No one shall take you away from me. Issei is mine, because you are not a bad person. You are my first and only mate. Ophis. Issei thought. Ophis then pressed Issei against her, placing his head at the base of her neck. I like it when Issei is happy. I do not like it when you are conflicted. I do not like it when you are distant from me. I do not like that at all. Issei's eyes softened as he looked away. Am I really becoming darker? My Issei. At the call of his name, Issei looked into Ophis's eyes. Ophis brought her face close to Issei's own. I love silence. I love Issei. Silence is my second love. Issei Hyoudou, my Issei is my first love. I love you, my Issei. You are mine. Issei widened his eyes in amazement, and was too late to react, when Ophis brought her face closer and pressed her lips onto Issei's own. The young man widened his eyes at Ophis's possessive lock on his lips, claiming them as hers only. The young man felt as though time had just stopped for him. And how could he not? This was his first time kissing someone. And he certainly didn't expect the infinite dragon god to claim his first kiss. Issei's inner world/subconscious. Drake smirked as he watched his wielder's kiss stolen by the dragon god. Kukukuku. Interesting. It seems that one of the strongest existences has fallen for my host. Kukukuku. I must say, that I am impressed. Issei's room. Ophis released her lips from Issei's own and gave the young man a smile. A kiss. I like that. Issei stood shell-shocked and he touched his own lips in amazement. Huh. He tensed when Ophis suddenly gripped his collar and held him possessively. Do you understand, Issei? I do not like it when you are not happy. I do not like it when you are not with me. I do not like that, not at all. Issei blinked several times, before he closed his eyes and gently grabbed Ophis's hand. Sorry, Ophis. It's just that I'm not used to being with someone. He then opened his eyes and looked into Ophis's own. I don't know what will happen in the future, but I do know this. I'll be with you all the way, Ophis. I promise you. In emphasis to his statement, Issei tightened his hold on Ophis's hand and sent her a smile. Ophis smiled in response and placed her head on Issei's shoulder. My Issei. Brothers-in-law. Outside of Kyoa Academy. Issei relaxed into a comfortable position as he sat under the shade of the tree. His back was currently leaning against the tall plant, his eyes closed in a peaceful manner. He had no idea what compelled him to wake up so early in the morning. Perhaps it was his old habit of wanting to see the sun rise up to the sky as much as he could. Wake up, sleepyhead. A familiar voice uttered gently. At the sound of the voice, Issei opened his eyes and looked up to see a brown-haired young woman gazing at him with crimson ruby eyes. His vision slightly blurry, Issei blinked as he leaned forward to see who it was. Liko-san. Rise and shine, Issei Itoko. Liko Hyoudou greeted with a smile. The young man blinked again. What was Liko doing here? Moving her eyes away from Issei for the moment, Liko turned to look at the rising sun in the sky. A small smile formed on her face as she chuckled softly, and she looked back to her younger cousin. Mind if I sit with you? She asked. In response to his cousin's request, Issei scooted over to give her some room on the ground, to which Liko happily took. As she sat down next to her cousin, Liko laid her elbows on her knees and leaned her head on the tree. The two cousins were silent as they watched the short cycle of the sun. A few minutes later, the silence was broken by the elder Hyodo. It's been a long time since we've done this. Liko remarked with a nostalgic air in her voice, we used to watch the sun when we were little. Yeah. Issei said softly with a faint smile of his own. Looking over to her cousin, Liko tilted her head slightly. She watched her cousin as he looked up at the sky almost wistfully. Just as Liko's mind was about to become almost sidetracked, the sound of her younger cousin's voice brought her back to reality. Liko-san. She hummed in reply. The younger Hyodo moved his head to look at his older cousin. Your hair's back to normal. He observed, did you stop dyeing it or something? Liko suppressed a snicker as she folded her arms. I'm glad you noticed. She said, yes, as a matter of fact, I did stop dyeing it. Why do you ask? Do I still look like an angel? She was only teasing her cousin when she asked him the question, so the response he gave her immediately made her mind stop in its tracks. Of course you do, Liko-san. Issei answered sincerely. Liko gasped at her cousin's answer. Now that I think about it, Issei continued as he rubbed the back of his head, I think some angels have brown hair too. Liko was silent as she felt her cheeks heat up. She quickly looked back up at the sky to avoid her younger cousin's eyes. It's a little weird actually. Issei said as he frowned slightly. What's weird? Liko couldn't resist asking. That you still kind of look like an angel, Liko-san. Her younger cousin began, and yet I haven't really seen anyone try to ask you out or show any interest in you. Liko could practically feel her entire face steaming due to the impact of her cousin's words. Nevertheless, Issei was a bit correct. No one had ever asked her out before. That's because you're not interested in anyone but her conscience almost told her before she quickly shut it out. Liko struggled to gather her thoughts and ignore her conscience. Her face was still red, and the spiraling thoughts that consisted of her younger cousin wasn't making things any easier. It's because of you. Liko said quietly. Because of me? Issei repeated, causing Liko to jump in shock. Liko's eyes widened in shock as she quickly shut her mouth. Had she said that out loud? What's because of me? Issei asked innocently. The elder Hyodo's mouth remained open as she tried to think coherently. Seconds later, she turned her head away as she attempted to form a legitimate frown. That my face is all red, you dummy. She pouted, you shouldn't say things like that. Especially when you don't mean them. But I do mean it, Liko-san. Issei insisted, unintentionally making his older cousin's heart flutter. Liko's attempted frown immediately disappeared and was replaced by a look of shock. She mustered up the will to hold in her ever-growing blush, and gave her younger cousin a false look of annoyance. You shouldn't lie to your cousin like that. She muttered. But I wouldn't lie to you, Liko-san. Issei insisted again, what kind of cousin would I be if I never told you the truth? The elder Hyodo felt her entire body shake, her heart beating and fluttering quickly. As her frown disappeared, Liko reacted, and suddenly hugged her cousin tightly. Issei gasped in surprise, not expecting his cousin to do that. Not hearing or either ignoring Issei's response, Liko tightened her hug and moved her lips to her cousin's cheek. Chew. Issei's eyes widened as Liko placed a sweet yet chaste kiss on his cheek. Seconds later, Liko ended the kiss and released her cousin from her embrace. Liko-san. Issei said as he rubbed his cheek in confusion. Liko chuckled softly at the look her cousin was giving her. Her Isatako really was something else. If only he wasn't so naive and literal-minded sometimes. And what exactly is wrong with that? Her very annoying conscience made itself known once more, you know you love that trait of his. Liko ignored the small part of her psyche for the time being, and beamed a small smile at Issei, who blinked only once at her. Yes, her Isatako was indeed something else. Inside of Kyoa Academy. Walking into his classroom, Issei widened his eyes when he noticed someone who he hadn't seen in a while. Yauma-san. Rainare, in the form of Yauma, sat quietly at her desk. Issei gained a serious look in his eyes as he detected her energy signal. She's a fallen angel. Gotta say, I didn't see that coming. Rainare looked up and her violet eyes widened as she saw Issei looking at her. Locking her eyes with his, Rainare held herself and looked away. Welcome back. Issei said to her. Issei sighed as he walked over to the fallen angel. Crossing his arms, Issei looked out of the window. I take the reason you haven't been here, was because of me. Right? Issei asked as he looked back to Rainare. Not exactly. Originally, I stopped coming here was because of your anger towards the devils. I assumed that as soon as you came into contact with one here, you would explode or something. Rainare looked up at Issei and crossed her arms. When Vala Lucifer, the devil who brought back Cockabile, told us that you were the one who bisected Cockabile, I was honestly terrified. Cockabile. He called you a monster. The most terrifying being he had ever come in contact with. A monster. What a hypocrite. Huh. Rainare widened her eyes in confusion as Issei sent her a bitter smile. I'm not a devil. I'm not a fallen angel. I'm not an angel. Hell, I'm not even human. Issei-kun. How can he say something like that? Rainare's eyes remained widened in awe as she listened to Issei's words. TCH. He then looked down to Rainare. I don't hold anything against you, Yuma-san. To me, race doesn't matter. I still consider you an acquaintance. Rainare couldn't speak as she felt a luminescent blush form on her face. Issei. Both Issei and Rainare looked up to see Swollen walking towards them. Rainare narrowed her eyes at the Chinese devil, while Issei maintained a calm stance. Swollen-san. Issei greeted as he nodded to her. Nodding and smiling at Issei in response, Swollen sent Rainare an unreadable glance, and set her gaze back to Issei. The rest of the girls and I wanted to know, what time of the meeting to talk about Riser's inheritance is good for you. Issei adopted a thoughtful expression as he pondered his decision. No doubt Riser had a lot of stuff in his possessions. Maybe I'll bring Ophis with me when I go to this meeting. Let's have the meeting in 2 days. Issei answered. Dimensional gap. The dimensional gap existed as the gap between the realms, earth, heaven, and the underworld. It had the appearance of an endless void, where in every direction, there was a mix of iridescent colors. Issei found himself mesmerized and taken aback by the sight in front of him. He'd dare say that it was quite possibly the most beautiful realm he'd ever set his eyes on. Ophis, what is this place? He asked, earning a small smile from the infinite dragon god. This is my home. The dimensional gap. Dimensional gap. Issei repeated softly, it's a really beautiful place. Originally the birthplace of Ophis, it was currently rented by none other than the Apocalypse Dragon, the Great Red. Ophis narrowed her eyes as she sensed the dragon who took her home. Baka Red. Huh? Issei asked. Before Ophis could reply, a crack tore through the dimensional gap, revealing a massive red western dragon with golden eyes. Issei widened his eyes as he sensed the overwhelming power of the dragon in his sight. Amazing. Baka Red. Ophis muttered. Great Red, the Apocalypse Dragon, and the true Red Dragon God Emperor paused in his motion as he glared down at Ophis. He then stopped when he noticed something different about the Ouroboros dragon. Ophis? Did you grow? Ophis frowned as she refused to answer the Great Red's question. Huffing at her lack of response, the Apocalypse Dragon turned to look at Issei Hyoudou, and his golden eyes widened a little. I remember this energy. It's from this kid. This must be the one Ophis was talking about when she went through that tangent of hers. Issei stared wide-eyed as he looked at the colossal dragon. His powers completely off the charts. His strength, when compared to Ophis, they feel about the same. Staring at Issei for a moment, Great Red turned his attention to Ophis, who was still glaring at him. Hey, Ophis. Is this the kid that belongs to you? Yes. My Issei is mine. Huh. Great Red said as he looked back to Issei. Ophis, who is this guy? Issei whispered to Ophis as he leaned closer to her. He is the Apocalypse Dragon. The Great Red. His strength lies within the dreams and realities of beings. He is the reason. I have left my home. He took my home away from me. Issei widened his eyes and looked up at Great Red in confusion. The young man narrowed his eyes and then levitated, flying up to the height of Great Red's horn. So you're the reason why Ophis ran away from her home. So she says. Great Red countered. The true Red Dragon God Emperor and Issei suddenly began to emit auras from their bodies. Emitting from Great Red's scales was the vast crimson energy pressure. Emitting from Issei was the flames from his super solar form. Staring at each other, the auras of Issei and Great Red began to expand. You know, Issei began. In a way, you and Ophis balance each other out. She represents the nothingness of infinity. You, on the other hand, represent the power of dreams. Nothingness is infinite all by itself, but your power, as long as dreams continue to exist, then your strength is infinite as well. Humph. Nice observation, brat. If you really think about it, since you two more or less represent the aspects of infinity, that would sort of make you and Ophis related. Like siblings. That's right. That would also make you, sort of like, my brother-in-law. So it seems. The tension between Issei and the true Red Dragon God Emperor was fierce as their boundless auras expanded within the dimensional gap. The two strong beings narrowed their eyes as they stared at each other. Ophis watched the scene with a cold expression, waiting to see what would happen to her mate, and her enemy/sibling. But what happened next was something not even the infinite dragon would have been able to predict. Who? High five. Issei and Great Red cheered out simultaneously as they clashed their hands together. As soon as their hands touched, the destructive power of Great Red collided with Issei's solar energy, causing the dimensional gap to shake momentarily. What? Ophis muttered silently. The Ouroboros dragon widened her eyes at the most shocking thing in her life. My Issei and Great Red, getting along. Kaka. How interesting. So Ophis has claimed you as her mate. That could only mean we were destined to be brothers. Great Red exclaimed as he smirked at Issei. Issei smiled as he clenched his hand into a fist. This is too awesome for words. One of the two strongest beings in existence, and he's my brother-in-law. Awesome. Grinning widely at each other, Great Red and Issei bumped fists, chuckling at the other. Ophis, on the other hand, looked at her mate and her brother in absolute astonishment. Smiling widely, Issei turned to look at Ophis. Ophis, Great Red doesn't seem like a bad guy. He's just being a good brother. Narrowing her eyes at her mate for the first time, Ophis flew up to Issei and glared at the Great Red, pointing to him. Great Red is noisy. He is distracting. He makes too much noise. I was born here first. He needs to leave. Issei shared a glance with the Great Red, before they looked back at Ophis. Ophis's eyes twitched as she palmed her face in a manner similar to the one she had learned it from. This is embarrassing. My mate and Great Red, brothers-in-law. This is not fair. Oh come on, Ophis. Don't be mean to your brother. Kaka. Great Red cackled as he gave Ophis a cheeky grin. Feeling an unfamiliar emotion within her, Ophis held out her hand and began to charge a black energy blast towards the Great Red, who widened his eyes at the unexpected attack. Issei rose an eyebrow at the scene and sighed. They sure do fight like siblings. Ophis, being the oldest, and Great Red being the youngest. Hey! Ophis cut it out. Great Red yelled out in annoyance. I shall blast Bakared's mouth. Ophis said in a menacing tone as she increased the intensity of her energy blast. Yep, definitely like siblings. Issei amended. Issei's house. Well, that wasn't too bad. I did not like your interaction with Bakared. Issei smiled as he looked to the side to see Ophis lying next to him on the bed. The infinite dragon god frowned cutely at her mate as she held him close. After the revelation that she and Great Red were in fact related, Ophis, for the first time, was shocked. Her shock had turned to horrified realization when Issei pointed out that he and the Great Red were, in simpler terms, brothers-in-law. To put it short, Ophis was not happy at all about this. You don't have to worry, Ophis. Great Red doesn't really seem that bad to me. Issei said. Issei looked at the Ouroboros dragon curiously, and blinked several times. Ophis gazed at her mate with her usual emotionless expression, though the look on her face appeared to be more annoyed than anything. Bakared is too noisy. He annoys me. He's like your opposite. You like quiet places, while Great Red is noisy like a biker guy. Exactly. He is my antithesis. I'm not so sure about that, Ophis. Ophis tilted her head at Issei's statement, and rose an eyebrow in a questioning manner. What do you mean? Sitting up straight, Issei smiled at the infinite dragon god. It's like I said earlier. You both represent infinity. You were born from the nothingness of infinity, while Great Red was born from dreams. You and Great Red, in my opinion, are the absolute strongest beings in existence, Ophis. You're also my family, and I'm glad that I got to know you both. Even though Ophis' facial expression remained cold and emotionless, she felt something stir within her. Ever since she was born, Ophis felt only the nothingness of eternity, possessing no ounce of emotion. When floating around in the dimensional gap, she merely basked in the nothingness in her home. All she desired was silence, as it was initially her first craving. Then many years later, the being in front of her was born. When sensing his energy for the first time, she felt something clouding over her state of nothingness. My Issei. My mate. Ophis stated as she hugged Issei tighter. The infinite dragon god's love for Issei, to put in shorter terms, was infinite. In a way, all three of them, herself, Issei, and Great Red, represented a certain aspect of infinity. Ophis was nothingness, Great Red was illusion of dreams, and Issei. My Issei. His energy is virtually infinite. He is like myself and Great Red. My Issei represents the quasi-aspect of infinity. Issei. Ophis blinked and looked to see her mate sleeping peacefully. Tilting her head, Ophis released Issei from her arms, and brought her hand to caress his cheek gently. My Issei. You are sleeping, like an angel. A sly smile formed on Ophis' face as she tilted her head. Her sharp dark grey eyes glinted as she smiled wider. If my Issei was an angel, only I shall be the one to make him fall into nothingness. I am nothingness. Issei is mine. I am the nothingness that will hide its mate. I love my Issei. Outside Issei's house. Rias, this is a terrible idea. No, scratch that, it's a stupid idea. Hush, Sana. Sana rolled her eyes as she watched her childhood friend set the ladder in front of Issei's house. The Satri devil shook her head in disappointment. After Sirafal and Tsubaki had informed her that Issei's opinion of the devils had changed for the better, Sana did not hesitate to tell Rias about the news. What a horrible mistake. Eager to introduce herself to Issei, Rias followed the traces of Issei's energy and tracked it to his house. Sana, worried about what her friend was getting herself into, followed her to make sure nothing would happen. Rias, why did you even bring a ladder? Sighing tiredly, Rias turned to glare at her friend. Because if I knock on his house door, there's a chance Ophis might answer. Tsubaki already told us how possessive Ophis was of Issei, so that plan is sure to fail epically. I'm not going to risk that. And I'm not dumb enough to teleport in his room either. So using a ladder is a sure and much safer way to talk to Issei. Have fun, get beaten up by Ophis then. Sana said as she walked away from her friend, quickly losing hope and patience towards Rias. Pouting at her friend, Rias scoffed and climbed up the ladder, almost all the way to the top of Issei's room window. The crimson-haired devil held in her breath as she took another step and she climbed up the ladder. Raising her head up, her blue-green eyes widened when she looked into a pair of dark grey soulless eyes. Boo! Ah! Rias screamed in terror as she fell off the ladder, landing on the grass with a thud. Rubbing her sore head, Rias looked up to see Ophis staring down at her from Issei's window. Ophis. The Ouroboros dragon suddenly granted Rias a sly smile and narrowed her eyes. Issei belongs to me? She stated menacingly. Looking at the standing ladder, Ophis smiled wider and lifted up a finger. A black spark of energy began to emit from her finger, and the infinite dragon god shot the blast at the ladder, completely disintegrating it to ashes. Rias gasped. As she watched the ladder crumbling to pieces, Ophis set her sights to Rias, and gave her a smug smile. Enjoy the climb back up, bitch. Ignoring the shocked and horrified look on Rias's face, Ophis closed Issei's window and walked away to sit next to her mate on the bed. As she sat on the ground, Rias widened her eyes as she realized something. Did Ophis just call me a bitch? Issei's room. My Issei. Ophis stated in satisfaction as she went to lay on Issei's bed. Her eyes then widened in shock when she saw that Issei was no longer in his bed. The Ouroboros dragon narrowed her eyes darkly as she immediately knew who could have taken her precious mate. The dimensional gap. Issei and Great Red stared at each other quietly. Issei rubbed his eyes tiredly, trying to figure out how Great Red, who was a colossal dragon, was able to stealthily bring him to the dimensional gap without Ophis noticing. Issei rubbed his head awkwardly, while Great Red looked around the dimensional gap in boredom. While they both were happy that they were more or less family now, they had no idea what the other liked. As from what Ophis had told, or complained, to Issei, Great Red apparently liked to perform crazy moves within the dimensional gap. Crazy moves, huh? Now that I think about it, I heard at school that there was supposed to be a motorcycle racing tournament later on. Issei thought. It was at that moment that both Issei and Great Red began to read each other's thoughts. Both of their eyes widened as they found that they were thinking of a certain subject. Smiling widely at each other, Issei and Great Red rose their fists up and pointed to each other knowingly. Ah. Ah. They then bumped fists, their vast energies colliding against each other in a flare of crimson solar energy, causing the dimensional gap to shake once again. "Wanna go ride motorcycles?" Issei asked. Great Red gave Issei a wide smirk. "Bitchin'. Baka Red." Issei and Great Red turned to see Ophis glaring at the two with a furious look on her face. "Crap." Great Red uttered. "Issei's house. I don't think I've ever seen Ophis mad before." Clenching her fists, Ophis glared darkly at Issei, who was feeling a little mindful about how he was going to calm the Ouroboros dragon down. "Ophis dash. Baka Red." Ophis grumbled. Issei gulped as he tried to sit still. He knew he wasn't the only one suffering. As soon as he and Great Red tried to teleport to the motorcycle tournament, Ophis appeared in the dimensional gap. Needless to say, Issei and Great Red knew they were both in trouble. After looking regretfully at Great Red, Issei opted to teleport himself back to his home, as he knew Ophis would save him for last. And now here he was, at the mercy of the infinite dragon god. Ophis dash. "Why, were you with Baka Red?" Ophis asked darkly. Issei wanted to point out that Great Red was actually the one who took him to the dimensional gap in the first place. But he didn't want to put his brother-in-law into any more trouble. Sighing, Issei bravely walked up to the dragon god, ready to explain. "Earlier at school, I heard about a motorcycle racing tournament. Since you told me that Great Red liked doing crazy moves, I thought it would be a good event for him." Issei blinked several times as he waited for Ophis to speak her mind. The Ouroboros dragon currently had conflicting thoughts. On one hand, she didn't like Great Red's influence on her mate, but on the other hand, the desire to keep Issei all to herself predominated her thoughts. "Ophis. Do you really hate it when Great Red and I try to spend time together?" "I do not hate it. I do not like it when you are not with me." Issei widened his eyes in realization. "So you wanted to go with us, then?" Ophis walked closer to Issei and lifted her finger, placing it on Issei's forehead. "It does not matter where you and I go. As long as I am with my Issei, then I am satisfied." "Ophis. I love my Issei. When Baka Red stole you from me when I was distracted, I felt worry. Baka Red has already stolen and occupied my home for some time. The very act of Baka Red trying to steal you away from me. That is unacceptable." The young man widened his eyes when he felt Ophis' hands on his cheek. As he looked into Ophis' eyes, he no longer detected the usual emotionless or possessive look in her eyes. Her eyes now showed worry, emptiness, and love. Ophis' eyes looked so empty. Placing his hands on the infinite dragon god's own, Issei offered Ophis a soft smile. "Ophis, you don't have to worry. Like I said, I'll be by your side. I'll protect you and be with you, any way that I can. I promise you." Issei then smiled wider and placed his hands on Ophis' chest, so he could feel the dragon god's heartbeat. "You always say you were born out of the nothingness of infinity. So if that's true, that must mean I'm the part of infinity that, I guess in a way, overflows past nothingness." Ophis' eyes began to gain a softer edge as she listened to Issei's words. She widened her eyes when she felt something wet slide down from her eye. "Am I Issei?" The infinite dragon god stuttered. Issei's smile softened as he went to rub the tear away from Ophis' eyes. "You, Great Red, and I guess we're like a trinity." "A trinity?" Issei smiled as he pointed to Ophis. "The nothingness of infinity." He then pointed to his own head, tapping it twice in alluding to dreams. "Great Red, the illusion of dreams." He then pointed to himself and paused. Well, I don't exactly know what aspect of infinity I represent, but I do know this. I'm the infinity that completely fills up nothingness. Ophis stared wide-eyed at Issei. My Issei. The young man in front of her filled the infinity she represented. He was one who existed to burst within the void, to completely surpass the trenches of nothingness. That was why Ophis felt so content with Issei. He filled her with so much raw emotion. He made her feel so much. So many emotions, an aspect she had always thought she would never experience. Feeling herself overwhelmed by a sudden rush of emotion, Ophis locked her lips with Issei, once more claiming his lips as her own. The Ouroboros dragon loved Issei deeply, her desire growing to the point that she wanted to be with him forever. She, Great Red, and Issei all represented the aspects of infinity, and although Ophis still didn't tolerate the presence of Great Red, as long as Issei remained with her, then she could endure. Releasing her lips from Issei's own, Ophis hugged Issei in a softer grip. Are you all right now, Ophis? Issei asked quietly. Yes, I am fine. My Issei. Next day at the mansion of the Fenex clan. Huh. So this is the Fenex mansion. Issei. Why, are we here? Issei smiled as he looked over towards Ophis, who held his hand. The couple stood in front of a large white mansion. I'm supposed to get some benefits today, Ophis. Ophis tilted her head as she looked at the mansion. Benefits? She asked. Issei nodded in response. Yeah, Issei began as he rubbed his head. The devils are so eager to give me Riser's inheritance. Well, might as well go inside. As Ophis held his hand tightly, Issei walked with her inside the Fenex mansion, looking around his surroundings in awe. Issei. Both Issei and Ophis looked to see Swollen walking over to them with a smile on her face. Her smile faltered a little when she noticed the powerful aura of Ophis, but she managed to compose herself as she looked back to Issei. I'll show you to where the meeting is. I'm glad you could make it. Swollen led Issei and Ophis through a series of hallways and doors, until the trio stopped a door painted in gold. Gaining an almost nervous look on her face, Swollen sent Issei a slight smile. This is it. She said as she opened the door, revealing a large number of devils. Inside the room were none other than Certx Lucifer and Lord Fenex, who both looked to see Issei. They both widened their eyes and tensed as they noticed the Ouroboros dragon holding Issei's hand. But eventually they composed themselves and turned to look at Issei and nodded to them. Issei Hyoudou. They greeted simultaneously. Issei nodded to the both of them as he sat down on the remaining seat. As he looked around, he found that there were no more seats in the room. Before he could say anything, Ophis suddenly plopped down onto his lap, and wrapped her arms around his neck possessively. The devils in the room all widened their eyes in bafflement, including Certx and Lord Fenex. The sight of an adult Ophis sitting on a teenage Issei's lap brought a somewhat misleading thought to the devils' minds. Surprisingly able to keep calm about the position Ophis was in, Issei nodded to Lord Fenex. So let's start the meeting. As you wish. Riser's father stated. Clearing his throat, the Fenex Lord clasped his hands together. Issei Hyoudou. As a result of the actions of Riser Fenex, you have been bestowed his possessions. To what you have inherited is of a great importance. Issei nodded as he listened to the next part. According to the documents regarding Riser's inheritance, you have been granted 30 billion bloodstones, this mansion, and all of its items within it, secrets of the Fenex clan possessions, and lastly Kukukuku. So you finally came to your senses and accepted what you have earned. Issei widened his eyes at the unexpected arrival of the deep voice. Drake. Long time no talk, partner. I must say, you getting the possessions of a member of the Fenex clan will be beneficial for you. The only question is, how good will it be? I don't know exactly. You remember what I told you during our battle? When you transformed into your Hellfire state for the first time during your battle with Riser Fenex, you gained the powers of a phoenix. Do you know what that means, partner? No. That means, technically, you're part phoenix. Part of the legendary creature. Kukukuku. Part phoenix. Issei widened his eyes as he found himself unable to speak. but the good thing is, you're still not a devil. You're just a Fenex. That's something to be happy about. I'm not too sure about that, Drake. You need to be partner. Humph. Kukukuku. See you around. Issei remained quiet as he felt Drake retreat into his subconscious. Trillion yen. Huh. Issei stuttered as he came back to reality. Lord Fenex stopped in his explanation as he noticed Issei's expression. Blinking several times, Issei shook his head and nodded. He looked up at Ophis and smiled at her, ensuring to her that he was all right. He then looked back to Lord Fenex and Sertsk. That's a lot of money. That is an understatement. Ophis added in her 2 cents. The devils in the room noticed the sultry, yet emotionless tone within Ophis' speech. Clearing his throat again, Lord Fenex resumed his explanation. Also, you constantly gain a large surplus of 5 million bloodstones a week. And much more. Issei rose an eyebrow in amazement. The underworld sure is rich. Understatement of the millennia, partner. Oh, you're still here. I thought we were going to talk later. You thought wrong. Here, Issei. Take this. Issei widened his eyes when Sertsk suddenly handed him something. It was a card that featured the symbols of the Fenex clan. A credit card. That's right. The credit card is connected to the money that the Fenex clan wields, and it works just like the ones the humans use in your world. Turning the card around silently, Issei handed it to Ophis, who took it and looked at it with a concentrated expression. Smiling at the look on Ophis's face, Issei brought his attention to Lord Fenex and Sertsk. So is there anything else? Outside of the Fenex mansion. Issei crossed his arms as he watched the 15 members of Riser's peerage staring right at him. Next to him was Ophis, who had her cheeks puffed out like an irritated chipmunk. I do not like the way they are staring at you. Ophis stated telepathically to Issei. It's all right, Ophis. You don't need to worry. As he looked at Riser's peerage, he could already point out Swollen, Myra, and Yubelina. Issei narrowed his eyes a little at Yubelina. Riser's queen widened her eyes and quickly looked away. Looking at the other members, Issei noticed a girl with blonde hair and dark blue eyes looking at him with an unreadable expression. Issei closed his eyes as he concentrated. Looks like she could be Riser's sister. Apparently from what Riser's father and Sertsk said, all of Riser's possessions are bestowed upon me. I just want to say this. The young man opened his eyes and pointed at Riser's peerage. You girls stay here at the Fenex mansion. In order to live comfortably, I'll give you enough bloodstones to support yourselves. Holding Ophis' hand, a wave of solar flares began to form around Issei and the Ouroboros dragon. His sight focusing on Swollen, Issei nodded to her. You remember what I said? If it's really necessary, only 3 of you can visit my house. Only 3. That's it. I can't have all 15 of you in my house. And with that, Issei disappeared with Ophis, leaving Riser's peerage to stay at the Fenex mansion. The dimensional gap. So have you calmed down now, Ophis? Yes, I have. Brother. What? No calling me Baccarat anymore? I'm touched. And you called me brother. You are still annoying. What the hell did you just dash? Ophis, Red, please calm down. Great Red sighed as he peered down at his brother-in-law. Ophis removed her stare from Great Red and sent her mate an emotionless expression. Issei had convinced Ophis to travel to the dimensional gap so she and Great Red could reconcile. It seemed to be working so far. Ophis narrowed her eyes as she looked up at Great Red. I apologize for ruining your fun with my mate. Great Red grinned and nodded. Thanks for the apology, sis. You shall apologize as well. What? Why? Ophis narrowed her eyes and flew up to Great Red's horn. You stole my Issei when I was not looking. You took him without my permission. Issei is mine. Yeah, but he's my brother-in-law. He is my mate. Ophis countered. All right, fine. I'm sorry, all right. Apology is accepted. Issei chuckled a bit as he watched the scene. Well, at least they're getting along. Issei's inner world / subconscious. Ah, partner. Long time no see. Have you come here to train? Issei kept quiet as he looked at Drake. When the Red Dragon Emperor had started that conversation with him earlier, it honestly confused Issei. Not today. I just want to talk. Humph. Then speak. Earlier today, you said my hellfire transformation made me a phoenix. What exactly did you mean by that? Raising an eyebrow, Drake chuckled and placed the Kusanagi no Tsurugi on his back, crossing his arms in amusement. You have no idea how powerful your hellfire transformation is, do you, partner? No, I don't. Kukukuku. Outside of Issei's subconscious. Issei was laying on his couch, while meditating and talking to Drake within his subconscious. Next to him was Ophis, who was sitting next to him. As she watched Issei, her dark grey eyes narrowed in concentration. I sense the Welsh dragon within my mate. The Ouroboros dragon then set her sights to the middle of the room as she noticed a bright silver circle glowing on the ground. A silhouette suddenly emerged from the circle and cleared, revealing a beautiful and voluptuous woman with curly blonde hair. The woman had her eyes closed with a peaceful look on her face. Narrowing her eyes darkly, Ophis placed her hand on Issei's forehead. Opening her bright eyes, Gabriel, the most beautiful woman in heaven, widened her eyes in surprise when she noticed one of the strongest beings in existence clinging to Issei. Oh, Ophis! The infinite dragon god. Holding Issei tighter within her grasp, Ophis set her narrowed eyes directly to Gabriel. Seraph Angel Gabriel. What do you want with Issei? Gabriel remained speechless as she set her sight on the infinite dragon god's grasp on Issei. When did Ophis find Issei? And what is it doing with him? Ophis maintained her glare at Gabriel, and held on to Issei tighter with her grip. Gabriel widened her eyes further as she noticed Ophis' appearance. Its appearance changed again. The last time I heard, Ophis took the form of an elderly man. Then it took the form of a young girl. And now, it's in the form of an adult woman. And its body shape seems similar to mine. Suddenly, Ophis' body began to glow with a blackish aura, before a lone snake began to manifest. Gabriel gasped as the snake morphed into the form Ophis took when she first encountered Issei. Another Ophis. It took the form of its young female state. Ophis looked at her double and tilted her head. Mimicking her original progenitor, the double tilted her head as well. She then sat on the ground and gazed at her original progenitor. While appearing just like Ophis, the double's facial expression appeared to be more devoid of emotion. Ophis lifted her finger up and pointed to her clone. I shall call you Lilith. Tilting her head again, the second Ophis, rechristened Lilith, set her sights to Gabriel. I am Lilith. Lilith then narrowed her eyes and pointed to the Seraph Angel. And Issei belongs to us. Issei's inner world / subconscious. Drake, what did you mean when you said I became a phoenix? I thought when I absorbed Riser's flames, the hellfire transformation was the only result. Humph. So naive, partner. Issei rose an eyebrow as Drake shook his head. The Red Dragon Emperor looked up as the sky in his host's inner world began to change. Huffing lightly to himself, Drake turned his attention back to Issei. Partner. The mythical phoenix symbolizes immortality and rebirth. The Fenex clan possesses abilities that are akin to that of the phoenix itself. Riser Fenex, because he was a member of the Fenex clan, was not exempt from inheriting these traits. When you absorbed his flames, you gained the physiology of the legendary phoenix. Issei widened his eyes as he listened to Drake's words. So I'm actually a phoenix now. Not completely. You're part phoenix. Since you possess the physiology of one, you have all the powers and attributes of the legendary creature. That's a lot to take in. Kukukuku. I'd thought you'd feel that way. The two stood in silence, looking around the surroundings of Issei's inner world. Seconds later, Drake smirked at Issei and pointed the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword in his direction. You've got a lot on your plate, partner. Do you realize that? Before Issei could answer, he looked up just in time to see the sky of his inner world changing once again. It appears that someone is trying to wake you up, partner. Really? I wonder what Ophis wants. outside of Issei's subconscious. Slowly opening his eyes, Issei blinked several times before coming back to reality. The first thing he saw was Ophis clinging onto him. Raising an eyebrow, Issei turned his head to look around his surroundings, and widened his eyes in shock. In front of him was a beautiful young woman with curly blonde hair, and another Ophis dressed in a gothic Lolita outfit. Wait, another Ophis. Issei widened his eyes further at the other Ophis, who got up from her spot on the ground and walked over to him. Issei. The Ophis clone stated in an almost robotic-like tone. Issei thought. Why is there another Ophis? Lilith, return within me. You shall play with our Issei later. Ophis ordered. Gazing at Issei with no ounce of emotion within her eyes, Lilith nodded stoically as her body glowed. Converting herself into energy, Lilith retrieved into Ophis's life force, leaving a surprised Issei and Gabriel. Blinking several times, Issei rubbed his head in confusion. Ophis? Who was that? That was Lilith. The snake who bit you from 11 years ago. Issei widened his eyes. But I thought that snake disintegrated as soon as it bit me. No. It returned to me, as soon as I marked you. Issei didn't know how to respond. Lilith appeared to be far more emotionless than Ophis had ever been. As a matter of fact, her eyes appeared to be lighter, yet lifeless, than Ophis' own. Her eyes are a lot emptier compared to Ophis. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Issei brought his attention to Gabriel, who was silent the whole time. Issei narrowed his eyes as he sensed Gabriel's energy. Her energy's different than the devils and fallen angels. So she must be an angel. After confirming the woman's race, Issei looked over to see an irritated Ophis. Noticing Issei's movement, Gabriel's surprised expression morphed into a warm smile. Issei. Issei rose an eyebrow in confusion at the woman. How do you know my name? He asked as he sat up straight in his seat. Gabriel smiled wider and placed her hand on her chest. I've known a lot about you since you were just a young child, Issei. You have? Haha. Yes, I have. I came to you because I thought we could talk. About what? Issei asked cautiously. Ophis kept silent as she listened to the angel's words. Inside she began to feel the tremors of possessiveness once again, but when she remembered Issei's words of reassurance from yesterday, she calmed down. Gabriel smiled wider. I would like to invite you to the realm of heaven. I have a cafe there, and I would appreciate it if you would join me. Are you asking me out on a date? You seem surprised. Well, yeah. I don't think I've ever been asked out by an adult before. It's kind of strange. Gabriel felt her cheeks flush red by Issei's innocent comment, but she smiled and composed herself, waving her hands in defense. Don't you think of it as a date? Gabriel said in embarrassment as she chuckled nervously. Issei rose an eyebrow in confusion, and he looked back to Ophis. Ophis? Are you all right about this? Issei thought as he spoke telepathically to Ophis. Ophis maintained her emotionless stare towards Gabriel, and seconds later, she set her gaze towards Issei. I am all right. I am okay with you going with the Seraph. Issei widened his eyes in surprise at Ophis' answer. Sitting up from his seat, Issei nodded hesitantly to Gabriel, who smiled and placed her hands to her side. Suddenly, Ophis' body glowed again, and an aura of black energy manifested, forming into Lilith. Looking up at her progenitor, Lilith tilted her head as she set her sight over to Issei, who looked taken aback by the emptiness within the second Ophis' eyes. Lilith, Ophis began as she pointed to her other. You shall follow our Issei and the Seraph. Do you understand? I understand. Lilith replied as she held Issei's hand. Chuckling nervously at the surprised Issei, Gabriel teleported herself and the other two to the realm of heaven, leaving Ophis to sit in the living room. As Ophis sat still, a thoughtful expression formed on her face. She had no idea on why she was thinking what was she pondering on right now, but the thought wouldn't leave her mind. What was on her mind was a subject that involved herself and Great Red. If pushed further, it could possibly involve her mate as well. I shall converse with Red. Ophis stated as a black aura covered her body, allowing her to transport to another location. Realm of Heaven. Huh. So this is the cafe. Do you like it? Issei didn't know what to say. He had been to a number of cafes in the human world, but neither of them were as clean as the one he was currently in. With his hand clutched within Lilith's grasp, Issei sat down in the booth with Gabriel. Sitting down, Gabriel sent Issei a smile. What do you think? It's a lot cleaner than the ones I've been to. Shiny. Lilith said as she looked at her reflection from the table. Giggling at the second Ophis' antics, Gabriel placed her hands on the table and locked eyes with Issei. Issei. The reason I've asked you to come here was because I wanted to thank you. Issei rose an eyebrow. This is the first time I've met you. So why are you thanking me? Issei asked. For preventing another great war. Gabriel answered. This answer piqued Issei's attention. Great war. Gabriel's expression became solemn as she gazed at Issei. Many years ago, the angels, devils, and fallen angels were in constant tension. We, angels, were under the rule of the biblical God, the devils with the 4 great Satans, and the fallen angels were in the organization known as Grigori. Issei listened intently to Gabriel's story. Lilith's eyes started to flutter as she was beginning to fall asleep from the story. Gabriel smiled as she saw Lilith lay her head on Issei's shoulder. It seems so empty compared to Ophis, but I think it loves Issei just the same. Moving her attention back to Issei, Gabriel explained the rest of her story. The biblical God was the original creator and leader of the angels. However, Gabriel paused as she tried to compose herself. He perished in the Great War between the 3 factions. The 4 great Satans perished as well, which caused the Great War to finally end. Gabriel's eyes then narrowed as she gave Issei a stern expression. The fallen angel known as Cockabile wanted to start another great war, Issei. And in doing so, he sent 3 of his followers in order to steal the 3 of the 7 Excaliburs. Issei widened his eyes at the information. Excaliburs. The current leader of the angels, my brother Michael, sent 2 exorcists to retrieve the Excaliburs. After so many days, Cockabile was supposed to show up to your school and engage in a battle with the devils, and Michael's exorcists. But according to what I have heard, Cockabile never showed up to the battle. Issei remained silent as he felt this situation was somewhat similar to the conversation with Seraphol Leviathan. As he looked back to the sleeping Lilith, Issei was caught off guard when Gabriel suddenly leaned forward to give him a soft kiss on the cheek. Leaning back, Gabriel flashed Issei a warm smile and folded her hands on the table. Issei widened his eyes and rubbed his cheek. What was that kiss for? Fufu. Gabriel giggled as she covered her mouth with her hand. It's like I said, Issei. For preventing another great war. Issei blinked several times and got ready to answer, until he felt someone pulling on his clothes. He looked down and saw Lilith pulling on his clothes in order to get his attention. Lilith. Lilith tilted her head as she gazed at her progenitor's mate. I am hungry. Fufu. Issei turned to look at an amused Gabriel. I'm feeling a little famished myself. What would you like, Lilithchen? Lilith tilted her head again. I want free dash. Issei widened his eyes and covered Lilith's mouth before she could say any more. She'll have donuts and cookies. Issei amended for the second Ophis. Next day at Kyoah Academy. Vala Lucifer stood silently as he floated above the buildings of Kyoah Academy. Jutting out from his back was a pair of silver-blue dragon wings. According to Azazel, the school was where his destined rival attended his classes. He could already sense Issei's immense power, and in his own sense of honesty, Vala couldn't help but become interested in fighting him. I sense the Welsh dragon within this boy, Vala. It will be very interesting to meet my rival after all these years. Humph. From what I heard from Azazel, this guy sounds like a worthy opponent. Worthy opponent? That's a nice thing to say. Widening his eyes, Vala turned around to see the wielder of the Red Dragon Emperor himself, standing on top of the school flagpole. Instead of his usual Kyoah Academy uniform, Issei was dressed in a black jean jacket, a red t-shirt, black pants, and brown dress shoes. He had his hands in his jean pockets as he looked curiously at Vala. Issei Hyoudou. Vala Lucifer. Vala narrowed his eyes as he sensed another presence. He turned to see Ophis herself standing on top of the flagpole next to Issei's own. Ophis. Vala. Ophis said before she gave him a sly smirk. Drake. It has been a long time. Indeed it has. Albion. Issei and Vala locked stares as they each sensed each other's power. It's a nice school, Hyodos. How long you been here? Not too long. Issei said as he shrugged. I assume you know who I am. The Vanishing Dragon. Drags mentioned you a couple of times. This is the second time we've seen each other, Hyodos. How's Crocodile doing? Azazel sealed him within the deepest part of the underworld. We don't have to worry about him screwing things up. Issei nodded as he tried to ignore the intensity of Drake's aura. Vala kept silent as he looked over to Ophis, who kept her emotionless stare. I didn't expect Issei Hyoudou to be in contact with you, Ophis. Ophis gave Vala another sly smile. Issei belongs to me, Vala. Vala hummed as he looked over to Issei. You seem to attract a lot of beings, Issei Hyoudou. What kind of person are you? Issei shrugged again as he balanced his position on the flagpole. To be honest, I don't really know, Vala. I guess my answer is, I am who I am. And there's nothing wrong with that. As the days go by, in reality, nothing's changed. You seem a lot calmer than the last time I saw you. Vala noted. Well, in my defense, Vala, Issei began as he crossed his arms. Crocodile tried to attack me first for no valid reason. Normally, fighting opponents isn't one of my hobbies. That's why I'll only do that. He then locked Vala with a serious gaze. To make sure I protect everyone I care about. Vala didn't show it, but he felt a chill go up his spine at Issei's words. Placing his hands in his pockets, Issei closed his eyes. You said I seemed like a worthy opponent. By that statement, it seems like to me you're a battle maniac. What can I say? I like to fight strong opponents. Vala said as he smirked. Is that all you want to do in life, Vala? To fight strong opponents. If there is no one strong for me to fight, then I would gladly welcome death. Vala stated. Issei opened his eyes and widened them at the Vanishing Dragon, while Ophis tilted her head. Issei then crossed his arms and relaxed his stance. That was quite astounding. Vala rose an eyebrow. I've never met anyone with that kind of mindset. Issei stated as he transmitted away. Vala narrowed his eyes as he watched Issei reappear on the school grounds, with Ophis next to him. Looking up at the Vanishing Dragon, Issei nodded to Vala. In my opinion, one of the ways to get stronger, is for you to constantly evolve. Whether you choose to increase your power, or the alternative. Intertwining his hands with Ophis' own, Issei gave Vala another nod. Enjoy each day for what it is, Vala. And with that, Issei and the Ouroboros dragon walked away from the Vanishing Dragon, before the former turned around to look back. If you want to find stronger opponents, I would be happy to help you out with that. Just call me. Issei said as he walked away with Ophis. As he watched Issei walk away from Kyoa Academy, Vala narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms. If I didn't know any better, it sounded like the host of Drag was. I know what he was saying, Albion. Vala stated as he interrupted Albion. Walking onto the bridge, Ophis tilted her head as she gazed at Issei. Issei. Were you offering the Vanishing Dragon a challenge to fight Bakared? Ophis asked as she walked with Issei. Actually, I wasn't. It was just something that popped up in my head. Whether he chose to think that I meant Brother Red, or myself, it doesn't really bother me. I really don't have any joy in fighting people. The Fenex Mansion. What is this room? It's the Fenex Information Center. Issei looked around in awe as he looked around the large room. Surrounding the room were a series of high-tech keyboards. Widening his eyes, Issei walked over and pressed a button, causing the keyboard to emit a holographic-like screen. Issei hummed as he peered at it in a curious manner. Swollen, who had showed Issei the information center, giggled softly at the young man's curiosity. You look like you've never seen holographic computers before. That's because I haven't. Issei answered. You haven't. Pressing another series of buttons, Issei looked up at the holographic screen to see an assortment of informational websites, a chat screen, and other sites. Yeah, Swollen began. This room is basically exclusive to information brokers. Issei rose an eyebrow as he looked to Swollen. Information brokers. Swollen smiled and nodded in response. Yeah, but usually this room is vacant because none of the members in this house are information brokers. So no one actually uses this room. Is that a fact? Issei asked in interest. Are you interested in becoming one, Issei? An information broker. Issei began as he looked at the holographic screen. He then smiled as he crossed his arms. An information broker does sound interesting. It'll give me something to do, besides school. Swollen smiled as she placed her hands behind her back. It's not going to be easy. You can't just learn something and become a master at it instantaneously. Issei scoffed as he looked over to Swollen. And when has that ever stopped me? Class Observation Day. The Fenex Mansion. A crimson bloodstone was tossed into the air. Seconds later, it descended within an open hand. Issei kept quiet as he looked at the holographic screen within the information room of the mansion. I see. Everyone's busy. Leaning back into his chair, Issei sighed. Lately, his weeks have been pretty much normal. School, going home, and cuddling with Ophis, Lilith, or occasionally both, had been his daily routines. On Saturday, he would usually visit the Fenex mansion to talk with some of the girls, or focus on his practice in information breaking. Then on Sunday, he would talk with Great Red about the most random of things. So far, no clients have contacted him. So all Issei would have to do is wait for an opportunity. Which lead to a boring day so far. Issei began as he tossed the bloodstone up in the air. There's so much going on in this world, that information is practically limitless. Beep beep. Issei looked up at the holographic screen and stood up to press it. Immediately after, an envelope appeared on the screen. Issei rose an eyebrow and pressed the envelope. As the envelope opened, Issei widened his eyes. A client. Dimensional gap. Am I seeing double here? Yes, you are. Great Red blinked repeatedly as he saw the two Ophis right in front of him. He could already tell the difference between the two, since the original had long ago taken on a more adult appearance. Ophis set her eyes over to Lilith, who was staring emotionlessly at Great Red. Why on earth did you create a clone, Ophis? Great Red asked. This is the snake that marked Issei as my mate. So are you and Issei her parents? No. Lilith is merely a clone. A copy of myself. Issei belongs to her, just as much as he belongs to me. Lilith? Why on earth did you name her that? The name Lilith is sometimes related to the belonging of the night. Great Red tilted his head as he grew thoughtful. Issei's powers represent that of the sun. So is Lilith. Yes, Ophis began as she placed her hand on Lilith's head. The opposite of the sun. The dark moon Lilith. That is what she is named after. Great Red hummed as he watched Lilith float up to him. So I have another sister, huh? Lilith tilted her head as she gazed at the Great Red, who felt a little uneasy at her gaze. The second Ophis suddenly lifted her finger up and placed it on Great Red's horn. Great Red rose his head at Lilith's movement. What are you dash? Pinch. Ouch. Damn it. Great Red howled out in pain as Lilith pinched his horn. Azazel's mansion. Issei Hyoudou. It's nice to finally meet you. A fallen angel. Nice to meet you too. Issei nodded. Come on in. Make yourself at home. The man said. Complying with the man's suggestion, Issei walked inside the house, noticing the area was extremely dark. As he sat down, Issei looked around his surroundings as the man in front of him sat down. So, I assume that you know what I am. A fallen angel? That's right. As he crossed his arms, Issei looked around as he detected more energy sources. He widened his eyes when he sensed a familiar presence. Azazel-sama. Rainare rubbed her eyes as she walked into the man's living room. As her sight cleared, the fallen angel widened her eyes in awe. Issei-kun. Why you Uma-san? Why are you dressed like that? Wli. Issei blinked several times as he saw that Rainare was in a black version of an S&M outfit. Ha ha ha. Well, this is certainly interesting. Azazel said in amusement. Rainare's face flushed in embarrassment as she unconsciously covered her body. Normally she wouldn't care if anyone saw her like this, but Issei's reaction actually started to worry her. Rolling his eyes in amusement, Azazel looked over to Rainare. Rainare, would you be a dear and bring our guest a drink? Before Rainare could move, Issei held his hand up. No thanks. I'm underage. Oh really? Well, that's a shame. Azazel said. Blushing furiously, Rainare ran out of the living room, leaving Azazel and Issei. So, Azazel began. How's life? Just dandy. Chuckling, Azazel looked over on his couch and picked up a game system. Raising an eyebrow, Issei pointed to it. I thought the reason you called me over here was because dash. Come now, Issei Hyoudou, Azazel interrupted as he placed the game next to him. I didn't ask for you to come here because I wanted to talk about information. Issei sighed and rubbed the back of his head. Then what did you call me for? Simple. I wanted to thank you. Really? Issei asked dryly. He'd been getting a lot of thank yous lately. First was from Seraphal, then the angel Gabriel, and now this fallen angel was thanking him. But of course. Thanks to you, another great war was avoided. Issei rose an eyebrow as he crossed his arms. I'm a little surprised that you're so calm about this. I mean I practically bisected one of the members of your species. Azazel shrugged nonchalantly and crossed his arms. Cockabile was one of the rogues who wished for another great war to happen just so he could prove that the fallen angels are the superior race. I'm not really a fighting type of guy. You're not. Yeah, Azazel said as he shrugged again. But anyway, thanks for saving everyone. You're welcome, I guess. So is that all? Not exactly. Azazel said as he picked up the game system. Looking at it closely for a moment, Azazel then smirked and looked up at Issei. There's going to be a meeting between the three factions tomorrow, Issei Hyoudou. If all goes well, we'll be able to sign a peace offering between the three races. Issei rose an eyebrow. Why are you telling me this? Because I want you to attend the meeting. I'm neither of those races. It's like I told you I mean Rainare. I'm not human, I'm not an angel, a fallen angel, nor am I a devil. There's no point in me going. You have a point. There is no point in you going to the meeting. However, it would actually be beneficial for you. I'm not interested, Azazel. What about a challenge? A challenge? Yeah, Azazel began as he patted the game system next to him. If I win, you have to go to the meeting between the three factions. If you win, you don't have to go, and you shall do whatever you want. Issei looked away as he pondered his decision. Why is this guy so interested in me going to the meeting? Wait a minute. Is it about volley? Is the reason you want me to go because of the vanishing dragon? Issei asked the fallen angel. Azazel smirked as he shrugged. Play me, and you'll find out. Dimensional gap. Baccared, I am sure your horn is fine. Shut up, Ophis. Pinch. Lilith, you stay the hell away from me. Ophis rolled her eyes as she watched Great Red recoil from Lilith, who was relentlessly trying to pinch his horn. As she observed her clone, Ophis noticed that Lilith seemed to have an innocent childlike demeanor. Although Lilith possessed all of Ophis' memories, she did not possess her current intelligence. In other words, the clone's mind was actually not fully developed. All that exists within my clone's mind, Ophis began in her thoughts, is being with our Issei, and trying to defeat Great Red. Pinch. Lilith repeated as she pinched Great Red on one of his scales. Damn it. Ophis, control yourself. I am doing nothing, Baccared. You know what I meant. Azazel's mansion. Go. Two racing cars shot off from across each other. The shining black car seemed to be gaining an advantage over the orange-yellow vehicle. "You're not going to win this one," Issei declared as he mashed the buttons on his controller. "We'll see about that, Issei Hyoudou," Azazel stated as he smiled. Issei scoffed as he narrowed his eyes. "TCH. And I had such a good advantage too. He must have been playing this game for a long time. You should hurry. I'm almost near the finish dash." Azazel cut himself off when Issei's player suddenly sped past him in a great burst of speed. "What was that you were saying about going to the finish line?" Issei asked as he smiled. "Humph," Azazel smirked. "I'll still have the victory." "Oh? And how do you figure that?" Issei asked as his player was almost near the finish line. "Because I have information that not even you know about, Issei." Issei widened his eyes as he concentrated on the race. "What's he talking about? A cheat code or something? Enlighten me. What is this so-called information?" Azazel chuckled as he prepared himself to mash the buttons on his controller. "Ophis is genderless." "What?" Issei dropped his controller in shock, causing the player's car to crash into the cars in front of him. Azazel smirked wider as his player shot through the finish line in no time. "Win." Issei's jaw remained agape as he stared at the screen. Smiling widely, Azazel patted Issei on the back. "Seems like it's my victory, Issei Hyoudou. I guess I'll see you at the meeting." 1 hour later. Azazel smiled as he got ready for bed. "Issei Hyoudou really underestimated me. But now he knows never to face me in racing games. Although I have to admit, I had fun racing with him. Shame he had to leave so early." Shrugging, Azazel plopped himself on his bed, and went to reach under it, until he stopped. His eyes widening, Azazel dropped to the ground, and frantically searched under the bed. "What? Where is it?" The fallen angel's movement became more frantic as he looked around searchingly. "Where's my stash?" Azazel then sat on the ground and tried to calm himself. "All right, Azazel. Think. You're not the only perverted guy in this mansion. Someone had to have stolen them." As he thought harder, Azazel looked around his room, trying to find out who could have taken his precious stash. His eyes then widened as he thought of someone. Donazek. Immediately after the bellow, a man with black hair and dark blue eyes appeared. He was dressed in a fedora and a violet trench coat. "Azazel-sama." The leader of the fallen angels pointed to the other accusingly. "Did you take my stash?" Donazek rose an eyebrow. "Stash? Oh, you mean that dash?" Azazel quickly stood up and went to cover Donazek's mouth. "Yes, that stash. Now, do you know where it could have gone? Was anyone else in my room?" "That Issei Hyoudou brat. He asked Rainare where your room was." Azazel quickly ran out of his mansion, and looked outside to see a set of magazines torn. The pictures on the magazines showed a series of breasts. His eyes starting to form tears, Azazel collapsed to his knees. "You maniac," Azazel began as he slammed his fist on the ground. "You tore them up. Darn you! Darn you, Issei Hyoudou to hell!" Standing at the door, Rainare stared at Azazel with a disturbed look on her face. "What the hell?" His hands trembling over the torn magazines, Azazel narrowed his eyes. "Well played, Issei Hyoudou. Well played." Kyoa Academy. Issei looked around in confusion as he saw many of the students conversing amongst themselves. As he walked through the hallways, he noticed some posters on the walls. "Class observation? So the families are going to visit here today. So mom and dad are coming here. Hold on." As he looked away from the poster, Issei put his hand to his chin. "Families are visiting? So Lyco's probably coming here today." And then, his eyes then widened in shock. "Oh, dear Lord. Outside of Kyoa Academy. What do you mean I can't park my motorcycle here?" "I'm sorry, sir. I'm afraid the quality of that motorcycle is a little inappropriate to the other students." "Well then that's their damn fault. Bakared, calm yourself. Ophis, but out of this. I shall pinch Bakared's nose. Damn it, Lilith. Get the hell away from me." One of the attendants of Kyoto Academy looked on in surprise and horror at the people in front of her. Two young women that appeared almost identically to each other stared blankly at the male in their group. The older woman appeared to be a little annoyed towards the male. The tall male had crimson red hair and golden yellow eyes. He was dressed in a red biker jacket and blue jeans, with a cap on his hair. He gave the two identical young women an irritated glare and huffed. Holding on to Lilith's hand, Ophis sent her gaze to the school's attendant. "We are here for class observation." The attendant, ready to escape the wrath of these crazy people, nodded her head quickly. "Gee, go ahead." "Humph. About damn time." Great Red huffed as he walked past the scared attendant. Rolling her eyes, Ophis pulled Lilith with her and followed her brother into Kyoto Academy. Inside the school, they saw Issei Hyoudou herself walking around the hallways, trying to find her cousin. Ophis tilted her head as she saw that Issei's hair was in a long ponytail, and was now in a different color than her usual dark silver shade. "Issei's cousin. Her hair is completely black now. How did she alter it? Did she dye it?" Ophis thought as she looked at Issei. As she looked around her surroundings, Issei spotted Ophis, another Ophis, and a tall red-haired man. "Ophis. Issei hesitated as she tried to decipher who the other people were. Ophis nodded to her cousin-in-law. "Issei. This is Lilith, my clone. And this is Bakared, my brother." Her crimson eyes widening in disbelief, Issei looked over to Great Red, who caught her stare and snarled. "The hell you staring at?" Issei felt a chill go up her spine at the disguised dragon's tone. Narrowing her eyes, Ophis flicked Great Red by the ear. "Ouch. What the hell, Ophis?" "Silence, Bakared. This is Issei's cousin." Before he got ready to yell out, Great Red widened his eyes and looked over to Issei, his expression changing. He then sent Issei a mischievous smile. "Cousin, huh? Well then that means we're cousins-in-law." Issei stood still in shock and palmed her face. "Oh, dear lord." In the gymnasium. As the event went on, family members of the students of Kyoto Academy mingled about. Walking around with his hand on his head, Issei sighed. "I don't even have to sense their energy to know that they came here," Issei said, alluding to his wife, her clone, and brother-in-law. Issei hit his head twice to block out his thoughts. At this point, he actually hoped that Ophis, Lilith, and Great Red wouldn't find Issei yet. "Issei Hyoudou." Looking up at the call of his name, Issei widened his eyes to see Sana-Satrai and Tsubaki Shinra looking at him with confused looks on their faces. "Sana-san. Tsubaki-san." Walking over to Issei, the Satrai devil offered Issei a small smile, while Tsubaki remained quiet. "It's good to see you. I assume you've been well?" Sana said. Issei nodded in response. "Well Issei cut himself off when he heard a familiar voice, and he turned around to see Genshiro Saji trying to prevent the citizens from taking pictures. Hey, disperse. Today's the day for displaying classes to the public. Don't make a ruckus at this kind of place." Then a familiar person had shown up next to Saji, who tried to block her. Issei widened his eyes when he recognized the girl. "No. Is that you too? Please don't wear that kind of costume." "Wait, would you be a parent perhaps?" "Even if that's the case, you know there's a dress code according to the place." "This is troublesome," Saji stated as he tried to block the girl. "Leviathan-san." Sirafal Leviathan, who was dressed in a cosplay outfit, looked up at the call of her name. As she set her eyes towards Issei, Sana, and Tsubaki, a wide smile stretched across her face. "Sana-chan. Ise-chan. Tsubaki-chan. Oh, dear lord," the trio said simultaneously. Sirafal grinned as she glided over to the trio. Noticing her sister's red face, Sirafal got into Sana's face and grinned wider. "Sana-chan, what's wrong? Your face is completely red, you know? Since it's the long-awaited reunion with your Oni-sama, I think it would be better if you were a bit more happy." "Oni-sama. Soden, calling like that and embracing each other in a yuri way, that sort of development is fine with me as well, Oni-chan." "Oni-sama." Sana begged. Issei stared with his mouth agape at the Leviathan Mu. What the French toast? What happened to her being all serious? Ah, partner. So naive. The way Sirafal was acting now was far different than she acted when she first talked with Issei. Blinking several times, Issei looked over to Tsubaki, who was covering her face with her hand, shaking her head at the sight of the Leviathan. "Oh Oni-sama," Sana began as her eyes twitched. "This is my school and I am entrusted with the job of the student council president here. No matter how close relatives we are, Oni-sama's behavior is, too much. I can't approve of that sort of outfit." Realizing that losing whatever sanity he had by the hands of a cosplaying Leviathan wasn't worth it, Issei went off to another location. Era. It's so nice to meet you, Issei. Issei looked over to see a black-haired girl with violet eyes. She had a orange ribbon in her hair as well. Giggling at Issei, Akeno Himejima put her hand on her mouth. Issei rose an eyebrow at the girl. Her energy. I sense the presence of devil and fallen angel blood within her. So she's a mix of the two. Straightening himself, Issei nodded to Akeno. It's nice to meet you too. You. My name's Akeno. Is my little Kaoruhei enjoying the class observation today? Raising an eyebrow at being called his class year, Issei shrugged lightly in response. So far. Ah, Issei Hyoudou. Sighing, Issei turned around to see Surtsk's Lucifer, and two other red-haired devils. The red-haired male with a beard turned to look at Surtsk's. Surtsk's. Is this the boy who inherited the Fenex clan? Yes, father. Surtsk said as he nodded to Lord Gremory. He what? Said Rias Gremory as she stared wide-eyed at Issei. Issei rose an eyebrow at Rias, before his eyes widened as well. So this must be Rias Gremory. She looks like a female version of Surtsk's. Rias gazed wide-eyed at the young man in astonishment, before walking over to him. Finally. I'm able to talk to him. Placing her hand on her chest, Rias gave Issei a warm smile. Issei. My name's Rias Gremory. I can honestly say it's nice to finally meet you. It is. Issei asked in curiosity. He had only heard about this girl from Sana, that was all. Looking at Rias now, Issei assumed that she seemed to come from noble roots. Hey Issei. Your big bro's here. Issei and the devils near him widened their eyes, and they all turned around to see the gym door shoot open. The jaws of the inhabitants in the gym dropped agape. Standing at the doors was none other than Lyko, Ophis, Lilith, and the grinning Great Red in human form. Issei then realized that almost every single devil in the gym was looking right at him. Blissfully ignorant to the devil's stares, Great Red ran over to hug the speechless Issei in a bear grip. How's my bro doing? He cheerfully stated as he knocked on Issei's head in a teasing manner. The devils in the gym shook in terror as they watched one of the most powerful beings, hugging Issei. It was then they realized what Great Red had just said. Wait. Brother. They thought. Shaking her head, Lyko went to another section of the gym to get herself something to drink, leaving Ophis and Lilith. Narrowing her eyes, Ophis walked over to her brother and tapped him on the shoulder. Let go of my mate, Baka Red. Great Red glared at Ophis, but he assented and let go of his brother-in-law, who dropped onto the floor. Tilting her head, Lilith walked over to Issei, and patted him on the head. Pat, pat. She said childishly. Sure, she pinches my horn, and yet she pats Issei on the head. Great Red huffed. The Apocalypse Dragon grunted as he noticed the stares of the other devils. What the hell are all of you staring at? The true Red Dragon Emperor God shouted, causing the devils to forcibly remove their wide-eyed stares. Groaning in pain and embarrassment, Issei looked up as Lilith continued to pet his head in a childish manner. In the center hallway of Kyoa Academy. Wanting to retain his sanity, Issei finally got up and pushed Great Red, Ophis, and Lilith out of the gymnasium doors. Lyko, who also wanted to escape the shocked stares of the devils and humans in the gym, followed her cousins as well. As he stood with his wife's clone, brother-in-law, and cousin, Issei looked at the dragons of the group. How did you guys find out it was class observation day? Immediately after Issei's question, Ophis pointed to Lyko. Widening his eyes, Issei turned to look at Liko, who chuckled nervously. Heh. My bad. Palming his face, Issei turned to look at the new addition of his family. All right, he began. Let's just get on through the day. End of class observation day. To say the day was eventful would be an understatement. Class observation day was perhaps one of Issei's most interesting days. First, it had started with Lilith. In all of Issei's classes, Lilith wouldn't stop staring at him. It didn't bother Issei in the slightest. The class, however, was disturbed that a little girl dressed in a gothic Lolita fashion was staring almost possessively at a teenager. When asked why Lilith kept staring at him so fixedly, Issei really didn't have a response. It didn't help that Lilith kept patting his head in her childish manner, and Drake was laughing his ass off in his mind. Secondly, it was Ophis. The Ouroboros dragon had matured in terms of personality and appearance. She had a more or less basic view on how to act in society. Although she still wasn't an expert on how to act in situations of social activity. When Ophis heard some of the females talking about her mate, her interest was immediately piqued. Until it turned out that the girls were actually talking about whether or not Issei was going out with anyone. Ophis had mellowed out of her jealous phase a while ago, but she still made it clear that Issei was still hers. And so, when the chatter that involved her mate began to increase, Ophis released a large amount of killing intent, enough to silence the girls completely. Thirdly and lastly, was the Great Red himself. He was the very embodiment of the old saying, well, you can choose your friends, but you can't choose your family. Out of all the dragons, he was the noisiest. Whenever Issei was asked a question and he happened to answer it correctly, Great Red would shout in pride, telling Issei that he kicked that question's ass. The other incident involved the other students of Kyoa Academy. Due to the dragons appearing in the school for the very first time, they were getting a lot of stares. Which was an immediate annoyance for Great Red. As Issei quickly realized, Great Red absolutely hated being stared at. He had figured this out when Great Red would growl at the students every 10 seconds. Liko. Since Liko was actually normal, she didn't embarrass Issei at all. Now that Issei thought about it, Liko and Mr. and Mrs. Hyoudou were actually the only ones who had not embarrassed him at all. It was only the dragons. And now Issei was standing outside with his family. Mr. and Mrs. Hyoudou had already gone on home, while Liko stayed with Issei and the dragons. Right now, Great Red and Lilith were staring each other down. The Apocalypse Dragon glared darkly at the second Ophis, who strangely had a smug smile on her face. Lilith. Step away from my bike. Great Red warned. After class observation was over, the dragons walked out of Kyoa Academy, waiting for Issei to come out. Before Great Red could sit on his bike, he was quick to notice Lilith floating right above it. Needless to say, the true Red Dragon Emperor God was not a happy dragon. Lilith. Your butt better not hit that seat. Immediately, Lilith dropped onto the seat of the bike, as though she was doing this to spite the Great Red. Lilith. Issei sighed as he watched the interaction. He looked over to see Ophis with a smug smirk on her face as she looked at her clone torturing her brother. Ophis, aren't you gonna do something? Issei implored her. No. This is amusing. I should buy a camera sometime. Sighing, Issei looked over at Liko, who stared wide-eyed at the exchanges between the dragons. Locking her crimson eyes with Issei, Liko shook her head, not even bothering to say anything, as Issei knew what she was thinking. Issei. At the call of his name, Issei turned around to see a hesitant Tsubaki walking towards the group. The reason she was so hesitant was because of the two strongest beings in her presence. She made caution to keep her eyes directly on Issei, so as not to anger the Great Red. Tsubaki-san. Issei greeted as he nodded. The meeting between the three factions is about to start. The others and I were wondering if you were going to attend soon. At the mention of the meeting, Issei looked towards the dragons. Should I bring them with me? I can't take Liko with me, and I think bringing Lilith to the meeting would be overkill. Looking towards Liko, Issei crossed his arms. Hey, Liko. Can you take Lilith back to my house? Widening her eyes, Liko set her sights over to the second Ophis, who tilted her head at Issei's cousin. Sure. Lyko said as she picked Lilith up and set her on the ground. Before Lyko walked Lilith on the bridge, the latter turned around to stare at Issei. So, Lyko began as she looked down at the small dragon. Are you hungry? Almost immediately, Lilith moved her attention to her cousin-in-law and nodded. I want donuts. Location of the meeting between the three factions. In the room, sat the representatives of the three factions. Sertsk's Lucifer and Seraphol Leviathan represented the devils, Michael for the angels, and Azazel for the fallen angels. Accompanying Azazel, was Vala Lucifer, who had his arms crossed in boredom. Behind Sertsk's and Seraphol were Rias, Sana, and the rest of her peerage. Sana had sent Tsubaki to retrieve Issei so he could attend the meeting. She just hoped the Ouroboros dragon and the Apocalypse dragon wouldn't show up. As if on cue, the door opened, revealing Tsubaki, who looked as though as she witnessed the most horrible thing in her life. Closing the door behind her, Tsubaki quickly walked back to Sana, who gave her a worried look. Tsubaki? Are you all right? Before Tsubaki could answer, a familiar voice made itself known. What do you mean this song doesn't kick ass? The members of the Supernatural felt their chests tighten at the sound of that gruff voice. Okay, you know what? Screw it. I don't have to listen to you. Just play the damn song. Okay. 3, 2. I must confess that I feel like a monster. I feel like a monster. I feel like a monster. The sound of music playing synced with the door slamming open, revealing the Great Red, Ophis, and Issei. To say everyone was surprised was an understatement. Their jaws were agape with horror and terror. Not even Sertsk's, Seraphol, and Michael could resist the urge to shake. But the one person who showed the most reaction was Vala Lucifer himself. The descendant of Lucifer couldn't believe what he was looking at. In front of him, was the true Red Dragon Emperor God. The pinnacle of almighty power. The Great Red himself. And to top it all off, his rival Issei Hyoudou, and the Ouroboros dragon Ophis, was with him as well. Vala actually found it hard to catch his breath, and he started to breathe heavily. He didn't know who to fight first. He wanted to see how strong Issei Hyoudou was. But on the other hand, he wanted to fight the Apocalypse dragon. He was actually starting to have doubts about who he wanted to fight. Realizing he was gasping, he shut his mouth. He was also starting to have doubts about the event that would spark a pause in the meeting. If Great Red and Ophis stayed, the result would be catastrophic. Issei silently looked around the room as he spotted the familiar people. He was already familiar with Sana, Tsubaki, Sertsk's, Seraphol, Vala, and Azazel. He had only recently met Rias and Akeno. As he looked around more, he spotted a person he hadn't seen in a while. Yuato-san. Yuato Kiba, the knight of Rias Gremory, nodded as he looked at Issei. Nice to see you again, Issei-san. Issei nodded to the devil, and turned his attention to Azazel, and smiled innocently. Yo, Azazel. Did you like those magazines I left outside for you? The fallen angel didn't say anything. If he did, he would only be playing into Issei's bait. Ready to start and finish the meeting as soon as possible, Sertsk's went to introduce Rias and her peerage. Issei didn't particularly care about the meeting between the three factions. The reason he had come at all was because he has lost the challenge presented to him by Azazel. So the young man brought his attention elsewhere. He was neither of these races he was standing in front of, so there was no point in him coming to the meeting. Similar to Issei, both Ophis and Great Red were bored. As they were dragons, they didn't particularly care about the trivial conflicts or events about the three factions either. They had only come because Issei had to go. Sure, they could always go back to the house and slash or the dimensional gap, but still, it was better than sitting around. 10 minutes later. The building suddenly shook in tremors, causing the people in the meeting room to react. Issei rose an eyebrow as he walked over to the window to look outside. It seems that we are under a terrorist attack. Azazel lightly noted as he walked towards Issei. There were a large number of people dressed in black robes, firing at the school with magic bullets. They're magicians, Azazel began. The aura they're emitting tells us that they have the strength of a mid-class devil. Looking at the number of mages, Issei rolled his eyes and jumped out of the window. Widening their eyes, the members of the supernatural looked out of the window to see Issei effortlessly pummeling the mages. Raising an eyebrow, Azazel turned around to see Vala, who had his eyes narrowed. The fallen angel then turned to see that Ophis and Great Red had disappeared. 20 minutes later. Get some. Great Red bellowed out as he crushed a mage's skull with his bare hands. As a dragon, he enjoyed fighting just as much as the next of his species. Sure, he could always transform into his true form. But he felt that it wasn't necessary, since the mages were flies compared to a being such as him. Ophis rolled her eyes as she lifted her finger up. A black beam of energy shot out of her finger, disintegrating a large crowd of mages. She didn't particularly care about the sport of fighting. But she was bored, and she thought that she might as well participate in the event. After all, these idiotic mages were harming her mate's school. Issei narrowed his eyes as he shot an energy blast through the mage's stomach. He had no idea where these idiots came from, and he didn't care. All that was important was keeping his school into a normal condition. After making sure that every mage was defeated, Great Red looked over to Issei and Ophis, and grinned. Best ass-hooping we have ever done. The Apocalypse Dragon stated in pride. You got that right. Issei said as he high-fived his brother-in-law. Ophis gave the two a blank expression, before looking behind her to see Great Red's motorcycle. Baka Red. Now that the mages are eliminated, we should return to my Issei's house. Before Great Red could respond, a crimson energy blast suddenly shot towards Ophis. Forgetting that Ophis could already handle herself, Issei flew towards the Ouroboros dragon and grabbed her, causing the energy blast to miss and hit Great Red's motorcycle. Issei and Ophis stared wide-eyed at the Great Red, who actually appeared to be calmer than expected. The dragons and Issei suddenly looked up to see a figure in a shining white armor with adorned blue jewels. Sensing the familiar energy, Issei narrowed his eyes and picked himself and Ophis up. Vala. Vala Lucifer smirked within the scale male version of the divine dividing. I must admit, Hyodos. I didn't expect for you to bring the two strongest existences to the meeting between the three factions. That actually makes me a little excited. I now get to fight the two of you. Two? What do you mean? Issei asked. Vala smirked wider and pointed to the Great Red. My dream is to fight the Great Red. Throughout my life, I have always sought to fight strong opponents. I had to settle with beings that were far weaker than the dragons that stand before me. But now that you have brought the strongest dragon here, perhaps my dream will finally come true. Issei narrowed his eyes further. Vala is nowhere near Red's strength. Why does he want to fight him? I also want to fight you, Hyodos. You and the Great Red should be a good warm-up. Issei widened his eyes and looked towards the Great Red, who looked very calm. The Apocalypse Dragon then sucked his teeth in, and then stated in a relatively calm tone. That was a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. And you broke it. Vala felt a chill go up his spine, but at the same time, he felt extremely rushed. The thought of fighting Issei Hyoudou and the Great Red at the same time only made him more eager. Issei narrowed his eyes as a golden aura manifested around him. With a grunt, he transformed into his super solar form. Manifesting from his hand was the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword, its blade shining. The Great Red's calm facade faded almost quickly, and he released a huge amount of destructive power, causing the cracks of the ground to disintegrate into nothingness. Issei. At the call of his name, Issei looked towards his brother-in-law, his great power radiating. Yeah. The Apocalypse Dragon then gave Issei a wide smirk. Let's give this vanishing dragon an ass-hooping he'll never forget. Vala Lucifer was probably the happiest man alive today. Not only was he going to fight his eternal rival, but he was also going to fight the most powerful dragon in existence. He was a lucky guy. Vala. You have maintained your balance breaker state far longer than expected. You might not even have enough strength or reserves left to even fight the host of Drake. Then that makes it all the worthwhile. Super Solar Issei and Great Red narrowed their eyes as they looked up at the vanishing dragon. Issei couldn't understand why Vala wanted to fight him and Great Red. The young man knew that Vala's strength did not even reach the level of Great Red. Why is he so eager to fight us both? Humph. Albion always loved to battle. Perhaps the descendant of Lucifer wants to fight strong opponents in order to improve himself. Or perhaps he wants to prove something. Prove something? Like what? Smirking widely, Vala shot towards Issei in a burst of speed, before he vanished from the young man's sight. Issei didn't react at all, already sensing where Vala was going to strike next. Narrowing his eyes, Issei swung the Kusanagi no Tsurugi back just in time to block an incoming punch from Vala. Vala was knocked off from the blunt force, but he quickly recovered and flew upwards. His sword glowing with crimson energy, Issei swung the weapon towards Vala. A crimson beam of energy shot out from the sword, its power radiating brightly. Vala. That blast is from Drake. Be mindful. So this is the power of the Red Dragon Emperor. The vanishing dragon lifted his hand up, and his armor began to glow. Divide, 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 divide. Issei widened his eyes when he saw that his attack began to shrink down in size. Confident about the size of his rival's attack, Vala allowed the blast to hit him. A bright flash suddenly emerged from the attack, and the vanishing dragon became concealed by a cloud of smoke. The smoke cleared shortly, revealing a relatively unharmed Vala. However, as Issei and Great Red noticed, parts of the vanishing dragon's armor began to fall apart, including a bright blue jewel. The jewel fell downwards, falling into Ophis' hand. The Ouroboros dragon narrowed her eyes at the jewel of the vanishing dragon, before she placed it in her pocket for safekeeping. Issei narrowed his eyes as he thought about what he just saw. He decreased the size of my attack. Albion has the ability to divide his opponent's attack. He can also absorb half of his opponent's power and add it to his own. Vala's got a powerful dragon then. Am I not good enough for you, host? You know I didn't mean that. All right then. My turn. Ending his conversation with Drake, Issei turned to see Great Red with a wide grin on his face. The disguised true Red Dragon Emperor God charged towards the vanishing dragon and landed a punch to his face. But Great Red didn't stop there. He landed numerous punches, kicks, slaps, and headbutts on Vala. Vala, for the love of defend yourself. Kukukuku. In all the years I have known Albion, never before have I heard him scream so frighteningly. Vala narrowed his eyes and attempted to defend himself. Once he saw a weak point on the Great Red, he went to place his hand on his opponent's shoulder. That is until the Great Red roughly grabbed his hand and held it tightly. Hands off. Great Red then proceeded to twist Vala's arm, causing the vanishing dragon to almost scream out in pain. The true Red Dragon Emperor God then slammed a heavy fist into Vala's stomach, causing him to splutter out blood. Groaning from the pain, Vala finally got an advantage and went to grab Great Red's fist. Dash. Before Vala could divide the Great Red's power, he was suddenly slapped harshly across the face. Great Red narrowed his golden eyes as he grabbed Vala's head. Maneuvering his weight, Great Red flew down towards the ground, and threw the vanishing dragon into the cracks. The collision of Vala crashing into the ground caused an explosive cloud of smoke to emerge. Moments later, Vala shakily stood up, and wiped the blood from his face. Smiling widely, Vala looked over to Issei, and then up at Great Red. This is amazing. You two are strong. It's completely impossible for me to fight in the state that I am now. In that case, I'll unveil my other form. Issei widened his eyes at Vala's declaration, while Great Red just rose an eyebrow. Vala smirked wider as the jewels on his vanishing dragon armor began to flash a series of colors. Issei and Great Red narrowed their eyes as they sensed Vala's power grow. Watch closely, Issei Hyoudou. And you as well, Apocalypse Dragon. This is the power of the vanishing dragon. Who is about to awaken. Suddenly a series of voices filled with absolute hatred began to echo throughout Kyoa Academy. The voices seemed to sync with the flashing lights of Vala's armor. I am the heavenly dragon who has taken the principles of supremacy from God. I envy the infinite and I pursue the dream. I shall become the white dragon of domination. And I shall take you to the limits of white paradise. Juggernaut Drive. Vala's armor began to shine brightly, and his power increased to drastic levels. However, neither Issei, Ophis, nor Great Red showed any reaction at all. Issei looked at Vala closely, noting the different appearance of his armor. The armor was far brighter than before, and claws had grown from the gauntlets. Strangely, there were numerous amounts of weapons growing out of the armor itself. So this is the Juggernaut drive, huh? Seconds later, the light of the vanishing dragon's armor faded, revealing Vala soaring towards the Great Red with his fist raised. Narrowing his eyes, Vala raised his power and landed a sharp punch to the Apocalypse Dragon's stomach. Is that all? The Great Red boasted. Vala widened his eyes, and was too late to reply, before Great Red landed another heavy punch to his gut, causing parts of the armor of the vanishing dragon to break apart once more. Issei watched on as he watched his brother-in-law pummeling the vanishing dragon. Great Red doesn't even need my help in this. Yo, Issei. Catch. Great Red cheered as he threw Vala towards Issei. Raising an eyebrow and then narrowing his eyes, Issei waved the Kusanagi no Tsurugai forward, allowing Vala to be enveloped by the Crimson Blast. The blast caused Vala to bounce right back to the Great Red. Great Red caught Vala, and threw him back to Issei, who retaliated by leaning his fist back, landing a punch to Vala, which caused the vanishing dragon to ricochet back to Great Red. Damn it, Vala. They're playing volleyball. With you as the ball. Regain your position. Gritting his teeth, Vala regained his balance in just enough time to avoid a punch from Great Red. Smirking widely, Great Red lifted his hand, charging an energy blast which grew to a tremendous size. Vala narrowed his eyes and lifted his hand up as well. Divide. 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 The blast Great Red was charging seemed to be decreasing in size, but Great Red still opted to increase the attack's power. Before Vala could attempt to divide once more, he was suddenly shot down into the ground. Issei narrowed his eyes as he straightened his position. While he was busy dividing Red's energy, he wasn't sensing my incoming attack. Grinning at Issei, Great Red shot his energy blast towards the ground where Vala laid, causing a mushroom cloud explosion to emerge. The smoke cleared, revealing Vala with his armor completely torn. He clutched his chest as he tried to regenerate his balance breaker armor, which ended up shattering due to the large drainage of his reserves. Vala. Your stamina and reserves have decreased tremendously. We cannot beat Issei Hyoudou or the Great Red in the state that we are in. Vala narrowed his eyes as he looked at the two people he was fighting. He was disappointed in himself. He was so eager to fight the Great Red, that he hadn't considered the large gap in power. He had been far too reckless. And to add insult to injury, Vala knew the Great Red wasn't showing all of his power. Suddenly, the ground below Vala began to gain a black aura as it tore open. Narrowing his eyes further, Vala glared at Issei and the Great Red. This is not over, my rivals. It's not like me to run away from a battle. But it seems like the only option. Issei and Great Red kept silent as they watched the vanishing dragon vanish into the black space. I lost this one, Welsh Dragon and Apocalypse Dragon. I will become stronger. So be prepared the next time we all meet. Vala declared as he fully disappeared. The silence that surrounded Kyoha Academy was extremely tense. Issei actually didn't know how to feel about the battle. Vala seemed to be focused on fighting with Great Red. So why did Vala keep stating that he wanted to fight him as well? My Issei. Issei looked to see Ophis walking towards him. In her hand laid the jewel of the vanishing dragon. He widened his eyes as he placed his hand on Ophis' own. This is the jewel that fell from Vala's armor. It's still intact even though his armor regenerated. Yes. It appears so, Ophis began as she observed the jewel. I sense Albion's remaining power in it as well. I shall keep an eye on this. Raising an eyebrow at Ophis' declaration, Issei set his sight over to Great Red, who now had a bored look on his face as he looked at the broken motorcycle. Red, I have to ask, Issei began as he walked over to his brother-in-law. Where did you even get that motorcycle? Great Red looked to Issei as he crossed his arms. I created it using the power of illusions. Illusions? Oh, right. Ophis said Great Red was the embodiment of dream and illusions. So he can pretty much do anything he wanted. The young man's eyes then widened as he thought of something. Wait, if you created that motorcycle out of your own power, couldn't you have just reanimated it the moment after Vala destroyed it? Great Red widened his eyes as he thought about Issei's words. God damn it. He's right. Wanting to hide his embarrassment, Great Red scoffed and grunted. The bastard deserved it. Besides, I needed to vent out some anger. Red, Ophis chided as she crossed her arms. Think before you act. Why don't you mind your own business, Ophis? Issei sighed as he rubbed his head. They just can't go one day without arguing, can they? Kukyukyuku. It was you who pointed out that the Ouroboros and the Apocalypse are so similar that they could be considered siblings. Who's the dumbass now? You're so cruel, Drake. Near Issei's house. Issei sighed as he walked to his house door. Today had pretty much been an eventful day. First it was class observation day, then the battle with Vala Lucifer. There was also the matter of Ophis possessing the jewel of the Vanishing Dragon. Ophis and the Great Red had traveled back to the dimensional gap to talk about the jewel, so they told Issei to go on ahead to home. Hopefully, Issei tiredly began as he shook his head. There isn't going to be any more surprises tonight. Placing his hand on the house door, Issei opened the door, walked inside and closed the door behind him. Turning around, Issei widened his eyes at the unexpected sight. Sitting on his couch, was Sana Satrai, Tsubaki Shinra, Rias Gremory, and Akeno Himejima. Standing at the left side of the couch, was Gabriel, and Sirafal Leviathan. Standing on the right side of the couch, was Swollen, and one of Riser's former knights. Issei believed the girl's name was Ceres. Only one question came to Issei's mind, and he was all too eager to shout it out to the women. What the hell are all of you doing in my house? The evil Norse god. The dimensional gap. For the first time, it was extremely silent in the dimensional gap. The reason for the unexpected silence was the interest of the divine dividing jewel. Ophis and the Great Red, the latter back in his true form, quietly looked at the jewel in the former's hand. Narrowing his eyes, Great Red took his attention off of the jewel, and set his sight to Ophis. You've been staring at the jewel of Albion for a long time. What's up with you, Ophis? The Ouroboros dragon tilted her head as she gazed at the jewel. Something has piqued my interest, Red. The Vanishing Dragon. He is sealed within the sacred gear wielded by Vala Lucifer, is he not? Last time I checked, Albion was. That is correct. And Drake is sealed within the sword wielded by Issei. That's true. What's your point, Ophis? The infinite dragon god then turned her attention to her brother. It is impossible for the power of the Vanishing Dragon to sync with the Welsh dragon because Drake is not sealed within a sacred gear. However. What? Great Red pressed his sister into speaking. Perhaps, my Issei will be able to absorb the power of Albion. Issei's house. In any other circumstance, a young man would be happy to see a group of girls in his house. Especially if the girls happened to be exceedingly beautiful. Hell, a young man would probably be ecstatic to see some beautiful older women in his house as well. Issei Hyoudou was not one of those young men. Shaking his head to calm his thoughts, Issei decided to go through with his plan. Ask the women why the hell they were in his house in the first place. In that order. Looking over to Swollen and Ceres, Issei pointed to them first. Why are you two here? Her eyes widening a little at Issei's previous outburst, Swollen put her hands behind her back. You have two new clients. They're at the Fenex mansion in the information room as we speak. Issei widened his eyes at the news, before he nodded seriously. All right. Well, at least that's a reason. Issei thought as he looked over to Sana and Tsubaki. Sana-san. Tsubaki-san. Why are you here? We wanted to talk to you. Sana hesitated as she crossed her arms. To talk to you about Ophis and the Great Red. Issei rose an eyebrow at the request, before he looked over to Rias and Akeno. Why are you two here? Same reason. Rias stated blankly. Sighing, Issei then set his sights over to Sirafal and Gabriel. The young man's eyes twitched when he noticed that Sirafal was still dressed in her cosplay uniform. Gabriel-san. Leviathan-san. Why are you two here? Sirafal was the first to respond as she smiled. I just wanted to see how Issei-chan was. We all saw your fight with the descendant of Lucifer. Rias-chan and the rest of the girls were worried about you too. Worried? Issei questioned as he looked over at Rias, Akeno, Tsubaki, and Sana with red shades on their faces. He noticed that Sana's face had gained a red shade as she glared at Sirafal. Oni-sama. Blinking several times, Issei then turned his attention to Gabriel, who smiled back. My brother, the leader of the angels, would like to speak with you. Your brother. Dimensional gap. Absorb the power of Albion. Yes. Is that possible? Ophis tilted her head as she looked up at the Great Red. She flew up to the height of her brother's horn, and positioned Albion's jewel so he could look at it closely. Do you remember the first time we both sensed my Issei's power? When his power was no longer pure, but much darker. Yeah, I remember. You went off into a tangent. Narrowing her eyes at the memory, Ophis continued her explanation. I have discovered through conversing with Drake, that the power my mate emitted was akin to that of a phoenix with the flames of hellfire. Hellfire? Yes. Drake informed me that my Issei had absorbed the flames of a devil of the Fenex clan. When he absorbed those flames, the solar energy structure within his body merged with the blazes of the legendary phoenix. So Issei is a phoenix now? Great Red asked, trying to grasp what Ophis was explaining to him. Not completely. The Hellfire transformation bestows him the attributes of the phoenix. He is only a half-phoenix. Alright, I think I get that. So what the hell does this have to do with Albion's jewel? Ophis held up the jewel to her eye level, her dark grey eyes narrowing and concentrating. If my Issei was able to absorb the power of a phoenix, then perhaps he can absorb the power of the vanishing dragon. Hold on a minute, Great Red began as he rose himself up. So would that make Issei transform again? If you're saying that Albion's power cannot blend with Drake's own, but it can possibly combine with Issei, are you also saying that Issei would be able to obtain another transformation? That is my theory. Ophis said as she pocketed the vanishing dragon's jewel. Looking up at the Great Red, Ophis tilted her head as she spotted Lilith sitting on top of Great Red's scales. She noticed that her clone was holding a bag in her hands. Lilith, Ophis began as she flew up to her clone. When did you come back? Lilith tilted her head as she looked at her original. Cousin Lyko, bought me donuts and cookies. I am now back. TCH, Great Red muttered as he tried to will himself not to shake Lilith off of him. You better not get any crumbs on me, Lilith. No, promises. Lilith countered as she took a cookie out of the bag. Ophis smiled as she watched her clone pick on Great Red. Although she would never say it out loud, Ophis had to admit that she had grown tolerant of the Great Red from the time they had spent together. She, Issei, and Great Red actually were a pretty good group. My, Issei was right. He, Baka-Red, and I, are a trinity. Issei's house. Issei sighed as he looked at the women in his house. He was trying to decide what task he was going to do first. The devils at Kyoa Academy could always talk to him about Ophis or Great Red at school, so he wasn't too worried about that. The clients that Swollen and Ceres mentioned were something to consider as well. Issei had to admit, he really wasn't good or interested in becoming an informant broker. Azazel made true to that. Although he was technically a client, he hadn't contacted Issei for information. So that was something Issei had to think about. Then there was the subject of Gabriel's brother meeting with him. The leader of the angels, huh? So that would make him an archangel. Why does he want to talk to me, though? Issei then widened his eyes as he realized he had forgotten something important. Something he needed to ask these girls, so the next time, this would never occur. Before I do any of those things, I need to ask something. The women in his house remained quiet as they awaited Issei's words. Are you stalking me? What? The women shouted suddenly. What on earth made you come to that conclusion? Tsubaki asked with a slight hue on her cheeks. Issei rose an eyebrow as he lifted a finger up. Well, first of all, I never told any of you where I lived. The only women who know where I live are Swollen-san, Gabriel-san, and Ophis. So how did you know where I live? It's not that hard to pinpoint your energy, Issei-chan. Sirafal exclaimed with a smile on her face. Guh. Issei stuttered as he tried to calm himself. Even so, that doesn't mean you have to follow me around. Rias rolled her eyes as she crossed her arms. What about Ophis? Out of all of us, she's the stalker. How dare you accuse me of stalking my mate? The women and Issei all felt their chests tighten as they turned to see Ophis with an uncharacteristically furious look on her face. Ophis. Be silent, my mate. Ophis stated darkly, as she walked forward to the girls sitting on her mate's couch. Why, are you in my Issei's house? The devils, an angel wisely, or unwisely, kept their mouths shut, as to prevent themselves from provoking the jealousy and wrath of the Ouroboros dragon. Ophis narrowed her eyes as she looked at the women in the house. She already recognized Swollen, and the other member of Riser's former peerage. She recognized Gabriel. Ophis' eyes narrowed further when she set her sights to Rias, who appeared as though she wanted to leave the room. How is your ladder climbing? Rias gulped down a nervous lump in her throat at the memory of Ophis disintegrating her ladder when she had tried to climb up to Issei's room. You dare to call me a stalker? Rias was too frightened to speak, until Gabriel, bless her soul, spoke up. She covered her mouth as she giggled. Well, to be fair, Ophis, Gabriel began as she remained too oblivious to Ophis' darkening stare. Technically, you marked Issei as your mate without asking for his permission. And not only that, but it seems like you've been stalking Issei ever since he was a child. Ophis widened her eyes, and turned to glare darkly at the angel. I am not a stalker. Ophis shouted as she emphasized her words by stomping towards Gabriel. Phew phew phew. Gabriel said as she waved her hands in defense. I'm sorry, Ophis. But Lilith says differently. What did you just say? The dimensional gap. Great Red had a moody look on his face as he listened to Lilith crunching noisily on her cookie. His eyes twitched as he felt crumbs of Lilith's treat falling down on him. He resisted the urge to shake off the crumbs, so as to not get dizzy. Lilith opened her mouth so she could take another bite of her cookie. Suddenly, she felt her eyes squint as her nose twitched. You Lilith? Great Red asked. You are you dash? Achoo. Lilith let out a cute sneeze as she and Great Red suddenly blew away from the strong force. Ah! Great Red screamed as he and Lilith toppled around the dimensional gap. Usually, the Apocalypse Dragon would enjoy a couple of maneuvering tricks. But the fact that Lilith's sneeze caused him and her to soar backwards, only invoked a sense of humiliation for the Great Red. Could this situation get any worse? Pinch. God damn it, Lilith. The Fenex mansion. Issei placed his hands in his pockets as he followed Swollen and Ceres into the Fenex mansion. No matter how many times he walked into the mansion, he always felt that it seemed to get more spacious. Looking around, Issei widened his eyes as he noticed the sword on Ceres' back. It had a black blade with silver edges, and a black hilt with a red handle. That's a large sword, Ceres-san. Ceres widened her eyes as she heard Issei talk to her for the first time. She touched the sheath that carried her sword. Why yes. She stuttered. Issei crossed his arms as he remembered something. If I remember correctly, she was Riser's second knight. That being said, I can assume that she's really good with a sword. Ceres felt her cheeks heat up, and covered it up by looking to the front of her direction. Unable to say anything, Ceres quickly nodded to the young man. Swollen pouted a bit, but she concealed her pout with a smile as she looked to Issei. Issei. I guess I should tell you that the clients in the information are different races. One of them is a fallen angel, and one of them is a god. I think I remember him saying he was a Norse god. Issei widened his eyes at Swollen's explanation. He also noted Swollen's annoyed tone at the way she mentioned the Norse god. You sound almost mad or something, Swollen. Is the Norse god? Swollen felt her cheeks redden in anger and embarrassment, but refused to say anything. Information Center. Thanking Swollen and Ceres, Issei walked into the information room. Closing the door behind him, he looked to see a familiar fallen angel and an elderly man with long, gray hair with a matching beard. The elderly man also had an eye patch over his left eye. Next to the old man, was a beautiful young woman with long silver hair and light blue eyes. Issei Hyoudou. Nice to see you again. Azazel greeted as he crossed his arms. So, Azazel. This is the brat who prevented another war of the three factions, huh? Meh, I guess looks are deceiving. The old man said as he crossed his arms. He then smirked as he looked over to the girl. Oi, Rossius. This brat looks like he could be a candidate for you. The girl, her name revealed as Rossius, gasped as she glared at the old man. She clenched her fists, narrowing her eyes darkly. Odin say my. She whined as she pouted. Issei widened his eyes at the people in his information room. What the hell is going on? Ignoring Rossius' constant whining, Odin kept his gaze focused on Issei. According to Azazel, the young man was very powerful. But of course, Odin wouldn't have ever doubted that. After all, the boy was the son of the major goddess of the sun and the universe. Odin was the chief god of the Norse mythology, so it was no big revelation that he was familiar with most of the gods and goddesses of the other religions. Amaterasu was one of those goddesses Odin was familiar with. Not in a romantic type of way, but Odin did know the goddess of the sun. The boy in front of him wielded a great godly energy within him, and that was perhaps why only Odin was able to deduce the boy's origin. His entire energy structure emitted solar energy from the actual sun. Odin knew that Issei was not a human, a fallen angel, or an angel. And he certainly was no devil. If anything had to do with the primordial sun, it all connected to Amaterasu. As the goddess of the sun, Amaterasu was genuinely a kind individual. In fact, she was possibly the sole reason that the sun exists even to this day. She was the one that gave warmth to the entire world, giving it life as well. Her motherly nature often manifested when the sun rose up in the sky. However, despite this side of her personality, Amaterasu was known to hold a grudge. If someone had wronged or betrayed her by breaking her trust, it would be hard to regain her trust. That was the case for her brother, Susanoo. The god of the storm and seas was known for his impulsiveness and ferocious temper. The day when he went on a rampage and completely destroyed Amaterasu's rice fields, ditches, palaces, and shrines only angered his sister. When Amaterasu pleaded with him to stop, the god of the storms and seas threw a skinned animal at her handmaidens while they were working. This caused Amaterasu to become enraged. As a result, she hid herself in the heavenly cave. It was a terrible day for the world. Without the light of Amaterasu, the world was plunged into darkness and began to deteriorate. Humph! Odin thought as he looked around the information room of the Fenex mansion. Amaterasu had eventually come out of the heavenly cave, all because she had never seen herself before when she looked at the mirror. When the boulder of the heavenly cave was sealed, Amaterasu resolved to return to the celestial plane and give light to the world once again. Odin scoffed as he crossed his arms. In all honesty, it still puzzled Odin to no end on why Amaterasu had conceived the young man in front of him in the first place. Was it on a whim? Was it because she was bored and felt like it? Or was it a way for the world and the universe to retain life, even if she was not around to supply it herself? Odin only knew one of the reasons Amaterasu had sent her son away. One of the reasons was due to Susanoo's antics. Amaterasu didn't trust her brother at all anymore. Even when Susanoo had brought the Kusanagi no Tsurugi to his sister as a form of a gift, Amaterasu still didn't give her brother her trust back. She was worried that if Susanoo's antics were to start again, then her son might have been the target. Susanoo was one of the most temperamental Shinto gods, and that was exactly one of the reasons why Amaterasu shielded her son from him, and sent him to Earth. Others might call her abandoning her son as a form of weakness and cowardliness. But Odin knew that the goddess of the sun regretted her decision deeply. To the point that she was afraid her son wouldn't want to see her at all. She knew she deserved it if her son didn't want to see her. Despite not being in her son's early life, Amaterasu made it a point to emphasize herself as the manifestation of the sun. She knew where her son was at every moment of every day, just by sensing his energy. There were times when she would manipulate the sun's energy to allow it to rise up earlier than usual, just so she could feel the energy of her son. Odin knew that Amaterasu hated it when the moon began to rise as soon as the sun descended, signifying that her brother Tsukiyomi no Mikoto had manifested to take his place as the god of the moon. Odin sent his gaze back to Issei Hyoudou, who appeared to be greatly confused on why Rossius was slamming her hands on the ground, crying out that it wasn't her fault that she couldn't get a boyfriend. Azazel chuckled as he rubbed his head. Once again choosing to ignore his bodyguard's cries, Odin immersed himself in his thoughts. That was the reason why Odin was in Japan right now. The three-legged crow, also known as Yatagarasu, had been sent from Amaterasu to deliver a message to Odin. Initially Odin traveled for the intention of going to a Oppi club with Azazel. In his opinion, he didn't actually mind doing a deed for the goddess of the universe, especially when it involved her son. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Odin set his sights to Rossius, who seemed to be recovering. Geez, Rossius. Are you done already? Just because you don't have a boyfriend, doesn't mean you need to shout it out to the world. Issei widened his eyes as he saw Rossius' eyes starting to wetten with tears. The young man didn't really know what to do in this situation. Before he could do anything to help Rossius, the girl suddenly fell on her knees and started smacking the floor. TT, that has nothing to do with this. I didn't choose to not to have a boyfriend. I didn't choose to still be a virgin. Odin chuckled as he crossed his arms, and looked back to Issei, who looked like he wanted to get these people out of the Fenex mansion as soon as possible. And judging by the look on Issei's face, Odin wouldn't put it past him. So, Issei Hyoudou, I would like to ask something of you. Huh? You would? What would a Norse god want with me? Yep, Odin answered as he nodded. I'm visiting Japan for a while, and I've been thinking. I need another bodyguard other than the 17-year-old virgin on the floor. Hey! Rossius shouted in indignation. Chuckling in amusement, Odin then brought his attention back to Issei. How would you like to be my bodyguard? Where exactly are you going? Odin suddenly sent Azazel a wide smirk, and the fallen angel returned the same facial gesture. We're going to an Oppi club. The two shouted in glee. Didn't see that coming, did you, partner? No. No, I did not. Outside of the Fenex mansion. So you're acting as Odin-sama's bodyguard? Yeah. Swollen tilted her head as she sat next to Issei. The two sat on the rooftop of the Fenex mansion, enjoying the breeze of the wind. So, Swollen began as she crossed her arms. Why did you agree? Issei, sitting with his arms behind his head, shrugged as he looked up at the Chinese devil. Technically, both Odin and Azazel were clients. I wouldn't be a fair person if I didn't heed to their request. Besides, there was no school today, so I've got a lot of time. Swollen blinked several times as she listened to Issei's words. The Chinese devil rose an eyebrow in response at the young man's words, but she didn't word out her opinion. Issei inwardly sighed as he looked over to Swollen. How has life been here at the Fenex mansion? Swollen widened her eyes at the unexpected question. Why do you ask? Issei shrugged with a bored look. No particular reason. I'm just asking. Issei began as he brought his attention to Swollen. Surtsk and Fenex stated that I technically own you guys. But I don't like to think of it like that. Swollen widened her eyes further at Issei's statement. With a light flush of her cheeks, Swollen unfolded her arms. It's just as Surtsk-sama and Lord Fenex-sama said. Swollen began as she lowered her gaze away from Issei. According to the inheritance you earned, you're our master. Moving her eyes back to Issei, Swollen gasped when she saw that the young man was giving her a stern look. The Chinese rook fell silent, wondering why Issei was giving her such a look. I am no one's master, Swollen-san. And you and the rest of the girls aren't my servants. I don't think of you girls like that at all. Issei declared as he got up from his spot. He noticed the Chinese rook gazing up at him with an unreadable look on her face. Seconds later, Issei brought his hand down, offering to lift Swollen up. Swollen widened her eyes at the offer, but eventually she accepted it and let Issei pull her up. After pulling the rook up, Issei put his hands in his pockets, looking up at the sky of the underworld. He rose an eyebrow at the scenery. I didn't know that the underworld had clouds. Issei peered at the clouds when he saw that one of the clouds had the shape of the legendary phoenix. He crossed his arms as he pondered. The cloud with the shape of the phoenix reminded him of his hellfire transformation. The young man sighed as he thought it over. Swollen heard Issei sigh, and she rose an eyebrow. As the breeze blew onto the roof the Fenex mansion, Swollen shivered. Issei noticed this and rose an eyebrow at the Chinese devil. You all right? Yeah, Swollen answered as she gave Issei a smile. It's the breeze. It's getting a little chilly out here. Really? Issei asked as he looked down to see Swollen's kippao billowing slightly to the side as a result from the breeze. The young man held a calm look on his face as he looked away. His multicolored eyes widening, Issei then turned to look at Swollen. Don't take this question the wrong way, Issei began as he tried to carefully state his question. But do you wear anything else under that outfit of yours? Blinking several times, Swollen slowly shook her head. No, I don't. After remaining silent for a few moments, Issei opened his mouth, and then closed it almost immediately. Dear God! She's absolutely naked under that outfit. It's no wonder she's that cold. Still remaining quiet, Issei placed a hand on Swollen's shoulder. The black-haired girl widened her blue-green eyes slightly, ready to ask what Issei was doing. Seconds later, her body began to feel warm. Widening her eyes further, Swollen looked over to see Issei in his super-solar form, transferring the heat from his aura to her. The Chinese devil blushed heavily as her body began to experience a pleasurable variation of warmth. Issei placed his free hand in his pocket as he looked up at the phoenix-shaped cloud. Issei hummed as he thought. Issei's house. Issei sighed and rubbed his head as he sat on the couch. Sitting on his lap, was Ophis, who was still in her adult form. In front of the two, and sitting on the living room floor, was Lilith. Lifting her head from Issei's shoulder. The Ouroboros. Dragon tilted her head as she thought of something that had just popped into her mind. Getting up from Issei's lap, Ophis scooted away from him on the couch. Widening his eyes at the movement, Issei blinked a few times, momentarily forgetting that Ophis was briefly sitting on him. He was so deep in thought, that he had also forgotten what he was doing at the moment. He looked over to Ophis, who stared at him back. Issei noticed that her expression was now back to its blank state. Usually when he and Ophis were alone, the latter's expression showed an air of warmth and affection. But this time the look on Ophis' face seemed to be emotionless once again. Ophis? Issei asked hesitantly. Instead of replying to her mate, Ophis lifted her hand up, and patted her lap twice. Issei rose an eyebrow at the gesture made by Ophis, and he rubbed his head in confusion. Ophis continued to stare at Issei, waiting for him to understand her gesture. Perhaps, I am still far too small for him. The Ouroboros dragon thought as her body began to glow. Issei widened his eyes at the sight, and when the light faded, he widened his eyes further. This time, a much older Ophis appeared. This time as though she were in her early 30s. Issei noticed that the Ouroboros dragon's body shape was now similar to Gabriel's. If not, even a bit more developed and taller. Oh Ophis! Issei stuttered in great confusion. Issei's inner world/subconscious. The Red Dragon Emperor struggled to contain his laughter as he looked at the expression on his host's face. Apparently, the Ouroboros dragon wanted Issei to sit on her lap. Issei, being Issei, couldn't really predict the thoughts of an infinite dragon god. Unable to stop himself from laughing his ass off, Drake attempted to open the mind link to explain to his host about the situation he had been placed in. Outside of Issei's inner world/Issei's house. Lilith tilted her head as she watched her original staring at a confused Issei. The cloned dragon could sense her original's thoughts, and she suddenly became interested as well. Her body started to glow as well, causing Issei to look towards her with a look of shocked confusion. Lilith. The light faded, revealing Lilith, who now appeared to be in her late teens. Issei noticed that she was still dressed in her gothic Lolita uniform. Lilith then walked over to Issei, and seconds later, Issei found himself trapped within the grasp of both Ophis and Lilith. What the hell is going on? Kukukuku. Do you really want to know, partner? At the time of night. Sighing tiredly, Issei found himself inside a wagon of the eight-legged warhouse by the name of Sleipnir. He frowned when he could still hear Drake's laughter within his subconscious. Would you please quiet down already? Issei asked the Red Dragon Emperor in annoyance. Kukukuku. You were so confused, partner. The look on your face when I told you, and especially after Ophis and Lilith told you themselves. It's not that funny. Kukukuku. They wanted you to sit on their laps, dumbass. Why else would both Ophis and Lilith morph their forms? Yo, brat. You alright? Issei looked over to the side, and he widened his eyes as he remembered who he was sitting with. He was sitting in the wagon with Azazel, Odin, and Rossius. Nodding to Odin, Issei crossed his arms. Boy, this takes the phrase awkward situation to a whole new level. No kidding, partner. I'm surprised that you actually said yes to the Norse god's offer. So am I. As he looked out of the windows, Issei tilted his head as he thought of something. Hey, do you remember our fight with Vala? When his armor of the vanishing dragon fell off. Do you remember the jewel that fell out as well? Yes, I do remember. Go on. Why do you think Ophis and Brother Red were so fixated on it? Humph. Who knows? It's hard to predict what goes on in the minds of the Ouroboros dragon and the true dragon. Of course, perhaps they were thinking about you. Me? But why? While you were looking at Albion's jewel, the infinite dragon god kept staring at you, as though she was trying to connect you to the jewel. Did Ophis want me to absorb the power of Vala's dragon or something? It's possible. Like I said, it's hard to predict the thoughts of the dragon god. You absorbing Albion's power could possibly result in something new. You mean like another transformation? Possibly. You already wield that first solar transformation. Next is your hellfire form. If you were to absorb the jewel of Albion, another transformation might occur. Issei narrowed his eyes as he crossed his arms. Despite him and Vala being rivals, Issei actually respected the vanishing dragon. What else would happen if I absorbed Albion's jewel? Well, since it is just another solar transformation, I find it doubtful that your power level would increase. I believe that all you would gain would be the powers of Albion himself. Issei remained silent as he listened to Drake. Just by absorbing the vanishing dragon's jewel, he would gain Albion's powers. Despite it being beneficial, Issei felt that absorbing the jewel of another heavenly dragon didn't sit right with him. Kukin. Hi Heen. The wagon suddenly stopped, causing the cargo to hit against the crew. Issei narrowed his eyes and looked out of the window to see a young man with a black robe. I am Loki. The evil god of Northern Europe. Loki said as he shouted out. Narrowing his eyes, Azazel flew out of the wagon and unsheathed his wings. Loki. To meet you of all people in a place like this. Do you have some business with us? Nothing much. Loki began as he crossed his arms. Our chief god left our organization to get in touch with other factions, and that is very painful to endure. You are quite arrogant to say that up front, Loki. So why are you really here? Azazel, the leader of the fallen angels. Normally I wouldn't want to meet or tell you about what I am doing. But I guess it can't be helped. I don't agree with your view about having peace. It is your religion which stepped foot on our soil and spread the Bible after all. There's no point saying that to me. Say that to Michael or the deceased god from the Bible. Azazel stated as he scratched his head. Humph, Loki scoffed as he narrowed his eyes. Do not tell me how I do things. There is a reason I came here, and one reason only. So this is the problem that the North faction carries, huh? Azazel guessed. The door to the wagon opened, revealing Odin and Rossius. There are still hard-headed people and that's the current situation we are facing. There are fools like this one who come out like this. Odin said as he stroked his white beard. Loki-sama. Your actions exceed your authority. Rossius tried to state. A mere battle maiden shouldn't get in my way. Loki interrupted callously. I'm asking Odin. Are you still planning to continue doing something which is outside our Norse world? Yup. Talking to Surtsks and Azazel is hell of a lot more interesting than talking to you. He then smirked as he looked at the wagon to see Issei with his eyes closed. Little did Odin know, that Issei was actually talking to Drake about the evil Norse god. Smirking widely, Odin turned his attention back to Loki. I want to know about Japanese Shinto. They also have an interest in our Yggdrasil. After we make peace, I'm thinking of exchanging our cultures by sending out each of our messengers. I have confirmed your plans. Loki stated as he smirked. Such a foolish act. Very well, let's have a display of powers here then. Azazel narrowed his eyes as he got into a battle position. So I can take that as a declaration of battle, right? Not to you or Odin, you filthy fallen angel. Loki insulted as he crossed his arms. I want to fight the boy sitting in that wagon over there. Azazel, Odin, and Rossius turned around just in time to see Issei fly out of the wagon. He narrowed his multicolored eyes as he glared at the evil god. Loki smiled as he clasped his hands. Ah, the son of Amaterasu himself. The son of the Sunday. His brown hair glowing with a golden shade, Issei transformed into his super-solar state. He narrowed his eyes further as he pondered. It's a shame I can't access my hellfire form while I'm here. Are you saying you like going to hell? Hell no. I was just thinking. Just checking. Ending his conversation with Drake, Issei set himself into a battle position as he glared up at Loki. The evil Norse god had a wide smile on his face, his excitement growing by the second. This boy was apparently one of the strongest godlings in existence, and Loki wanted to prove his superiority by fighting him. It was going to be a glorious battle, which would end in the spawn of the sun's defeat. It's time to begin, boy. Are you ready to face the most powerful Norse god in existence? Loki shouted out as he released his power. Issei kept quiet as he remained focused. This god seemed to be far more competent than Riser and Crocodile put together, so Issei knew he had to concentrate on the fight. The solar god stood with his eyes completely narrowed in slits. This was his first time fighting a god. From the power Loki was emitting, it was easy to assume that Riser and Crocodile were flies compared to this joker. Flaring out his solar aura, Issei grunted as he glared at Loki. All right, Norse god. You asked for it. Issei declared, as his aura increased. Floating above a faraway building, was a figure. Although she had existed as a goddess her entire life, she chose the form of a mortal so as to not be detected. The woman had long black hair and brown-black almond-colored eyes. Her eyes saddened into a forlorn look as she gazed at Issei Hyoudou from far away. Be careful, my precious little Sunday. Amaterasu Omakami. The one who shines in the heavens. This is our first meeting. Amaterasu widened her eyes and turned to see another floating figure. She didn't recognize the physical appearance of the person, but the tremendous energy she felt was familiar. The power of infinity. It was a beautiful woman in her mid-twenties with long black hair that covered her pointed ears. Her cold dark gray eyes, so narrow that they brought fright to the beings lower than hers, were blank without emotion. On top of her head, was the headpiece of a gothic Lolita fashion. Amaterasu gasped as she floated back a little from the woman in front of her. She recognized that powerful aura. The Infinite One. The Ouroboros dragon. Ophis smiled as she gazed at the goddess. It is so nice to finally meet you. Amaterasu. The goddess of the sun put her hand on her chest. What are you doing here? Ophis tilted her head as she floated to Amaterasu. That is such an interesting question. Ophis began as she stopped just in front of the goddess. I would like to have a talk with my dear mother-in-law. Amaterasu felt her breath start to leave her throat, finding it hard to breathe. What did the infinite dragon god just say? What? Ophis smiled wider as her gray-black eyes softened, her way of showing a degree of emotion. Your offspring, my Issei. He is my mate. At the Fenex mansion. Sitting on the living room couch, Swollen quietly hugged herself. Her face flushed with embarrassment and another unknown feeling within her chest. Her blue-green eyes softened as she discovered that she could still feel the traces of Issei's solar aura within her, keeping her warm for a while. It surprised Swollen herself that she never told Issei she knew how to use pyrokinesis. So in reality, Swollen could have granted herself warmth on her own. Yet Issei did so for her. Swollen didn't know what to think about all this. Knock knock. At the sound of the doorbell, Swollen shook her head to clear her thoughts, and got up from her spot to open the door. As soon as she did so, she rose an eyebrow in curiosity when she saw who it was at the door. Hey! Is newbie here? Said the first voice. Blinking several times, Swollen rose another eyebrow. Newbie. She repeated in confusion. Haha. He means Issei-san. So do you know where he is? The dimensional gap. Great Red huffed as he listened to Lilith's light breathing on top of him. The Apocalypse Dragon had to admit that he was a little surprised, and a bit miffed, when Ophis and Lilith had traveled to the dimensional gap without Issei. Only to leave Lilith here with him. God damn it, Ophis. Great Red muttered in his thoughts. The true Red Dragon God Emperor lifted his head up to see Lilith sleeping peacefully on one of his scales. His golden eyes widened slightly as how innocent Lilith looked when she wasn't awake tormenting him. As he looked at his second sister, Great Red huffed again and lowered his head. Normally he would be performing crazy and extravagant tricks around the dimensional gap. However, the Great Red soon began to realize that he was experiencing a new emotion for the first time since he had been born from the illusion of dreams. Boredom. I'm bored. The Apocalypse Dragon truly was bored. Years of ignoring the other beings of the world and performing biker tricks was all he pretty much did. Now, as he floated with the clone of his sister on top of him, the Great Red didn't even know what he wanted to do next. The true Red Dragon Emperor God was known as the one of the most fearsome beings in the universe. With his power, not even ashes of the area he would potentially destroy would remain. If there was only one thing that could set him off, it was the act of staring at him. However, even the Great Red himself knew that he had changed. Sure, he was a delinquent with the personality of a short-tempered biker, and he still hated it people stared at him. But as he began to spend more time with Issei, and especially Ophis, and yes, even Lilith, he knew his views had changed. Baka Red, comfy. Widening his golden eyes in surprise, Great Red turned his head to look at Lilith, who was attempting to fall back to sleep in order to get comfortable. His golden eyes widening further, Great Red silently huffed and lowered his head, closing his eyes. Seconds later, a crimson-black cover manifested above Lilith, and placed itself on her. Opening his eyes, the Great Red huffed again as he looked around his surroundings of the dimensional gap. You're lucky you're a part of Ophis. Otherwise, I would have kicked your ass out of this place a long time ago. Unbeknownst to Great Red, Lilith's mouth started to curve upwards into a knowing smile. In the student council room. Two young women were silent as they worked diligently in the student council room. One stacked the sheets of papers, while the other stapled them. Do you believe it was a good idea to send Saji to retrieve Issei Hyoudou? I didn't see any harm in doing so. Why do you ask? Because I have a feeling that Rias has sent a member of her peerage to retrieve him as well. Rias would do something like that. Sana said as she rolled her eyes in annoyance. Tsubaki stared at her master for a couple of moments, before she removed her attention to look at the papers. Seconds later, she looked back at Sana. Kaiko, you don't think we're stalkers? Do you? Sana paused in her stacking, and turned to look at her queen. She rose a thin eyebrow in curiosity. Us? Stalkers? Humph, if anyone's the stalker, it's Rias. After all, she was the one who tried to sneak into Issei Hyoudo's house. Tsubaki rose an eyebrow in confusion. For what purpose? Sana gave Tsubaki a blank look as she answered her. She wanted to introduce herself. By sneaking into his room. Yeah, I know. It was a stupid idea to begin with. Wouldn't it have been better to just fly into Issei Hyoudo's house? Or better yet, knock on his door? Of course. But Rias was so eager to introduce herself to him, she really didn't think her plan through. In the Occult Research Club. Achoo. Bless you. Ugh, thanks Akeno. Rias sniffed as she blew her nose. Just moments ago, she was completely fine. But seconds later, she had gone off on a sneezing tangent. It had gone on to the point that tissue boxes were placed on her desk. Another box of tissues was placed on the desk. Rias looked up to see Konako wearing a mouth mask. Although thankful to receiving the solution to her sneezing problem, Rias flashed Konako a pout. Thanks Konako-chan. But it's not like I'm sick or anything. That's what they all say, Bucka. Konako pointed out as she walked back to the couch. Sitting on the couch, was a girl with blue hair. She had highlights in her hair, and wore the Kyoa Academy uniform. I have to agree with Konako-chan, Bucka. the blue-haired girl said as she got up from the couch to give Rias another box of tissues. They were going to run out of tissues at this point. Rias pouted again as she accepted the box. I'm not sick, Zenovia. Zenovia hummed sarcastically as she walked away. Rias sighed as she blew into the tissue. Ugh. Either I really do have a cold, or someone's talking bad about me. Akeno smiled slightly as she backed away from her friend. That was clever of Kiba-kun. As soon as Rias asked one of our members to go retrieve our cow Urhei, Kiba-kun immediately volunteered to do so. It's as though he knew Rias was going to go off into a tangent like this. Either that, or Kiba-kun really wanted to see Issei again. With Amaterasu and Ophis. Amaterasu didn't know what to say. One of the most powerful beings in existence was right in front of her. And what did it just say? The Ouroboros dragon remained silent as she moved her attention from Amaterasu to Issei. Your offspring has become powerful, has he not? The goddess of the sun kept her mouth shut. The infinite dragon god was one of the most feared entities in existence. Yet here it was, talking to her as though they were in a civil conversation. Gulping down a nervous lump in her throat, Amaterasu turned her attention to her son, who was still settled into his battle position. Yes. He is. She said in a forlorn tone. Ophis set her eyes to the sun goddess, and a smile showing an emotion akin to smugness crossed her face. That is why he is mine. Amaterasu gasped as her eyes widened. The Ouroboros dragon's smile disappeared, and her eyes seemed to exude a chilling pressure. I have only 2 questions for you, Amaterasu Omakami. You will answer my first one. Issei vs Loki. The evil Norse god smiled wickedly as he stared at son of Amaterasu himself. The power radiating from Issei's solar form excited Loki greatly. However, Loki knew all too well about Issei. He's powerful in this form. Very powerful. However, even I know that the power he's emitting is not at its fullest. Nowhere near it. As he watched Loki float in the air, Issei narrowed his eyes and made sure to position himself into his battle stance correctly. Partner. This is a god you are about to battle. Be very careful. If it's required, I will allow you permission to use my power. Issei smiled in gratitude to Drake's words. Thanks, Drake. But I think I can manage just fine. My host is showing a bit of confidence. That's new. Loki smiled widely as he put his hand out. A dark sphere of energy began to gather at his hand. Issei remained where he was. The young man noticed that glowing particles of light began to cover the energy. He narrowed his eyes as he sensed the overwhelming power within Loki's energy sphere. It's still too early for you to take on a god. Loki shouted as he shot his attack towards Issei. However, much to his surprise, Issei merely stood where he was. Is he deliberately allowing himself to be hit by my attack? Loki began in his thoughts. The evil Norse god then smiled widely in amusement. A foolish tactic. As Loki's attack drew closer to him, Issei didn't budge an inch. He didn't even bother to conjure up an energy shield. Azazel, Odin, and Rossius looked on as they watched Loki's energy blast shooting towards Issei. Rossius widened her eyes in worry. What's he doing? Why isn't he moving out of the way? Humph. Odin huffed as he crossed his arms. Don't get your virgin panties in a bunch, Rossius. The kid's going to be fine. Glaring at Odin for his first sentence, Rossius then dropped her glare and her eyes widened further. What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? Azazel asked as he smiled in amusement. Issei Hyoudou may not be the strongest in the universe. But he's not the weakest either. I don't understand. Rossius said in confusion. Just watch, and you'll see. Odin told her. Loki's energy blast soared towards Issei at a quick pace. Seconds later, the massive energy blast collided into Issei violently, causing an explosive wind to shake the wagon and some nearby buildings. A bright flash of light illuminated as a result of the collision. With Ophis and Amaterasu. Ophis and Amaterasu were silent as they watched Loki's attack engulf Issei entirely. None of the women showed any signs of worry. They both knew the power and durable reserves of Issei. As she watched the bright light, Ophis turned her attention back to Amaterasu. So, that is the reason why Issei was sent to Earth. Because you were paranoid about your brother. The goddess of the sun and the universe remained silent, but she nodded sadly to Ophis in response. Even if Ophis was the dreaded Infinite One, she couldn't tell her the full reason why she had sent Issei to Earth. I was so angry at my brother. I was afraid that Susanoo would go after my son next. So I sent him to Earth, in order to ensure his safety. Ophis tilted her head as she removed her attention from her mother-in-law. I did not expect the goddess of the sun to hold a grudge. It puzzles me. Stealthily lowering her eyes in shame, Amaterasu set her eyes to the bright light, which now emerged as a giant-sized mushroom cloud. I wasn't thinking clearly. And I know it was a horrible act I committed. I'm just disappointed in myself for abandoning my little son just because of my paranoia and grudge against Susanoo. Ophis kept her silence as she looked back at her mother-in-law. The Ouroboros dragon had known all this time that the woman in front of her was Issei's mother. When she sensed Issei's energy for the first time, she deduced that it radiated solar energy from the sun. If there was any mention of the sun at all, it most likely had to do with Amaterasu. With tears starting to wet her eyes, Amaterasu looked back at the mushroom cloud, just in time to see it fading away. You knew I was Issei's mother. So why didn't you ever say anything to him? Ophis' eyes seemed to become even more devoid of emotion, but slowly, her eyes seemed to lighten. It is not my place to say so. Issei Hyoudou is my mate. He is my first, and he shall be my only one. I am not his mother. I am the nothingness that will claim and hide him until the time of infinity approaches. Amaterasu's eyes widened further as she listened to Ophis' words. She sensed the almost possessive yet affectionate tone within the infinite dragon god's words. Staring at her mother-in-law momentarily, Ophis turned her attention back to the battlefield. My second question. Why did you seal Drake within the Kusanagi no Tsurugi? Amaterasu gasped, not expecting the Ouroboros dragon to ask that question. Her eyes lowered in nostalgia as she remembered. Because the Red Dragon Emperor was born from the energy of the celestial planes. Ophis tilted her head at the new information Amaterasu gave her. As you know, Amaterasu began as she explained. Dragons are born from masses of energy. The two heavenly dragons were born from the heavens from the celestial planes. I took care of Drake before he reached maturity. Albion was never around, because he and Drake never exactly favored one another. Ophis narrowed her eyes as she attempted to deduce what Amaterasu was trying to explain. So when Drake's body disintegrated during the Great War, you retrieved his soul? That's right. Amaterasu said. She nodded. Like I said, I took care of Drake myself. Aside from Albion, I know the Red Dragon Emperor on a personal level. So that is why my Issei has him. You passed the Red Dragon Emperor onto him. Yes. Amaterasu answered as her eyes lowered once more. Tilting her head again, Ophis turned her attention to the battlefield just in time to see the silhouette of an unharmed Issei standing still. The infinite dragon god's lips curled upwards into a sly smile as she looked at her mate. My Issei is strong. He is the infinity that fills the void of the nothingness of the infinity. He completes me. That is why. Her dark gray eyes narrowed as she looked at the surprised look on Loki's face. Issei Hyoudou is mine. On the battlefield, Issei vs Loki. The smoke from the mushroom cloud slowly disappeared, revealing Issei, who stood still in his spot. He was floating above a large crater, with the ground showing remaining cracks. There appeared to be no cuts or any bloodied marks on his body at all. An amused Azazel and Odin, as well as an amazed Rossius, kept quiet as they looked up at a surprised Loki. The evil Norse god couldn't believe what he had just seen. The son of Amaterasu didn't even move when he had sent the attack towards him. Loki was sure that the boy would eventually move as soon as the attack collided with him. Blinking several times, Loki then smiled widely, and he began to chuckle greatly in amusement. This is amusing. Greatly amusing. I must admit, I wasn't exactly holding back that attack. This is glorious. Fuhahahaha. Issei didn't bother to open his mouth. Suddenly, he transmitted away. Loki rose an eyebrow, and then scoffed as he raised his arm up. Just as he predicted, Issei reappeared from above him and brought his fist down, allowing Loki to block it. Predictable. Oh really? Issei countered. Wog wog. Loki cried out in unexpected pain as he felt a sharp punch in his gut. The evil Norse god looked down in shock to see another Issei with his fist in his stomach. Narrowing his eyes, Issei inwardly scoffed at himself. I didn't expect a god to be tricked like that. Wait. Just as he thought, the Loki in front of him disappeared. Issei widened his eyes as Loki appeared just above him and went to shoot another dark energy blast. However, as soon as the blast shot towards Issei, it passed through him, as though he was a ghost. Loki widened his eyes. Another illusion. Gah! Loki screamed as he felt Issei knee him sharply in the back. The true Issei narrowed his eyes further as he grabbed Loki's head and threw into the crater where he floated just moments ago. The young man didn't show any reaction as the ground shook in response to Loki hitting the ground. Issei narrowed his eyes further as he noticed that Loki wasn't coming back up. What's taking him so long? I know that didn't kill him. Plus, he said he wasn't exactly holding back. Suddenly a black pool of space began to emerge just above the crater. Issei widened his eyes to see a widely smirking Loki gliding towards the black portal. Hey! Issei shouted. Where did you think you're going? Loki smirked in amusement and flew faster. Follow me, Issei Hyoudou. And you shall see. Loki shouted as he disappeared into the black vortex. Issei grunted and complied with Loki's suggestion, flying himself into the black vortex. As soon as he got in, the portal closed and imploded upon itself, as though it had never been conjured up in the first place. Azazel, Odin, and Rossius widened their eyes a little at Loki's actions. Where could they have gone to? Azazel asked in interest. With Ophis and Amaterasu. Ophis smiled as she watched the vortex disappear. I shall follow my mate and the Norse god. The infinite dragon god declared as a black aura manifested to surround her. Sending her dark grey eyes towards Amaterasu, Ophis titled her head. Are you going to watch? Looking at Ophis, Amaterasu smiled sadly and shook her head. I would love to. But not yet. I'm not even supposed to be here. I just wanted to see what he looked like after all these years. Initially, Odin was supposed to bring my little son to heaven, so Michael, Gabriel, and I could talk to him. But it seems that Loki has other plans. So you are returning to the realm of heaven? Ophis asked. Yes. Amaterasu answered in hesitance before she transmitted away. In the arena of the underworld. A black vortex appeared in the arena of the underworld. Suddenly, two figures appeared out from it. The figures revealed themselves as Loki and Super Solar Issei. Standing across from each other, Loki and Issei glared at the other. The evil Norse god then smiled. It seems that I might have underestimated you, Issei Hyoudou. But don't get cocky, because I guarantee, I will not make the same mistake. Issei narrowed his eyes as he looked around the arena. He had to admit, he never expected for the devils to clean up the arena of the underworld after all this time. How I do know you're not lying. Issei quipped. Cute. Loki deadpanned. Suddenly, a portal manifested next to the Norse god. An ash-grayish figure jumped out of it. It appeared to be a dog who was 10 meters tall. Loki smiled as he pet the dog. My adorable son, Fenrir. Issei rose an eyebrow as he looked at the evil Norse god displaying affection towards a ferocious dog. You should be careful, Issei Hyoudou. This one is among the top class of the worst monsters that I have created. After all, this one's fangs are something which can kill any god. I haven't tried it, but it should be effective against gods from other religions. Issei widened his eyes a little at Loki's explanation. It can kill any god. Loki smirked widely as he pointed to Issei. Let's see how you fare against my lovely son and I, Issei Hyoudou. Loki declared as he flared out his godly aura. Issei narrowed his eyes darkly as he clenched his fists. A familiar blackish-gray-colored aura manifested around his body. Both Loki and Fenrir rose their heads in confusion. The blackish aura imploded and engulfed Issei, causing the arena of the underworld to shake and become illuminated by a bright light. The ground trembled, as though the flames of hellfire itself was causing it to shake in terror. Loki removed his hands from his eyes, and he let out a stifled gasp. The appearance of Amaterasu's son had changed once again. His hair was now black in an upright style. His left eye was a stern brown color, while his right eye was a black-grayish color. His facial features sharpened, far contrasting from his usual calm look. Loki's eyes widened at the sheer explosive power Issei was emitting. But then he smiled in a crazed manner. So this is the power of Issei Hyoudou. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. A Hellfire Issei. In his Hellfire transformation, Issei narrowed his eyes darkly. The flames of Hellfire surrounded his entire body, giving it the appearance of an erratic pool of fire. Suddenly, a series of flames manifested, jutting out of Issei's back. Issei winced as the flames manifested into the shape of wings. Loki's eyes widened further, and his smile looked like it was about to split his face. The flames of a phoenix. You truly are an interesting one, Issei Hyoudou. This form of yours. It exudes the aura of hellfire, but also the aura of a phoenix. Solar Phoenix Issei. Issei got into a battle position as he flared out the auras of Phoenix and Hellfire. The ground below him and Loki began to crack in tension. Fenrir growled darkly at Issei, who ignored it. Looking at both Loki and Fenrir, Issei held up a fist, and tightened it. 2 against 1, huh? Are you feeling lucky? Issei asked as he clenched his fist, causing black and crimson sparks to blaze around his body. The dimensional gap. Great Red opened his golden eyes in surprise when he sensed 3 vast powers. He could decipher Issei's power, as it was already familiar to him. The other sources of energy, he couldn't decipher them. Baka Red. I sense our Issei. Lilith said in her emotionless voice. Great Red lifted his head up to see a teenage version of Ophis' clone. He noticed that Lilith was no longer wearing the gothic Lolita uniform, but was now dressed in a different attire. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Great Red nodded to Lilith. You too, huh? I sense Issei as well. It's the same devastating power Ophis and I sensed when Issei fought that burnt turkey. But I also sense the legendary Phoenix within Issei as well. He looked down at Lilith and his eyes widened further. Lilith appeared to be as though she was in a trance. Lilith. I like this power. I feel warm. The Apocalypse Dragon rose his head up in confusion. This is strange. Ophis practically hates the power that emits from Issei's Hellfire transformation. But Lilith looks like she's getting off just by sensing his power. Great Red widened his eyes to see that Lilith's dark grey eyes were slowly gaining rings around them. Oh. I shall follow our Issei. Lilith monotoned as she transmitted away from the Great Red. Huh. Well, little bro, looks like you've got another stalker. Immediately after Great Red said that, Lilith reappeared in front of him, staring at him with her cold ringed eyes. The Apocalypse Dragon blinked several times. Lily dash. Doink. Lilith said as she flicked Great Red on his horn. Ouch. Before Great Red could retaliate, Lilith immediately transmitted away. The true Red Dragon Emperor God shook his head in anger, and gritted his teeth before sighing in tiredness. Yep, she's definitely Ophis' clone. At the arena in the underworld. Loki smiled in ecstasy as he watched Issei's aura illuminate throughout the arena of the underworld. This fight shall definitely be interesting. Even if he has access to the flames of Hellfire and the blazes of the legendary Phoenix, the son of Amaterasu doesn't stand a chance against my adorable son and I. Smiling at Fenrir, Loki lifted his hand up. Attack him, my son. Fenrir howled as he sped towards the transformed Issei. The wolf extended his claws, preparing to strike Issei. The wolf was almost near the young man, and was ready to claw him. Smiling wickedly, Loki chuckled. His eyes suddenly widened when something unexpected happened. As soon as Fenrir's claws came in contact with Issei's aura, they suddenly disintegrated. Loki's eyes widened further, as well as Fenrir's beady eyes. What is this? Narrowing his eyes, Issei grabbed Fenrir's paw and maneuvered the wolf's weight to balance him over, allowing him to throw Fenrir over. Fenrir crashed into the ground of the arena, leaving a crater-sized hole. Growling, Fenrir immediately got up from his spot, glaring at Issei with utmost hatred. Loki narrowed his eyes darkly, his stance becoming more threatening. My son's claws disintegrated as soon as it came in contact with this boy's aura. It's a good thing his claws can regenerate, but now he has to be careful. Standing perfectly still, Issei allowed his aura to fade away, remaining in his hellfire form with the phoenix wings intact. He looked up at Loki, and glared at him. Seconds later, Issei charged a flaming energy shield around him, and soared towards Loki in a great burst of speed. Loki grunted and formed a godly shield of energy around him as well. He then charged towards Issei in a burst of speed. The two warriors clashed as their shields bumped against each other. They repeatedly crashed against each other, their auras repelling the other. Loki grunted again as he noticed that Issei's energy shield was starting to overpower his own. The flames of hellfire, combined with the phoenix's blazes, started to pass through Loki's godly energy sphere. I don't understand. How is he so strong? Top of the arena of the underworld. Sitting on the seats of the arena, Ophis smiled as she watched her mate fight the evil Norse god. Although she didn't favor the energy signature of Issei's hellfire transformation, she could sense the attributes of the legendary phoenix balancing out the flames of hellfire. My Issei is faring well against his first god. I love hellfire. Ophis turned to see her clone sitting right next to her. She noticed that Lilith's eyes had a strange shape in them. Her eyes indicate that she is in a trance of some sort. How interesting. Lilith turned her dark gray ringed eyes to her progenitor, and tilted her head. Original. Lilith began as her eyes seemed to become a bit hollow. I love dark solar energy. Do you love it as well? Ophis kept her gaze on Lilith. Despite Lilith being her clone, Ophis could tell that the dragon possessed different characteristics from her. The Ouroboros dragon remembered telling the Apocalypse dragon that Lilith's name derived from the very aspect of the dark moon Lilith. However, there was another reason that Lilith gained her name. Lilith represented the dark shadows of Ophis' own personality. She was born of Ophis' utmost desire to keep Issei all to herself. When Ophis had first met Issei, in her mind, all she could think about was claiming him all to herself. That was why when she first met the 60-year-old Issei Hyoudou, she summoned only one snake to mark him as her mate. That snake was Lilith. Over time, Ophis' interest in Issei had grown to the point of unparalleled obsessiveness. Yet slowly, but surely, Ophis began to feel genuine love for Issei. Her obsessiveness and jealousy began to fade away. However, some of it still remained, in the form of Lilith. All of the amoral and chaotic feelings Ophis had towards Issei was what gave birth to Lilith. Ophis tilted her head as she looked at her clone closely. My snake is still naive. My feelings that birthed her are not predominant as of yet. She has not shown any signs of obsession or amoral emotions. However, Lilith seems to favor the aura of our Issei's hellfire transformation. I do not like this form of his. Lilith tilted her head as she waited for her original to answer her question. Turning her attention back to the fight between Issei and Loki, Ophis shook her head to her clone. I do not like this form of our Issei. Lilith's ringed eyes widened a little in response to Ophis' answer. Why? Lilith asked in a childlike voice. I shall tell you when you are older. Lilith's body started to glow with a bright light, until the light faded. Lilith now appeared as a young adult, her body showing a bit of development. Ophis rose an eyebrow at Lilith. I am older. Lilith said. Very funny, my clone. Ophis said in a rare deadpan voice. Issei vs Loki. Narrowing his eyes, Issei brought his fist forward, summoning enough solar energy to pierce through Loki's shield. He successfully landed a punch to Loki's gut, causing the evil god's shield to fade away. The evil god clutched his stomach as spittle flew out of his mouth. Issei proceeded to knee Loki in the forehead, and grabbed the Norse god before he soared away. Grabbing him by the head, Issei rapidly flew towards the ground, his hellfire/phoenix aura reforming. Loki screamed in pain as he and Issei crashed into the ground, causing an illuminating flash of light to emerge. Fenrir growled again as he went to track Loki and Issei down. Once the light cleared, he saw Loki struggling to pry Issei off of him. Let me go, foolish boy. Loki shouted. Not a chance. You said you wanted to fight me, so do it. Issei countered. Narrowing his eyes, Loki turned his attention to Fenrir. My son, you know what to do. Fenrir nodded and charged towards Loki and Issei. Suddenly, he transported away from both of their sights. Smiling darkly, Loki elbowed Issei in his stomach, causing the young man to let go of him. Gliding away, Loki chuckled inwardly as he watched Fenrir appear behind Issei with his claws out to pounce. Widening his eyes, Issei turned around to see Fenrir growling at him. Suddenly, all Issei could see now was blood. As he widened his eyes further, Issei looked down to see blood spurting out of his left arm. His left arm fell onto the ground with a thud. His eyes growing heavy and closing by the second, Issei collapsed on the ground. Seeing his opponent fall, Loki lifted his arms up in glee. As I thought. You were too early to face a god. Top of the arena of the underworld. It was completely silent on the bleachers of the arena. Although they had seen their mate with his arm decapitated, Ophis and Lilith showed no reaction. In fact, Ophis seemed to be showing a small smile, while Lilith on the other hand, was smiling with an eerie air about her. Loki, Ophis began as her smile widened. Our Issei is strong. That is why, Lilith began in monotone with a scary tone. He belongs to us. Issei vs Loki. Loki chuckled as he looked around the underworld. And here I was, getting worried. The son of Amaterasu. He was the one who prevented another great war? Ridiculous. As far as I'm concerned, he was just a weakling. Turning to look at his son, Loki smiled at Fenrir. My adorable son, let us dash. Loki cut himself off when he noticed that Fenrir was bleeding from his mouth. His eyes widening in shock, Loki floated over to the wolf and looked into his mouth to see that one of his fangs was pulled out. The blood overflowed out of the wolf's mouth, causing Fenrir to cough out a bit of blood. Loki looked around his surroundings, trying to find Fenrir's tooth, only to find nothing. Widening his eyes further, Loki floated over to the motionless Issei, and went to look at his hands, only to find that Issei wasn't holding anything. How can this be? I didn't even see Fenrir getting his fang pulled out. Plus, I didn't see the son of Amaterasu pulling out the tooth. Wait. No, it can't be. His eyes widening to constricting pupils, Loki slowly turned around. No. Well. I must say I'm a little shocked by your actions, Norse god. You couldn't even tell the difference between the genuine article and the fake. I guess you're not that strong of a god after all. Loki felt an extreme amount of pain as he felt something pierce his back. The evil Norse god turned around to see Issei stabbing him in the back with an extremely sharp object. His eyes widened in terror. Is that? It was Fenrir's fang. No. Impossible. The Norse god twitched in pain when Issei twisted Fenrir's fang in his back further. The agony he was feeling was so hard for him to endure. He looked into Issei's eyes, and he felt his heart stop. I feel like I'm looking into the eyes of death itself. Issei narrowed his eyes as he let go of Fenrir's fang, floating away from the evil Norse god. He looked down to see his illusion fading away. Crossing his arms, Issei sent his attention back to Loki, who stared at him in horror. How? How could I let this happen? Loki. The outcome of this battle was already set to be in my favor. Issei declared. What do you mean? When you summoned that wolf of yours. You said that Fenrir's fangs could kill any god. So I waited until the time you sent him to attack me, and I grabbed one of his fangs. Loki's mouth became jaw agape as he flew a step back from the young man. Narrowing his eyes, Issei put his hands in his pockets. You shouldn't have told me that, Loki. If you hadn't said anything, our battle would have gone on much longer than anticipated. So in reality, you made yourself lose this fight. Gah. Shut the hell up. Loki shouted in irritation. The blood from his back overflowed continuously, causing blood to seep onto the ground of the arena. Taking his hands out of his pockets, Issei held his hand above his head, lifting his index finger up. Loki gasped in horror, not knowing what Issei was about to do. Before Issei could do anything else, a portal suddenly appeared in front of them. The silhouettes climbed out, revealing Odin, Azazel, and Roscius. Issei-san. Wait. At the call of his name, Issei turned to see Rossius with a worried look on her face. Lifting her hand, Rossius summoned a series of magic circles which appeared above Loki. Loki widened his eyes when the seals captured him. Issei narrowed his eyes as he sensed Loki's power decreasing. Odin smirked as he looked at Amaterasu's son. Interesting. I sense hellfire and Fenex physiology within this brat. It's no wonder he beat Loki. Bastard's lucky that Rossius came at the right moment. Walking over to Issei, Azazel placed his arm around his shoulder in a friendly manner. What a scary face you have, Issei Hyoudou. What are you guys doing here? Issei asked. Making sure Loki was completely sealed, Rossius turned to look at Issei, her eyes still showing worry. Well, we could sense your power and Loki's power as well. We were a little worried that he would lose. Your worry is unnecessary, said a sultry, yet monotone voice. The Valkyrie turned to see the Ouroboros dragon herself, as well as her clone. Ophis and Lilith floated above the crew as the latter looked directly at Issei, her ringed eyes in a trance once more. Humph. You surprised us, Ouroboros. What are you doing here? Odin asked. Ophis smiled as she sent her attention back to Issei. I was watching my mate fight the Norse god. I knew that Loki was going to lose. That is why I watched the battle. Azazel rose an eyebrow as he looked at the second Ophis, who was now floating towards Issei. The young man rose an eyebrow at Lilith's young adult appearance. What happened to her eyes? Issei asked in his thoughts as he noticed Lilith's spiral-lined eyes. Hey, brat. Now that Loki is incapacitated and scarred for life, what do you say we go somewhere else? Odin said. Wanting this day to end already, Issei sighed and slowly nodded. What place did you have in mind? Odin smiled as he crossed his arms. The realm of heaven. Dysfunctional family. Near Issei's house. Issei Hyoudou looked up at the sky as she walked over to her cousin's house. That's weird. It looks like a storm is coming tonight. But it looked so much sunnier earlier. Shrugging in nonchalance, Issei went to retrieve her own spare key to Issei's house. Twisting the doorknob around, Issei opened the door, and widened her eyes at the first sight in her field of vision. Sitting on her cousin's couch was a pale-skinned female with long red hair and golden eyes. She was dressed in a biker vest on top of a red shirt, and black biker shorts. On top of her red hair was a black Harley Davidson hat. Issei stood in shock, unsure of what to do about this unfamiliar person. The girl was laying down on her back with a magazine featuring motorcycles on the covers. The cousin of Issei blinked several times at the girl. Sensing another presence within the house, the girl moved her attention from her magazine to Issei. The red-haired girl narrowed her golden eyes in annoyance. Oh, it's just you. What the hell are you staring at, cousin-in-law? The girl asked in a gruff, yet clearly feminine voice. Issei widened her eyes at the girl's tone of voice. She remembered someone else saying those annoyed words. Someone who could invoke the fears and terrors of any mortal it came across. Taking a step back, Issei almost collapsed when she nearly bumped into the door. The Great Red. The Apocalypse Dragon rose an eyebrow at Issei, who looked on in horror and confusion at the new appearance of the dragon. Who else were you expecting? The true dragon asked in a bored tone. In the underworld. As he watched Rossius and the others summon a portal which served as transportation, Issei turned to look at the sealed Loki, who seemed to be in a state of shock. The evil Norse god couldn't believe what had just happened to him. He had lost. He had lost to a mere child. And it was all because of himself. He had been hoisted by his own petard. The second I mentioned the power within my son's fangs, the outcome was in Issei Hyoudo's favor. How could I have been so foolish? While Loki occupied himself in his thoughts, Issei walked over to him, watching the blood flow from behind the Norse god. The young man narrowed his eyes when he noticed that Fenrir's fang was still embedded within the Norse god's back. Narrowing his eyes further, Issei reached into the seals, and went to grip the fang. Loki widened his eyes at the unexpected pain and shuddered when he noticed that Issei was right behind him. What the hell are you doing? Claiming my prize. Issei stated before he ripped Fenrir's fang out of Loki's back. Gawk! Loki screamed as he felt his back pierce in pain once again. Holding the bloodied fang of Fenrir, Issei looked over to see the wolf himself. Thanks to Rossius, Fenrir was sealed as well, rendering him harmless. At the sight of Issei, the wolf actually drew back, preferring to stay within his seals. My Issei. At the call of his name, Issei turned to see Ophis walking towards him. The Ouroboros dragon tilted her head as she spotted Fenrir's fang in Issei's hand. My mate. Why, do you have the fang of the Norse god's spawn? Ophis asked as she sent her emotionless gaze to Issei. Issei looked at the fang of Fenrir with a curious expression on his face. I guess I want to keep it as a reminder. A reminder? Well, let me rephrase that. I guess I want to keep this as a trophy. It was very brief, but Issei noticed that Ophis had risen an eyebrow in confusion to his statement. A trophy? For what reason? Issei looked back at the Norse god, whose eyes twitched at the bleeding and pain from his back. For winning against my first god. Issei's house. What the hell happened to you? The Great Red, now in a female form, yawned as she listened to the shocked Lyko. I was bored. Bored? Yeah. Is there an echo in here or something? Ignoring the Apocalypse Dragon's quip, Lyko shook her head to clear her thoughts. This can't be happening. I thought he was a boy. Why is he a girl? Did he get a sex change operation or something? Looking at Lyko with a bored look, the Great Red got into a standing position. Life has become a little bit boring while I've resided in the dimensional gap. Even the thought of doing tricks in my home doesn't sound as fun anymore. So I decided to try something new for once. By transforming into a Shem dash. The form is female, you know. Great Red interrupted in an almost offended tone. Lyko stared wide-eyed at her cousin-in-law, and turned around so that the Great Red couldn't see her face. I can't even believe we're having this conversation. You're the one who's making a big deal out of it. How can you even? What the hell is your true gender anyway? Lyko asked, her patience almost leaving. A dark and terrifying smirk grew on Great Red's face. My true gender, you ask? We dragons are born out of energy, so technically we have no gender. But since I don't care about logic, I will tell you that I am actually male. I have just taken upon a feminine incarnation to soothe my boredom. Shape and form have no meaning to us, cousin Lyko. I can take and assume any form I want to. Why? The smirk on Great Red's face widened in smugness. Because I'm just that badass. It's so weird seeing you as a female. It's creepy. Nobody asked for your opinion. The Apocalypse Dragon responded with an annoyed look. Before Lyko could respond, a thought suddenly came to her mind. Wait. You said dragons were born out of massive surges of energy, right? Ah, so someone actually was listening. I'm impressed. The Great Red mockingly stated as she looked back at her magazine. So that means Ophis isn't? No, it can't be. The Great Red removed her attention back to her cousin-in-law and smiled mischievously. Yep, Ophis is genderless. Like I said, dragons technically have no gender, but like I also said, screw logic. So in reality, your cousin is actually married to Thulhu. Hey. Ophis is your your sibling. So? Ophis has been calling me Bakared since we were born. I still can't believe we are having this conversation. I still can't believe you're not shutting up about it. You know what dash? Before Lyko could finish her threat towards the Great Red, a portal suddenly manifested into Issei's living room. As Lyko stared in amazement at the portal, the Great Red's body glowed, until the light disappeared. The Great Red had reverted to his male incarnation. The Apocalypse Dragon narrowed his eyes as he spotted a figure climbing out of the portal. Lyko widened her eyes at the man, who lifted his head up and smirked darkly at Issei's cousin and the Apocalypse Dragon. The Apocalypse Dragon. It's so nice to meet you. The man greeted as he mockingly bowed. Great Red narrowed his eyes as he stepped in front of Lyko protectively. Smiling widely, the man lifted himself up and crossed his arms. So this is where my nephew lives. Lyko widened her eyes in surprise at the man's words. Nephew. The man smirked wider as he looked over to Lyko, who recoiled at the man's leer. Ah, this woman seems to be frightened of me. Tell me, my dear. Do you like combs? Heaven, Akihabara. Are you sure you don't want to come with, Ophis? Ophis tilted her head as she looked around the cafe of heaven. She remembered what the goddess of the sun and the universe had told her about the meeting with Michael and Gabriel. Perhaps this is the event my mother-in-law conversed with me about. There is no point in me being here with my mate. Even if I desire to be with my Issei for this event, I shall not participate in the meeting between Amaterasu and Issei. The Ouroboros dragon shook her head in response to Issei's question. No. I shall not accompany you. The angels wanted to converse with you only. I am not involved with either Michael or Gabriel. Issei blinked several times in response to Ophis' answer. Sending Issei a slight smile, Ophis moved forward to lock her lips on Issei's own. The young man widened his eyes when he felt the Ouroboros dragon's tongue gripping his own. Seconds later, Ophis released her lips from Issei's, and lifted up her finger, and tapped Issei on the cheek. I shall see you later. And with that the Ouroboros dragon transmitted away, leaving Issei at the Akihabara cafe. Issei Hyoudou. Issei turned around to see Gabriel and Michael sitting at a nearby table. Nodding to the two of them, Issei walked over to sit at their table. Gabriel-san. Michael-san. Gabriel smiled as she looked at Issei. On the outside, she seemed to be cheerful, but on the inside she was greatly conflicted. Michael's droopy green eyes showed how he was feeling. But he had called Issei to go to heaven for a reason. It was for an old friend. That old friend happened to be the major deity of the sun and the universe. Issei. It's good to see you. How have you been? Michael asked. Issei folded his arms on the table, and he nodded. I've been okay. I pulled a fang out today. A fang? Gabriel asked in hesitance. Yeah. Did you want to see it? Issei suggested as he reached into his pocket. No, thanks. Michael said as he shook his head. The angel inwardly sighed in relief when he saw Issei retract his hand from his pocket. Issei, Michael began as he looked into the young man's eyes, there's someone we want you to meet. Issei rose an eyebrow at Michael's declaration. Meet? Is it an angel, devil, or a fallen angel or something? Gabriel shook her head in response to Issei's guessing. No. In fact, she's neither of those things. She. Issei thought as he sat up in his seat. One of the doors to the cage opened. Issei looked up to see a woman with long black hair and almond-shaped brown-black eyes. She was dressed in a robe that featured Japanese symbols, her long black hair billowing against it. Issei widened his eyes when he sensed the woman's energy signature. Her power. It's just like the sun. Michael and Gabriel remained silent as they watched the woman walk towards their table. As the woman walked up to the trio, she set her eyes to Issei. Her brown-black eyes softened considerably, and her face twisted a little in shame and heartbreak. Walking and stopping behind Gabriel and Michael, the woman set her gaze to Issei, who stared back in confusion. Who is this woman? And why does she have the energy of the sun? Her eyes starting to become wet with tears, the woman looked into Issei's eyes, seeing the great confusion within. It's been so long. Issei blinked several times in bewilderment. Does she know me? Far too long. The woman amended. Holding back the tears in her eyes, the woman's expression softened as she looked at Issei intently. At last we finally meet. My darling little son. My baby. Issei gasped as his eyes widened in great shock. Issei's house. Great Red narrowed his eyes darkly at the man in front of him. Susanoo no Mikoto. The Shinto god of sea and storms. What are you doing here? The god of the storms smiled as he moved his attention from Lyko, and sent his look to the apocalypse dragon. Is it a crime to find my nephew for the first time? Who is your nephew? And why are you here? Lyko asked in great confusion. What a good question. But while we're on the subject, I'll unveil my answer. My nephew is the one called Issei. You know of him, right? Lyko widened her crimson eyes in shock. Issei Itoko. Susanoo smirked widely. Ah, so you do know him. And you called him your cousin. I don't sense any otherworldly energy within you, so you can't be related to him at all. What the hell do you want with Issei? Great Red demanded, almost losing his patience. The matter is very simple. I've come to take back the Ame Namurakumo no Tsurugai. Heaven, in Akibara. The cafe of Akibara was extremely silent. It was so quiet that not even a tumbleweed would have bothered to glide across the ground. Issei stared wide-eyed at the woman in front of him. He didn't recognize this woman at all. Her facial features, her energy signature was unfamiliar to him. Yet here she was, proclaiming herself as his mother. What did you just say? Issei asked as he stared in shock. Amaterasu tried to compose herself, and opened her mouth as she spoke her words out carefully. My little son. My precious little baby. Issei's heart beat rapidly, and he almost found it hard to breathe. The woman took a step forward towards Issei, who backed away. My name is Amaterasu. She began as she put her hand on her chest. I am the ruler of the sun and the universe. And, you are my little child. Issei felt his mind go completely blank. He felt so numb. He didn't know what to feel in this situation. He didn't know how to react. This has to be a trick. Mom and Dad told me I was adopted, but they never once mentioned who my real parents could be. Did they not know? In the midst of his own confusion, Issei looked up at the sun goddess, and only stared with wide and incredulous eyes. Amaterasu didn't react, as she knew her son wouldn't be happy at all to see her. I don't believe you. Issei hesitated, inwardly cursing himself for stuttering. Amaterasu, Gabriel, and Michael widened their eyes at Issei's statement. If you really are my mother, Issei began as he backed away, then why on earth are you introducing yourself to me now? Why wait so long? Amaterasu found it extremely hard to compose herself now, but she wouldn't cry. She had already done enough crying the day she left Issei at the Grand Ise Shrine. As she looked at her child, she could see the look of shock, sadness, pain, and hidden fury in his eyes. Because the thought of not being able to see you was too much to bear. Amaterasu responded softly. I made a terrible mistake in sending you to Earth, my little Issei. I was so foolish for doing that. I never should have done it in the first place. I don't care about you sending me to Earth. Issei interrupted as his frown became almost melancholic. I just want to know why you did it in the first place. It was for an irrational reason. Irrational reason? Issei asked, what do you mean, irrational reason? Amaterasu inwardly gasped at the cold tone in her son's voice. Her eyes starting to moisten, Amaterasu placed her hands to her side. It was all because of a grudge. Issei's house. The Ame no Murakumo no Tsurugai. Laiko asked in puzzlement. Are you talking about the Kusanagi no Tsurugai? Why yes I am. Susanoo answered in amusement. That sword belongs to me. I claimed it for myself when I defeated the Yamata no Orokai. When I split its tail open, the Ame no Murakumo no Tsurugai was trapped within it. From that day forward, the sword became mine to use. Great Rose rose an eyebrow at Susanoo's revelation. Yamata no Orokai? Humph, that bastard eight-forked serpent. It was said that you killed it. Though I don't recall that the sword was contained within it. Well, a lot of beings were unaware of the existence of the sword. The Yamata no Orokai wasn't exactly a sociable entity. Susanoo deadpanned. Glaring at the storm god, Great Red walked over to him. You gave that sword to your sister as a reconciliation gift. But now after so many years have passed, you suddenly want it back. Why is that? Susanoo smiled as he closed his eyes. I don't think it's any of your business, Apocalypse Dragon. When it involves Issei Hyoudou, then it is my business, dumbass. Great Red countered in an irritated tone. Chuckling in response, Susanoo waved his hands up in defense. Very well, I shall tell you. The reason is because of the presence of the Red Dragon Emperor. I know that Amaterasu sealed Drag within the Ame no Murakumo no Tsurugai. After all, the two heavenly dragons were born around the presence of Shinto gods. As she listened to the conversation between Great Red and Susanoo, Laiko shook her head. Since she didn't interact that much with the world of the supernatural, she wasn't aware of the elements of the realm. Hell, her knowledge of the supernatural was very limited. I don't understand a single thing these two are talking about. And I still don't understand what is going on around here. Ever since I visited Issei Itoko, life hasn't been exactly normal. First, Issei Itoko becomes a Super Saiyan or something. Then I find out he's married to a dragon, which makes her my cousin-in-law. Then I find out that she had a brother, who is also my cousin-in-law. And now this guy says that Issei is his nephew. Liko inwardly sighed as she shook her head. It seems that every time Issei Itoko meets someone, or someone that happens to know him, they turn out to be another member of the family. Great Red narrowed his eyes further as he clenched his fists. Are you really dumb enough to believe that Issei is going to give the aim no Murakumo no Tsurugai to you willingly? Amaterasu passed the sword on to him. Susanoo rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. Of course she did. My idiot sister thought it would serve as a form of protection for Issei. With the Red Dragon Emperor sealed inside the sword, my nephew would no doubt become powerful. You said the two heavenly dragons were around the era of the Shinto gods. What of Albion? Does he know about you as well? Of course. Susanoo smiled in smugness. In fact, I guess you could say that Albion and I know each other. I'm honestly surprised that no one ever found out the reason why Drake and Albion were rivals in the first place. It is because Amaterasu raised Drake, and I, in a sense, took care of Albion. Although the Vanishing Dragon was always stubborn and refused to listen to my orders. Humph, dragons are always such a lost cause. Widening his eyes in fury, Great Red reared his fist back to deck the storm god, until Susanoo reached behind him and pulled out a small needle. With blood on it. Almost immediately, Great Red pulled his fist back in shock. Is that? Susanoo smiled wickedly as he nodded his head. Yes, you recognize this blood, don't you, Apocalypse Dragon? This is the blood of Samael himself. Liko widened her eyes at Susanoo's explanation. Samael? Hold on, I've heard of him. He was the serpent that told Adam and Eve to eat the fruit of wisdom. He actually exists. Great Red twitched his eyes and gritted his teeth in great hatred. Despite he and Ophis holding the title of being the most strongest and primordial existences in the universe, even they were not immune to the blood of Samael. Calming down for the moment, the Apocalypse Dragon restrained himself. He would have to listen to the Storm God's monologue for the time being. Smirking widely, Susanoo turned his attention to Liko. My dear, would you like to hear about Samael? Liko narrowed her eyes at the god. I already know who he is. She answered, he was the serpent who manipulated Adam and Eve. I know what he did. Ah, I'm afraid you don't. You see, Samael is a mixture between a dragon and a fallen angel. He was indeed the serpent that tricked Adam and Eve to eat the fruit of wisdom. However, after that ordeal, God punished him by transforming him into a dragon and fallen angel hybrid, and sealed him in the deepest trenches of the underworld. Gritting his sharp teeth, Great Red glared darkly at the god in front of him. How the hell did you get hold of Samael's blood? Let's just say, Susanoo began as his smirk bordered on complete smugness, I got it from an organization I work for. Organization? Great Red and Liko asked simultaneously. Why yes. In fact, it's an organization dedicated to defeating the likes of you, Apocalypse Dragon. Narrowing his eyes at the god's arrogant tone, Great Red almost lost his rare composure, until a familiar voice made its presence known. If anyone is to beat the likes of Bakared, it shall be me, Susanoo no Mikoto. Heaven, in Akibara. A grudge. Issei almost screamed out in incredulity. The young man couldn't believe it. The woman who claimed to be his mother abandoned him all because of a stupid grudge? Issei didn't know if he should have felt insulted or just outright astonished. You removed your contact from me and sent me to Earth, all because you held a grudge against your brother. What was the grudge even about? Amaterasu kept her mouth shut as she waited for her son to, hopefully, calm down. She genuinely felt horrible for what she did to her child, and as she looked at him, she could tell he was trying to restrain himself from obliterating the area around him. Her little son's face was twisted in a combination of melancholy and bafflement. Issei continued to stare at Amaterasu with wide eyes. Why on earth would you do that? Issei yelled out. Even if your brother was dangerous, don't you think you could have hidden me away somewhere else? Why did you send me to Earth? Why? Issei's voice cracked, please tell me. Amaterasu almost felt her eyes water, but she was able to keep her composure up to a slight degree. Despite my grudge against my brother, there was another reason I sent you to Earth, my little son. But what was the reason? Issei asked, his tone almost desperate and pleading. He was angry, that was for sure. But he wanted to know. He wanted to know so badly. Why she did this to him. Amaterasu gazed at her son with longing regret and genuine love. She couldn't tell him the true reason. Not yet. Her little son wasn't ready. Inwardly taking a deep breath, Amaterasu managed to compose herself. Because I wanted to find a way for the universe to retain life. What do you mean for the universe to retain life? Issei repeated in disbelief. In case something were to happen to me. If I was not around to supply the universe or the earth with the energy of the sun, then. Issei never thought it was possible for his eyes to widen even further than they had before. He felt his hands tighten as he struggled to control himself. So the reason I was born was because I was supposed to serve as your replacement. You wanted me to serve as the savior of Earth or something. Amaterasu watched her son carefully, listening fully to his words. Ever since I was little, the people of Earth always harassed me because of the appearance of my eyes. Every single day. I was so sick of it to the point that I wanted to be left alone. I wanted to be in the state of isolation forever. Looking into his mother's eyes, Issei's melancholic look morphed into a sharp glare. You're the reason I was so lonely as a child. The reason I was ostracized from everyone else. My little Issei Amaterasu started. No. Issei interrupted as his face returned to its melancholic state. I can't listen anymore. The fact that I was created just to serve as a failsafe. No you weren't, Amaterasu cried desperately in her mind, you weren't, my darling little Sunday. His body shaking, Issei turned around, preventing his mother and the angels from seeing his face. His breathing growing ragged, Issei shook his head as solar flares began to spiral around his body, and he quietly transmitted away from the cafe. Amaterasu stood still for a few moments, and then her eyes finally released tears. Michael and Gabriel remained silent, finding themselves unsure and feeling awkward at the exchange between Amaterasu and Issei. At the Fenex mansion. So Newbie's not here. Sorry. I actually forgot where he was going. Well, I guess Bucka's going to be disappointed. Kaika will probably be disappointed as well. She seemed really eager to talk to Newbie. Sana Kaika? Eager. Yeah, I'm surprised too. Swollen smiled as she led Yuato Kiba and Gentry Usagi to the door. She was a little surprised that out of all the places they could have checked to find Issei, they came to the Fenex mansion. If Issei does come by, then I'll tell him you guys visited. She offered. Yuato and Saji smiled. Thanks. Yuato said. Yeah, thanks. We actually haven't seen Newbie in a while. Saji pondered as he walked out of the door. Closing the door behind her, Swollen sighed in tiredness. I wonder what they needed Issei for. She mused. That is an interesting question. A voice laced with an emotionless, yet dangerously seductive tone. Widening her eyes at the sound of the voice, Swollen turned around to see Ophis. Swollen rose an eyebrow in confusion. Hold on. She looks like Ophis. But strangely, she looks different too. Tilting her head, Lilith looked around the mansion with a curious air about her. What do they want with our Issei? Our Issei? Swollen asked hesitantly. Almost instantaneously, Lilith sent her ringed eyes over to Swollen, who recoiled a bit on how dark Lilith's eyes appeared to be. No. Issei belongs to me, and my original. Original? Wait, do you mean Ophis? Nodding robotically, Lilith moved her attention to the living room table, and tilted her head. In front of her was a plate of fruit. Picking a crimson apple, Lilith brought her lips to the apple, and bit into it, allowing Swollen to see her sharp teeth. She's a lot more creepier than Ophis. Issei's house. Susanoo narrowed his eyes and turned around to see the infinite dragon god with an emotionless look on her face. He then smirked widely, and held the needle with the blood of Samael behind his back. Ouroboros. It's such an honor to be in your presence. Ophis narrowed her eyes at the storm god. Before leaving Akibara, she had dropped Lilith off at the Fenex mansion in hopes that the clone's darker thoughts would fade away eventually. And now here she was, in the presence of Susanoo no Mikoto. You stated that you've come to retrieve the Kusanagi no Tsurugi from my mate. That is unacceptable. Chuckling, Susanoo spread his free arm outwardly. Maybe in your eyes, Ouroboros. But in my eyes, claiming the Kusanagi no Tsurugi is completely acceptable. After all, it was originally my sword. I merely gave it to Amaterasu to quit her whining and animosity. After that, I wanted nothing to do with the sword anymore. At least until I found out that she sealed the Welsh dragon within it. Ophis glared at the storm god in annoyance, which only made Susanoo smirk wider. Of course, there is another reason I want my sword back. At first when I defeated the Yamata no Orokai and claimed the Kusanagi no Tsurugi for myself, I thought the sword wasn't that special. Until I realized something spectacular. Ophis, Great Red, and Lyko remained quiet as they listened to Susanoo's next words. A portion of the Yamata no Orokai's soul was sealed into the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. By the time I gave the sword to Amaterasu, it was already too late. I assumed that she destroyed the portion of the Orokai's soul when she incorporated Drag's soul within the sword. But then I remembered that the Yamata no Orokai was actually an intelligent creature. It can be assumed that it suppressed its energy signature and remained dormant for some time. Although she didn't show any signs of reaction, Ophis was genuinely curious. As she was the nothingness of infinity, she could sense the numerous life forces of the universe. It honestly shocked her that she couldn't sense the energy signature of the Yamata no Orokai. So my Issei has another creature that is sealed within his sword. The Orokai. That complicates things. I am puzzled that Drag has never once mentioned the serpent. I wonder, is he perhaps suppressing it from my Issei? Turning around to face the Great Red and Lyko, Susanoo menacingly lifted the needle containing the blood of Samael up to Great Red's face, prompting the Apocalypse Dragon to growl darkly at the god. As I was saying, Apocalypse Dragon. There is an organization that is dedicated to defeating you. It's dedicated to defeating you and the Ouroboros dragon as well. At Susanoo's threat, Ophis merely gave the storm god an annoyed glare. Smiling wider, Susanoo held up the needle with Samael's blood further to Great Red's face. I never thought I'd see the day. The almighty Great Red, frightened of a tiny needle. Susanoo mocked gleefully. He then turned his attention to Lyko, who looked back at him with her wide crimson eyes. Perhaps I'll turn you into a comb, after I finish killing the Dragon of Dreams and the Ouroboros dragon. Before Susanoo could make true to his statement, a golden wave of solar flares spiraled in front of him and the Great Red. The golden waves of solar energy released a bright light that slowly faded to reveal a familiar figure. Removing his hand from his eyes, Susanoo rose an eyebrow in curiosity at the male in front of him. The male had orange-yellow/golden hair that was spiked upwards and pointed in all directions. Susanoo rose another eyebrow in curiosity when he noticed that the male also had wing-like fringes in his hair. The young man was dressed in a red shirt, black pants, and brown dress shoes. Covering his red shirt was a black jacket that flared out from behind him. The aura of solar energy surrounded his body, giving him the appearance of a golden warrior. Blinking several times at the warrior, Susanoo gave him a dark smirk and chuckled. So this is how we meet? The first time I meet my nephew, and here he is, protecting these worthless creatures. Gritting his teeth and widening his eyes in fury, Issei flared the aura of his super-solar state, causing the house to shake. I won't let you escape within an inch of your life. Susanoo smiled as he lifted his hands up. A portal emerged above the people within Issei's house, bolts of lightning surrounding it. What a great declaration, my nephew. Come. Follow me so we shall commence our glorious battle. Susanoo declared as he jumped into the portal. Gritting his teeth, Issei went to jump into the portal as well, until he felt a hand on his shoulder. His aura flaring outwardly, Issei turned around to see Lyko with a concerned frown on her face. Behind her was Great Red, who glared at the portal which transported the storm god. Issei Hyoudou. Liko frowned as she tried to sense some traces of calmness within her cousin. It always frightened her on how her cousin acted when he was in his transformed state. So fierce with uncontrolled anger. It was as though whenever he was transformed, all of his anger was being released. My, Issei. Liko widened her eyes to see Ophis with her hands on Issei's cheeks. The Ouroboros dragon's expression remained emotionless. Her eyes, however, showed her true feelings. She was honestly worried about her mate. As he turned around to face Ophis, Issei felt his aura recede just slightly. He threatened all of you. Issei began as his aura began to flare with intensity. I'm not going to let him get away with that. Tilting her head, Ophis sent her gaze up to Great Red, who also appeared to be a bit worried about Issei. Great Red. I saw you recoil from the storm god when he revealed the needle laced with Samael's blood. Why did you step back? Rolling his eyes, Great Red scoffed and crossed his arms. Please Ophis, don't insult me. I wanted to hear the dumbass explain the full reason why we came all the way here. Believe me, I wanted to tear that god limb from limb. I just wanted to hear the full explanation why he was here in the first place. Besides, killing him would have been too easy. Ophis tilted her head again at her brother's explanation, and set her attention back to Issei, whose aura was starting recede. My Issei. I sense a great amount of pain and confusion within my mate. Perhaps Amaterasu has finally introduced herself to him. A glowing light suddenly manifested within Issei's hand, revealing the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Lifting his head up, Issei frowned. I'm going after him, he said quietly as he flew up towards the portal. As soon as he came in contact with it, the portal swallowed him whole, imploding upon itself. As she stood silently, Liko looked away as her crimson eyes softened. Issei Hyoudou. He looked so murderous. And yet, I saw so much pain in his eyes. The dimensional gap. A portal emerged within the dimensional gap, revealing the silhouettes of Issei and Susanoo. As he smirked widely at his nephew, Susanoo bumped his fists together, causing cracks of lightning to emit from his hands. His eyes widened when he noticed that Issei was holding the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Issei narrowed his eyes as he glared at his uncle. The god mentioned merely smirked as he withdrew his hands. My nephew. I would like to add a little twist to this fight of ours. What kind of twist? Why, it's simple. That sword that you inherited from Amaterasu. Susanoo inwardly relished at the sight of Issei glowering at the mention of his mother. Kusanagi no Tsurugi originally belonged to me. I believe what I am trying to say is that I want it back. A mere child, not the mention and offspring of my wretched sister, does not deserve to carry the sword that I earned. Raising an eyebrow at his nephew's lack of response, Susanoo smirked and transmitted away. Appearing in front of Issei, Susanoo grabbed onto the sword. As soon as he had done so, a black aura began to cover the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Issei narrowed his eyes as he looked at the sword beginning to change shape. Suddenly, a red-crimson aura began to take shape and envelop the Kusanagi no Tsurugi as well. At the sight of the crimson aura, Susanoo narrowed his eyes darkly. I see. The presence of the Red Dragon Emperor is trying to suppress the other beast sealed within. Issei's eyes widened a bit in confusion. The other beast. He wasn't aware that there was another beast sealed within the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. He assumed that only Drake's soul was encased. Narrowing his eyes further, Susanoo lifted his hand up, a bolt of energy in the shape of lightning appearing. Smiling wickedly, he went to strike Issei, who widened his eyes further and quickly summoned up a shield of solar energy. Susanoo scoffed and put more pressure within his lightning bolt, which began to pierce through Issei's solar shield. Your aura. It's far more erratic than that of Amaterasu's. The power of the primordial sun encased within the sun of a pathetic Shinto goddess. Humph, it's amazing. Issei kept quiet as he tried to retain his solar shield. Smirking widely, Susanoo put more pressure on his attack. You've used this power to defeat those who have wronged you. I guess what they say is true, sure as the sun will rise, the battles shall continue. His lightning bolt directly shattering Issei's solar shield, Susanoo grabbed Issei by the throat. Summoning another lightning bolt, Susanoo went to plunge it into his nephew. Before he could succeed, he saw Issei use his free hand to reach into his pocket. Just what are you pulling out? Narrowing his eyes, Issei pulled an extremely sharp fang and held it up high. Widening his eyes, Susanoo almost lost his composure. Almost. The fang of Fenrir. Gritting his teeth, Susanoo reared his fist back and plunged the lightning bolt into Issei's chest. Before the lightning bolt hit Issei directly, he was able to puncture Susanoo with the fang of Fenrir. Issei widened his eyes at the pain, and he suddenly found himself out of his super solar form, and he coughed out some blood. Wincing at the effect of Fenrir's fang, Susanoo closed his mouth to prevent most of the blood from flowing out. Suddenly, the spots of blood from Issei and Susanoo fell onto the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. The sword started to glow with an eerie aura, and then it released a bright flash that illuminated throughout the dimensional gap. Issei's house. Hold on. So, you mean my Issei Itoko is dash? Yes. My Issei is not a human. Well, I found out he wasn't human ever since he saved me from the underworld. I thought he was just some superhuman or something. Liko stated as she crossed her arms. Humph. Great Red huffed as he looked around the house. He then moved his attention to Ophis, who stood still in the living room. Suddenly a shadow resembling the silhouette of snakes emerged in the room. The shadow then formed into a formless substance, until the mass gained a shape. Ophis' eyes remained cold as she witnessed her clone emerging from the shadows. Her thoughts have not cleared. They are becoming far darker than I had expected. Opening her ringed eyes, Lilith met the stares of her original, her brother, and her cousin-in-law. Liko blinked several times at the appearance of Lilith. Were her eyes always that way? The cousin of Issei suddenly felt a chill in the house. I don't know why, but Lilith seems darker. The last time I saw her, she seemed to act like a regular little child. But now, just by looking at her, I can't help but feel unsafe around her. Lilith, Ophis began, why are you back in our mate's house? Lilith tilted her head, her ringed eyes going over to Liko, whose eyes widened a little in wariness. Narrowing her eyes slightly, Ophis walked over to her clone. Lilith. Return within me. We shall have a talk within my own subconscious. Ophis noticed that Lilith's eyes seemed to have no traces of light within them. Nevertheless, Lilith converted herself into a form of energy, and merged herself with Ophis. Feeling the presence of Lilith, Ophis closed her eyes. Ophis's subconscious. There was only nothingness within the mind of the Ouroboros dragon. Although she had thoughts and processes like most of the beings in the universe, there would always be nothingness within the infinite dragon god. As Ophis floated around within her subconscious, she spotted Lilith encased within a pyramid shield. She tilted her head when she noticed that Lilith was now in the form the Ouroboros dragon took when she first met Issei. Tightening her head again, Ophis sent her clone her usual emotionless look. Lilith. At the call of her name, Lilith looked up at her progenitor. Ophis' eyes widened just slightly when she noticed that Lilith's eyes were no longer ringed. In fact, the clone of the Ouroboros dragon's eyes were lighter than they had ever been. She also seemed to be frightened. Lilith. Original. I am frightened. The Ouroboros dragon rose an eyebrow in an expression akin to confusion. Frightened? What do you mean? Lilith's eyes seemed to take on a more childlike look as she placed her small hands on the pyramid shield. It is scary out there. The clone said in a soft and innocent voice. The infinite dragon god was genuinely confused right now. It seemed that Lilith was back to the original personality she had when Ophis had first introduced her to Issei. You are frightened outside? Why? Ophis asked as she tilted her head. Lilith's eyes seemed to tremble, and she removed her small hands off the pyramid. When I am outside, the clone began as her face grew into a pout. I get scary thoughts. I am confused. Ophis stated as she looked at her clone curiously. Issei's subconscious/inner world. Issei clutched his head as he looked around to see that he was in his inner world. Laid upon the ground, Issei looked up to see an unfamiliar person looking down at him. It was a very beautiful and well-endowed golden-eyed black-haired pale-skinned girl with a large bust and voluptuous figure. Issei noticed that the girl's golden eyes seemed to have reptilian traits, and that the girl was completely naked. Despite attempting to get up, the lightning bolt from Susanoo seemed to have a delayed effect than Issei had anticipated. He was finding it hard to keep himself from falling unconscious again. The girl slowly tilted her head all the way to the side, her neck making an eerie cracking sound. Her reptilian eyes widening slightly, the girl opened her mouth, revealing a full set of sharp fangs. Rolling her long tongue around her mouth, the girl went to bite down onto the boy laying below her, until a crimson energy blast was sent her way. Hissing and narrowing her eyes darkly, the girl evaded the blast from the unknown figure. Regaining her balance, the girl hissed once more at the creature gliding towards Issei. Her reptilian eyes narrowed almost menacingly. His eyes opening once more, Issei looked up to see a large dragon with red scales and piercing green eyes. "Drake." Drake scoffed as he looked down at Issei. "Look at yourself, baka. You almost got yourself killed by lying on the ground like a motionless target." Grunting, Issei felt himself lift up as Drake used his claw to help him up. Wincing at the pain, Issei looked down, and his eyes widened. "What the? Yeah, I imagined you're surprised. You got a hole in your chest. Courtesy of that demuncle of yours. I don't understand any of this." "Why, it's simple, my dear nephew." Widening his eyes, Issei looked up to see the god of seas and storms himself, floating above a nearby skyscraper. "You. What are you doing here in my inner world?" Smirking darkly in amusement, Susanoo pointed to the girl who stared at Issei with a wide-eyed spooky look on her face. "I wasn't lying when I said that I wanted my sword back. And with the mindless soul of the Yamata no Orokai itself, I'll make true to that wish." Issei widened his eyes as he looked over at the girl. "Yamata no Orokai? Drake, what's he talking about?" With a crimson aura flowing around him, Drake grunted as he glared at the Yamata no Orokai. Sensing the hostility from the Welsh dragon, the girl growled as she began to morph. The next moments Issei would experience, would be something that he would never be able to take back. The girl cried out as her body began to change into a monstrous visage. Her legs morphed into a long tail, and 7 more heads protruded from her neck. The heads seemed to have the appearance of snakes. The monster grew to a colossal size as it towered over the skyscrapers. Issei stared in awe at the monster in front of him, while Drake glared at the abomination. Smiling widely, Susanoo moved his attention back to Issei. "This creature is the Yamata no Orokai. It was the monster that I destroyed with the Kusanagi no Tsurugai. However, it seemed that Orokai wasn't as dumb as I originally thought. Before I destroyed it, the Orokai had managed to seal a portion of its own soul inside the sword. Humph, what a foolish thing to do. The portion of its soul is but a mindless version of the original. It only obeys to me." He then smiled as he looked over at Drake, who glowered back at him. "Red Dragon Emperor. It's been a long time. Quit the pleasantries. Humph. I guess trying to suppress the Yamata no Orokai from your host is putting you into a bad mood." The Yamata no Orokai let out a roar as Issei's subconscious shook from the tremors. Looking over at Issei, Drake narrowed his eyes. "Partner, are you all right? Partner." Gritting his teeth, Issei let out a grunt as he transformed into his super solar state. Seeing his nephew transform, Susanoo let out a great laugh. "This is absolutely great. The Red Dragon Emperor and the son of Amaterasu fighting together." Looking over at the Yamata no Orokai, Susanoo crossed his arms. "It is just as I said, son of Amaterasu. Sure as the sun will rise, the battles shall continue." A deadly presence. Takamagahara. On the land of Takamagahara, Amaterasu sat in the fields of her home. She had a forlorn expression on her face as she looked all around her surroundings. "My little Issei," she moaned in her head sadly. "Amaterasu Omakami." At the call, Amaterasu lifted her head up and her eyes widened to see a man wearing Japanese clothes that featured the symbols of the moon. "Tsukuyomi no Mikoto. What are you doing here?" Tsukuyomi no Mikoto, the god of the moon, glared at his sister. Similar to the relationship between Amaterasu and Susanoo, Tsukuyomi's relationship with his sister was not friendly at all. Originally residing with Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi angered his sister by murdering the goddess of food. Sent by Amaterasu to represent her at a feast, Tsukuyomi was disgusted to find out that the way Yukmachi, the goddess of food, prepared her meals, was less than desirable. As a result, he killed her. After Amaterasu learned what her brother had done, she refused to never look at him again, choosing to move another part of the sky. Please, you know why I am here. Tsukuyomi scoffed as he stared at his sister with distaste. Don't be so naive, sister. I do not like this tradition we perform every year, but we have to join the sun and the moon together. It is essentially our routine. Why are you so eager, Tsukuyomi? Amaterasu asked with a suspicious tone. You have never been this eager before. Because I would like to get this over as soon as possible. The sooner we combine the moon and the sun, the better. Very well. Amaterasu reluctantly assented as she got up. Issei's house. Liko sighed as she watched Ophis sit on the couch. She had to admit, she was feeling worried for her cousin. She was also worried about Lilith. Despite only recently meeting the clone of Ophis, she had grown an attachment to her. Great Red was quiet for a change as he looked at his sister. He too was worried for Lilith. Despite her being a constant pain in his ass, he grew to care for her just like any older brother would do for his little sister. Liko looked up and her eyes widened. Hey! At the sound of Liko's voice, Great Red lifted his head up. What? The moon's moving towards the sun. I think it's a solar eclipse. Humph. Issei's inner world/subconscious. With a great bellow, the Yamata no Orokai charged towards Drake. Narrowing his eyes, the Red Dragon Emperor formed a pool of energy around his body, speeding towards the Orokai. As soon as they came in contact, a clash of energy emitted in Issei's inner world. Staring at the two creatures sealed within the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, Issei turned his attention to his uncle, who was looking proud of himself. As he looked at his uncle, he noticed there was a hole in his stomach. The young man frowned as he looked at his own chest. The hole in his chest remained open. Widening his eyes in confusion, Issei flared out his aura, in an attempt to regenerate his chest. However, his chest wasn't sealing up. The hole wasn't closing in at all. What's going on? Susanoo smirked as he looked at the confused look on his nephew's face. Everything is going according to plan. Soon the son of Amaterasu will be finished. And the best part is, I don't even have to try. I'll leave that honor to the god of the moon. My brother. Looking over at the Orokai, Susanoo crossed his arms. Nephew, do you know about the legend of the Yamata no Orokai? Humph. Since you're obviously too stunned from looking at the hole in your chest, allow me to tell you the story. Narrowing his eyes in annoyance, Issei removed his attention from the hole in his chest to his uncle. After I was banished from Takamagahara, I encountered an elderly couple and their daughter. Oh, how I remember that day. Their daughter was named Kusanagi. The girl was supposed to be a sacrifice to the creature that is battling the Red Dragon Emperor as we speak. Issei widened his eyes a little at the revelation. Sacrifice. Originally, that couple had 8 daughters, however each year the Yamato no Orokai would come in and devour them one by one, until Kusanagi was left. So obviously that meant she would be the next daughter and sacrifice to the Orokai. In order to keep her safe, I transformed her into a comb for safekeeping. Issei turned around to see Drake growling at the Yamata no Orokai, who hissed and snarled back in response. The Red Dragon Emperor's body was glowing with a dark crimson aura, his body releasing a large sum of power. Covering the Yamata no Orokai's body was a vast pool of black energy that surrounded the snakes. Humph, Susanoo scoffed as he watched the fight. It looks like the Welsh dragon is having a bit of trouble fighting the Orokai. His scowl changing into a smirk, Susanoo turned his attention to his nephew. After I changed Kusanagi into a comb, I told the elderly couple to brew sake, and then build a fence around their house with 8 large gates. I also made them build a platform and vat just inside each gate. We all waited, and eventually the Yamata no Orokai couldn't resist the scent of sake. As all Shinto gods know, serpents all love sake. So all of its 8 heads dove into the sake, and became intoxicated as a result. And that was when I attacked with my original sword. However, my sword broke when it touched the middle tail and its flesh. That was when I found the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, my nephew. Issei narrowed his eyes at Suzanu's explanation. So that's how he got the sword. Why am I not surprised? Although, Susanoo began as he looked almost grudgingly proud at the soul of the Yamata no Orokai, I'm surprised the Orokai had sealed a portion of its own soul within the sword before I killed it. But what it didn't count on, was that the portion of its soul would be but a mindless creature. I must say, I did not expect such a conundrum. Why are you telling me all this? You said you wanted to fight me. Oh, but I did. I did fight you. Taking you into your own inner world was all part of my plan. I told you that I wanted to reclaim the sword back, and I have every intention of doing so. Without you as an obstacle. Issei rose an eyebrow. Without me in the way? You're in my inner world. And what do you mean you planned this? Suzanu's smirk widened to extreme proportions, and he looked up at the sky of his nephew's inner world. Your mother was always such a whiny goddess. She's the sole reason I was banished from Takamagahara, all because I messed up her belongings. I swear, I should have just killed her myself if I had the chance. He looked down to see his nephew's solar aura flaring in response, but then it suddenly dimmed. Ah, the eclipse is near. Just as I planned. Susanoo thought as he looked back up at the sky. You see, Issei, Susanoo began, the sun is one of the most powerful primordial sources of energy in the universe. However, even as it grants life, it does have a weakness. If Amaterasu were to hide herself, then the sun would lose its vitality. However, there is also another way for the sun to become weak. Issei widened his eyes at the new information, while his uncle sent him a smug smile. A solar eclipse. Solar eclipse. Susanoo smiled in sadistic glee as he watched the confused look on his nephew's face. You do know what a solar eclipse is, right? Humph. The total solar eclipse is when the moon completely conceals the solar surface or photosphere from the sun itself. Due to the moon covering the radiation of the sun, it cuts off all direct rays of sunlight. Do you know what that means? That means you can't absorb any traces of solar energy from the sun. Without the sun to supply you with virtually limitless solar energy, you will eventually burn out. Issei gasped at the revelation. Susanoo chuckled darkly at his nephew, relishing at the look of despair on his face. It's ironic. The sun, the primordial source of energy, is what gave birth to you, but it will also serve as your death. Remaining silent, Issei looked down at the hole in his chest. That's why you can't regenerate anymore. Your solar energy is depleting by the second we stand here in your inner world. Issei lifted his hand up and clenched his fist. He could feel his power decreasing, but that wasn't worrying him. What worried him was what Susanoo was going to do after all of this was over. What would he do next? Would he go after his family? Lyko, Ophis, Great Red, Lilith? And hell, even Amaterasu? You will die here, Issei. Susanoo said in a menacing voice. Death was something Issei had never dawned upon in a complex manner. Whenever he did think about it, he always contrasted it with Ophis' original home, the dimensional gap. Ophis was the nothingness of infinity. Death was not the same as nothingness. Looking up at his uncle, Issei gave him a determined glare. If I'm going to die, then the only thing I have to do, Issei began as he lifted his finger towards Susanoo, is stop you. What? Stop me? Please, you're growing weak as we speak. There's nothing you can do. Susanoo gloated. Issei's super solar aura began to fade away, until it reanimated itself once more. He could feel himself growing weak, but he couldn't allow himself to fall just yet. Narrowing his eyes, Issei bolted towards his uncle, who smirked widely and charged at him in a great burst of speed. Drake vs Yamata no Orokai. The Red Dragon Emperor and the Eight-Forked Serpent growled at each other, as they shot vast energy blasts towards each other. Drake's Crimson Blast shot towards Orokai's Black Energy Blast, causing them to collide into a bright flash beam struggle. The Red Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes darkly. God damn it! The fact that its clone is mindless makes it even more dangerous. Charging more power into his Crimson Energy Blast, Drake was able to overpower the Orokai's beam. The Orokai growled once more and charged at Drake. Drake gritted his teeth as he held the serpent back. He grunted as he noticed that the Orikai's golden reptilian eyes were showing no traces of sanity. Ha! You're weak, my nephew. Just like the Orikai I destroyed all those years ago. Drake widened his eyes and turned to look at Susanoo, who grinned widely as he nearly dodged another punch from Issei. Gritting his teeth in annoyance, Drake turned around to look back at the Orikai, and then he stopped. The Orikai stopped in its attempt to kill Drake, and stared at the fight between Susanoo and Issei. Its gaze was directly on the storm god, its stare almost hypnotic. Suddenly, its eyes started to gain a glowing red color. Raising an eyelid in confusion, Drake widened his eyes when the Yamata no Orikai soared past him and sped towards Susanoo and Issei. What the hell? Issei vs Susanoo. Issei vigorously sent Susanoo a flurry of punches and kicks. His movements were growing sluggish, but he couldn't stop. He wouldn't stop. He had to stop Susanoo from going through with his plans. You're wasting your time, nephew, Susanoo bragged as he dodged another punch from Issei. Just surrender and die within your own mind. After the Orikai defeats the Welsh dragon, I'll take the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, and lead the Cow's Brigade on to defeat the most powerful existences. Feeling his anger surge, Issei reared his fist back and sent Susanoo a punch to the face. Susanoo widened his eyes a little at the pain. Well, it seems that you have some fight left within you. Susanoo said as he summoned up a lightning bolt spear. He then looked to see Issei glaring at him fiercely. In his hand, was the fang of Fenrir. Are we really going to do this whole scene again, nephew? Just quit already. Susanoo yelled out as he went to stab his nephew. Gritting his teeth, Issei moved out of the way of Susanoo's direction, causing the storm god to miss him. Narrowing his eyes, Issei plunged Fenrir's fang in Susanoo's stomach. AHH. You little bradash. Before Susanoo could shout out his disdain, he suddenly felt his neck constrict. His eyes widening to small pupils, Susanoo looked up to see the Yamata no Orikai hissing at him. Why you? What are you doing? Susanoo demanded as he tried to pry the snakes off of him. You will obey me. Do you understand? The Orikai cut Susanoo off once more as it tightened the other snakes around his neck. It then stopped as it heard heavy breathing. Lifting its head up, the Orikai saw Issei touching the hole in his chest, his super solar aura fading away, causing him to revert into his normal form. The Yamata no Orikai tilted its head as it saw Issei suddenly fall onto the ground, causing a thud to echo throughout the inner world. Tilting its head again, the Orikai looked at Susanoo to see a bloody fang in his stomach. It then looked at Issei's bloody hand. The portion of the Yamata no Orikai's soul was in a sense, mindless. When it first grew within the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, it only focused on trying to survive. It grew frightened as it sensed numerous energies outside of the sword. After the other creature had been sealed in the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the Orikai was irritated and frightened. It was afraid that Drake was going to kill it, so the Orikai constantly tried to drive Drake out. But the Welsh dragon constantly suppressed it, causing it to grow increasingly insane. When it first saw the storm god, the Orikai felt frightened of him for some reason. It couldn't understand why, but it felt wary of Susanoo. The storm god threatened the Orikai to obey him, so in order to ensure its survival, it would listen to him. Then it came across the boy that had just collapsed onto the ground. The boy it had almost tried to consume, due to Susanoo's orders. The boy seemed different from Susanoo. The Orikai didn't perceive Issei as a threat at all. That was why it tried to eat him in the first place. However, as it spotted the drops of blood from Susanoo and Issei's hand containing the blood, it felt sentience. The boy had just attacked the god who had threatened it into submission. Even if he didn't intend to do so, the boy, in a way, saved the Orikai. You will release me. Release me or I'll kill you just like I did with your original. Its attention back to the storm god, the Yamata no Orikai turned its head menacingly, and sent Susanoo a deep and frightening growl. Gritting his teeth, Susanoo went to summon a lightning bolt spear, until the Orikai suddenly bit down onto the arm. Gwa! Susanoo screamed as he felt his arm being consumed from the Orikai. Growling darkly, the Orikai sent its snakes to attack the screaming storm god. Yelling in intense pain at the snakes eating him, Susanoo felt his consciousness leave him, as he was consumed by the very monster he had killed long ago. Feeling extremely cold and back to his normal state, Issei's eyes were hollow as he looked up at his uncle's death. Feeling his eyes growing heavy, Issei almost missed the Yamata no Orokai gliding towards him. Tilting its head at Issei, the Orokai's body glowed as it began to take a shape. The snakes from its neck disappearing, the Yamata no Orokai morphed into the form it took when it had come in contact with Issei. It was the form of a black-haired, reptilian golden-eyed girl with a voluptuous body. Since its progenitor had no clothes, the Orokai didn't think to make any type of covering for itself. The Orokai tilted her head to the side, looking down at Issei with an unreadable look on her face. Looking up at the Orokai, Issei sent her a bitter smile. "I guess, you hated that guy too, right?" The Orokai didn't respond. She had no knowledge of how to speak, so she didn't bother to speak. As she looked at Issei with her reptilian eyes, the Orokai merely stood there. Noticing her lack of response, Issei removed his attention from her and looked up at the sky. "Partner." Issei looked over to see Drake gliding towards him. The Welsh dragon's massive form towered over Issei. His green eyes showing worry, Drake went to lift Issei up, until Issei spoke. "No." "What? Just let me stay here." "What the hell are you talking about, partner?" Issei smiled as he slowly blinked. "I don't want my family to get hurt, Drake. Ever since people could sense my power, I've attracted so much trouble. People have wanted to fight me, and as a result, most of the people I know have been their targets. It's all because of me." "What the hell are you saying?" "I'm saying I don't deserve to live." Drake suddenly sent a sharp slap to Issei's face. The sound of the slap echoed throughout the inner world of Issei. "Partner. Don't say things like that. How can you say you don't deserve to live?" "Issei." Issei continued to smile as he felt his eyes close slowly. Issei. As his eyes started to close for the last time, Issei was able to spot the Yamata no Orokai tilting her head. "Issei," she said in a hissing voice. "Hey. Wake up." Brown and orange-yellow eyes opened slowly, until they cleared. The young man lifted his head up as he looked around his surroundings. There was nothingness. The area around him was completely pitch black. It was nothing like the dimensional gap at all. It was almost suffocating. "Hey. Over here." At the sound of the voice, the young man turned and he scooted backwards. Standing in front of him was a tall skeleton clad in a dark black hood. The image creeped him out greatly. Where am I?" the young man asked frantically. "What do you think?" the hooded skeleton asked sarcastically. "You're in Death's domain." "The domain of death," the young man said as he tried to lift himself up. "I heard that when people died, they either went to heaven or hell. The realm of death is far different from the realm of heaven and the underworld." The young man rose an eyebrow at the cryptic tone of the skeleton. "Who are you? Are you like a Grim Reaper or something?" "Humph. Don't be so cliché. I'm something much worse. I'm more than just a mere Grim Reaper. I am merely showing you my true form because you really intrigue me." I intrigue you? Must you repeat my statements?" the skeleton stated in annoyance before its body began to glow. The young man widened his eyes in confusion as he saw the being start to take another form. The shape slowly formed into a far different incarnation. In front of the young man was now a woman with night black hair. Her skin was as pale as the moon, her lips glistening within the darkness. Her curvaceous hips were covered by a dark black robe, her well-endowed figure hidden away. The young man rose an eyebrow in great curiosity, until he widened his eyes to see that there was a scythe in the woman's hand. Taking a step back, the young man widened his eyes further when he saw that the woman was staring at him with an unreadable gaze. "You are a very interesting creature," the woman remarked in a dark yet sensual voice. "Who are you?" the young man asked cautiously. "I am the void that all mortals fear. I am the one that ceases every existence within this universe. I, my dear, am." The young man took a step back as the woman started to smile. "Death itself. And you have become the center of my interest, little godling." "Death finished?" "Issei's house. Lyko rose an eyebrow in curiosity as she looked out the window. It's rare for a total solar eclipse to emerge. Really rare. What do you find so damn fascinating about it? Great Red asked in his usual gruff voice. Staring at the moon-covered sun, Lyko sighed and shrugged. It looks very beautiful. That's why it's rare, in my opinion. Raising an eyebrow in curiosity, Great Red scoffed and looked over to Ophis, who still had her eyes closed. Lilith. What happened to you? Ophis subconscious. Ophis' eyes were widened with an expression akin to great confusion as she stared at her clone. Compared to the behavior she displayed outside, Lilith seemed to act like a little child. A frightened child. You have frightening thoughts. Yes. Lilith answered quietly. Ophis didn't know what to think. She knew her feelings and emotions towards Issei had grown to the point of affection of love. She was also aware that Lilith was born out of the other aspects of her personality. Is my clone the embodiment of my obsession towards Issei? My jealousy? The dark aspect of my affection. It would explain why Lilith had been acting strange outside. As she began to draw on more of Ophis' negative emotions, her childish personality began to change into something far more unsettling. The Ouroboros dragon's eyes softened as she looked down at her clone. Closing her dark gray eyes, Ophis' body began to glow, before the glowing energy manifested and surrounded around Lilith. Outside of Ophis' subconscious. Ophis opened her eyes, and she let out a deep breath. At the sound of Ophis, Great Red and Lyko turned to face her. It took you long enough. Great Red said. Glaring at Red for his behavior, Lyko looked at Ophis with a soft frown. How's Lilith? Is she doing all right? Setting her eyes to Lyko, the infinite dragon god offered her a small smile. Yes. She is fine. Realm of Death/Death's domain. The aspect of death was something Issei never thought about thoroughly. He assumed that when a person passed, they would either go to heaven or hell. It never dawned upon him that there was another realm. As he looked around the pitch-black space of nothingness, Issei looked back to the beautiful woman who proclaimed herself as Death. Death kept her stare fixed upon the young man in front of her. As with most primordial entities, Death could sense all of the many sources of energy signatures throughout the universe. After all, it was the embodiment of the end of life. It was born along with the universe, and represented destruction and decay. You seem calm for someone whose life has just come to an end. Death noted as she looked at Issei. Removing his attention from Death, Issei looked all around his surroundings. Smiling at Issei's lack of response, Death looked up to see a series of floating figures gliding across the black space. Do you see them, my dear? Death asked. Those are the lost souls that pass on when their lives end. Those lost souls belong to me. Issei widened his eyes to see that he was suddenly surrounded by a large crowd of spirits. Amused by the shocked look on Issei's face, Death lifted her hand and waved it. At Death's order, the spirits surrounded Issei, sped away from him. What did you do? Issei asked in curiosity. Simple. I called them away from you. Once a soul passes into my realm, they lose their traces of sanity, forced to consume the next soul that passes into my domain. Issei shuddered a little by Death's explanation. Death tilted her head in curiosity, and sauntered over to the young man, who stood cautiously. So, my dear, Death began as she placed her hands on Issei's cheeks, do you understand why you are in my domain and not in the realm of heaven or the underworld? Issei didn't open his mouth. Not because he didn't want to answer the end of all existence. It was because he was honestly trying to figure out why he was in Death's domain. Despite not being the obvious race, Issei was by no means an angel, a devil, or a fallen angel. He wasn't a saint, but he wasn't a demon. The young man inwardly shuddered at the chill feeling of Death's cold hands. Looking up at the female aspect of destruction, Issei tried to put caution into his words. I guess I deserved to die. Death tilted her head again, her soulless black eyes peering into Issei's eyes. You truly are a strange creature. Interesting, but strange. Death amended. Issei widened his eyes in confusion, prompting Death to smile and let go of his cheeks. If I'm dead, Issei began as he looked down to see the hole in his chest. Then why am I still here? Because your task hasn't been complete yet. What task? Death held up the hand which contained her scythe, and brought it down in front of Issei. His eyes widening further, Issei looked into his reflection, his image suddenly morphing into a familiar goddess. Son of Amaterasu, your mother brought you into this world for a purpose. Even if her reasons for abandoning you and sending you to Earth were unjustified, she created you for a good cause. In case something were to happen to her, then it was assured that you would be able to protect the Earth. And quite possibly, the universe. Looking up at Death with an unreadable look on his face, Issei remained where he was. If my mother created me to be some kind of Earth Messiah, then the fact that I'm in your domain says differently. I'm not a hero at all. I've killed and injured most of the beings on Earth. Yes, Death began as she removed her scythe from Issei's sight, but all of those beings you fought against had wronged against you. Some of them even threatened you and your family. I don't deserve to live. So why am I still here? The reason you perished was because of the merging between the sun and the moon. When the moon covers the sun, the rays of solar energy is cut off completely. So that's what Susanoo meant. Because Amaterasu created you using her own energy, along with the energy of the primordial sun, you were affected as well. When the moon cut off the sun's rays of solar energy, you were unable to absorb any more. So why am I here? You have another attribute that is preventing your soul from being consumed. Tell me, my dear. Do you remember your battle with Riser Fenex? At the name of the first being he had killed, Issei widened his eyes. Well, I suppose I'll take your response as a yes. Death droned as her eyes narrowed. During your battle with him, you achieved the first evolution of your solar form. When he started to fight seriously and attacked you with his blazes, you absorbed them. Not only did that give you the attributes of the legendary Phoenix, but it also granted you another solar transformation composed of the mystic flames of hell itself. So the reason I'm still here is because of the Phoenix. Precisely. Issei looked at himself, still trying to figure out how he was still here. Death smiled in amusement at the look on Issei's face. Do you know what this means? Issei shook his head in response. You are neither dead nor alive. I'm not following you. Issei said in confusion. Little godling, Death cooed as she placed her hand on Issei's left cheek, you are now an embodiment of life and death. A celestial being. Issei widened his eyes in shock. He widened them further when he felt Death's cold yet moist lips on his cheek. Immediately after, a luminous circle appeared above Issei's head. Is this Dash? Yes, my dear. Death began with a smile, this is a halo of sorts. But I'm not an angel. I'm aware of that. That halo is a symbol. A symbol of what exactly? Issei asked in nervousness. Death hummed as her smile widened. It's to ensure that you are kept in my sights. Issei blinked several times in confusion, and tapped the halo on top of his head in curiosity. Chuckling in amusement, Death turned around when she felt a familiar energy signature. It was one of the energy signatures that perished when Issei first obtained the first evolution of his solar form. Son of Amaterasu. There is someone who would like to see you. And he knows you quite well. Issei rose an eyebrow in confusion. Chances are, it couldn't be Susanoo. His uncle's soul should have been consumed already. So who was this person? Moving out of Issei's peripheral vision, Death smiled as she heard the person float behind her. Looking at the person, Issei widened his eyes in absolute shock. Out of all of the beings he had come in contact with, he never would have expected to see this being again. The person next to Death looked up tiredly at Issei, his expression showing nothing but despair. The man appeared as though he had fallen into a slump. Issei Hyoudou. It's you. Issei exclaimed in confusion and shock. The dimensional gap. As the silence prevailed within the dimensional gap, so was the area around it. Without the Apocalypse Dragon or the Ouroboros Dragon to occupy themselves within the space, the dimensional gap was but an empty area. However, despite its quietness, there was something floating around the dimensional gap. It appeared to be a sword of sorts. Its blade glowed and dimmed with dark crimson energy. Occasionally a pool of deep black energy would manifest and surround the sword as well. Within the seals of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, much similar to the dimensional gap, the boundaries of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi were empty as well. There were no boundaries within the space, the area spaceless with nothingness. Dragon, the Red Dragon Emperor, was quiet as he floated. His facial expression, normally calm and composed, or battle-hardened as he was in his human form, was somber. It appeared as though he was in the state of melancholy. His expression never changed, his colossal body immobile. It was as though he was frozen. A girl who appeared to be in her late teens, merely floated aimlessly, her black hair waving behind her. Unlike Dragon, the girl didn't show any signs of emotion. Her reptilian golden eyes were half-lidded, her face showing no expression. Occasionally, she would turn her head to look at the Welsh dragon, with no response from given to her. As the girl tilted her head, she suddenly felt something prod within her mind. It was something she had gained when the boy disappeared from his inner world. Thoughts. Before she had killed Susanoo, her thoughts ranged from trying to survive, to driving out the Welsh dragon. But now, her thoughts consisted of Issei. The girl hissed in her thoughts in a monotone. That was the boy's name. The boy she had attacked when he appeared in front of her in the inner world for the first time. Even when ordered to eat Issei upon Susanoo's orders, the sight of Issei influenced the girl's thoughts. As soon as Susanoo had screamed his boast of killing the Yamatano Orokai, a foreign emotion suddenly emerged within the girl. Her next instinct was to attack Susanoo. She no longer felt fear towards Susanoo. All she could think about was trying to kill the storm god. Eventually she succeeded, but not without the help of that boy. Issei. Before she fatally attacked Susanoo, that boy had managed to stab him with an extremely sharp fang. With Susanoo distracted, that allowed the girl to constrict and kill him, ending her rule over her. After making sure the storm god was gone, the girl didn't know what to feel. Her thoughts of attacking the Welsh dragon had long ago faded away. Her thoughts unclear, the girl chose to fly down to the boy laid upon the ground. She remembered seeing him smile almost sadly at her. She remembered what he said to her. Despite understanding what he said, she did not know how to speak, so she remained quiet. Shortly, the Welsh dragon had glided over to the boy, and tried to help him. But much to their mutual surprise, the boy stated that he didn't want to be helped. He wanted to stay in his inner world. Seconds later, the inner world began to crumble apart, and the boy's body began to fade away. After spending her few moments of looking at the Welsh dragon trying to reach for the boy, the girl was suddenly pulled out of the boy's inner world. And now, here she was. Trapped with the Red Dragon Emperor. The same being she had fought to drive out of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Tilting her head, the girl floated over to the Welsh dragon, who remained where he was. His green eyes floating up to the girl, Dragon narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you want? The girl kept her reptilian eyes on the Welsh dragon, her expression showing no traces of feeling. Dragon kept his moody and annoyed expression on the girl. Tilting her head again, the girl opened her mouth, revealing her tongue in a rolled-up position. Dragon silently rose his head up in confusion. His unstated question was answered, when the girl unfolded her tongue, revealing the bloodied fang of Fenrir itself. Dragon widened his eyes in shock, while the girl picked the fang up from her tongue, and held it up to the Welsh dragon's vision. Issei. Humph. Yeah. He was a good host. Hell, he was my only host. Death's domain. Riser. Riser Fenex remained still as he looked into the eyes of the one who ended his life. For a long time, the Fenex devil had been trapped in the depths of Death's domain, forced to wander endlessly. Over time his thought process began to deteriorate, to the point that he could no longer think clearly. Due to him being a devil that possessed the attributes of a phoenix, Riser's regeneration prevented him from becoming a disembodied soul. When the lost souls fed on him, his body instantly regenerated. Lifting his head, Riser's eyes seemed to clear as he saw Issei. It's been a while. Issei Hyoudou. He could tell by the look on Issei's face that the young man was shocked to see him. In truth, Riser was a little shocked to see Issei in Death's domain as well. When he saw Issei's body materialize in the domain, Riser was greatly surprised. He was also a little surprised to see that Death had taken a great interest in Issei. To say Issei was surprised would be the understatement of the year. Death, deciphering that the situation between the two was awkward, put in her 2 cents in an attempt to soothe the tension. "You were not expecting this encounter, were you, darling?" Death asked Issei. Issei couldn't respond. He didn't even know what to say. It's been so long since he has seen the man standing in front of him. He remembered the blonde hair and dark blue eyes, the red blazer, and the energy signature. His shocked expression fading into a serious look, Issei tried to relax himself. He wanted to say something, but nothing came out. He could see that Riser looked like he didn't have anything to say either. "How are the girls?" Riser finally asked in an attempt to start a conversation. "They're fine," Issei answered as he knew who Riser was talking about. "They're still living at the mansion." "And my sister?" Issei frowned before he thought of his answer. He hadn't really spent a lot of time at the Fenex mansion to get to know all of the girls. Swollen, and recently Ceres, were the only girls he had come in contact with. He was not familiar with Ravel Fenex or the other girls. "I haven't spent a lot of time with the girls, but your sister is still at the mansion. As far as I'm concerned, she's safe with the other girls." "I see," Riser said as he nodded. The 2 young men then went completely silent. One of them expected the other to be extremely angry at the other. However, the expected reactions between the 2 of them never came. They merely stared at each other. "Issei Hyoudou, I've wronged against you." Issei widened his eyes in response, while Riser's expression remained serious. "When I first sensed your power, I was paranoid. I was paranoid because your power derived from the sun. The Phoenix's powers are akin to that of the sun. That's why I wanted to see how powerful you were. I asked Surtsk-sama and my father for permission to fight you, under the pretenses of a bet. My peerage and I were able to sense your energy. That's how they were able to track you down and take your cousin hostage. I shouldn't have committed those acts, Issei Hyoudou. I let my arrogance and irrationality get the better of me. I didn't enjoy it." Riser widened his eyes a little at Issei's response. The young man fixed Riser with a frown, but it seemed to be softening. "I didn't enjoy it when I killed you. When I transformed for the first time, the anger I suppressed over the years had finally been released. You were the one who released all of that anger, Riser. The truth is, killing you was probably one of the worst things I've done since I've been born into this world. In my head, I thought it was the right thing to do. But I didn't enjoy it. I never did." Death hummed as she looked over to Issei. "You say that Riser Fenex was the one who released all of that anger. However, I still sense a lingering amount of rage within you. You've suppressed so much anger when you were a child, only for Riser Fenex to summon it all out. There is still a lot of anger left within you, Issei. Even if someone's anger is lessened," Issei began as he frowned, "it could still come back. No one can feel positive or happy all the time." "That's true, darling. However, if one is angry all the time, then that becomes their downfall. You achieved your first and second evolution of solar energy, by fueling yourself with rage. Due to your rage, your energy often fluctuated because of that. Are you saying you want me to get rid of my rage?" Issei asked in confusion. "In simpler terms, yes. But anger can't be destroyed. Chances are, it'll come back eventually." "That's true. But anger is one of the basic emotions in behavioral aspects. There are a number of ways to control anger, Issei. The way you have been doing so, is suppressing it. That's not a good thing. The longer you suppress your rage, the more poisonous it becomes. No one can be happy all the time." "Of course not," Death waved the comment off, "but that isn't what I'm saying. I'm saying that there are ways to control your anger in a positive manner." This time Issei widened his eyes in confusion. "How so?" Issei had the strangest feeling that Death was trying to get him killed or something. Death had convinced him to follow her procedure on how to convert his anger into a more positive approach. The problem was, the situation he was in wasn't positive at all. Not even in the slightest. The young man found himself in another section of Death's domain, where a large crowd of lost souls were floating around endlessly. He also discovered that he was encased within a shield that prevented him from escaping the lost souls. Either death really was trying to kill him, or she had a weird and twisted way of expressing her affection for him. Probably both. Issei thought dryly. Issei found that he could move around while he was encased within the shield. As he looked around his surroundings, he spotted Death and Riser floating above him. "What is this?" Issei shouted up to Death. The embodiment of decay and destruction smiled as she answered back. "This is your test, darling." Death shouted. "Test?" Issei thought questioningly. Turning back around to face the lost souls, Issei widened his eyes to see that they were closing in on him. He remembered Death stating that the lost souls has no traces of sanity left. They were forced to consume the next soul that entered through Death's domain. Now they were coming towards him. To eat him. Joy. Issei thought about his options as he looked at the lost souls. The moon was blocking the sun, so that meant he couldn't absorb any more solar energy. So no transformations. The Kusanagi no Tsurugi was no longer in his possession. Chances are, it was still floating around in the dimensional gap. He couldn't sense Drake within his mind. Nor could he sense the Yamata Norikai. So no sword either. Issei narrowed his eyes as he tried to think of something. His eyes then widened as he had an epiphany. Hold on. Death said I was an embodiment of life and death if I remember correctly. That was all because of the Fenex. But I could only use the power of the Fenex in my second form. So can I use it here? He was feeling hesitant about his decision. He had never used the power and attributes of the legendary Fenex in his normal state before. Only one way to find out. Glaring at the lost souls with a serious look on his face, Issei grunted as he tried to flare out even an ounce of the power of the Fenex. His attempt was a success, as a pool of orange-yellow flames surrounded him. Suddenly, the flames started to change into an eerie purple color with black outlines. Issei widened his eyes in confusion, until he suddenly felt his chest beating. Issei cried out at the unexpected pain and looked down to see the hole in his chest spreading out more. Issei grunted as a pool of silver-white energy burst out of the hole on his chest, and began to spread around him. His eyes widening further, Issei hurriedly began to pry the silver energy off of him, but to no avail. The energy kept regenerating itself. Riser widened his eyes in surprise. What's happening to him? Phew phew phew. The Fenex devil widened his eyes further to see Death giggling like a schoolgirl. It was so unsettling to see the most terrifying being in existence, giggling. Isn't it obvious? He's trying to battle his anger. What? Don't you remember what I said, Fenex? Issei obtained his solar and hellfire transformations through anger. And because the attributes of the legendary Fenex were present in his hellfire form, that means he achieved it as a result of anger. So what is that silver energy? It's all of the anger he's suppressed over the years. As anger continuously grows, it becomes far too much for the person to handle. So is he transforming? We shall see. Death stated with a smile on her face. Gah. Issei grunted as the silver energy began to envelop him. While Issei was distracted, a lost soul sped towards him and bit into his flesh. Gasping in pain, Issei retaliated by grabbing the lost soul and throwing it towards the others, causing the crowd to fall down in a domino effect. Issei flared out his aura to keep them away, but the lost souls wouldn't cease in their attempts to harm him. As his aura flared, the silver energy began to expand to a great size, before it covered Issei entirely. Without any interruptions from their meal, the lost souls went to feast on the young man, unaware that the silver energy began to combine with the purple aura with black outlines. Seconds later, a vast explosion erupted within the sphere, causing some of the lost souls to back away. Riser's eyes remained wide open, while Death remained still with that smirk on her face. Seconds later, the light from the explosion faded, revealing a new figure that stood ominously still. The figure had long brown hair that reached down to his waist. The hole in his chest, which seemed to be bigger than it was before, was decorated with black markings that stretched across his chest to his shoulders. His extremely pale white skin glistened within the darkness of Death's domain. There appeared to be a mask that covered his entire head. The mask featured two long horns that pointed upwardly, and had black outlines extending from the center towards the tips. Jutting out from the sides of the horns were wing-like fringes. Although the lost souls couldn't show emotions, they backed away from the figure, as though they realized that their meal could no longer be considered a meal. Lifting his head up, the figure released a deafening roar that echoed throughout Death's domain. The echo was so spine-chilling, that it even frightened Riser. Death, on the other hand, appeared to be more cheerful than anything. Riser began as his voice trembled, he's a monster. I don't even recognize him anymore. Death cooed as she licked her lips at the sight of the figure, it's just as I said, Fenex. When you hold in anger for such a long time, it's bound to make an ugly appearance. Aye. Riser couldn't even speak his retort. Phew. I wonder what we should call this form of Issei. The lost souls floated away from the ominous figure, whose mask revealed glowing golden eyes. Letting out another chilling roar, Issei lowered his head down, and a spark of black energy began to emit from his horns. The sphere of black energy quickly expanded to a colossal size, almost reaching near the top of the shield that encased him. Death hummed as she smiled wider, he really is an interesting creature. Rah! Issei's roar echoed throughout Death's domain, causing the spaceless area to shake in tremors. As the black sphere of energy began to increase in size, the lost souls tried to escape their prison. Gwa! With another bellow, Issei shot his energy blast, causing a vast explosion to emerge within the shield. As the light cleared, there appeared to be no traces of the lost souls. Suddenly, a large number of ghostly auras began to take a shape, revealing themselves as another set of lost souls. Riser widened his eyes at the sight. What's happening? I thought he destroyed them. Haha, Death chuckled as she watched the scene, the lost souls that exist within my realm are already destroyed. You cannot kill something that is already dead and expect it to stay put. So if Issei keeps blasting them with those horns of his, then they'll regenerate. Death finished for him. Bet you're glad you're not trapped within that shield. Death said as she teased the Fenex devil. Riser scowled but he didn't say anything. Issei let out another howl of insanity as he charged another energy blast. Instead of the one he used before, this particular blast was purple with black outlines. What? He can summon another one just like that? Riser cried out in shock. Death chuckled in amusement, but before she could answer, another voice made itself known. Son of Amaterasu. At the sound of the voice, Death and Riser turned around to see an old man with brown-black hair. His eyes showed nothing but contempt as he glared at the berserker transformed Issei. There was a hole in his stomach that seemed to spread wider. There was also blood that dropped from parts of his body, courtesy of the lost souls that had attempted to consume his flesh. Death smiled as she instantly recognized who it was, while Riser looked at the man in confusion. Susanoo. The god of the storms and seas. How awful to see you. Might I ask why you are here in this part of my domain? Susanoo moved his attention from his nephew to the very embodiment of demise. Susanoo's glare didn't even faze Death in the slightest. Then again, this was Death he was staring at. She was the greatest fear of all, so why should a god be able to frighten her? Perhaps you would like to take revenge on your cute little nephew? Death asked in curiosity. Smirking darkly, Susanoo clenched his fist. Of course. I will not die until the son of Amaterasu is dead. The Demyamata no Orokai prevented me from delivering the final blow. I will not rest until I witness his death. After declaring his wish, Susanoo shot towards the shield that encased his nephew. Lifting his hand up, a lightning bolt spear formed, and he threw it towards the shield. Feeling extremely amused, Death humored Susanoo and allowed her shield to dissipate. With the shield gone, the lightning bolt summoned from Susanoo landed a direct hit on Issei, who stumbled, causing his energy blast to implode. Susanoo grinned as he stopped his pace, waiting to see what his nephew would do. The lost souls stopped in their attempts to escape the berserker Issei, as though they were curious to see what would happen next. A black mist began to emit out of Issei's mask, its effect causing his breathing to emit a low, garbled and echoed sound. Susanoo felt a chill go up his spine as he looked down to see his nephew slowly turning around to face him. Suddenly, he transmitted away. What? Susanoo cried out as he tried to sense his nephew's energy signature. His eyes widened at his recent discovery. What's happening? I can't sense him. He couldn't sense Issei's energy signature at all. It was as though he wasn't even there. Susanoo couldn't understand. Issei was clearly in death's domain, which meant he couldn't be considered alive. Yet, he also couldn't be considered dead either. What the hell is he? Is he dead or alive? Susanoo's eyes widened further as he began to think more clearly. Is he both? Is he alive and dead at the same time? That cannot be possible at all. Susanoo turned around just in time to see Issei right behind him. Narrowing his eyes, Susanoo clenched his fist to summon a lightning spear, and went to attack Issei with it, until something unexpected happened. Before Susanoo's spear could stab him, Issei grabbed his spear with only one hand, causing sparks and bolts of lightning to emit throughout death's domain. Susanoo gasped when Issei began to clench his fist while holding the lightning spear. How is this possible? He's blocking it with his bare hand. Placing more pressure on his grip, Issei destroyed the lightning spear, which shattered into sparkling pieces. A smoke cloud emerged from the destruction. Susanoo blinked as he tried to enhance his sight through the smoke cloud. Seconds later, the smoke cleared, revealing a face close-up of the masked Issei, who narrowed his glowing eyes. Susanoo panicked and retreated away from his ferocious nephew. Growling in a garbled and echoed breath, Issei lowered his head once more. The god of the seas and storms widened his eyes in fear when a spark of dark purplish energy began to emerge from the tips of Issei's horns. The pool of energy began to form into a large sphere, causing Susanoo to feel a bit of fright. Narrowing his eyes, Susanoo held out his hand as a pool of blue-silver energy began to shine from his hand. As he witnessed his nephew energy sphere expanding, Susanoo quickly shot his lightning blast. As if on cue, Issei released his energy blast, causing his attack to collide with Susanoo's attack in a beam struggle. Watching from above them, Death rose an eyebrow in curiosity. The storm god is losing his concentration. Issei is overwhelming him by the second, and yet Susanoo is fighting to the point of desperation. Riser could only stand still with his mouth agape. He had already labeled Issei as a monster when they first fought at the arena in the underworld. However, as he looked at this monstrous form of Issei, he felt that the term monster was an understatement right now. I can't believe it. This is all of his anger. I still don't understand any of this. Anger can manifest in many forms, Riser Fenex. So many forms. Death said in a dreamy voice. Susanoo widened his eyes when he found out that his blast was weakening against Issei's own energy blast. Seconds later, Issei's energy blast overwhelmed Susanoo's lightning spear, enveloping the storm god into a pool of energy. The surroundings around them shook as a result of the large-scaled explosion. As the light faded away, the smoke from the explosion cleared, revealing Susanoo, with Issei's left hand wrapped around his neck into a tight grip. I should have expected this from a worthless being such as yourself. A monster who would kill his own kin. OOOF. Susanoo choked in pain as Issei tightened his grip around his neck. The storm god looked up to see Issei's horns charging another energy blast. However, the color of the blast was merely a purple shade. I should have known. There'd be no mercy, especially from a berserk being such as yourself. Susanoo stated as he taunted his nephew. As if agreeing with his uncle's statement, Issei released the purple energy blast onto Susanoo. There were no screams or cries of agony. Only the sounds of Issei's energy blast prevailed over the noise of Death's domain. The light from the explosion faded once more. The smoke cleared, revealing Issei. However, the smoke cleared out more, revealing Susanoo with blood splattered all over his body. The storm god was bleeding and breathing heavily, his chest rising ever so slightly. Silently, Issei tossed his uncle far away from him, causing the storm god to land into a pile of lost souls. As Issei floated where he was, a slight crack began to break apart the top part of his left horn. Susanoo widened his eyes in confusion. What the hell happened to his horn? I didn't even touch it. Riser rose an eyebrow as he watched one of Issei's horns break apart. Death merely stared at the scene with a hint of curiosity. As far as she was concerned, neither she or Riser moved at all during the battle between Issei and Susanoo. Plus, judging by the look on Susanoo's face, it seemed that he was puzzled as well. Suddenly, a colossal pool of purple and orange-colored flames began to surround Issei, before they imploded upon him, causing a smoke cloud explosion. Susanoo covered his eyes from the bright light. As he removed his hands from blocking his sight, his eyes widened. Issei's body shook as he took short haggard breaths. His now short brown hair covered and shadowed his eyes entirely. His entire body seemed to tense all at once, shown by his legs shaking. Starting to breathe heavily, Issei looked up, allowing his uncle to see his eyes. Susanoo widened his eyes further. His eyes. They're both brown. His left eye was already brown, but his right eye used to be the color of the sun. But now both of his eyes are brown. What the hell happened? The god of the storms and seas also noticed there was a certain light within his nephew's eyes. His eyes were now soft. The appearance of his eyes greatly contrasted to the ones he had seen before. However, the brown eyes in his sights were not innocent at all. They were soft-looking, but they weren't innocent. His nephew had already lost his innocence ever since he unlocked his power. That innocence had shattered long ago. But now, as he looked and focused into his nephew's eyes closely, he saw only peace. There were no traces of wisdom, but there were traces of peace. His soft brown eyes feeling heavy, Issei closed his eyes as his body began to fall forward. Before he tumbled down, he was caught by none other than death itself. The female personification of decay and destruction softened her gaze as she gently carried Issei. As she set her sights to Susanoo, however, her soulless black eyes seemed to darken, if that was even possible. I'm impressed, Storm God. Susanoo, his attention removed from his nephew and to the Storm God, narrowed his eyes. About what? I'm impressed that you were able to make it this far. Normally the lost souls that reside in my domain would have feasted on your soul by now. Humph. No lost souls will keep me tame. Is that a fact? Death asked menacingly. Susanoo gasped as a large crowd of lost souls began to float towards him. He looked around to find a way to escape, but to no avail. He looked up to see Death looking down at him with a terrifying smile on her face. You may have been able to avoid only a few of my lost souls. Let's see how you fare against 3 million. Susanoo didn't even have time to scream in agony as the lost souls took turns as they ate him as though he was a shish kebab. Smiling wickedly at the tortured storm god, Death summoned a pool of shadows around her and Issei, as the two transmitted away from the domain. In the dimensional gap, Death smiled as she floated around the void that existed between Earth, Heaven, and the underworld. This is a surprise. The Ouroboros dragon and the Apocalypse dragon are not here. Usually they are here to occupy this realm. It seems that Issei has changed them more than he had ever expected. Looking around the dimensional gap, Death quirked an eyebrow in curiosity as she spotted a sword which featured a white metallic color. Ah, so this is the sword my darling carried before he ended up in my domain. I sensed 2 energy signatures within the sword. Humming lightly, the entity floated over to the sword, and picked it up, causing the sword to release a bright light. Realm of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. The Red Dragon Emperor and the Yamata no Orokai lifted their heads up as they sensed a terrifying surge of energy. The energy signature of this entity brought great fear within their hearts. Very cautiously, Drake rose his head to see an adult female with a well-endowed figure. She had night black hair and equally colored soulless eyes. Hugging her shapely figure, was a dark black robe. Despite the fact that it was the woman herself who wielded this vast yet frightening energy, she smiled politely at the 2 creatures in front of her. Red Dragon Emperor. Yamata no Orokai. How do you do? The woman greeted politely. Drake didn't respond. After all, what could he say? He was staring Death right in the face. Although he was known as one of the most prideful dragons in existence, not even he could collect himself while in the presence of Death itself. The Yamata no Orokai understood English. However, she didn't even know how to speak. That didn't mean she was exactly brave. Even before she had gained sentience, the sight and energy surges of death would frighten her. Death tilted her head as she looked at the pale faces of the Welsh dragon and the Orokai. For goodness sake, by the looks on their faces, it's like I'm going to kill them or something. Foo-foo. Death chuckled at her own little pun, but she quickly composed herself. I took this form because I wanted to ensure that I wouldn't be perceived as a threat. However, it seems that this appearance does not soothe you two at all. Death sighed as a smile formed on her lips. Very well, I shall get to the point. I've come to tell you two something very important. Issei's room. Itoko. Itoko. Brown eyes started to drift upwards before they opened wide to see a familiar person. Dark crimson ruby eyes looked down at him worriedly. El Liko-san. Issei Itoko. At the unexpected loud cry, Issei was unprepared to defend himself as Liko latched herself onto him. Issei winced at the pain as he became the victim of an unpredictable hug from his cousin. His thoughts at this moment were unclear, but they seemed to dwell on wondering how Liko could have such a vice grip on him. Liko was relentless as she hugged her cousin tightly, not wanting to let him go. Moments before she had discovered Issei was back in his own house, she was sitting downstairs with Ophis and the Great Red. She noticed that the two were quiet for once. Usually the Great Red would say something rude and or stupid, and Ophis would say something back, which caused a never-ending argument between them. However, the two most strongest existences were quiet. It was pure coincidence that Liko wanted to go upstairs to her cousin's room, only to find him laying on his bed, with a hole in his chest, and a luminescent circle on his head. Issei Itoko. Liko said worriedly as she hugged Issei tighter, "Oh, my precious baby Issei Itoko. We've been so worried about you." Issei's mouth was covered, so he couldn't give her a response. Seconds later, Issei's room door opened, revealing Ophis and Great Red. "My Issei. Kid." Issei widened his eyes when the Apocalypse Dragon ran over to him, and held him in a bear hug. Walking slowly, Ophis climbed onto Issei's bed, and placed her face in front of Issei's own, before she gave him a kiss. The Ouroboros dragon tilted her head when she noticed the halo on top of Issei's head, and the color of Issei's eyes. "My, Issei. He is back." Finally releasing her cousin, Liko widened her eyes slightly as she looked into Issei's eyes. Hey. His eyes. They're both brown. And they look soft again. Great Red didn't even bother to look at his brother-in-law as he gripped him into a bear hug. Before Issei could even try to say anything, a bright blade suddenly manifested into his hand. Widening his eyes, Issei squinted his eyes to avoid a bright light that flashed before him. Issei's inner world/subconscious. Shaking his head, Issei looked up and his eyes widened. My inner world. The skyscrapers and buildings were now back in their original order. The sky in his inner world appeared to be brighter than usual. Looking up at the sky in curiosity, Issei sighed. Issei. Huh. Issei turned around just in time to see the Yamata no Orokai staring at him with her golden reptilian eyes. The young man widened his eyes and backed away just slightly. The Orokai tilted her head to the side as she took a step forward. Suddenly, her sharp tongue rolled out of her mouth, stretching across until it touched Issei. Issei, not expecting the strange contact, could only stand silently. Retracting her tongue, the Yamata no Orokai walked closer to Issei, and suddenly latched herself onto him. Issei had to give himself credit for not crying out in surprise. Usually when a naked and voluptuous girl glomped onto a person, that person would either try to pry the girl off or just endure it. Issei was one of those brave souls who endured through it. All in all, he never expected the Yamata no Orokai to display this amount of affection for him. Kukyuku. At the sound of the familiar laughter, Issei looked up to see the Red Dragon Emperor himself, floating upwards in the sky of his inner world. Drake. It's good to see you, partner. /N, probably should have mentioned this forever ago, but the appearance of the Yamata no Orokai's feminine form is based on that of Albedo from Overlord. Temporary peace. Issei's inner world/subconscious. Issei. Issei blinked several times at the Orokai's voice. The girl was still on top of him. Her golden reptilian eyes gazed right into his soul. Lowering her head, the Yamata no Orokai opened her mouth, showing Issei her sharp fangs and tongue. Rolling her long sharp tongue out, the Orokai licked Issei on his cheek. As soon as the Kusanagi no Tsurugi came in contact with Issei, the inner world began to reconstruct itself, with the buildings and skyscrapers brightening. When the Yamata no Orokai saw Issei appear in his inner world, she suddenly felt the urge to be with him. As this was the first time the Orokai discovered her true emotions, she didn't have a clear understanding on why she was doing this. It was as though her instinct was pulling her towards Issei. As he watched the Orokai display affection towards his host, Drake glided towards them, making sure he wouldn't crush any of the buildings. The Welsh dragon had to admit that he was ecstatic that Issei was back. Even with the presence of the Yamata no Orokai as company, the Red Dragon Emperor honestly didn't know how he was going to move on. His view began to change when death itself had visited them within the seals of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. It told him and the Orokai that Issei was well, and that it returned him to the human world. So partner, how did it feel to meet death itself? Patting the Orokai on the head gently, which caused her to hiss in pleasure, Issei turned his attention to Drake. Honestly, it was surreal. Out of all the people I've met, I never would have expected to meet her, Issei. At the sound of his name, Issei looked up at the golden eyes of the Orokai. Issei began in confusion. Do you know what's strange, partner? You seem to attract some of the most strongest existences in the universe. I do. Think about it. You got Ophis. Then there's Great Red, Lilith, and the Yamata no Orokai. Hell, even death has a little crush on you. Except for Great Red, all of the creatures I mentioned are genderless, partner. And they all took a female form. Do you know what that means? What? Issei Toko. As he heard his cousin's voice within his inner world, Issei took this opportunity to transmit out of his subconscious. As soon as she saw Issei disappear, the Yamata no Orokai curled her lips into a small pout. Issei. Not to worry. He'll be back. Issei's room. Opening his brown eyes, the first sight Issei saw was Lyko, Ophis, and the Great Red sitting on his bed. Sitting himself up, Issei cracked his neck to get the crick out of it. Issei Toko, are you alright? Lyko asked in a worried tone. Issei sighed and looked up at his cousin. Lyko almost felt herself lose her breath. Even if it was a slight yet significant change, Lyko couldn't help but become transfixed as she stared into her cousin's eyes. She remembered the shape of Issei's eyes before he transformed for the first time. Her precious little cousin's eyes used to hold that innocent dull look. It was one of the qualities that made her adore and love her cousin intensely. Even if his right eye had the color of the sun, Lyko never minded it. It is said that the eyes are the window to the soul. As Lyko looked into her cousin's eyes, she no longer detected innocence within them. She didn't know what she was looking at. Blinking several times, Issei gave his cousin a soft smile, a smile that seemed to stir something unfamiliar within Lyko. The elder Hyodo could feel her heart flutter and beat quickly in her chest. Yeah. I'm fine, Lyko-san. He said softly. Lyko widened her eyes slightly as she noticed her cousin's tone. Grunting slightly, Issei pushed himself into a more comfortable position. Tilting her head, Ophis crawled closer to Issei, and placed her hands on Issei. My Issei. I cannot sense your energy anymore. Yeah, I can't either. Great Red added. And what the hell is that halo doing on top of your head? Looking up, Issei tapped the luminescent circle on his head, causing it to brighten. A dash. Lyko interrupted her cousin as she put her hand over the hole in her cousin's chest. What happened to your chest, Issei Toko? I suppose I shall be the one to answer that, said a dark yet seductive voice. At the unexpected sound of the voice, Lyko, Ophis, and Great Red looked up to see a woman with black hair. Her soulless eyes matched the color of the robe she was clad in. Lyko widened her eyes as she began to feel a tremendous pressure emitting from the woman. Ophis and Great Red remained silent, as they knew who the entity truly was. Especially the Ouroboros dragon. She knew who this being was. Simply because this entity could never claim her. For Ophis was the nothingness of infinity. Only she decided who would claim her. Death smiled as she lowered herself. It's been a long time, Ouroboros. And you too, Apocalypse Dragon. Shinigami. Ophis said in her toneless voice. What? Death. It can't be. Lyko said in disbelief. I'm afraid it is, my dear. Death said as she smiled at Lyko. Lyko's body shook in fear. How does Issei Hyoudou keep finding these people? Moving her attention to Issei, Death smiled wider. I see that your family is happy to see you, darling. Ophis narrowed her eyes slightly. Is the Shinigami flirting with my mate? Ouroboros. Moments ago you said you were unable to sense Issei's energy signature. Well, there's a perfectly good reason for that. Death said. Blinking several times in confusion, Lyko was the one to speak her question. What's the reason? If I may ask. Lyko asked politely. Sending a polite smile over to Lyko, Death obliged with her answer. Because Issei has become an incarnation of both life and death. What? It seemed that Lyko was the only one who was surprised at the revelation of her cousin. What do you mean? Are you saying Issei Hyoudo's alive and dead at the same time? Why yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. But how is that possible? How can that be? Sending her attention to Ophis, Death sent her a nod. Ouroboros. I'm sure you're aware of the presence of the Fenex within Issei. I am. Ophis answered. The presence of the Fenex is what allowed your mate to avoid the lost souls that exist within my domain. It is also what prevented him from dying completely. The hole in his chest is what caused him to pass through my realm. Alright, we get that Shinigami, Great Red said in a huff, but you still aren't being clear on why Issei's energy signature can't be sensed anymore. I was getting to that, Apocalypse Dragon. Death stated in an annoyed tone. Turning her attention back to Lyko, Death's expression softened. On Earth, I noticed that the sun was obscured from the moon. Do you know what that means, Issei Hyoudou? Feeling a little surprised that the personification of despair knew her name, Lyko tried to compose herself. It's a solar eclipse. A total solar eclipse. Death smiled and nodded to Issei's cousin. That's correct. Because the moon is covering the sun, the rays of sunlight are blocking, which prevents them from providing light to the earth. So when that happened, Darling's energy structure depleted quickly than expected. At this revelation, Great Red widened his eyes in interest, and looked over to Issei, who remained quiet. So that's why we can't sense anything from you. Well, a solar eclipse doesn't last forever, right? Well, I'm no expert, Lyko began as she placed her hand under chin, but I don't think they last for a long time. It depends on the location you mortals are in. Death said, speaking directly to Lyko. Nodding in response, Lyko turned her attention to Issei and went to rub Issei's hair softly. She then hugged him tightly, prompting Issei to give her a look of confusion. Smiling gently, Death looked over to Lyko. So why does Issei Hyoudou have this halo on top of his head? Lyko asked in curiosity after letting go of Issei. That's simple. It is to make sure that I know where Issei is at all times. Ophis felt her hair bristle as she narrowed her eyes in irritation. Shinigami, Ophis almost growled out, have you claimed my mate? Placing her hand over her mouth, Death giggled, which prompted Lyko to raise an eyebrow. Oh, don't be silly, Ouroboros. I know of the symbol that marked Issei as your mate. I have no intention of claiming him. Narrowing her eyes darkly, Ophis scoffed. Realizing that teasing the infinite dragon god would no doubt be troubling, Death smiled. I believe it is time for me to go. Death said before she began to fade. Lowering her head down, Death planted a soft kiss on Issei's cheek, causing Ophis to bristle again. Shinigami. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. Before Ophis could reply, Death transmitted out of Issei's room. Sighing, Issei shook his head as he looked at his cousin. Well, that was awkward. No kidding. Lyko said as she smiled. Knock knock. At the sound of the knocking on Issei's room door, Issei, Lyko, and the dragons turned to see a familiar figure. Issei widened his eyes as he recognized the woman with curly blonde hair and warm loving eyes. Before Issei could speak, Gabriel rushed over to the bed, and hugged Issei tightly. Issei-kun. I'm so glad you're okay. Gabriel-san. Death's domain. Reappearing within her domain, Death looked over to see Riser staring at the lost souls, who were still devouring Susanoo. The screams of the storm god had long since diminished, silenced by the souls within the domain. Are you enjoying the show, Fenex? Death asked in a curious tone. I'm not enjoying it. It's just weird that he's still here. I'm aware that he is a god and all, but for him to endure the monsters of your domain for such a long time is unreal. Yes, it is fascinating. But rest assured, as the lost souls feast on the new ones, they grow stronger. Eventually, Susanoo will perish. Although I must say, he is faring well against the souls. Darling was able to withstand the lost souls even before he obtained that berserker transformation of his. Aside from Darling, another soul that dwells within my realm has been able to avoid the lost souls for a long time. You mean there is a soul within your domain that is actually alive besides me? Riser said as his eyes widened. Shocking, isn't it? Death quipped, it's ironic really. I was immune to this being. But he was never immune to me, no matter how powerful he was. Who is this being? Death hummed as she smiled. He passed into my realm during the Great War. It's strange. As soon as Darling passed into my realm, I could feel the energy surge of the one who died in the Great War. I believe he was trying to reach Darling. Well, whoever the hell this being is, why didn't he make a full appearance? Riser asked in curiosity. I believe he did, Riser Fenex. I believe he is the one who helped Darling defeat the anger deep within his heart. Who is this person you are talking about? The Fenex devil asked, his confusion apparent. Chuckling in amusement, Death sent Riser a mysterious smile. It's not that hard to figure out. Then again, his death was kept a secret from the three races all those years ago. What puzzles me, is why he helped Darling in the first place. Takamagahara. Amaterasu was silent as she manipulated the energy of the sun to align with the moon. In part due to her animosity with Tsukuyomi no Mikoto, Amaterasu detested the action of solar eclipses. Allowing the moon to cover the sun annoyed her to no end. As she narrowed her eyes, Amaterasu looked down at her grass fields, watching the wind blow them away. Sighing, Amaterasu focused on her concentration, before she suddenly felt a suffocating pressure. Amaterasu Omakami. It is nice to meet you. Turning around slowly, Amaterasu widened her eyes in shock. Although the woman in front of her was unfamiliar at all, she recognized the chilling presence. The Shinigami. Death clutched her scythe as she floated down to the sun goddess. I see that you and your brother are in the process of the solar eclipse. Why yes. Amaterasu said nervously. Even though death seemed pleasant, there was a reason it was one of the most feared beings in existence. I see. Death stated as she looked around her surroundings. Walking up to the sun goddess, Death placed her scythe. Amaterasu Omakami. I have news for you. What news? About your son, of course. Issei's living room. I see. Gabriel, Great Red, and Ophis sat downstairs in the living room as they conversed. After Gabriel had finished asking Issei if he was alright, Ophis explained the entire situation to Gabriel. The Seraph was confounded as Ophis explained that the entity Death was the one who brought Issei back to the world of the living. What even shocked her more was that Issei was declared to be alive and dead at the same time. Sipping her cup of tea, Gabriel placed the cup down on the table and folded her hands. So Death itself brought Issei-kun back. That's really strange though. Death actually preventing a soul from residing in its domain? It doesn't make any sense. Humph, Great Red huffed with a smirk on his face, Death probably brought Issei back because it didn't want to piss off Thulhu over here. Be silent, Baka Red. Ophis grumbled in an annoyed tone. Gabriel suppressed a giggle as she watched Great Red and Ophis interact. It was so strange. The two most strongest existences, fighting as though they were siblings. Issei really did change them. Issei's bedroom. Liko remained silent as she watched Issei sleep silently on his bed. Her facial expression softened as she gazed at her cousin's face. He always looks so different when he's sleeping. Her crimson ruby eyes softening, Liko lifted her hand and brushed it gently across Issei's hair. Liko sighed softly as she looked at her cousin closely. Issei Toko has been going throughout a lot these days. I'm starting to wonder if he can handle it all. Despite she and Issei not being that close now, Liko still cared very greatly for her little cousin. When they were children, it was rare for them to spend any sort of time together, due to Issei's reclusive nature. But Liko was never deterred. She loved her cousin too much for that. That was why she made an effort to visit Issei whenever she could. She could tell that Issei still had traces of his reclusive nature. In Liko's opinion, that was probably why Ophis and the Great Red could get along with Issei so easily. The Ouroboros dragon had explained to Liko she was born out of nothingness and initially used to crave silence. The Great Red was a delinquent. In a way, he also wanted beings to leave him alone. Liko could remember the class observation day at her cousin's school. Every other student that so much as glanced at Great Red, would get either a growl or an insult in return. However, Issei, her beloved adopted cousin, was different. Issei's reclusive nature was due to the harassment of the color of his eyes. Due to the experiences he went through as a child, Issei had chosen the life of a shut-in. With the exception of Mr. and Mrs. Hyodos, and Liko herself, Issei wanted nothing to do with anybody. That was until Liko herself took the opportunity to visit her precious cousin. Truth be told, she had been planning to see how her cousin was doing after all these years. When she saw him walk through his house door from his first day at Kyoa Academy, she spotted the almost permanent shy look on his face. From that point on, she resolved to get her precious cousin out of his shell. She had to admit, taking Issei to the library wasn't probably a normal thing for her to do. Regardless, she desired to spend some time with her cousin. The next time she saw Issei, she did it with the intention of visiting what type of school he had. Then that faithful day where she herself had bluntly told Issei about what was going to happen if he remained a shut-in for the rest of his life. To this day, Liko was still unsure about how that conversation affected her cousin. She never even got time to think about it before she was kidnapped by that woman with the purple hair, and ended up in a dungeon in the underworld. The event was probably one of the most fearful moments in her own life. It was made even worse when her only company was a teenage version of Chun-Li. It was the first time I came in contact with the world of the supernatural. It was also the event I saw Issei Toko's personality change completely. When the transformed Issei came to save her, Liko didn't know what to think. The anger radiating off of her cousin caused her to feel an unfamiliar emotion within her. The change in her cousin's personality frightened her. The more times Liko visited Issei, her worry for him increased. She didn't want her cousin to be a shut-in, but she also didn't want Issei to become a bitter person as well. She just wanted her cousin to have a happy life. Sadly, Issei wasn't exactly a normal person. It seemed that Issei was never going to have a quiet normal life. Looking at her cousin softly, Liko stealthily climbed onto her cousin's bed. Taking care to keep quiet, Liko rested her head next to Issei's own, and wrapped her arms around his neck. Sighing, Liko shook her head as she looked back at her cousin. "Why must I have such a weird cousin?" Liko asked in her thoughts. Despite her question, Liko's lips curved upwards to an affectionate smile as her eyes softened. She leaned forward and puckered her lips out. She then placed a sweet and small kiss on Issei's forehead. Smooch. And another. Smooch. And another. Smooch. Then again, you wouldn't be my Issei Toko if you were normal. Now would you? Takamagahara. My little son. Is he alright? Death rose an eyebrow at Amaterasu's nickname for Issei, but she continued nonetheless. Your son has become a manifestation of life and death, Amaterasu Omakami. I don't understand. How could this happen? Your brother, the god of the storms and seas. Susanoo. Amaterasu's worry increased the second Death mentioned her brother. Yes. The god of the storms and seas encountered your son. As the events transpired, the two engaged in a battle. They ended up killing the other. Death continued her explanation, as the concept of what she represented didn't faze her in the slightest. However, your son is fine now. Your brother, on the other hand, has been fed to the shadows that exist within my realm. But I don't understand. The solar energy from the sun should have been able to regenerate him. Your son has been using solar energy to provide for his transformations for so long. The more time it has been used, the more it has depleted. I still don't dash. When you and Tsukuyomi combined the sun and the moon, that cut off the rays of solar power. When that happened, Issei was unable to absorb any more solar energy. Oh my goodness. My little son dash. But he is all right now. Death interrupted as she tried to placate Amaterasu. He is resting in his home. Amaterasu's eyes then widened in shock. Is that why Tsukuyomi was so eager for the sun and the moon to join? Was he in an alliance with Susanoo? I believe it is time for me to go. Death stated as she began to fade away. Amaterasu widened her eyes further as she saw Death disappear. Putting her hand on her chest, Amaterasu turned around and looked at her grass fields. My darling Issei. Issei's inner world/subconscious. Oi, partner. Blinking several times, Issei looked up to see Drake and the Orokai looking at him. There were cards in both of their hands. Your turn. The Orokai said in a quiet tone. Blinking again, Issei looked down to see cards in his hands. Looking at the Orokai, Issei smiled gently to her. Orokai-chan. Do you have any fives? In response to Issei's question, the Orokai looked at her deck quietly. Go, fists. The Orokai hissed in response. Issei grabbed a card from the deck piled in front of him, and placed it into his own deck. Drake looked at his host carefully. The Red Dragon Emperor discovered that Issei's mindscape was a bit more brighter than it was before. Although it puzzled him why the inner world was like this in the first place. Issei didn't seem to be happier. He appeared to be more calm, yet extremely tired. 6. Hey, Drake. She's talking to you. Huh. Drake sent his green eyes over to the Orokai, who stared back at him with her reptilian eyes. Go fish. Her lips curling into a pout, the Orokai drew a card and placed it into her deck. Drake kept his attention on his host. According to the female manifestation of death, Issei was able to conquer the anger deep within his soul. However, as Issei himself pointed out, anger cannot be destroyed. What puzzled Drake was what death had told him next. The anger Issei had suppressed for many years, had manifested into another transformation. Death explained that Issei's recent transformation was that of a berserker, possessing the mighty force of the Fenex, along with a massive energy potential that far surpassed that of Issei's hellfire form. From what Death had told him, Issei's new transformation was due to his own circumstances. Because Issei could not currently absorb solar energy, and the fact that he was now a manifestation of life and death, the energy of the Fenex combined with the force of his raw anger, created the new transformation. So partner has another form. Can it even be considered a solar transformation? I understand that the power of the Fenex was used as a catalyst. So would the transformation be called a Shinigami Fenex? Or a Death Fenex? Drake. It's your turn. Issei said as he shuffled his deck. Shaken out of his thoughts, Drake looked at his deck of cards, and set his sights over to the Orokai, who was seemingly trying to peek at Issei's cards. Widening his eyes, Issei moved his cards away, before realizing that the Orokai was trying to lick him again. Yamata no Orokai. Do you have any fours? Pouting at the Welsh dragon, the Orokai grudgingly handed her fours over to him. Ah. It's good to be the king. Stupid Welsh dragon. The Orokai hissed in annoyance. Death's domain. Sighing, Death looked on as she watched the lost souls float around her realm. Looking around her domain, she spotted Riser with his arms crossed. The Fenex devil looked on in silence. Moving her attention to the lost souls, Death smiled in amusement. It took a long time, but now I can say that wretched storm god who hurt my darling is gone. I would have killed him myself as soon as he passed into my domain, but feeding him to my lost souls seemed much more satisfying. Floating away from the pleasant scenery, Death wandered to another section of her realm. Her soulless black eyes softened as she drifted to her thoughts. That berserker form of Issei. It's very interesting. The massive energy he released within my domain was far more potent than the power of his other transformations. If that is the case, then my darling must have suppressed a vast amount of anger since he was a child. Death put her hand on her chest as she became lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, she felt a colossal surge of energy, and she smiled. Ah, so he finally makes an appearance. What the hell? Riser screamed out in fright. Chuckling in amusement, Death turned to see a shocked Riser, who was shaking. In front of Riser was an elderly man with sheet white hair. Despite being aged, he appeared to have a well-toned body, which was covered under a glowing robe. Death smiled as she looked at the man. The elderly man kept his stoic gaze as he looked around Death's domain. He then moved his attention to Death, who narrowed her eyes at him in interest. It's been a long time since you've come to talk to me, God of the Bible. Issei's room. Breathing softly, Issei opened his eyes, and the first sight he saw were dark gray eyes. As his sight cleared, he found that Ophis was straddling on top of him. Ophis. Issei said as he lifted himself up. The Ouroboros dragon kept her blank expression. Her facial expression didn't show any signs of what she was feeling, but the amount of emotions were growing deeper. My Issei. Are you feeling all right? I can no longer sense your energy. That worries me greatly. Issei sighed as he sat up from his spot. Actually, I don't really feel anything at all, Ophis. I'm just really tired. Ophis tilted her head in response. Perhaps it is because of the solar eclipse. Placing her head softly on Issei's head, Ophis gave him a kiss on the forehead, prompting Issei to widen his eyes a little. I shall stay here with you. Issei's living room. Lyko and Great Red were silent as they sat on the couch. The cousin of Issei seemed to have an embarrassed look on her face, while Great Red was smirking with a smug look on his face. Just say it. Shut up. Anyone who insulted the Great Red would no doubt get a severe curb stomp to the face. However, Great Red was far too amused to notice Lyko's irritation. I'm serious. I saw you cuddling with Issei. I'm starting to think you have a, what do you mortals call it? A cousin complex or something. A blush appeared on Lyko's face as she glared at the apocalypse dragon. Don't say something like that. Humph. I don't why you're so uptight. Besides, you and Issei are adoptive cousins. I don't think it will matter. Listen you dash. Knock knock. Before Lyko could finish her threat, someone knocked on the door from outside. Looking at each other, Lyko and Great Red narrowed their eyes. Rock paper scissors. Fine. Rock. Paper. Scissors. Shoot. Lyko and Great Red shouted simultaneously. Ha. Paper wins. Damn it. Why do I always choose rock? Smoldering, Great Red stomped over to the door, and almost ripped the door off its hinges as he opened it. He grunted when he sensed that it was a devil. What the hell do you want? Yuato Kiba stood with his hand still raised, and his eyes widened. He wasn't expecting the true Red Dragon Emperor God to open the door. Well? Great Red asked impatiently. Oh, sorry about that. I was wondering where Issei-san was. Before Great Red could respond, Lyko took the opportunity to answer. Issei Itoko's upstairs resting. Why, do you need something from him? Well, I dash. Hey, Kiba-san. Check out this motorcycle. Both Great Red and Yuato widened their eyes and looked to see Genshiro Saji about to touch a crimson-red motorcycle. Wait. Great Red screamed. However, it was too late. Great Red's scream caused Saji to stumble, and lean onto the motorcycle. The motorcycle, due to Saji's weight, fell onto the ground, causing it to break. Sorry. You son of a bitch. To say the Great Red was angry would be the understatement of the century. Despite the fact that he was in his human form, there was literally steam emitting out of Great Red's ears. Saji screamed in terror and hightailed it as the apocalypse dragon began to chase him. Turning around to face a surprised Lyko, Yuato offered an embarrassed smile. I better go stop them from running to Kyoa Academy. Yeah, you do that. Closing the door, Lyko sighed and sat back down on the couch. As she put her hand on her cheek, she shook her head and opened her mouth to speak, before she thought about it. You know what? I'm not even shocked anymore. Lyko muttered. The moon god. Death's domain. Well, well, well. This is a pleasant surprise. So, you've come out of the shadows of my domain, after all these years. Death mused as she tilted her head. Riser stood in shock and astonishment. He just couldn't believe it. He, along with some of the youngest generation of devils, were unaware of the death of the biblical god. And now here he was, standing right in front of him. What the hell is this? Riser asked as his voice shook. Ignoring Riser's stuttering, Death moved past him, stopping in front of the god from the Bible. What is your reason for coming out today, biblical god? The god from the Bible, his power radiating throughout Death's domain, stood tall and proud, as he looked at the entity of despair and destruction. That boy. The son of the Shinto goddess Amaterasu. When he transformed into that behemoth of a phoenix, I could sense his life force fading away. What? Riser asked as he looked over to Death. I thought you said that Issei Hyoudou was now a manifestation of life and death. Death hummed as she tilted her head, I did say that. But now the biblical god says differently. Would you care to explain, God of the Bible? The god of the Bible nodded his head as his energy flared outwardly. Shinigami. You were originally correct when you said that Issei Hyoudou was a force of life and death. However, when he transformed into that beast, the energy of the phoenix force within him started to disintegrate. Death hummed as she crossed her arms, how strange. The force of the phoenix is what has kept the lost souls from devouring him. That is true, the biblical god said as he nodded again. However, the time he remained in that transformed state, the energy of the phoenix slowly began to deplete. If I hadn't cut off the horn of that death phoenix form, Issei Hyoudou would have ceased to exist. Death widened her eyes slightly. She certainly wasn't expecting that. How interesting. So the transformation my darling obtained, ultimately depletes his life force. Riser shook his head in confusion. I don't get any of this. So is Issei Hyoudou dead? Or is he alive? Which is he? God closed his eyes as he put his hands behind his back. His life force at this point is undetermined. The will of the phoenix represents when his life force is at zero. However, his life force also rises occasionally. But you're not making any sense, Riser began as he crossed his arms. You say his life force lowers itself to zero, and yet you're also saying that his life force is rising as well. I don't understand. Death stared at the biblical god for a moment, before she smiled knowingly. Foo. This is a surprise. I never expected that you would do this to my darling Issei. Do what? Riser asked as he moved his attention to Death. Because the phoenix force within Issei deteriorated as a result of his transformation, it no longer had the energy to keep him alive. That is why I cut Issei's horns when he was transformed, so I could help him with my next plan. Next plan? What did you do? Riser asked. Behind Riser, Death was smiling, greatly amused at the biblical god's actions. I infused a portion of my own soul within Issei Hyoudou, Riser Fenex, God spoke as his energy spiraled outwardly. The soul that now exists within the son of Amaterasu, is now battling against the force of the phoenix, without the awareness of Issei Hyoudou himself. Takamagahara, at the home of Tsukuyomi no Mikoto. Tsukuyomi stood with a frown on his face as he manipulated the energy of Moon. As he sensed throughout the energy signatures of Earth, he could not decipher the signature of his brother Susanoo. Kh. How foolish. The bastard must have gotten himself killed. Perhaps, Amaterasu's spawn is more powerful than we expected. His eyes narrowed as he attempted to enhance his senses. What a surprise. I don't sense my nephew's energy signature at all. Either he and Susanoo both killed each other, or he's such a frightened child that he decided to suppress his energy signal. Humph. Tsukuyomi-sama. The god of the moon turned around to see that another presence was with him. It was a young woman with long black hair and clear eyes. She seemed to have a great height, towering over Tsukuyomi himself. Her expression seemed to set into a permanent stoic look. What are you doing here? You know I do not like being disturbed. The girl bowed her head down in respect. I apologize for my intrusion. Please forgive me. Humph. Speak up. What is your reason for interrupting me? The girl lifted her head up and looked at the moon god with her green stoic eyes. It is your son. He is starting to move about. At this revelation, Tsukuyomi widened his eyes in horror. No. Losing his focus on manipulating the energy of the moon, Tsukuyomi quickly transmitted into his house. Reappearing within a dark room, the god of the moon allowed his body to emit a bright light. Looking around the room, Tsukuyomi spotted a large and imposing figure laying on top of a sturdy bed. Tsukuyomi narrowed his eyes as he walked over to the person. It was a light-skinned young man with long spiky black hair that reached his mid-back, and short bangs that framed his forehead. He appeared to be very tall with a well-built frame. He also wore white pants with a dark black sash. Narrowing his eyes further, Tsukuyomi lifted his hand up, and formed a silver luminescent-like sphere of energy. As though he sensed the person above him, the young man stirred in his sleep. Moving his head to the right, the young man groaned and opened his eyes, revealing black orbs of sight. His expression appeared to be saddened yet eerily calm. Tsukuyomi noticeably stiffened at the look the young man was giving him. Father, the young boy began quietly, what are you doing? Suddenly, the young man's pupils shrunk, and he rose up. Tsukuyomi widened his eyes and increased the size of the energy sphere, placing into his son's face. Yoru. The young man named Yoru grunted as he grabbed his father's face. Tsukuyomi gasped as he tried to endure his son's vice grip. Seconds later, Yoru gripped Tsukuyomi's face tighter, and threw him to another side of the room. The god of the moon struggled as he tried to get up. Hehehehe. Tsukuyomi gasped as he felt the floor shake, and he looked up to see Yoru walking towards him ominously. Ha 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 ha. Yoru laughed darkly as he reached to grab for his father. An aura began to manifest around Yoru, as the floor shook once more. His physique swelled up slightly, as his hair began to spike upwardly. The aura surrounding him changed into a dark silver-like color. As his aura increased, Yoru's black hair began to assume a dark purple tint, and his skin began to darken. Ah! Tsukuyomi screamed out in pain as his son's grip tightened. Ha 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 ha. Yoru's laughter started to fade into chuckles, and his grip began to loosen. Yoru started to breathe heavily, as he felt his energy fade away. Tsukuyomi looked on in horror and shock as his son's aura disappeared, and the young man collapsed onto the floor, his face showing peace once more. Holding in a shocked gasp, Tsukuyomi quickly transmitted away and reappeared outside. Letting out a shuddered gasp, the god of the moon attempted to calm himself as he tried to manipulate the moon's energy. That was close. I should have been more careful. If I hadn't been able to suppress his energy at the last moment, he surely would have killed me. Taking deep breaths, Tsukuyomi calmed himself and looked back at his house, fearing his son would awaken. Yoru, what is wrong with you, my son? Your power. Is it affecting the way you act? You show characteristics of a omnicidal psychopath. Narrowing his eyes, he focused his energy on the moon. I don't understand it. Amaterasu was able to create an entity with the essence of the sun. Her offspring seems to be stable. So why didn't I achieve the same result? I created Yoru with the power of the moon itself. Amaterasu has a stable son, while I have a son that thrives on insanity. What is wrong with him? Tsukuyomi clicked his teeth as he tried to think. His eyes then widened in shock. Is it because of Amaterasu's son? No, it's impossible. Yoru shouldn't be aware of his cousin. He couldn't be. The two have never even met before, courtesy of my sister sending him to Earth. His eyes widening further, Tsukuyomi looked back at his house in horror. No, it couldn't be a coincidence. Is it possible that Amaterasu and I created our respective sons, at the same time? Or rather, were they born on the same day? The moon and the sun have been separated for a long time. The fact that Amaterasu and I are in the process of a solar eclipse. Tsukuyomi didn't know what to think. He had created Yoru on a mere whim, with the intention of acting as his successor of the moon. However, there was something wrong with Yoru. Extremely wrong. Shaking his head, Tsukuyomi sighed and focused on his concentration. I can't allow him to continue his antics again. Especially at a time like this. If he acts up again, everything will be ruined. After all, he was plan B if Susanna were to perish. Plus, the Cows Brigade needs him. Within Tsukuyomi's home. Groaning in irritation, Yoro gritted his teeth and let out a deep growl. That damn bastard. He cursed as he struggled to get up. He hated his father with a deep passion. The man suppressed his energy the day he was born, in hopes that he wouldn't get too powerful. The god of the moon almost succeeded, until something extraordinary happened. When he was born, Yoro could sense the numerous energies around him. Some of the energies were far below him, and others were extremely above him. It didn't bother him in the least. However, one energy signature bothered him. It drove him to the point of extreme rage. The energy of the sun. He didn't care at all about Amaterasu, so he didn't pay her any attention. Her son, however, was the cause for his rage. As the embodiment of the moon, Yoru opposed the sun as much as his father supposedly did. However, Yoru's rage reached its breaking point, whenever he sensed his cousin's energy signature. It drove him insane, with boiling raw anger coursing through his veins. Yoru never knew why his cousin's power irritated him. All he knew that it irritated him extremely. Snarling darkly, Yoru clenched his fists as his hair began to take on a dark purplish color. His aura expanded throughout the dark corner that he lived in. Although he could no longer sense the energy signal of his cousin, Yoru's rage didn't lower in the slightest. His rage, at the moment, was no longer directed towards Issei. Rather, it was directed towards Tsukuyomi. His aura flaring out, Yoru took another step, until he fell onto the floor with a thud. As he felt his energy decrease, Yoru growled as his hair reverted to its original color. Mumbling, Yoru cursed his father to damnation, and slammed his head onto the ground, losing consciousness. Kyoa Academy. What happened to you? Yuato Kiba had a shocked expression on his face as he looked up at the lamppost of Kyoa Academy. Genshiro Saji glared moodily at Yuato, who looked back at him in surprise. The pawn of Sana-Satrai now had his underwear hanged on the edge of the lamppost. It wasn't my fault, damn it. How the hell was I supposed to know that he was an avid fan of motorcycles? Yuato chuckled nervously as he looked up at his friend. I think you should be grateful that he didn't kill you or anything. Humph. Grateful? Do you have any idea how much this hurts? Hey, don't put this all on me. You were the one who knocked down his motorcycle. That's not the point. And why the hell is he so pissed off anyway? He's the freaking dragon of dreams and illusions. Couldn't he just wish up another motorcycle or something? Saji, he's the apocalypse dragon. We should all know by now that he can pretty much do whatever the hell he wants, and not give a crap on what happens next. Look, all I'm saying that he could have created a motorcycle without beating the crap out of me. You can't disagree with me this time, Kiba. Well, he was probably so angry, that he didn't think to wish one up. Oh, that's Boldash. Genshiro. At the call of his name, Saji looked down to see Sana-Satrai, and Tsubaki Shinra. Blinking several times, Tsubaki rose an eyebrow. What happened to Dash? It's a long, painful story. Saji interrupted as he bowed his head. Well, while you're stuck up there, you can explain the story. Sana said in her usual strict tone. Kaikuyuga. Saji wailed. Issei's house. You tied him up on a lamppost. You sound like I just did the most horrible thing in existence. Even if he wrecked your motorcycle, you didn't have to go that far. I could have killed him in spite. Touche, Liko said as she laid down on the couch. Happy that the conversation was over, Great Red huffed and sat back down into the chair. A surge of energy began to manifest into his hand, before the energy formed into a magazine. Tilting her head, Liko got up and pointed to the Great Red. She opened her mouth, and then closed it, wondering if what she was about to say would anger the apocalypse dragon. Ah, what the hell, she had nothing better to do. Hey, couldn't you have just reanimated your motorcycle from the beginning? Great Red moved the magazine away from his face, and narrowed his eyes at Liko. Do you want me to transform into a female again? Please don't. That's what I thought. Issei's room. Ophis tilted her head as she gently petted Issei's hair. Her dark gray eyes narrowed darkly as she peered at her mate. I can no longer detect my Issei's energy signature. It is as though he is not here in front of me, and yet he is. My mate is strange. Despite her conflicting thoughts, Ophis held Issei closely. After death had returned Issei, Ophis felt the familiar emotion of protectiveness course through her. Ophis felt nothing but love and affection for Issei. However, now she wanted to protect him. As she held Issei close, Ophis' body began to glow brightly. The glow faded, revealing a taller and developed Ophis. Her facial features became even more pronounced, with her dark gray eyes gaining a more colder and stoic mature look. The shine in her eyes seemed to fade away, only showing the color, pupils, and irises of her eyes. Releasing her hold on Issei, Ophis got up and laid on top of him. Staring at him with her cold emotionless eyes, Ophis placed her hands on Issei's cheeks. I cannot allow you to get yourself into any more trouble, my Issei. The mature Ophis stated in her toneless voice. Her voice had gained an even more sensual tone, however, the stoic and emotionless tone remained. Putting her face close to Issei's face, Ophis stared at her sleeping mate. In order to ensure this, I shall watch over you. I will constantly stay with you. I shall protect you. Because Issei is my mate. As she felt Issei's chest beating, Ophis narrowed her eyes and held Issei close to her. Mine, and mine alone. The sky showed a different array of colors, due to the moon blocking the brightness of the sun. As citizens looked around, they noticed that this was perhaps the longest solar eclipse they had ever experienced. However, seconds later the moon began to move slightly. Light particles flashed through the darkness of the moon. Finally, the light from sun shone, brightening the sky once more. The sun shone through Issei's window, bringing light into the room. Reluctantly opening her eyes, Ophis rubbed her orbs of sight, and moved around a bit. Releasing her grasp on Issei, the Ouroboros dragon looked around her mate's room, only to narrow her eyes at the first sight. Shinigami. Death chuckled as she was the victim of the infinite dragon god's glare. Must you be so cold, Ouroboros? Before Ophis could respond, both she and Death heard a groaning sound. At the sound, they looked to see a slowly awakening Issei. The young man rubbed his eyes tiredly and looked up to see Ophis and the manifestation of despair. My Issei, Ophis began, are you feeling all right? Blinking several times to keep himself from falling asleep, Issei nodded. Yeah, I feel a little better. Ophis' eyes noticeably softened at her mate's answer, and she snuggled against him just in case. Death chuckled at the display of affection. Shinigami-san. What are you doing here? Did something happen in your domain? Issei asked in confusion. Death only smiled at Issei in amusement. Oh, if only my darling knew what was transpiring inside his own soul. It wouldn't be fun if I just told him about the God of the Bible. The Fenex's wish on the other hand. Smiling, Death walked over to the young man and petted his hair, receiving a slight glare from Ophis. I just wanted to see how you were doing. You seemed to be very drowsy when I dropped you off here. Nodding his head, Issei smiled as he felt Ophis hug him. He then widened his eyes as he noticed the change in Ophis' appearance. Ophis? Did you change your appearance again? Lifting her head up from Issei's chest, Ophis nodded stoically. Yes. I wanted to hold you close. You have been away from me for a long period of time. That does not make me happy. Not at all. Blinking several times, Issei gave Ophis a saddened look. Looking at Issei with an unreadable look on her face, Death shook her head at Ophis. Ouroboros. Always so blunt. Ophis narrowed her eyes at Death, but chose not to respond. As he looked at Death, Issei widened his eyes again when he remembered something. Shinigami-san. Where's Riser? Is he still in your domain? As a matter of fact, he is. Why do you ask? I was just wondering if he was going to come back to the world of the living. I mean, he has the power of a phoenix. Doesn't that mean he can come back to Earth? The ability to return from the dead lies within my power, darling. Only I can liberate the soul of every being. If I allowed him so, then yes, Riser Fenex could return to the world of the living. Issei lowered his head as he pondered. However, he has refused. What? Issei asked in confusion. The Fenex devil refusing to come back? Issei was confused. Why would Riser not want to come back to the world of the living? Detecting the question on Issei's face, Death smiled and shook her head. It confuses me as well. I have offered the Fenex devil many times to return him to life. Each time, however, he states that he did not want to. Issei blinked several times in confusion. Why wouldn't he want to come back? Although Riser Fenex wishes not to return to the world of the living, he does have a wish. He wanted me to tell you. Will you hear it, darling? The young man didn't know what to say. All this time, Riser Fenex could have returned to life, and yet he chose not to. It didn't make sense at all. And now the manifestation of despair claims that Riser Fenex had a wish for Issei. Lifting his head, Issei nodded, prompting Death to smile. His wish seems to be similar to that of a request, Issei. He wishes for you to look after his peerage. At this revelation, Issei widened his eyes. Riser's peerage? Swollen-san, Ceres-san, and the others. While he made sure to use the wealth of the Fenex mansion to support the girls, Issei hadn't really spent a lot of time with them. Swollen and Ceres were the only girls he had come in contact with. Look after Riser's peerage. Yes. That was his wish. He would like for you to take care of his peerage. To watch over them. Setting his eyes into a serious gaze, Issei nodded to Death. I'll let him know how they're doing whenever I can. He said in a serious voice. That's good to hear. I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that. Death smiled as she disappeared from Issei's room. Sighing, Issei laid back onto his bed. He looked up to see Ophis giving him a glare. What's wrong, Ophis? His question was answered when Ophis placed her hand on his cheek. I would not like it if you were to die again anytime soon, my mate. Ophis. Issei said sadly. Because if you were to do so, I could not be with you. Even if the Shinigami had the ability to bring you back, I doubt it would do so. You mean Shinigami-san wouldn't bring me back from the dead the next time? No, it would not. But why wouldn't she bring me back? It would be keeping you in its domain just to spite me. Keeping you in the realm of death itself. That irritates me. Issei looked up at the Ouroboros dragon in confusion. No, it couldn't be. Are Ophis and death itself competing? No, I must be hallucinating. Issei's thoughts were brutally shot down by the look on Ophis' face. Issei's inner world/subconscious. I assume you're feeling better, partner. Is Issei okay now? Issei smiled gratefully at the concern of the beings that existed within the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. The young man had to admit that he hadn't felt better in a long time. Yeah. I'm good now. A little tired, but I'm more awake than before. He widened his eyes a little in surprise when the Yamata no Urukai floated over to him, and sat comfortably on his lap. Humph. It seems that the Urukai has taken a liking to you. Yeah. Although I can't imagine why. Issei said in confusion. Hey Drake. There's something I need to ask you. Ask away. The Kusanagi no Tsurugi. I almost lost the sword during my battle with Susanoo. I lost you and Urukai. Even if it was for a short time, I didn't feel. Drake rose his head up, while the Yamata no Urukai tilted her head in her usual gesture. I didn't feel complete, in a way. Are you asking if it is possible to bond the Kusanagi no Tsurugi to you? Not exactly. I assumed it was already bonded to me the moment I touched it. Humph. Then your assumption would be wrong. If you remember, the fallen angel Kakabile was able to draw out the power of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi and use it against you, without my consent. And you didn't stop him. Issei asked in confusion. There was no need to. I could already sense you were coming to the Grand Ise Shrine anyway. Also, the fallen angel didn't have any access to my true power at all. My power influences the state of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, partner. You just need to find out how to unlock the rest of that power. Well, does that power include bonding? Unfortunately it does not. Although it does have some abilities, such as the power to control the motion of the wind. But that's all. The Kusanagi no Tsurugi was merely a sword that was used to slay the Orokai. Hiss. The Yamata no Orokai jeered in a hissing sound. Her anger towards the Welsh dragon immediately disappeared as soon as Issei patted her on the head gently. The Orokai let out a purring sound as she snuggled up to him. You change moods really fast, don't you? Issei noted. Kukyukyuku. Aside from all that, you're going to have to find another way to bond myself and the Orokai to you. I'm sure it won't be that difficult. Issei hummed as he put his hand under his chin. The dimensional gap. So what are you asking me? I'm basically asking, is there a way for me to bond with the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, so it doesn't fall into the wrong hands? After finding out that the Great Red had left his house, Issei went to the dimensional gap to visit the Great Red. Strangely, his brother-in-law appeared to be more tired. Usually he would be ecstatic, what with performing crazy maneuvers within the dimensional gap. Hell if I know, Issei. Great Red said as he rolled his eyes. Issei frowned slightly as he looked at the sword in his hands. Staring at his brother-in-law curiously, Great Red narrowed his eyes slightly. Hold out your sword. As if it's pointing at me. Like this? Issei asked as he directed the sword in the direction of the Great Red. Yep. Great Red answered before he shot an eye blast at the sword. What the? Issei exclaimed in surprise. The Kusanagi no Tsurugi glowed an eerie crimson color with black outlines, until it imploded, covering Issei in a cloud of smoke. Great Red stared at the mushroom cloud of smoke for a long time, until it faded. Humph. Now that's what I'm talking about. The Apocalypse Dragon said excitedly. Shining and glistening within the dimensional gap, was a deep black dragon armor with crimson jewels that covered Issei's body entirely. The crimson jewels glowed with mist as power emitted from the armor. What happened? Issei asked in great confusion. Humph. I'll show you what happened. Great Red boasted as he manifested a mirror in front of his brother-in-law. Within the armor, Issei widened his eyes in response. What is this? It's dragon armor. I can feel the power of that sword of yours. So is this an alternate form of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi? That's exactly what it is. Standing still for a moment, Issei lifted his armor-covered hand up, and gripped it into a fist. Humph. Do I know how to make a suit or what? Great Red bragged while he smirked. Yes. Yes he does. Drag. Issei. Orokai-chan. Ah. So it is possible. Then again we are dealing with the Dragon of Dreams here. This is amazing. At the Fenex mansion. Knock knock. Blinking several times, Swollen got up from her seat to open the door. Her blue-green eyes widened at the sight in front of her. Issei? Ophis. Issei nodded, while Ophis stood next to him silently. Swollen widened her eyes further when she noticed the halo floating above Issei's head. What happened to you? The Chinese devil asked as she pointed to Issei. Issei blinked and looked to see where Swollen was pointing, before his eyes widened in remembrance. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about this. Well, it's a long story. But first. Swollen blinked in response as she waited for Issei to finish his sentence. Can you come get the rest of the girls, and ask them to meet me outside of the mansion? There's something I have to say. Sure. I'll go get them. Swollen said in surprise. As the rook went to go get the rest of her fellow members, Ophis turned to look at Issei, who made his way out of the mansion. What are you planning to do, Issei? I'm keeping a promise, Ophis. As it stands now, his peerage is my responsibility. I know that they're safe in the Fenex mansion, but for Riser's sake. Ophis tilted her head in response, but she didn't say anything more. Her Issei seemed to be severely pondering over this matter. Moments later, all 15 members of Riser's peerage walked out of the mansion in a group. In front of the group was Swollen, who looked curiously at Issei, and then back at the girls. Issei-sama would like to speak to all of us. He wants to say something. Issei felt a little tensed at the added honorific to his name. Looking around to see that the whole crowd had their full attention on him, Issei stood straight. He noticed that the girls held looks of confusion on their faces, probably due to the halo above his head. You all know me. You all know what I did, and what happened as a result. And while I did it in a bout of rage, I didn't enjoy it. I never did, and I still think about it whenever I come to this mansion. Looking up at his head, Issei pointed to the halo. You all are probably wondering why I have this halo on my head. Well, it's because I actually don't know what I am now. I'm either alive, or I'm dead. At this statement, Riser's peerage widened their eyes. Moving his attention back to the girls, Issei nodded. I visited the realm of despair. And while I was there, I saw him. Your master. Riser's peerage gasped in response. The girls all widened their eyes further. They didn't know if Issei was sadistically playing with their emotions, or if he was genuinely telling the truth. The look on his face showed that he was completely serious. And your brother? Issei finished towards the blonde-haired girl, who looked up at him in surprise. Fenex wiped tears from her eyes as she walked over to Issei. Why, you saw him? My Issei-sama. She said in a quivering voice. Yes. I did. He asked about you girls, wanting to make sure you were all right. Riser's peerage didn't know what to say in response. They weren't expecting this event to happen at all. Their former master was still alive. If that's true, then why isn't Issei-sama back here with you? Ravel asked sadly, her eyes shining. Issei gave Riser's sister a sad look. It's confusing to me as well. According to death itself, your brother wished not to come back here. He wanted me to do something though. The members of Riser's peerage were now silent, waiting to hear Issei's sentence. He wanted me to look after you guys. To take care of you. In spite of what he did, it seemed that Riser did care about all of you. And because of that, I'll make sure to keep true to his wish. As he observed Riser's peerage, Issei noticed that some of the girls were starting to show tears in their eyes. Looking over at Ravel, Issei nodded to her seriously. Ravel-san. While I know what I did was wrong in your eyes, and even the rest of the peerage, if you girls are ever in any danger, I'll protect dash. Before Issei could finish the rest of his sentence, he looked down to see Ravel hugging him. He felt his shirt become wet from the female Fenex's tears. Looking at her in surprise for a moment, Issei placed a hand on her head and patted it gently. Watching her mate in Riser's peerage, Ophis tilted her head. My Issei is a strange being. Perhaps that is why he is so unique. Information Center. Issei walked into the information room, and looked around tiredly. Placing his hand under his chin, Issei went to move about, before a sound reached his ears. Ping ping. Widening his eyes, Issei looked up to see a holographic email pop up from the screen. Raising an eyebrow, Issei went to touch, revealing an attachment. Issei Hyoudou, want to play some video games? Blinking several times, Issei smiled and shook his head as he realized who it was. Azazel's mansion. I'm a little surprised that you called me here, Azazel. Well, of course. I need somebody to play video games with after all. Don't you have Rainare-san and the other fallen angels? Yeah, but they always win at video games. It seems they have been practicing. So you're playing against me as a way to feel better about yourself. Now you're catching on. Issei shook his head but smiled as he and Azazel fought against each other. The game appeared to be world that revolved around combat. As he concentrated, Azazel set his eyes over to Issei. So, I hear there's supposed to be a gathering for the young devils soon. There is? Issei asked in confusion. He wasn't aware of that. Then again, he hadn't been spending a lot of time at the Fenex mansion to begin with. Oh yes. It's expected that the devils from the highest class attend there. So I'm supposed to go to this gathering? I'm not a devil. Issei said as he dodged another hit from his opponent. I know that. But the women of your peerage are devils. Besides, they can't attend the ceremony all by themselves. Issei lowered his head as he thought about Azazel's words. That's right. But even so. I just wonder what's going to happen at the gathering. Issei Hyoudou. Azazel began, there is someone I would like you to meet. He used to be one of the Dragon Kings. I believe Drake knows him too. Who would that be? Humph. You'll find out after I win this match. It seems you're slipping. Ha. We'll see about that. Issei said confidently. Meeting with the Dragon King. So, Azazel. Who is this Dragon King you mentioned earlier? Issei Hyoudou is eager to find out, I see. I like that. Azazel smiled as he sipped his tea. After finishing their video games challenges, the fallen angel and Issei felt similar hunger pains and went to get something to eat. Crunching on a cookie, Issei savored the taste. As he crossed his arms, Issei waited for Azazel to answer his question. His name is Tanin. Ah. Tanin. It's been a while since I've heard that name. Did you know him well, Drake? Oh, indeed. You can even say that we were friends. I can only imagine why the fallen angel would want you to meet him. You talking to the Welsh dragon, Issei Hyoudou? Azazel asked. Shaking himself out of his thoughts, Issei nodded to Azazel. Yeah, he just said he knows Tanin. I'm not surprised. Dragons are well known with the members of their own species. Anyway, Tanin was one of the 6 great dragon kings. In fact, the name Tanin recorded in the Bible itself is him. Issei widened his eyes in surprise at the news. A dragon of the biblical note? That's a surprise. This should come as a shock to you, Issei Hyoudou. Tanin actually became a devil. As a result, the 6 great dragon kings became the 5 great dragon kings. His strength is at the highest peak of a devil of the ultimate class. So why do you want me to meet him? Issei asked in curiosity. I figured that you spent so much time with the Ouroboros dragon, that you actually needed some male dragons as friends. Well, I've got Great Red as a brother-in-law. Doesn't that count? Well, of course. But don't forget, besides Ophis, some dragons can change their gender. What? I mean, as far as we know, the true red dragon emperor god could also make itself become a female. Please don't say that ever again, Azazel. Ha ha ha. But I digress. Aside from my earlier statements, the reason I want you to meet him is because he's known as the Blaze Meteor Dragon. His fire attributes are stated to be equal that of the strike of a meteorite. He's also a legendary dragon. So you just want me to meet him? Actually, I want him to train you. Train me? Not that I'm not grateful for you suggesting it, but why? Well, basing how I've seen you fight, I've noticed that you specialize in using brute strength. Granted, the opponents you've encountered wronged you to begin with, but I've seen you rush into battles without giving it a second thought. That could serve as a bad habit. I see what you mean. So basically you want him to discipline me while in battle. Precisely. You may have a lot of power, Issei Hyoudou. But you also need to learn how to be more focused in battle. Instead of charging, you need to think about your actions before you make them. Issei remained quiet as he lowered his head. I've already made preparations, and I've informed Tanin about you. Issei lifted his head up and widened his eyes. You have? That quick? Really? Really? I've already scheduled an appointment for you to meet him. I'll pick you up right after the gathering of the young devils. Azazel said as he smiled. Dimensional gap. So you're going to see Tanin, huh? Humph, I remember that bastard. You guys weren't friends. No, because he kept begging me to fight him. But I always ignored him. Well, apparently from what Ophis tells me, you ignored a lot of people in the past. Humph. I guess Sis knows me so well. Issei smiled as he conversed with the Great Red. When leaving Azazel's house, Issei only had the ceremony of the devils in his mind. Due to his absence, he was not familiar with the customs of the Fenex devil family. Nor was he familiar with the customs of the devils. Judging by the tone in Azazel's voice when he told him, it seemed that it would be important for Issei to take Riser's peerage to the gathering. What's up with you? Great Red asked. Nothing really, Issei began as he crossed his arms. There's supposed to be a devil's gathering tomorrow, and I'm not really sure of what to do. Well, obviously you don't have to go. You're not a devil. Yeah, but I made a promise. And the girls are my responsibility now. Looks like you got no choice. I guess I don't. Is Ophis going with you? Great Red asked. Yeah. Did you want to come with us? KH. I don't want a bunch of dem devils staring at me. Well, you're one of the strongest existences in the universe. It'd be surprising if they didn't stare at you at all. Humph. It's annoying as hell. Well, maybe you could find a way to hide your power level, and maybe disguise yourself or something. They already know what you look like ever since you came to class observation day, so I guess you need to form another disguise. Seconds later, the Great Red smirked and he nodded almost slowly at his brother-in-law. Good idea, little brother. At the gathering of the devils, next day, Issei, Ophis, and Riser's peerage walked over to a platform in a basement-like room. Issei widened his eyes as he looked at his surroundings. It looks like a weird room, he commented. Turning around to face him, Ceres slowed her pace down a little to allow Issei to catch up to the rest of the peerage. The meeting place for the devils is in this building, Issei-sama. Huh? Ceres-san, I'm not your master. You don't need to call me that. There was a noticeable blush on the knight's face, but she cleared it up quickly as she aligned with her peerage. Tilting her head, Ophis looked over at her mate. I sense a large number of devils, she told Issei. Yeah. I sense them too. As Issei and Ophis followed the peerage into the elevator, they looked around their surroundings once more. The elevator rose up quickly, then stopped, allowing the door to open. When they took their steps outside, Riser's peerage, Issei, and Ophis found themselves in a wide hall. Looking around curiously, Issei spotted the large number of devils. He looked to see some devils split into two camps with weapons taken out. That looks like a problem, Issei said as he rubbed his head. Hey, newbie. Widening his eyes at the familiar nickname, Issei turned around to see a smiling Genshiro Saji. Saji-san. He hadn't seen Saji in a long time. After all, he was one of the first people who had talked to Issei. It's good to see you, newbie. So I guess you got your own peerage, huh? Saji greeted as he walked over to him. Issei let a smile split his face as he shook Saji's hand. Yeah. They're my responsibility. So I had to take them to the gathering. Issei Hyoudou. It's been a while. Walking behind Saji was Sana Satrai and Tsubaki Shinra. Sana-san. Tsubaki-san. It's good to see you too, Issei said as he ceased in shaking Saji's hand. Sana gave a polite smile as she noticed the Ouroboros dragon behind Issei. It's nice to see you, Ophis. You too, Ophis said in her usual monotone. The rest of the devils gathered amongst themselves again and were exchanging greetings. As he sat down in the seat where the Fenex clan was reserved, Issei spotted Rias Gremory and Sana with their respective peerages. Huh. I really don't know a lot of the devils here. I mean, I recognize some of them, but not everyone. He focused his attention when he spotted Rias standing up from her seat, with Sana following next. It's nice to meet all of you. I'm Rias Gremory, the next head of the Gremory family. I'm Sana Satrai, the next head of the Satrai family. Next, a young man with black hair and violet eyes stood up to introduce himself. I'm Sarayorg Bale, the next head of the Bale family, Great King. Following Sarayorg, was a boy with blonde hair. He seemed to have a gentle disposition about him. I'm Diodora Astaroth, the next head of the Astaroth family. Please take care of me, everyone. Issei rose an eyebrow at the sight. That's weird. His voice is really soft. Almost innocent. That is an oxymoron, my mate. Issei widened his eyes and looked to see Ophis giving him a sly smile. He is a devil. A devil is not innocent. It is completely against their nature. I guess you have a point, Ophis. The Ouroboros dragon's smile widened. It is your turn to introduce yourself, my Issei. Issei widened his eyes to see all of the devils looking at him expectantly. He noticed some of the devils giving him mixed stares. He then looked to see Riser's peerage giving him looks as well. He widened his eyes further when he saw Ravel give him a confident nod. Clearing his throat, Issei stood up from his seat. Hello, Issei began in a quiet yet serious tone, I'm Issei Hyoudou. Even though I'm not one of you, I'm here to represent and take care of the Fenex clan. Ophis tilted her head as she watched Issei introduce himself. The look on the devils' faces seemed to soften. Nodding at the other devils slowly, Issei sat down in his seat, ready for the gathering of the devils to commence. Looking over at Issei, Swollen smiled and nodded to him. This is going good so far, Issei-sama. I dash. Before Issei could speak, a crimson blast suddenly shot towards the ceiling of the gathering building. The blast was so intense, it caused a cloud of smoke. The devils gasped in shock, and prepared for defense, ready to see who had the nerve to attack them. The smoke cloud started to fade away, revealing a strange figure. With the shadows covering the figure, the cloud of smoke cleared immediately. The silhouette revealed a young girl who appeared to be a bit older than Issei. Her waist-length crimson hair was far darker and longer than Rias Gramarie's. Her face was obscured by the shadows, only showing her bright golden eyes. She also appeared to be wearing a biker outfit. Issei widened his eyes as he spotted the girl. His eyes widened further as he sensed the tremendous power flowing from the young woman. Is that? He looked over to see Ophis narrowing her eyes in annoyance. The Ouroboros dragon shook her head and rolled her eyes. Baccared. Up to no good once again. In a transformed state, no less. What? Issei exclaimed in shock. Ophis turned to look at her mate and tilted her head again. Perhaps while Baccared is in this form, his name should be Girlared. Wait. You're saying that's... The Apocalypse Dragon stood proudly at the frightened sight of the devils. Great Red didn't even care about the devils' shocked stares. Not even the usual annoyance could deter this moment. Grinning widely at Issei and Ophis, Great Red only had 3 words to say. I'm back, bitches. The true Red Dragon Emperor God was a being that didn't care what anyone thought about him. As a result, he had no shame in doing whatever the hell he wanted to do. And he proved his point as he remained where he was, floating below the ceiling he had just destroyed. Yep. Just gonna float here and keep being awesome. While the Great Red was gleefully proud of herself, the devils were the exact opposite. Some of them recoiled in fear of the Apocalypse Dragon, while the others, Rias, Sana, and the rest of their peerages, shook their heads in dismay. It wasn't that they hated the Dragon of Dragons. They were extremely frightened. Issei and Ophis on the other hand were completely calm. Well, Ophis was. She's lived with the Apocalypse Dragon ever since they were born, so her expectations for his antics weren't exactly high. Issei was just surprised. Not at the Great Red's antics. He was more surprised at the Great Red's new appearance. So, the Great Red said as she floated down towards the devils, "What's for lunch?" The devils didn't respond, greatly unsure of what to say. Food was the last thing on their minds, and besides, they were just going to go through the plans they had chosen for the gathering of the devils. In no way did they ever expect the Apocalypse Dragon to arrive in the underworld. Nor did they expect Great Red to take upon a female incarnation. They especially didn't predict the true Red Dragon Emperor God to arrive in the form of a teenage girl who appeared to be dressed in biker clothing. Well. This is awkward. Well. The Great Red asked in remarkable patience, when are we going to eat? I'm starving. Baccared, Ophis chided, you are in a convention. The time for consumption is not now. It is at a later time. Great Red narrowed her eyes, but managed to turn her snarl into a grunt of impatience. You mean I made that badass entrance for nothing? Badass. You destroyed the ceiling. Great Red widened her eyes and turned to look at a young woman who appeared to be around Issei's age. Issei followed his sister-in-law's attention and saw the girl. Huh. She looks like a colder version of Tsubaki-san. It was a very incredibly beautiful woman who wore glasses, enhancing her cold and sharp gaze. She was also dressed in a blue robe which exposed very little skin. Rolling her eyes, Girly Red crossed her arms. Well, what did you expect me to, walk in like a normal person? It would have helped. Saji muttered. Not really sure on what to do next, the devils remained quiet. That is until Diodora Astaroth spoke up. Agars-san. I believe it's your turn to introduce yourself next. The girl in the blue robe widened her usual cold and sharp eyes in surprise, and she struggled to compose herself. I am Sigvera Agars. The next head of the Agars family, rank Archduke. She said in a nervous tone as she tried to avoid the presence of the Apocalypse Dragon. The Fenex mansion. Well, that was an incredibly awkward situation. Issei sighed as he laid down on the grass. The day with Great Red at the Gathering of the Devils was possibly worse than the day when the Apocalypse Dragon arrived at class observation day. His antics, I'm used to. The fact that he took the form of a teenage girl is what surprises me. The young man tilted his head as he thought about what he had said earlier to the Great Red. Then again, I did say he had to pick another disguise so he wouldn't draw attention to himself. I just didn't think he would choose that disguise. Shaking his head in order to clear his thoughts, Issei looked up at the sky of the underworld. As he sat up, he tapped the halo floating on top of him, and frowned slightly. Even though it appeared to be only an accessory, and served as a way for death to keep a close eye on him, the halo in a way, gave Issei strange thoughts. It reminded Issei that he had died. When he felt the inner world of his subconscious crumble, Issei honestly thought he had deserved to perish. I still think about it. I haven't exactly been a saint. I'm not the person who has the most purest heart. I'm not an angel, devil, or a fallen angel. Am I something completely different? He honestly didn't know what he was. He was never normal, that much he knew. That was the reason he told Drake that he didn't want anyone else to get hurt. It was because of him. Some of the beings who he had faced attacked him and his family just because of his own power. He always attracted attention, which was something he never wanted to do. It was never his intention to attract attention from other beings. He never voluntarily interacted with beings himself. He only did so because he was introduced to them. The young man sighed inwardly as he looked over at a sleeping Ophis, with the wind blowing through her long black hair. Issei's expression saddened as he scooted closer to her. I made a promise to her. I said I would always be with her, and stand by her side. I haven't been doing that a lot lately. It's my fault. Even after I told her I would always be with her, I end up dying in my own subconscious. I even said I wanted to die, so no one would attack my family anymore. But even I know, that'll never happen. As he watched Ophis sleep, Issei scooted over to her and rubbed her hair softly. He'd always wanted to be left alone. But even he couldn't deny the time he spent with Ophis, Great Red, and Lyko, was something he wouldn't take back. Even though Ophis and Great Red were more than capable of protecting themselves, Issei wanted to protect them too. Gazing at Ophis with his soft brown eyes, Issei moved and kissed the Ouroboros dragon on the lips. He then laid his head against hers, and closed his eyes. I've been away from you for a long time, Ophis. That won't happen again. I made a promise to you. And I intend to keep that promise. I haven't made true to that promise because I'm me. I'm not used to being intimate with someone. I'm only 17 years old, and I'm not a social person. But I'm willing to look past myself, so I can protect you. You're asleep right now, so you're probably not hearing this. Issei said as he chuckled for a bit. But this time, I intend to keep my word. I will protect you. Even if I have to die again. Such a strange mate. Saying foolish statements like that. Ophis lifted her head up, and looked at Issei with a sly smile. My Issei. You are a unique being. That is why I love you so much. Issei widened his eyes in confusion. But why? I don't understand how a dragon god could low dash. He was cut off when Ophis claimed his lips once more, her tongue constricting over his. The Ouroboros dragon placed her hands on her mate's cheeks, kissing him fully on the mouth. Seconds later, she released her claim, and sat on her knees. You are such a naive boy. You are not perfect, My Issei. You have flaws. You have troubles. Do you not remember what you stated to me? Issei made a questioning sound. Ophis smiled wider. You said that you, Baccared, and I are a trinity. Baccared is the dream and illusions. I am the nothingness of infinity. But you, my mate, are the nothingness that fills infinity. You, complete me. Oh Ophis. Issei didn't know what to say. He did say those words to the Ouroboros dragon. Even though he was nowhere near the League of the Infinite Dragon God nor the Apocalypse Dragon, they still considered him a part of their trinity. That is why, Ophis began as she placed her face close to Issei's, you are my mate. Not anyone else's. Do you understand? I do. Issei said as he smiled warmly. I am glad you understand. Ophis stated as she kissed Issei on the lips once more. Look at you lovebirds. The couple looked up to see Girly Red grinning down at them with her sharp teeth. While Ophis frowned at the Apocalypse Dragon, Issei merely stared wide-eyed. The Great Red grinned widely in amusement. Why did I take this form, you ask? It's simple. The form I take, it doesn't mean a damn thing to me. It's so weird, Issei said as he stared in shock, you look strangely more frightening in this form. TCH, Great Red clicked her tongue as she smirked, funny. That's exactly what Cousin Lyko said to me when she saw this form. As her dark red hair flowed in sync with the wind, Great Red took off her biker cap and threw it to Issei, who caught it. Yo, Issei Hyoudou. Issei, Ophis, and Great Red looked to see Azazel walking towards them. Trailing behind him, was none other than Rainare, and another fallen angel by the name of Kala Warner. Hey! Issei greeted. Azazel smiled as he nodded at Issei and Ophis. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw a red-haired beauty with bright golden eyes. The girl rose an eyebrow, and her golden eyes narrowed in annoyance. Well, well, well. Who is this beauty, Issei Hyoudou? Widening his eyes, Issei went to intervene, until Ophis stopped him. As he went to question her, Ophis merely gave him a smile. Watch, my mate. Smiling smugly, Azazel sauntered over to the young woman, who glared darkly at the fallen angel. Who might you be, my dear? Azazel said in a smooth voice. The dragon who's going to beat the shit out of you if you keep staring at me like eye candy, you damn bastard. Great Red said as she finally lost her patience. Azazel widened his eyes and jumped back in surprise. He immediately took a few steps back and hid behind his two fallen angels. Ophis smiled wider as she watched the Great Red's attempts to calm down. Damn dirty fallen angel. You're lucky I don't tear off your wings. Regaining his senses, Azazel looked over to Issei. Issei? Who is this young woman? Do you really want to know who she is? Azazel cautiously looked over at the young woman, who looked about ready to tear his limbs off. I'm the Apocalypse Dragon, idiot. At that revelation, the former governor of the fallen angels promptly fainted on the ground. Issei, Ophis, Rainare, and Kala Warner stood silently, not knowing what to do in this situation. Smiling wickedly, Great Red summed out her idea eagerly. Hey, let's steal his wallet. 20 minutes later. Damn. It's been 20 minutes, and he's still on the ground. Looking up at Rainare and Kala Warner, Issei nodded to them and smiled. It's been a while, Rainare-san. And you too, Kala Warner-san. You guys decided to come with Azazel too. Rainare smiled as she crossed her arms. Actually we're here to serve as Azazel-sama's bodyguards. But it seems that we already failed at that job, seeing as a dragon managed to make him faint. Kala Warner snarked in a deadpan voice. Issei chuckled a bit as he put his hands behind his head. As he looked over at Great Red and Ophis, the young man sighed and walked over to the two. Hey, Red. Can I get Saji's wallet back? Great Red widened her golden eyes in indignation. How the hell did you know I had it? Because Lyko told me Saji broke your motorcycle. And that you stole his wallet after you tied him up on the lamppost at Kyoa Academy. He owes me a motorcycle. Issei sighed again as he pondered. Arguing with a powerful existence was no doubt a tedious task. However, he and Ophis both knew that the Great Red was just a delinquent. The Apocalypse Dragon wasn't evil, but that didn't mean it was a goody two-shoes. Well, couldn't you just create money by just using your own power? The Great Red had the nerve to stutter in irritation and glare at Issei. Damn it, I know I can do that. I just don't want to. Vritra's host owes me money because he broke my motorcycle. I will have retribution. Couldn't you have also created another motorcycle dash? It's the matter of principle, Issei. What principle? Ophis asked dryly. Glaring at Ophis, Great Red huffed and handed Saji's wallet over to Issei, who smiled in response. Placing it in his pocket, he looked back up at the irritated dragon. I'm gonna give this back to Saji-san. As soon as I come back, Azazel should be up and ready to go. Hopefully. After wandering around the underworld for a long period of time, Issei finally found the Satrai residence. He could sense the familiar surges of energies within the house. As he reached into his pocket to retrieve Saji's wallet, Issei sighed and lifted his hand up. Knock knock. Seconds later, the door opened, revealing a familiar face. Issei-chan. The voice said excitedly. Oh dear lord. You hi, Leviathan-san. Issei greeted. The Satan with the title of Leviathan smiled cheerfully at Issei. She certainly didn't expect him to arrive at the Satrai home. Come on in. Sirafal offered. Issei nodded gratefully and followed Sirafal into the house. Issei silently praised the appearance of the house, smiling at the aesthetics of its design. It's a beautiful house, Leviathan-san. Thanks for the compliment. So what made you want to visit the Satrai house today? Well, Issei began as he showed the stolen wallet to Sirafal. The Great Red stole Saji-san's wallet. So I'm giving it back to him. Ah, that's so sweet of you, Sirafal gushed. Let me show you where Oni-chan and the others are. Satrai training room. Issei opened the door to the room Sirafal led him to, and looked around curiously. Sure is a spacious room. He noted in his thoughts. Yo, newbie. Heads up. At the call of his nickname, Issei looked up, but his reaction time was too late. Before he could blink, he was suddenly launched across the air, causing him to slam against the wall. The walls in the training room shook from the impact. Groaning, Issei dropped onto the ground, and laid against the wall. Shaking his head, Issei held his eye, and looked up to see Tsubaki Shinra looking down at him with a worried look on her face. Guess that's what I get for suppressing my power at that moment. I guess I need to keep my guard up more often. Issei chided himself in his thoughts. Hyodos-san. Chuckling a bit, Issei rubbed his sore eye. Why no, that really hurt. My apologies. Issei looked up to see Sana Satrai walking up to him with her usual stern expression. I didn't expect for you to come in this room, Issei Hyoudou. Usually my Oni-sama would have warned me beforehand. Yeah, Issei said as he sat up from his spot, sorry for coming here on such short notice. I just had to talk to Saji-san. About what, newbie? Saji asked as he walked towards Issei. Reaching into his pocket, Issei showed Saji his wallet, prompting the host of Vritra to widen his eyes in surprise. I've been looking for my wallet since the ceremony ended. Where did you find it? Before Issei could answer, Sana interrupted him and looked over to Saji. That's enough, Saji. You can talk with Issei Hyoudou after we finish training. Training? Issei asked in curiosity, what are you guys training for? We're training for a rating game, newbie. Saji stated in a prideful tone. What's a rating game? It's a competition between two devils and their peerages. It's similar to the board game chess. Tsubaki put in her input. It's just like chess, huh? That's right, Sana began, we're facing Rias Gremory and her peerage. It will be a difficult battle between the two of us. Rias and I may be friends, but we both have different dreams. Dreams? Well, if you don't mind me asking, what is your dream? Issei asked. My dream is to build a school for the rating games in the underworld, where the low-class devils and reincarnated devils can attend without any discrimination. That's a very strong ambition, Sana-san. Issei said in admiration. Yeah, well, the higher-ranking devils sure didn't think so. Saji huffed in irritation. They laughed at her for stating such a dream. Like they thought Kaiko's dream wasn't worth their time. It's alright, Saji, Sana said as she remained stoic, all that matters is that we should be training for the raiding game. Issei's eyes remained wide-eyed at the tone in Sana's voice. She seems really determined. She already knows what she wants to do for her goal. You gotta admire that. Smiling at the trio, Issei shot them a salute gesture, and nodded to them. Then I wish you guys the best of luck. I'll be rooting for you. Issei smiled. If observed very carefully, Sana's eyes widened just slightly. Maintaining her stoic look, but choosing to flash Issei a small smile, Sana nodded to the young man. I appreciate your support, Issei Hyoudou. Yeah. Thanks a lot, newbie. Saji said with a smile. Giving Issei a tiny smile, Tsubaki quickly reverted to her stoic expression. Hyoudou-san. I apologize for blasting you into the wall. It wasn't my intention. Nah, you're all right. But I have to ask. Where did that blast come from? Saji smiled in bashfulness. Yeah, sorry about that, newbie. It came from my sacred gear. You have a sacred gear? Issei asked in surprise. Yeah. And so does Fukukaiko. Saji said as he pointed over to Tsubaki. When I sent my blast towards her, she used her mirror to reflect it. Oh, so that's what the blast was. Man, I really should have kept my guard up. Issei chuckled as he rubbed his eye. Do you need me to heal your eye? Tsubaki offered. No thanks, Issei answered as he shook his head and smiled gratefully, I'm sure it'll heal eventually. Tsubaki winced slightly at Issei's eye, and she walked over to him. Despite Issei's words, she wanted to help him. That eye looks extremely swollen, Hyoudou-san. Let me heal it real quick. Back with Ophis, Great Red, and the others. Ah, Issei Hyoudou. Azazel said with a rejuvenated smile. Oh, good. You're awake. Issei said in surprise. Yes. I feel much better. Anyway, Tanin should be arriving here shortly. Tanin. Why the hell is that bastard coming here? Great Red said in an irritated voice. Azazel noticeably stiffened at the Great Red's tone. The apocalypse. Dragon was already a feared being to begin with. The fact that the dragon had taken the form of a biker girl, creeped the hell out of the fallen angel. Because Issei Hyoudou, in a sense, needs to be disciplined. I have noticed in his fights that he charges without thinking about the consequences. Even though the opponents he faced technically antagonized him to begin with, Issei still needs to learn how to keep himself under control. Ophis tilted her head in curiosity. So Tanin is being used for the intention of teaching my Issei. I understand. Crossing his arms, Issei looked up just in time to see a large shadow appear in the sky within his vision. It headed towards Issei, the dragons, and the fallen angels. A dragon that was 15 meters tall landed in front of Issei, causing a cloud of dust to dance in the air. Glaring at the people in front of him, Tanin narrowed his eyes at Azazel. Azazel, you have some nerve openly entering devil territory. Ha ha, Azazel chuckled, don't be so cruel, Tanin. After all, you said you would help me out. You're not really that mad about this, are you? Humph. Tanin huffed in indifference. The dragon then looked towards Ophis, who stared back at him impassively. Ah, Ouroboros. I didn't expect for you to be here. Hello to you too, Blaze Meteor Dragon. Ophis greeted. The former Dragon King looked over at the girl next to Ophis, and widened his eyes. Apocalypse. Is that you? Great Red's eyes twitched in irritation. The true Red Dragon Emperor God didn't really hate the Blaze Meteor Dragon. In the old days, Tanin occasionally wanted to challenge the Apocalypse Dragon, but was always ignored. Long time no see, Tanin. Narrowing his eyes, Tanin moved his attention away from Great Red, and moved his sight to Issei. So, Azazel. Is this brat my student? That's right. Azazel said in amusement. I sense Drake within him. It's been a long time since I've seen him. Looking Issei in the eye, Tannen nodded. Hey, brat. Tell Drake I want to talk to him. Issei's inner world/subconscious. The world of Issei's subconscious was completely silent. The clouds moved vertically in a slow motion towards the sky. The skyscrapers stood tall, their white structures matching the color of the clouds. The two beings sealed within the Kusanagi no Tsurugi glared silently at each other. Drake's eyes showed a determined and focused look, while the Yamata no Urukai's reptilian eyes showed rational thought.